Come on, everyone, place your bets. The gambling house was filled with smoke and noise. The dealer shook the dice cup so hard that it rattled loudly. I bet on big. Me too. At a table in the corner, before the dice cup even landed, everyone had already bet on big. For more than 10 rounds in a row, the result had always been triples. A few people had tried betting on small, but they lost everything. After so many rounds, no one dared to bet on small anymore. The dealer looked at the crowd, all of them putting their last coins on big, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. He slammed the dice cup down on the table. Anyone betting on small? No, just open it already. The gamblers urged impatiently. All right, then I'll bet on small. Before the dealer could finish, a clear voice interrupted him. A small figure stood at the edge of the table. A pale, delicate hand placed 100 coins on the small side. It was a girl, no more than her early teens. Her hair was messy, and she wore a rough cotton shirt that was clearly too big for her, probably passed down from an older sibling. Her face, though a little dirty, was still gentle and pretty. What's a little girl doing here? The men around laughed, their eyes full of mockery. And she's betting on small? Not afraid of losing everything? Liang Rurong smiled faintly and ignored their teasing. Her calm eyes stayed on the dealer's uneasy expression as she quietly repeated, I bet on small. Half an hour earlier, she had been in a terrible car accident. When she opened her eyes again, she realized she was no longer in the 21st century, but in a border town of a country called Zhongshu. After taking a moment to accept this, she quickly sorted through what she knew. The body she now inhabited was also named Liang Rurong, a simple farm girl from Liangjia village near the town. She had come to town to buy medicine for her father, who had lost the use of his legs. But she had fallen off a cliff by accident, and that was how the young doctor from the 21st century, who had died in a car crash, ended up here. In her past life, she had been a young doctor, some even called her a genius. She was just in her early 20s, yet already a professor at the Imperial Capital Hospital. Her only hobby was gambling, especially high-stakes games. Since she had traveled to this new world, Liang Rurong decided to make the best of it. With the 100 coins her mother had given her, she planned to buy medicine. But when she passed by a gambling house, she couldn't help stopping. Open it, Liang Rurong urged when the dealer hesitated. In her previous life, she had spent years in casinos and had an excellent ear. After watching for a while, she noticed the dealer's trick. He kept rolling high numbers until everyone bet all their money on high, then switched to low. She had stopped falling for such tricks long ago. The dealer had no choice but to open the cup. The gamblers shouted excitedly, high.
High. High.
Liang Rurong stood calmly aside. As expected, when the dice were revealed, all three showed one low.
What?
How can it be low? Unbelievable. The gamblers erupted in anger, cursing and complaining after losing everything. Only Liang Rurong quietly collected her winnings. Suddenly, a rough-looking man grabbed her wrist. Are you a plant from this gambling house?
He accused.
Liang Rurong's eyes turned sharp. With a quick twist, she freed herself from his grip. Causing trouble in a casino was never allowed, and she knew the dealer wouldn't tolerate it. Sure enough, the dealer signaled to the side, and 2 tall guards came over to drag the man out. The reputation of our prosperity gambling house is not for you to insult, the dealer said coldly. If you want to play, stay. If not, leave. The gamblers quieted down and continued playing. Liang Rurong counted her money. It had grown from 100 coins to more than 20 taels of silver. The dealer shook the dice again. Each time the cup landed, Liang Rurong listened carefully and placed her bets with precision. 5 rounds in a row, she guessed correctly. The others began to follow her lead. The dealer's face darkened, but he said nothing. Liang Rurong glanced outside. It was getting late. If she didn't go home soon, her parents would start to worry. She put the silver, about 100 taels, into the cloth bag she carried and got ready to leave. The owner's face darkened. He gave a signal to 2 strong men hiding among the gamblers. They understood and cracked their knuckles as they walked toward Liang Rurong. Miss, you won some money and want to leave just like that? Shouldn't you show some respect to us first? That's the rule here, one of them said. This was a common trick in gambling houses. If someone won too much and tried to leave, the place would send thugs to take the money back. Liang Rurong gave a small, cold smile. And what if I refuse? She had seen plenty of shady things in gambling houses. If she were scared by just two bullies, all her years of experience would have been wasted. The two men looked at each other, surprised that such a young girl wasn't afraid of them. One of them sneered. You look delicate, miss. I don't think you could handle even one punch from us. If you don't show some respect. Ah. Before he could finish, he let out a loud cry of pain. Liang Rurong shook her hand, tilted her head slightly, and said with a faint smile, like that? Everyone around was stunned. No one expected such a slim girl to be so skilled. Only Liang Rurong knew that she had simply used her knowledge of pressure points to strike a painful spot by surprise, a clever trick, but enough to shock the crowd. The other man's face changed. He raised his huge fist and swung it toward her. Just as Liang Rurong was about to dodge, a deep, calm voice sounded nearby. The man froze mid-movement. Liang Rurong turned and saw a man in a dark cloak and a silver mask walking down the stairs from the second floor. Everyone in the gambling house lowered their heads respectfully and greeted him. Good day, second master. Liang Rurong guessed he must be one of the powerful figures behind the place. She raised an eyebrow and said, So, is this the rule of your prosperity gambling house? Muchia walked down the stairs and stopped in front of Liang Rurong. Looking at the delicate girl who only reached his chest, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Liang Rurong lifted her gaze to meet his. Amid the group of rough-looking gamblers, the man stood out, noble and untouchable, like a god among mortals. In her previous life, Liang Rurong had been a brilliant doctor, sought after by countless people, including nobles and royals. Her instincts told her that this man was nothing like the others around him. Their dark eyes met. Under Muchia's amused gaze, Liang Rurong did not back down but looked straight into the depths of his eyes beneath the mask. What an interesting girl, he thought. Few dared to look at him like that. Muchia gave a faint, unreadable smile. You're quite bold. Do you know what happens to those who offend me here? The gambling house welcomes all guests and plays fair, Liang Rurong replied calmly. Surely it allows both winning and losing, doesn't it? Muchia narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he felt that this girl, who looked no more than 14 or 15, was far from ordinary. From upstairs, he had watched her every move. Each time the dealer shook the dice, she tilted her head slightly, as if listening carefully, unlike the others who rushed to place their bets. If it was luck, winning so many rounds in a row was far too unlikely. And the way she had just knocked down that strong man, her movements were precise and confident, not something one would expect from a girl raised in a small town. Interesting, Muchia said with a soft laugh, clapping his hands once. The dealer behind him immediately understood and handed him a silver note. This is a small token of apology from our gambling house, Muchia said, offering it to Liang Rurong. She glanced at it. It was worth 50 taels of silver. Free money was not to be refused. She accepted it readily, then handed over her own silver. Please exchange this for notes as well. Carrying so much silver was too eye-catching. Notes were safer. Muchia nodded, and the dealer quickly made the exchange. In the end, she received a note worth 100 taels and some loose silver. Liang Rurong carefully put the note away, tucked the small change into her pouch, and turned to leave. For now, she would stay away from the gambling house. Even if she returned, she would make sure to come in disguise. Today, she had acted recklessly on impulse. Watching Liang Rurong's departing figure, Muchia's eyes darkened. He called a servant and said quietly, Send someone to follow her. Don't hurt her, just find out which family she belongs to. Yes, sir, the servant replied, and went to carry out the order. After buying a few herbs from the pharmacy as her mother Zhao Xunyang had instructed, Liang Rurong followed her memory and took the same road back. But as she passed a narrow alley, she noticed someone behind her. Without showing any sign, she quickly studied the surroundings. When she reached the next alley, She suddenly sped up, slipped into a hidden corner, and managed to lose the people following her. Useless. You can't even keep up with a young girl. Two men came running. When they couldn't find her, the servant in charge slapped his companion on the head in anger. The other man didn't dare to speak and only lowered his head in silence. After searching for a while and finding nothing, they finally left. Once she was sure they were gone, Liang Rurong stepped out from the shadows, her expression cold. It seemed the gambling house had already set their eyes on her, perhaps under the orders of that masked man. She definitely didn't want to attract the attention of someone like him. Thinking of this, Liang Rurong quickened her pace toward her home. Just as she reached the gate, she heard a sharp, unpleasant voice shouting inside. "You useless girl! Can't even wash clothes properly. You're nothing but trouble. Why can't you do anything right?" Then came a soft, tearful voice. "I'm sorry, mother. I didn't mean to. Romer went to buy medicine for her father, and she hasn't come back for so long. I was worried." Crying again. "All you ever do is cry. You and that girl are both nothing but bad luck to this family." The harsh voice continued. "You must have come here to bring us misfortune." Liang Rurong frowned and quickly pushed the door open. From the memories she had inherited, she recognized the sharp voice as her grandmother Lu's and the weak, tearful one as her own mother, Zhao Xunyang. When she pushed the door open, she saw an old woman with gray hair and sharp, raised eyebrows. The woman grabbed a stick as thick as a finger and started hitting another woman whose clothes were full of patches. Seeing this, Liang Rurong shouted angrily, "Stop it." The old woman, Lu, paused and glared at her. "Well, look who's back. You useless girl. I'll deal with both of you today." Zhao Xunyang's face first showed surprise when she saw Liang Rurong, but it quickly turned to fear. She knelt on the ground and cried to Lu, "Mother, please don't. Romer just recovered from her illness. You can't hit her." But Lu didn't listen. She raised the stick again and swung it at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong stayed calm. She was small and quick, so she dodged easily. Lu used too much force and almost fell to the ground. Liang Rurong hurried to Zhao Xunyang's side and helped her up. "Mother, are you all right?" Zhao Xunyang asked nervously. "I'm fine. But why are you covered in bruises?" "I'm fine too. We can talk about that later." Seeing the honest woman's genuine concern, Liang Rurong almost cried. In her past life, her father's betrayal had broken her mother's heart, and she had never known real parental love. Now, looking at Zhao Xunyang, she couldn't help but feel a little envious of the original girl's life. Even though the days were hard, at least her parents cared for her. But Lu was nothing like that. The old woman glared fiercely, her thin, bony hand reaching out to grab Liang Rurong's hair. "You little brat.
How dare you dodge me?"
Liang Rurong quickly pulled Zhao Xunyang aside again. Looking at Lu's angry face, she said, "If you hit us and we don't dodge, wouldn't that mean we've lost our minds?" Lu trembled with rage. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the medicine bundle Liang Rurong had placed on the ground. She screamed, "Heavens! You wicked girl! Where did you get the money for medicine? Tell me, was it for that useless Liang Dashan?" Liang Rurong's eyes turned cold as she looked at Lu. "At least my father is your son. How can you talk about him like that? What's wrong with what I said?" It was the busy farming season, yet because of him, someone who had lost both legs for her sake, the family was burdened with more hardship. Not only could he no longer work, but there was now another mouth to feed. "If he weren't my son, I would have thrown him behind the mountain long ago," Madame Lu said confidently. She then pointed at the medicine bundle on the ground and shouted, "You troublesome girl! You even have money to buy medicine? Are you hiding money? Hand it over right now." Beside her, Zhao Xunyang quietly wiped away her tears. Liang Rurong frowned, gently patted Zhao Xunyang's back in silent comfort, then looked coldly at Madame Lu again. After sorting through her memories, she knew her grandparents were biased, but she hadn't expected it to be this cruel. When her father, Liang Dashan, had his accident, Madame Lu first beat both the original girl and Zhao Xunyang. Then, when she heard that the medical fee was 3 taels of silver, she left Liang Dashan outside the clinic. In the end, Zhao Xunyang had no choice but to borrow 3 taels of silver from a wealthy villager to save him. But his legs could no longer be treated. After that, Madame Liu and grandfather Liang Zizhong despised their family even more. The 100 coins the original girl had before leaving home were earned by Zhao Xunyang, who stayed up late under the moonlight, not even daring to light a candle, nearly ruining her eyesight while embroidering handkerchiefs for a rich family. All the wages my father earned before were taken by you. That's far more than 3 taels of silver. When my father was hurt, you should have used that money for his treatment. Liang Ruong stood protectively in front of Zhao Xunyang and spoke coldly to Madame Liu. Meeting her gaze, Madame Liu suddenly felt a chill down her back, then grew angry. What's silver? I've fed your whole useless family for years. Do you think that costs nothing? Since when do you get to talk back in this house? You've really gone too far. I'll teach you a lesson today. With that, Madame Liu raised a stick and rushed forward again. Liang Ruong wanted to fight back, but Zhao Xunyang pulled her into her arms, shielding her tightly. The dull thuds of the stick hitting flesh and Zhao Xunyang's cries mixed together, cutting into Liang Ruong's heart like a knife. Even so, Zhao Xunyang refused to let go. Liang Ruong's eyes turned cold. She pressed a point on Zhao Xunyang's waist, making her arms loosen slightly. Taking the chance, Liang Ruong slipped free and grabbed the stick that Madame Liu was about to swing down. What do you mean raising a big family costs money? When I was sick and father had his accident, I never saw you spend a single coin. The money you talk about always ends up with uncle's family, doesn't it? Her uncle was lazy and greedy, never contributing a penny to the household. But because he had a son who could study, Liu and Liang Zizhong treated them like treasures. It could be said that the whole Liang family was supported by her father, Liang Dashan, and her third uncle, Liang Dae. Hearing this, Zhao Xunyang was so frightened that she quickly pulled her back. In this family, Liu's word was law, and no one had ever dared to talk back to her. Liang Ruong ignored Zhao Xunyang and, without waiting for Liu to speak, continued, "You just said that if a child isn't your own, you'd throw him away. But when my father had his accident, you refused to pay for treatment and left him at the clinic door. How is that any different?" Her words completely stripped away Liu's pretense. Liu trembled with anger and was about to speak when a noise came from the east wing, as if something had fallen. Liang Ruong remembered that her family lived in that room. Her heart tightened, and she quickly ran over. To her shock, she saw Liang Dashan, his face full of pain and anger, falling from the bed and crawling toward the door. He had heard everything that was said outside, including Liu's cruel words. How could he not feel bitter? He hated himself for being useless, for breaking his legs, for being unable to protect his wife and daughter. "Father, why did you get down?" Liang Ruong reached out and struggled to help him up. Seeing this, Zhao Xunyang forgot her sorrow and hurried to help as well. Just as the two were about to lift him back onto the bed, Liang Dashan refused and sat firmly on the ground. "Mother, all these years I've worked for this family. Maybe I didn't do much, but every coin I earned I gave to you. You didn't want to pay for my treatment, fine, I accept that. But Xionyang and Rurong are innocent. Why do you treat them so harshly?" Looking at the injuries on his wife, Liang Dashan was overcome with grief and suddenly coughed up blood. Liang Rurong and Zhao Xunyang cried out in alarm. Zhao Xunyang was about to call for a doctor, but Liang Dashan grabbed her hand and fixed his gaze on Liu. Liu felt uneasy under his stare, yet even after seeing him cough up blood, her first reaction was not concern, but scolding. "You're useless, so just lie there quietly. Why are you making trouble again? Spitting blood now, are you doing it on purpose to get money from me?" Liang Dashan looked at the sharp-tongued Madame Liu in disbelief. "Mother, how could you think that of me?" His heart turned cold. Liang Rurong's face was full of anger. Even in dramas, she had never seen someone so shameless. A father mistreats his son, and the family falls apart. "Since that's how it is, let's separate." The girl's voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and clear. She looked straight at Madame Lu without fear and said, "Call Grandpa back, and I'll invite the village head. This family must be divided today." Because of her words, the tense atmosphere in the yard suddenly fell silent. Zhao Xunyang and Liang Dashan stared at their daughter in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that the timid Liang Rurong, who used to be afraid to speak up, had become so brave. Madame Lu froze for a moment before reacting. Her face turned dark as she glared at Liang Rurong. "Unbelievable. How dare you talk about dividing the family? You ungrateful girl." In such a traditional village, dividing the family was considered a great disgrace. No wonder Madame Lu reacted so strongly. If the family really split today, how could she still hold her head up in Liang village? Zhao Xunyang said in confusion, "Ronger, how?
How can we do that?"
We can't divide the family." Her tone was flustered. Liang Rurong knew her mother was gentle and submissive, so she didn't argue with her. Instead, she turned to Liang Dashan. "Father, what about you? What do you think?" Liang Rurong had already prepared herself for her father's silence or refusal. Unexpectedly, the honest man hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. "Romer is right. It's better if we separate." Hearing her father's agreement, Liang Rurong clapped her hands.
"Good."
Seeing her husband and daughter both determined, Zhao Xunyang wiped her tears and nodded silently. "In that case, mother, stay with father. I'll go invite the village head." Liang Rurong spoke, glancing meaningfully at Madame Lu, whose face was twisted with anger. "Mother, please take good care of father," she said. After that, she ignored Madame Lu's shouting and turned to leave. Since the original owner of this body had given her a second chance at life, she would live well for her and take good care of her parents. The head of Liang village was a man who prided himself on being educated and proper. He had passed the scholar's exam years ago. Though a bit old-fashioned, he was known to be fair. Liang Rurong went straight to the village head's house and found him drinking tea in the yard. As soon as she entered, she said tearfully, "Village head grandpa, please stand up for my family." Liang Ziqiu was startled by her appearance. Seeing that she was covered in bruises, he quickly asked, "Rong girl, what happened to you?" "Village head grandpa, it's hard to explain right now. Please come to my house, you'll understand when you see it." Realizing the matter was serious, Liang Ziqiu nodded and followed her. Before they even entered the house, they heard Madame Lu shouting angrily inside. "Old man, look at the kind of daughter this useless man has raised. Even a son wouldn't dare say such outrageous things, and she's just a girl. This family will be ruined by her one day." Liang Ziqiu frowned as he followed Liang Rurong inside. They saw Madame Lu sitting on the ground, yelling like a shrew, while Liang Zizhong stood nearby, his face dark with anger. In the east room, Liang Dashan sat weakly on the floor, silent, while Zhao Xunyang quietly wiped her tears. The courtyard was empty, except for Madame Lu's loud voice. By coincidence, Liang Dachuan had taken his wife and children to visit relatives in town, and the third brother, Liang Dea, was away working. Only the second branch of the family was home. When Madame Lu saw that Liang Rurong had really brought the village head, she shouted even louder, "That ungrateful girl is back." Liang Rurong didn't argue. She simply walked to her father and mother and asked softly, "Father, mother, are you all right?" They both shook their heads silently. Liang Ziqiu looked at the scene before him and asked, "What is going on here?" Before Liang Rurong could answer, Madame Lu cried out, "Village head, you came just in time. This troublemaker wants to split the family."
"What?"
Liang Ziqiu was a little surprised. Dividing a family had always been a serious matter. Liang Rurong had always been gentle and timid. How could she dare to ask for separation? "Grandpa village chief, everything happens for a reason. Everyone in the village knows what kind of people my parents and I are. For us to be forced to the point of asking to divide the family, you can imagine how much we've suffered," Liang Rurong said calmly but firmly. Hearing this, Liang Ziqiu felt that her words made sense. In Liangjia village, Liang Dashan's family was known for being kind and honest, while Lu's reputation was not so good. So, What exactly happened with this family division? Liang Ziqiu asked again. What else could it be? It's all because of that troublemaker. She's not satisfied with dragging us down and still wants to stir up more trouble. Liang Zizhong said impatiently. I don't agree to this division. Liang Rurong gave a cold snort. Grandfather, whether we divide the family or not is not for you to decide today. The village chief is a learned and fair man. I believe he will stand up for us. Since you think we're a burden, why not let us go? You care about your pride, but my parents and I shouldn't have to live a miserable life just for that. Her words cleverly flattered Liang Ziqiu, who liked being reminded of his scholarly status. She had struck the right chord. Lu spat angrily. Humph. Even a fair official can't settle family matters. Even if he's the village chief, he has no right to interfere in my home. Liang Ziqiu frowned, clearly displeased. He glanced at Lu, then turned to Liang Rurong. Rong girl, tell me what happened. I may not be a high official, but by family rules, your grandparents should still call me uncle. If you're truly in the right, I'll even bring this matter before the ancestral hall to help you. His words gave Liang Rurong confidence. It seemed that today, the family division would finally happen. She then poured out all the grievances she and her parents had suffered over the years, even showing some of Zhao Xuanyang's injuries to Liang Ziqiu. By now, many curious villagers had gathered at the door, whispering among themselves. Hearing Liang Rurong's story, several kind-hearted women's eyes turned red with sympathy. No wonder the girl wanted to separate from the family. How could Lu make her wash bedding by the river in the freezing winter? Grandpa Village Chief, if our family stays any longer, my father won't survive. You saw him coughing up blood just now, but Grandma still says he's pretending to get her money. Her words made Liang Ziqiu angry. He knew that Madame Lu had left her own son outside the clinic. Thinking of this, Liang Ziqiu glared at Liang Zizhong and Madame Lu. I think Rong is right. Since you believe Dashan's family is a burden, then let's divide the family. As soon as he said that, the onlookers all agreed. But Liang Zizhong refused. Why should I? You tell me to divide, and I must? If your own son wanted to split from you, would you agree? Liang Ziqiu's face darkened. I would never abandon my son outside a clinic and let him suffer just to save money. Madame Lu wanted to argue, but Liang Ziqiu spoke first. If you don't divide the family today, then we'll go to the ancestral hall and ask the elders to judge who's right and who's wrong. He was determined. Hearing this, Liang Zizhong and Madame Lu lost their confidence. If the elders found out they had ignored their own son, being removed from the family records would be expected. Fine, fine.
Split it.
Once you leave, don't ever come back. I'll pretend I never had a son like you. Liang Dashan's eyes turned red. The honest man closed his eyes, swallowed his sadness, and said softly, You will always be my parents. After that, everything went smoothly. The Liang family's land was divided into 4 parts. The small thatched house at the edge of the village was given to Liang Dashan's family. But when it came to dividing the family's savings, Madame Lu refused. Didn't we spend money on that useless man's treatment? There's nothing left. Liang Rurong was upset and wanted to argue, but Liang Dashan stopped her. His eyes were red as he shook his head. Rurong bit her lip. Forget it. As long as they can leave, a few silver coins don't matter. Liang Ziqiu kindly lent them his ox cart and asked a few villagers to help move Dashan to their new home. To prevent Madame Lu and Liang Zizhong from going back on their word, Rurong asked Liang Ziqiu to witness and sign the agreement. From that moment, their family was truly independent. Holding that light piece of paper, Liang Rurong felt as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted from her heart. After that, it was time to tidy up the new house. The villagers who had come to watch the excitement slowly left, and Liang Ziqiu also went home. Liang Rurong watched her mother, Zhao Xuanyang, busy cleaning up, then looked at the few remaining bits of food in the house and said, Mother, I'll go up the mountain to dig some wild vegetables and see if I can find any herbs. There should be plenty this season, and maybe we can sell some for money. Although she had quite a bit of silver with her, she couldn't take it out. Otherwise, if someone asked, she couldn't very well say she had won it by gambling. She needed to find a way to earn money, so she could slowly mix her silver in without raising suspicion. Zhao Xuanyang grabbed her hand and said, "You still have a wound on your head. And besides, how do you even know about herbs?" Liang Rurong's heart skipped a beat. Her mind worked quickly, and after a moment of silence, she looked at her honest parents and said, "Father, Mother, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you." Her father said, "Child, whatever it is, just say it. Today, when I went to town to buy medicine for father, I accidentally fell off a cliff." "What?" Before she could finish, Zhao Xuanyang grabbed her and looked her over anxiously. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Liang Rurong felt a little helpless, but seeing how worried her parents were warmed her heart. "It's all right, Mother. I fell off the cliff, but something good happened." "What nonsense are you talking about? How can falling off a cliff be a good thing?" Zhao Xuanyang said, her face full of worry. Liang Rurong quickly gave the explanation she had prepared. "It felt like I had a dream. I saw an old man with a white beard who said he was an immortal. He told me I was someone special and taught me medicine. It felt like a long time passed, but when I woke up, only a short while had gone by. Somehow I could recognize herbs. Look, Mother, I treated my own wound with the herbs I found." Hearing this, Zhao Xuanyang and Liang Dashan fell silent. The room grew quiet. Just as Liang Rurong was about to say she had been joking, Zhao Xuanyang suddenly burst into tears.
"Your change."
Was that also because of the old immortal? Liang Rurong froze for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, but I can't tell you more. The old immortal said if I speak too much, I'll be punished by heaven." People in ancient times truly believed in such things. Seeing the looks on Zhao Xuanyang and Liang Dashan's faces, Liang Rurong could tell they believed it too. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Xuanyang heard the words divine punishment, she quickly covered Liang Rurong's mouth and said, "Don't say that. Mother believes you." Then Liang Dashan began to cry. "It's all my fault today. I've dragged you both down." Luckily, Ronger met an immortal who gave her guidance. "Father, you're the pillar of our family. Don't ever say you're useless again," Liang Rurong said seriously. "The old immortal taught me medicine. Maybe I can even heal your leg." Liang Rurong was determined to explain all her changes clearly and blame everything on the mysterious old immortal, so her parents wouldn't ask too many questions later. After the family talked for a while, Liang Rurong carried her basket and went up the mountain. Liangjia village was backed by a mountain not far from their home. After walking for some time, Liang Rurong found some clusters of medicinal herbs. She didn't pick them right away, but memorized their location and went to dig up some wild vegetables instead. Just as she was about to head back, she suddenly smelled blood. Frowning, she followed the scent and found an unconscious man lying in the grass. When she turned him over, she saw a face so handsome it took her breath away. Even though she had seen many good-looking men in modern times, she couldn't help but be amazed. If this man lived in modern times, he would definitely be a top celebrity. But his condition was bad. There was a deep cut on his arm, about 30 centimeters long, and 2 more on his back, each about 20 centimeters. Liang Rurong quickly checked his injuries. He could still be saved, but he needed stitches. Without them, it would be hard for such wounds to heal with the limited medical skills of ancient times. But where could she find the right tools here? If she were still in the modern world, in her hospital, these wounds would be nothing. Just as she was wondering what to do, a flash of white light appeared. Her vision blurred, and the scene around her completely changed. "Congratulations! You have unlocked a special space, Imperial Capital Hospital." Seeing the glowing words and the huge hospital building before her, Liang Rurong was stunned. It was the very hospital where she had worked in her previous life, the best in the entire country. The facilities inside were truly world-class. If she hadn't seen the words alternate space and noticed that there wasn't a single person around, so quiet that it felt unreal, with only this one building shrouded in mist, she would have really thought she had traveled back in time. Could it be that she was lucky enough to travel through time and even bring a hospital with her? Soon, another line of text appeared before her eyes. Alternate space, Imperial Hospital. Currently, only the operating room and some medicines are available. As the space owner continues to save lives and build medical virtue, more facilities will gradually open. After reading this, Liang Rurong roughly understood what was going on. After a moment of excitement, she remembered that the handsome man outside was still waiting for her help. Not daring to waste time, she hurried into the hospital. Sure enough, only the door to the operating room could be opened. Seeing the familiar setup, Liang Rurong quickly found needles, special surgical thread, some anesthetic, plenty of hemostatic medicine, and disinfectant. Then she rushed back out. The handsome man on the ground had his beautiful brows tightly furrowed, clearly in great pain. After cleaning his wound, Liang Rurong drew the anesthetic into the syringe and was about to inject it when the man suddenly opened his eyes. His cold, dangerous gaze startled her. But when she looked into those striking eyes, dark and deep like ink, she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of familiarity. When Muchia opened his eyes, he saw the same interesting girl he had met earlier at the gambling house. She was holding a strange object, something like a needle, and seemed ready to stick it into him. His pupils shrank sharply as he shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Muchia wanted to push Liang Rurong's hand away, but because of his heavy blood loss, his raised hand fell weakly against her arm.
Stay still.
"I'm saving you," Liang Rurong said coldly when she saw the guarded look on his face. As the needle in her hand moved closer, Muchia grew both alarmed and angry. How could such a poor, backward place of a girl so skilled at gambling? And now she was holding something he had never seen before, trying to pierce his body with it. He couldn't help but feel suspicious.
Who exactly are you?
"I'm warning you, MMPH." Before Muchia could finish speaking, Liang Rurong, already tired of his noise, quickly injected the anesthetic into his body. To his shock, Muchia realized he was still fully conscious, wide awake and aware of everything. What kind of drug did you use on me?" he asked in disbelief. Ignoring him, Liang Rurong poured some alcohol, put on medical gloves, disinfected her hands, and then cleaned the wound on his arm with hydrogen peroxide and alcohol. The wound was deep and long. If left untreated, he would lose too much blood. Seeing that she didn't respond, Muchia tried to move, but couldn't. A flash of anger appeared in his dark eyes. Then he saw Liang Rurong take out a needle and thread, skillfully threading it. Under his stunned gaze, she lifted his arm and began stitching the wound. The sharp pain he expected never came. Watching the needle pass through his skin, Muchia felt a strange sensation. She said she was saving him, but in all his life, he had never seen anyone treated this way. "How can you sew a person's skin like clothing?" he asked, frowning. Liang Rurong glanced at him and, for once, explained, "Your wound is too deep and bleeding too much. This will help it heal faster. Now be quiet. You're distracting me." He was a man from ancient times, so it was normal that he had never seen modern medical stitching. She only explained to make him stop talking. Her tone wasn't gentle, and Muchia's pale face flushed slightly, adding a touch of charm to his handsome features, though it was from anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that before. Still, he pressed his lips together and stayed silent. After 35 stitches, Liang Rurong finally stopped, applied medicine to prevent infection, and wrapped the wound with a bandage. Seeing this, Muchia finally relaxed a little. This young woman really was saving him. Who would treat and bandage someone if they meant to harm them? Next came the wound on his back. Being from the modern world, Liang Rurong didn't think much about modesty. She simply tore open the upper part of his clothing, revealing his well-built chest and toned muscles. Muchia once again felt deeply embarrassed. You woman, have you no sense of shame at all? How can you be so bold?" Hearing this, Liang Rurong smirked and lightly tapped his chest. "What about this then? Are you going to be angry again? Stop overthinking. I'm not interested in you. In a healer's eyes, there's no difference between man and woman. I'm just saving your life. To me, your body is no different from a piece of meat." She had underestimated the man. He looked thin, but his build was actually quite strong. So this was what people meant by slim in clothes, strong underneath. Mu Chia was left speechless and turned his head away in frustration. Liang Rurong didn't waste more time. She turned him over and began treating the wounds on his back. About half an hour later, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and tied the bandages securely. The medicine will wear off soon. It might hurt a little, but bear with it. After packing up her tools, she turned to Mu Chia. I've never seen anyone heal like this, he said, pressing his lips together, his eyes studying her curiously. Being stared at like that, Liang Rurong glared at him. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't, then suit yourself. She cleaned up the mess on the ground and turned to leave. Wait, Mu Chia called out just as she turned. Since you saved me, why not go a step further and let me stay for a while? Thinking of the people who wanted him dead, Mu Chia lowered his eyes, a shadow passing through them. He had escaped to this mountain by chance. Though he had already dealt with his pursuers, he knew their allies wouldn't give up easily. Hiding in this small village for a while seemed like a good idea, at least until his wounds healed. Liang Rurong turned back to look at the man on the ground. Even with his messy clothes and pale, blood-streaked face, his striking looks and calm presence were hard to ignore. Why should I? We're strangers. Saving your life was already more than enough. Do you plan to stay and trouble me further? She had met many people in her past life, and this man clearly spelled trouble. She wanted no part of it. Mu Chia was silent for a moment, then took out a silver note from his robe. Will this be enough? Seeing the silver note, Liang Rurong paused, deep in thought. Although she had won a good amount of money at the gambling house, she couldn't take it out. Now, with this man as a cover, she could quickly improve her family's situation. Besides, the wounds on his body still needed the stitches removed. My name is Liang Rurong. She introduced herself and took the silver note from Mu Sia's hand without hesitation. You're quite sensible, but let's be clear. Once you recover, you must leave right away. Mu Sai had no objection. He nodded in agreement.
I'm Mu Chia.
There was something about this girl that intrigued him. If she wasn't an enemy, she might even become an ally. The two of them walked together toward Liang Rurong's home. The sun was already setting. In the quiet mountain village, thin smoke rose from chimneys as families began cooking dinner. The road was empty, which saved Liang Rurong a lot of trouble. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Zhao Xunyang's anxious face. Child, why are you back so late? I was about to go look for you. Seeing the concern on Zhao Xunyang's face, Liang Rurong felt a warmth in her heart. Her expression softened as she held her mother's arm and gently shook it. Mother, I'm back now, don't worry. Zhao Xunyang couldn't stay angry when her daughter acted so playfully. She tapped her on the forehead and sighed. I really can't do anything with you. Only then did she notice the man in black standing behind her daughter. Surprised, she asked, And who is this? Oh, Mother, I found him in the back mountain. It seems he was hurt while fighting off a wild animal. He wants to stay here for a while to recover before leaving. Liang Rurong glanced at Mu Sai, hiding the truth. She took out the silver note he had given her and handed it to Zhao Xunyang.
He paid for his stay.
Seeing the silver note, Zhao Xunyang, who was simple and honest, was startled. If that's the case, why take his money? It's just a short stay. Return it to him. Her parents had always been kind and hospitable. After hearing Liang Rurong's explanation, Zhao Xunyang quickly invited Mu Sai inside. Seeing his torn clothes, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He looks so young. How did he end up like this? Come in quickly. I'll boil some water for you. You can wash up first. The house is a bit shabby, and I only have a few of her father's old clothes for you to wear. I hope you don't mind. Zhao Xunyang bustled about, soon bringing a basin of hot water into the room. Mu Sihua went in to wash, but because of his wounds, he couldn't even take off his clothes. He frowned and turned to look at Liang Rurong, who had come in with clean clothes in place of Zhao Xunyang. After all, this girl had already accepted his silver note and had even helped treat his injuries before. Thinking of this, Mu Sihua called out to her just as she was about to leave after setting the clothes down. Liang Rurong, come and help me. Liang Rurong paused, glanced at him, and without refusing, walked over to help him remove his clothes. Just as Mu Sihua was about to lift his arms, the sound of fabric tearing suddenly filled the room. Startled, he turned to see Liang Rurong seriously tearing his worn-out clothes apart. He instinctively tried to push her hand away, but the movement pulled at his wound, making him grit his teeth and scold. "What are you doing? Let go." Before he could finish, Liang Rurong gave a firm tug, ripping the garment from the sleeve down to the front. The torn fabric fell away, leaving his upper body exposed except for the belt still tied around his waist. Mu Sihua's upper body was tall and lean, his muscles faintly outlined beneath his skin, though the wounds across him looked painful and harsh. Liang Rurong noticed his embarrassed expression and couldn't help but smile. She spread her hands and explained, "Your clothes were already dirty and torn. Taking them off would only hurt your wounds more. It's easier to just tear them off." Although Mu Sihua understood, he still felt annoyed. He gave up on having her help him wash and told her to leave. Liang Rurong raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. She said briskly, "I left my father's clothes over there. There's only one set, so don't ruin them. If you do, you'll have to pay me back." With that, she turned and left. Mu Sihua glanced at the small stool beside him, where a set of faded, well-worn clothes lay neatly folded. His frown deepened. After leaving the room, Liang Rurong went to the kitchen and saw Zhao Xunyang calmly preparing dinner. Since it was still early, she picked up her bamboo basket again and headed up the mountain to gather herbs. Following her memory, she found the patch of medicinal plants and carefully dug them out with a small, roots and all. Liang Rurong didn't stop until she had filled half a bamboo basket. She covered the dug-up soil near the herbs with grass before heading down the mountain again. With these herbs, she could sell them at the medicine shop tomorrow for some silver. She planned to mix in a bit of the money she had won at the gambling house, so that Zhao Xunyang and Liang Dashan wouldn't suspect where it really came from. Thinking about this, Liang Rurong walked home. As she reached the gate, she saw Zhao Xunyang looking around anxiously. When she finally spotted her, she sighed in relief, hurried over and lightly patted her in frustration, though her voice was full of worry. "You child, where did you go? You didn't even tell me. I thought someone had taken you away." Warmth filled Liang Rurong's heart. She hugged Zhao Xunyang and said playfully, "Mother, I know I was wrong. It won't happen again." Zhao Xunyang couldn't stay angry. She sighed and smiled helplessly. "You really make me worry. Come on, I've already made dinner. Let's eat. You must be tired after the whole day." Then, as if remembering something, Zhao Xunyang lowered her voice, her tone uneasy. "That young man you brought back, Mr. Mu, he doesn't seem like an ordinary person." Liang Rurong knew well that Mu Sihua was not an ordinary man. She was about to brush it off, but as she stepped inside and looked up, she froze. The man sitting in the courtyard had a tall, straight figure. His dark hair was slightly damp and hung loosely behind him. Even though he wore a faded old robe, his grace and presence were impossible to hide. He looked almost otherworldly. No wonder Zhao Xunyang thought he wasn't from a common family. How could an ordinary man carry himself like that? "You're back?" Mu Sihua asked when he saw them enter. Zhao Xunyang quickly answered, looking a bit uneasy. Seeing this, Liang Rurong frowned slightly. She took her mother's hand, met Mu Sihua's gaze, and replied calmly, "Yes. Let's bring out the food together." Mu Sihua frowned instinctively, but when he saw the look in Liang Rurong's eyes and Zhao Xunyang's nervous expression, he understood at once. This girl was bold indeed. She actually dared to order him around. "Mr. Mu," Liang Rurong said softly, her tone carrying a hint of warning, "you know the saying, when under someone's roof, one must bow their head." They stared at each other for a moment before Mu Sihua finally gave in and slowly walked toward the kitchen. When Zhao Xunyang saw that he was really going, she wanted to stop him, but before she could take a step, Shen Rurong pulled her sleeve. "Mother, let him do it. It's just bringing out some dishes, not heavy work. Father is still in bed. Let's help him out, so we can all eat together. He must be hungry." Hearing this, Zhao Xunyang gasped in worry. After hesitating for a moment, She followed Liang Rurong into the room to help Liang Dashan out. After some effort, by the time everyone sat at the table, Mu Sihua had already brought out all the food. It was clear that Zhao Xunyang had relaxed a lot and even urged Mu Sihua to take some food. Liang Rurong felt pleased, but then heard a cold snort beside her. She turned and met Mu Sihua's unhappy gaze. Liang Rurong didn't mind and kept eating, which only made Mu Sihua seem petty. Mu Sihua, annoyed and in pain from his wound, lost his appetite and soon put down his chopsticks. Seeing this, Zhao Xunyang and Liang Dashan slowed their eating. "Mr. Mu, is the food not to your taste?" Zhao Xunyang asked. Liang Rurong frowned and looked at Mu Sihua. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, she guessed that the pain had returned because the medicine's effect had worn off. Before Mu Sihua could answer, Liang Rurong explained, "It's probably because his wound is hurting again." Hearing this, Zhao Xunyang and Liang Dashan became worried. "We don't have any medicine at home. What should we do? Should I go ask the village head?" At that moment, Liang Rurong realized this was a good opportunity. "Father, mother, no need to trouble yourselves. I have a way." They looked at her curiously, and Liang Rurong quietly pointed upward before saying, "I picked some rare herbs on the mountain today." At once, their expressions turned serious, and they urged her to help Mu Sihua treat his wound. Liang Rurong smiled and agreed. After helping Mu Sihua into the room, her smile faded. She looked at him and said simply, "Take off your shirt." Mu Sihua didn't like the request but obeyed, revealing the stitched wound. While he did so, Liang Rurong focused her mind and entered another world. She skillfully went into a hospital, took some disinfectant and other supplies, and then quietly returned before Mu Sihua noticed. After Mu Sihua took off his clothes, he noticed the bottles and jars in Liang Rurong's hands and asked in confusion, "Where did you get those? You weren't holding anything when you came in." Then he remembered how she had stitched his wound on the mountain earlier, and the tool she had used. His gaze toward her became cautious and curious. People with secrets often carried a certain danger. Liang Rurong didn't explain. She simply walked over to a chair, sat down, and opened a bottle of disinfectant. The sharp smell of alcohol quickly filled the air. "If you don't want to get a fever tonight, come and sit down." Mu Sihua's expression turned serious. Knowing how important this was, he sat down with his back to her. Although his wound had been stitched, the hurried work left bits of dust and tiny stones inside. Liang Rurong focused carefully as she poured disinfectant over the wound. It hissed as white foam appeared, and Mu Sihua let out a muffled groan, his body tensing from the pain. "Relax, don't be nervous. It'll be over soon," she said calmly, her hands moving steadily. When the wound was fully cleaned, she used cotton to remove the dirt and foam, then wrapped it neatly with gauze. She did the same for his arm. Mu Sihua was once again amazed by her medical skills, especially by the strange liquid she used. "What exactly is that?" he asked. He had seen countless rare and unusual things in his life, yet Liang Rurong continued to surprise him. She didn't answer. They were only temporary acquaintances, and even though they were under the same roof for now, trust was out of the question. After finishing the bandages, Liang Rurong stood up, packed her things, and said, "What it is doesn't matter to you. All you need to know is that I can heal you. Once you're better, you should leave." It was clear that Mu Sihua was no ordinary man. If trouble followed him, ordinary people like them couldn't afford to get involved. Her cold tone made Mu Sihua unhappy, but he couldn't argue. He simply closed his eyes slightly and waved for her to go. As Liang Rurong stepped outside, she happened to meet Zhao Xunyang. "Ronger, how is young Master Mu?" Zhao asked. "He's fine," Liang Rurong replied. After Shun Rurong finished speaking, she began talking with Zhao Xunyang about the herbs, watching her expression carefully. "Because of the old immortal, I picked a lot of herbs today. Tomorrow morning, I'll take them to the pharmacy in town to sell. That way, I can save money sooner to take father to treat his leg." As expected, when Zhao Xunyang heard about treating her husband's leg, even though she disliked the idea of her daughter going out and showing her face in public, she still agreed. The next morning, Liang Rurong set out under the worried instructions of Xiao Xianyang and Liang Dashan, holding a banknote that Mu Zihua had given her earlier that morning. Mu Zihua had told her to buy some fine clothes to take home, since Liang Dashan's old shirt was rubbing against his wound. Liang Rurong tucked the banknote into her pouch, thinking to herself, so fussy. Just as she had expected, the pharmacy did buy herbs, but the price was not high. Half a basket of fresh herbs only earned her a few small pieces of silver. Liang Rurong didn't mind. She exchanged the banknote she had won earlier at the gambling house for about 10 taels of silver, kept it in her pocket as if it were money earned from selling herbs, and went to several shops, including a clothing store, to buy many things. Before leaving town, she decided to hire a donkey cart to carry everything home. With a bamboo basket on her back, Liang Rurong sat on the cart, slowly driving the donkey back to the village. As soon as she entered, many villagers looked at her in surprise. Whispers spread around, but Liang Rurong pretended not to hear them, until someone suddenly rushed in front of the cart, grabbed the sideboard tightly, and shouted, "You worthless girl! You stole my family's silver to buy all this. I'll teach you a lesson." The woman swung her fist and lunged at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong quickly jumped off the cart and pulled the donkey's rope to the side. The attacker missed, hit her head on the cart, and knocked over the goods. The items scattered and fell on her, making her cry out in pain. "Liang Rurong, you troublemaker. Just wait until my mother gets here. You'll be sorry." Liang Rurong looked at her coldly and finally recognized the woman causing trouble. It was her aunt, Liang Bauer. Although Liang Bauer was also a woman, Lu Shi treated her like a precious jewel. She never let her do any housework, leaving everything to the younger Liang Rurong, even when she was just a teenager. It was because of this that Liang Bauer grew up greedy, unpleasant, and very overweight. She was also full of herself and often took pride in taking advantage of her brothers and younger relatives. "Oh, my dear Bauer," suddenly, a sharp voice came from nearby. A thin figure ran over. It was Madame Lu. Madame Lu hurried to help Liang Bauer up, her eyes full of worry. "My sweet girl, why are you sitting on the ground? What if you catch a cold?" Feeling supported, Liang Bauer clung to Madame Lu's arm and complained first, pointing at Liang Rurong. "Mother, that useless Liang Rurong pushed me down. And she even stole our family's money to buy all those nice things. You must teach her a lesson." Madame Lu believed her without question. After comforting Bauer, she turned angrily toward Liang Rurong, ready to scold her. But when her eyes fell on the goods loaded on the donkey cart, she froze, completely forgetting her anger. So many things. How much money must they have cost? If only they were hers. No, they should be hers. How could that useless girl Liang Rurong afford them? She must have stolen the money before the family split. The more Madame Lu thought about it, the more convinced she became. Liang Rurong noticed the change in their expressions and found it ridiculous. Truly, people like them deserved each other. Disgusting. She didn't even want to look at them. Picking up the things that had fallen, she grabbed the donkey's reins and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Madame Lu quickly blocked the cart and shouted anxiously, "Stop. Liang Rurong, leave those things here." Liang Rurong raised an eyebrow. Instead of stopping, she tightened her grip and snapped the whip, urging the donkey forward. Madame Lu was shocked and hadn't expected that. She tried to move, but her legs gave out. If the donkey really trampled her, she would be badly hurt. Terrified, Madame Lu screamed. The donkey rushed close, its breath brushing her face. She shut her eyes tightly, too scared to look, and fell to the ground. At the last moment, Liang Rurong pulled the donkey back, preventing an accident. Looking down at the frightened Madame Lu running away in panic, Liang Rurong sneered. "Next time you try to take what's mine, I won't let you off so easily." Liang Rurong's actions left many people stunned, especially Madame Lu and Liang Bauer. They could hardly believe that the small, timid girl they used to scold and hit had become this confident young woman. Some villagers also felt the change was too great and couldn't help but comment. "Liang family girl, no matter what, they're your grandmother and aunt. Even if they've done wrong, how can you treat them like this? That's not being filial." As soon as the word filial was mentioned, Madame Lu seemed to gain confidence. She stood up, glared, and shouted, "That's right. I'm your grandmother. Treating me like this means you're unfilial. I could report you to the authorities." Liang Bauer followed her lead and began shouting as well. More and more villagers gathered, blocking Liang Rurong's way. At the same time, some began to wonder where the goods on her donkey cart came from. After all, Liang Dashan's family was known to be poor. How could they afford such things? The crowd whispered among themselves. Liang Bauer's eyes lit up, her chubby face trembling as she shouted maliciously, "Liang Rurong must have stolen our family's silver to buy all that. She's a thief." The villagers gasped in shock. Facing their doubtful and disapproving looks, Liang Rurong remained calm. She glanced at the proud-looking Liang Bauer, then noticed Madame Lu's greedy eyes fixed on the goods. A cold smile appeared on her face. She said loudly, "How ridiculous. Let's not even talk about being filial. My father, my mother, and our whole family have always been respectful and dutiful. And what did we get in return? If you were in our place, could you still keep being filial?" The villagers lowered their heads, exchanging uneasy looks. If their elders had treated them that way, they wouldn't have been able to stay calm either. The crowd fell silent. Seeing their reaction, Liang Rurong sneered and continued, "Since the day we separated from the family, I've never gone back. How could I have stolen anything? And with my grandmother's temper, if she really lost silver, would she have waited until now to come after me?" The villagers turned their eyes toward Madame Lu. What Liang Rurong said made sense. Everyone knew Madame Lu was stingy and guarded her money like her life. If anyone dared to take her things, even if it were Liang Bauer, she would have made a huge scene right away. "You're just making excuses. If you didn't steal, then where did you get the money? Did you take it from some man?" Madame Lu snapped angrily, then suddenly changed her tone, trying to smear Liang Rurong's name. Now, if Liang Rurong tried to argue that she didn't steal the silver, people would say she stole a man instead. Although Liang Rurong knew Madame Lu was mean, she never thought she could be this disgusting. Since that's the case, she decided not to hold back anymore. "A man? Yes, I did get the silver from a man," Liang Rurong said slowly, keeping everyone in suspense. The villagers were shocked and curious, while Madame Lu was overjoyed, ready to scold her. But before she could speak, Liang Rurong gave her a cold smile. That smile was chilling. Her dark, bright eyes looked like a deep pool, impossible to see through, as if they could swallow a person whole. Even under the blazing sun, Madame Lu suddenly shivered. Beside her, Liang Bauer shouted excitedly, "I knew you were shameless." Madame Lu came back to her senses, forcing herself to stay calm. She was secretly startled by Liang Rurong's strange behavior and also felt embarrassed. How could she, an older woman, be frightened by this young girl? Liang Rurong withdrew her gaze and, under everyone's watchful eyes, took out a piece of paper from her pocket. "I got the silver from the shopkeeper at the town's pharmacy. I sold the herbs I picked on the mountain yesterday. If that makes me shameless, then I suppose most people here are the same," she said. Most villagers made a living by farming, but they often went to the mountains to pick things to sell for extra money. It was a common thing to do. The villagers suddenly understood. Madame Lu, unwilling to give up, shouted, "You expect us to believe that? That cart must have cost a lot of silver. How could a few herbs be worth that much?" Liang Rurong raised the paper in her hand and said coldly, "Believe it or not, you can go ask the pharmacy's shopkeeper yourself. I have the receipt for selling the herbs. Anyone who wants to see it, come and look." Then she lifted the paper high and said loudly, "I'll say it here. Who wants to see it?" No one answered. They all looked down and whispered among themselves, glancing at Madame Lu and Liang Bauer with annoyance and blame. If those two hadn't picked a fight with Liang Rurong for no reason, they wouldn't be so embarrassed now. "I want to see it." Liang Bauer, unable to stand those looks, gritted her teeth and reached for the paper. Once she got it, she planned to tear that worthless paper to pieces and see what Liang Rurong could say then. Liang Rurong looked down at Liang Bauer's unfriendly face and smiled faintly, saying mockingly, "Didn't you say you can't read?"
How are you looking at it then?
Liang Bauer was known as a lazy troublemaker who only knew how to eat, drink, and cause problems. Learning to read was something she never wanted to do. As soon as Liang Rurong spoke, the villagers found a reason to join in and said, "That's right, you can't even read." Liang Bauer's face turned red as she argued, "I can read." "Then write your name for us to see." I don't believe she can read. Last time she went to buy eggs with Madame Lu, she even counted them wrong. Each word was like an arrow aimed at Liang Bauer. She couldn't hold back her tears and cried loudly before running to Madame Lu, stomping her feet and shouting, "Mother, they're bullying me." Madame Lu's heart ached for her daughter. She quickly went over to comfort her, not caring about Liang Rurong anymore. When she finally looked up again, Liang Rurong had already left with her donkey cart. On her way home, Liang Rurong saw from afar that Zhao Xuanyang was coming back from another path, carrying a wooden basin. She must have gone to the river to wash clothes. "Mother!" Liang Rurong jumped off the donkey cart, smiling and waving. Zhao Xuanyang was startled, then smiled when she saw her daughter. But when she noticed the donkey cart and all the things on it, she looked surprised. "Rurong, whose things are these? Did someone ask you to bring them back?" Liang Rurong couldn't help but laugh. Holding the donkey's reins, she pointed to the cart and said cheerfully, "They're not anyone else's. I bought them myself." Zhao Xuanyang was shocked. "Where did you get so much money? These things must have cost a lot." Liang Rurong blinked and said, "I used the money I earned from selling herbs. I even have some left." Zhao Xuanyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Before Liang Rurong could say more, she heard a soft laugh. She turned her head and saw Mu Sihua leaning against the door, looking at her. The laugh must have come from him. "Mr. Mu, you're up? Are you hungry? I can make you something to eat," Zhao Xuanyang said quickly when she saw him. Mu Sihua shook his head and thanked her, then turned to Liang Rurong and asked, "Did you buy everything?" Liang Rurong nodded, thinking about the money she had spent on clothes. She raised her eyebrows and thought that among all the things she had bought on the donkey cart, Mu Sihua's clothes were probably the most expensive. Mu Sihua quietly let out a breath of relief. Wearing someone else's clothes had felt uncomfortable and awkward. Just as he was about to turn back, his body suddenly stiffened. Realizing something, he said to Liang Rurong, "The stitches on my wound have come loose." How could that happen? She had sewn it tightly. Liang Rurong frowned. "What did you do today?" Their conversation sounded confusing to others. Zhao Xuanyang, who was listening nearby, didn't quite understand, but when she heard that, she added, "Young Master Mu helped me chop some firewood today." Liang Rurong froze, surprised by the answer. She looked at Mu Sihua, who kept a calm face, and simply said, "Come in and help me later." Then she turned and left.
But
did she just see the tips of his ears turn a little red? "Rurong? These things." Zhao Xuanyang looked at the items on the donkey cart, clearly tempted by them. Seeing this, Liang Rurong took her arm and said, "Mother, don't worry. I earned all this money by selling herbs." But how could herbs bring in so much silver? Zhao Xuanyang hesitated. "Ordinary people couldn't, but I have the protection of an old immortal, so I was able to earn this much," Liang Rurong said with a smile, placing a small pouch into her mother's hand. "This is the money that's left." Zhao Xuanyang touched it and was stunned. She had never held so much silver in her life. At that moment, she completely believed her daughter's words. She felt both happy and upset. She laughed, but tears rolled down her cheeks. With her hands clasped together, she murmured, "Bless the old immortal. Thank you for your protection." Then she patted Liang Rurong's hand and scolded gently, "Why didn't you discuss it with me before buying so many things? We still need money for your father's leg and your dowry." Liang Rurong quickly laughed and changed the subject, calling her mother to help carry the things inside. Seeing that, Zhao Xuanyang stopped scolding and hurried to help. After they finished moving everything, the owner of the donkey cart soon came to take it away. Zhao Xuanyang went inside to talk with Liang Dashan, and the couple held each other, both in tears. Liang Rurong glanced a few times, then turned and entered the room where Mu Sihua was. Thank you for helping my mother today. She looked at Mu Sihua, who was sitting at the table drinking tea. Even with plain clothes and simple tea, his calm presence still stood out. Mu Sihua gave her a quick look. This woman seemed much gentler now. Before, if he so much as ignored Zhao Xianyang or Liang Dashan, she looked ready to argue with him. No need to thank me. Help me check my wound, Mu Sihua said quietly, putting down his teacup. Liang Rurong agreed and walked over. She took out her medical supplies from her special space. When Mu Sihua removed his outer clothes, she began to examine the wound. It wasn't too bad, just a bit loose at the stitches. Tightening them would be enough. Liang Rurong carefully cleaned and stitched the wound. Mu Sihua, meanwhile, stared at the scab that had already formed. It had healed so quickly. In the past, such a serious injury would still be bleeding after several days. He couldn't believe that her sewing-like technique could actually heal wounds. It was truly amazing. When Liang Rurong finished and started to pack up, Mu Sihua put on his clothes and suddenly asked, "Did you go to the gambling house today?" Liang Rurong immediately thought of the amused look he had given her earlier. So, he thought she got her money from gambling. "I didn't go to the gambling house," she said simply, then turned and left. Mu Sihua raised an eyebrow, but didn't press the matter. He hadn't returned for days. Those hunting him were probably making their next move. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened slightly, and he tapped the table without realizing it. After leaving, Liang Rurong went to Liang Dashan's room. Liang Dashan was smiling as Zhao Xianyang counted the silver. When they heard her footsteps, they looked up and quickly invited her to sit beside them. Liang Rurong sat down next to her father and spoke before he could ask anything. "Father, I want to take a look at your leg." Liang Dashan froze for a moment. Zhao Xianyang was also surprised, then quickly tried to change the subject, worried that the topic might make them feel uncomfortable. "What's there to see about your father's leg? I have a piece of cloth here that would suit you well. Come, let me measure you for new clothes." Liang Dashan touched his knee and forced a smile. "Nothing much to see. Go with your mother to take your measurements. It's time to make you some new clothes. You haven't worn anything new for a long time." Seeing their expressions, Liang Rurong felt a pang of sadness. She knew the doctor must have given them no hope before. "Father, mother, I came to see if father's leg can still be treated. You both know I received guidance from an old sage and learned a bit of medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find those herbs. Please let me take a look." She spoke earnestly, again mentioning the old sage. The excuse worked well. As soon as she said it, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xianyang hesitated. Liang Dashan looked at his numb leg and thought about what his daughter had done recently. A spark of hope rose in his heart. "Rurong, can you really check it?" he asked, uncertain. "I wouldn't lie to you, father," she replied with a nod. Zhao Xianyang's eyes grew moist. "Let her try, dear. What if she can really help?" If Liang Dashan's leg could recover, their family's life would surely improve. Thinking the same, Liang Dashan gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, Rurong, take a look. If it can be healed, that's wonderful. If not, I'll accept it." Once he agreed, Zhao Xianyang helped roll up his trouser leg, while Liang Rurong put on a pair of medical gloves and knelt down to examine his slightly shrunken leg. "Rurong, what are those things on your hands?" Zhao Xianyang asked nervously when she saw the gloves. "They were given to me by the old sage." "I'm not sure what they are," Rurong replied. Hearing that, Zhao Xianyang didn't ask further. Rurong carefully pressed along her father's leg, starting from the knee and moving downward. The room grew silent. Zhao Xianyang held her breath. Time seemed to pass unusually fast. Liang Dashan watched his daughter anxiously until a sudden sharp pain shot through his leg. He cried out instinctively, "It hurts." Zhao Xianyang quickly leaned forward, her voice trembling. "Rurong, how is your father's leg? Is it hopeless?" Rurong didn't answer right away. Her expression stayed serious as she pressed her thumbs firmly into his calf. After a while, she slowly released her hands. I didn't expect that Liang Dashan's originally dull and grayish skin would gradually show a hint of redness. Although it disappeared quickly, Liang Rurong still looked happy. "That's great," she said, removing her gloves and wiping her hands with a nearby towel. Good? Rorong, what do you mean? Zhao Xunyang frowned, looking at her with some confusion. Liang Rorong smiled and explained, I just tried it. Dad's leg still feels pain, and his meridians are not completely blocked, which means there is still hope for healing. Hearing this, both Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang looked surprised. Rorong, are you telling the truth? Liang Dashan looked at her with disbelief. But the doctor at the clinic said my leg was completely damaged, and I would never be able to stand again in this life. Liang Rurong picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, then calmly raised her eyes. Our small town is remote, so those doctors' words may not be reliable. My daughter has now been enlightened by a divine being, and I believe I can cure Dad's leg. If I can really heal my leg, I can go out to work in the future, and you and your mother won't have to work so hard. Liang Dashan's eyes reddened slightly. During these days of her injury, Zhao Xunyang had been working day and night making embroidery to earn money, barely managing to support the family. She saw her husband's hardship and only wished she could share the burden. Zhao Xunyang held his hand tenderly. Husband, what are you saying? As long as your leg gets better, my hardships are nothing. Mother, I've seen you turn quite a few white hairs these days. I really can't bear it, Liang Dashan said with a long-held hope in his eyes. But don't worry, from now on, our family's days will surely get better. Seeing their loving scene, a warm feeling filled Liang Rurong's heart. No matter if the family was poor or rich, as long as everyone worked together, life would get better and better. Sadly, she had never experienced such warmth before. Since God had given her a second chance at life and blessed her with such kind and loving parents, she would do her best to protect and support them. She gathered her scattered thoughts and smiled. Tomorrow, I will go to the mountain to pick some herbs to treat Dad's leg. It's getting late now, so your parents should rest early. I won't disturb you anymore. After speaking, she closed the door and stepped out. Unexpectedly, she bumped into Musai, who was standing in the yard with a look of curiosity. Why are you standing outside so late? Liang Rurong asked him, puzzled. Musai looked at the rubber gloves in her hand, his brow slightly furrowing. He had watched her carefully while she treated Liang Dashan's leg injury from outside the door. Her method was unusual. He had never seen anything like it before. But seeing how confident and talkative she was, he had to believe that this young girl might really have some skills. Earlier, inside the house, he felt a bit hot and decided to come out for a walk. Feeling hot, Liang Rurong frowned and stepped forward, gently placing her warm hand on his forehead. Yes, he did have a fever. But that was normal. In this era, there were no antibiotics and the stitching tools couldn't be completely sterile, so fever was expected. She thought for a moment and then said, You should go back to your room and wait. I'll be there soon. After saying that, she turned and went into her room. Inside, she quickly took out some medicine. To avoid making Musai suspicious, she put the pills into a small brown bottle. Once she was sure everything was safe, she went to his room. She took the bottle from her sleeve and handed it to him. Take 2 pills. The fever will go down soon. Rest for a few days and avoid moving too much. Your wound can't get wet and you shouldn't sweat. Musai took the bottle, opened it and took out 2 white pills. They smelled bitter. It was a medicine he had never seen before. He held the pills in his hand, a hint of suspicion and doubt in his eyes. He hesitated before taking them. If you don't trust me, don't take them. But I have to tell you, if you don't take this medicine, your fever might get worse tonight, and it could even be dangerous, Liang Rurong said calmly, noticing his worry. Musai smirked slightly, thinking that since he was injured, she hadn't harmed him. Although she was full of mysteries, she didn't seem to have any harmful intentions. He casually put the pills in his mouth and swallowed them. The bitter taste spread in her mouth and did not fade for a long time. She then picked up the teacup beside her and took a sip before calming herself down. Who exactly are you? Musai suddenly asked. Liang Rurong's eyelashes trembled slightly. She pressed her lips tightly and did not look up at him. What do you mean? From the way you treat Uncle Yang's illness, it's clear you know medicine well. But Aunt Liang said you've never been to school. So, Where did you learn your medical skills? Musai asked calmly, but with a hint of suspicion. There was no choice. This was her foundation for survival. In dangerous situations, she could trust no one but herself. Liang Rurong slightly curled her lips, her sharp eyes scanning his face. This is my own business. No need for you to worry. Just take care of yourself and leave my house soon. After saying that, she turned around and left without looking back. Back in her room, Liang Rurong entered her space and checked her supplies and medicines. Luckily, she had a bag of silver needles for acupuncture. With these, healing Uncle Yang's leg injury would be easy. She carefully wrapped the silver needles and medicines and hid them in her wardrobe. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" she asked cautiously. Zhao Xunyang's gentle voice came through. "Rurong, it's Mom." Liang Rurong quickly went to open the door and welcomed her inside. "Mom, it's so late. Why haven't you gone to rest?" Liang Rurong looked at her tired, weathered face. She was in her early 30s but looked like she was in her 40s. This made her feel a mix of pity and sadness. Zhao Xunyang looked at her softly and, after a moment, held her hand and spoke slowly. "Rurong, your father, and I feel that you've changed a bit lately. We wanted to ask if there's something you're hiding from us." She thought for a moment and spoke softly but firmly. "Mother, I have narrowly escaped death this time and have learned some lessons. I realize that living in this world, I shouldn't always think of others. Instead, I should focus on making myself happy. So now, I just want to do my best to take care of you and Father." Hearing this, Zhao Xiuxiang felt both comforted and a little guilty. She lowered her head and sighed. "I know, all these years you've suffered a lot. It's because Father and I didn't take good care of you. Mother, please don't say that. Actually, being your and Father's daughter is the greatest blessing I could have in this life." These words came from Liang Rurong's heart. For her, being loved by her parents was her biggest wish. Seeing that it was already dark outside, Liang Rurong smiled and said, "Mother, you should go back and rest. Tomorrow, I need to go into the mountains to pick herbs to help Father heal his leg." When mentioning Liang Dashan's leg injury, Zhao Xiuxiang worriedly reminded her, "By the way, Rurong, your father's leg has been hurt for so long. Even the doctor couldn't find a cure. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Now that we've separated the household, there's no need to send money to your grandfather. The money I earn from embroidery can still support our family. I understand, Mother." Liang Rurong nodded and saw Zhao Xiuxiang out. The moon was high, and the yard was silent. Liang Rurong lay on her bed, thinking about the herbs she needed to gather tomorrow. Gradually, she fell asleep. At dawn the next day, she carried a bamboo basket into the mountains. Following the same route as last time, she collected many herbs. She took these herbs to the town's pharmacy to exchange for money and also deposited some of the money she had won from the gambling house. In this way, the troublesome problem was finally settled. On her way home, she bought some nourishing food, thinking that with 2 patients at home, they should also be nourished. When she opened the door, Zhao Xiuxiang was sitting in the yard, focused on embroidery. Liang Dashan was sitting on a bamboo chair, basking in the sun and sorting vegetables. And Mutsiwa. He was holding a sharp knife, carving a piece of wood, beads of sweat on his forehead. "What are you doing?" Liang Rurong placed the things she bought on the ground, curious. Liang Dashan chuckled. "Young master said he's going to make me a cane so I can walk with it." Liang Rurong looked at Musai in surprise, but the moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away. "Thank you," she said softly. "But my father's leg will heal soon, so you probably won't need the crutch you made anymore." Musai didn't stop what he was doing and spoke calmly and firmly. "Even during treatment, it can still be useful. Yes, after all, this is a gesture of Mr. Mu's kindness," Liang Dashan said with a smile. Liang Rurong stepped forward, crouched slightly in front of Liang Dashan, gently placed her hand on his knee, and said with a smile, "Dad, I've found a way to heal your leg. Let's start now." Now, Liang Dashan looked at her in shock. He thought her words, yesterday, were just to comfort him. Liang Rurong nodded firmly. "Yes, right now." She then returned to her room and took out silver needles and an alcohol lamp. Seeing these unfamiliar objects she had never seen before, Zhao Xunyang felt nervous and worried. Rurong, what are these things? Can they really heal your dad's leg? Maybe we should just forget it. Your mother is right. Even if dad's leg is useless, he can still do some carpentry work and earn a few silver coins. Liang Dashan hesitated too. After all, his daughter had never gone to school and probably didn't even recognize many characters. How could she cure his stubborn illness? Seeing their hesitation, Liang Rurong held Liang Dashan's hand and said with determination, Dad, you're not even 40 yet, the best age. Do you want to spend the rest of your life leaning on a crutch? Your leg was injured because of me. No matter what method I use, I will cure you. But Rurong, do you really have confidence? Zhao Xunyang asked anxiously, rubbing her hands. At this moment, Mu Sai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Uncle Annie, I think you should trust her. My injuries are quite serious, but with Liang Girl's treatment, I am gradually recovering. It shows that Liang Girl truly knows medicine. Besides, as a man, I understand your feelings of frustration. Having a glimmer of hope is better than wasting every day in despair. Liang Rurong was surprised that Mu Tsiue actually helped her speak, and she felt grateful. After hearing his words, Liang Dashan also started to waver. Since his leg was disabled, he had often been spoken about coldly by the villagers. They said he was useless and would only be a burden to the family in the future. Thinking of these hardships, tears flickered in his eyes. He finally made up his mind, clenched his teeth, and said, Okay. Seeing him finally relax, Liang Rurong felt her heart lighten. She took out a silver needle and an alcohol lamp, then gently rolled up Liang Dashan's pant leg to reveal his almost colorless, injured leg. Dad, when I give the needle, it might hurt a little. Please bear with it. It will be over quickly. While speaking, she picked up a silver needle, heated the tip over the flame of the alcohol lamp, then pinched it lightly between her fingers. She aimed at the Weizhong point on his knee and quickly and accurately inserted the needle. Suddenly, a sharp, numb pain spread from his leg through his whole body. Liang Dashan bit his lip and frowned tightly. Hubby, how do you feel? Zhao Xunyang nervously clenched her hands beside him, not daring to make a sound. The entire yard was silent, so quiet that even the sound of a falling leaf could be heard. Liang Rurong held her breath and continued to insert the needles. After a few more, Liang Dashan seemed unable to endure it anymore and started to make muffled low roars. Just as she decisively pulled out the last silver needle, Liang Dashan suddenly covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His forehead was covered in large beads of sweat, and he was panting heavily. His eyes also turned a little red. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Zhao Xunyang shouted nervously, rushing over to support him. She then looked at Liang Rurong anxiously and asked, Rurong, what's happening to Dad? Is something wrong? Liang Rurong let out a breath, checked the silver needles carefully, and put them back into the small box. She then took out a prepared damp cloth and gently wiped the dirt from the corner of Liang Dashan's mouth. Mom, Dad, don't worry. The fact that Dad spat out this blood means the illness is truly cured, she said with a bright smile, looking very confident. Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang exchanged glances, both filled with doubt. Liang Rurong explained, Last time I checked my father's pulse, I found that his blood was flowing downward and his meridians were blocked. I used silver needles to several points, like Weizhong, Fenlong, and Liangqiu, to open the meridians. Now that he has spit out this dark blood, his body will naturally get better day by day. That makes sense, said Liang Dashan, gradually relaxing. He wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve and looked a little weak. Honestly, after spitting out that blood, I feel much better in my chest. It's not as stuffy as a few days ago. Zhao Xunyang looked happy and took Liang Rurong's hand to praise her. I didn't expect that old healer to be so effective. Rurong, you really are our family's lucky star. Liang Rurong glanced at Mu Tsiue beside her and slightly smiled. All right, Mother. Dad is still very weak now. Help him back to his room to rest. I will give him acupuncture every 2 days. After 3 treatments, he should be able to walk again. Good, I'll help your father inside first. You look tired too. Go rest now, Zhao Xunyang said, supporting Liang Dacian as she wobbled back to the house. Just as Liang Rurong was about to leave, Mutsiwa called her back. Your medical skills, even if you go to the capital, are good enough to compare with the imperial doctors. Isn't it a pity to stay hidden in this small village? His tone was very calm, no longer questioning but instead showing some admiration. Liang Rurong paused, thinking carefully. Everyone has their own wishes. I don't think there's anything wrong here. At least I can stay with my parents and live a peaceful life. Suddenly, she seemed to catch something from Mutsiwa's words. She turned around in surprise and looked at him. You're from the capital? Otherwise, why would you know so much about the level of the imperial doctors? Mutsiwa didn't answer. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness passing through, and he went back into his room. A wave of suspicion rose in Liang Rurong's mind. She recalled how she had saved Mutsiwa in the wild that day and felt more convinced that his identity was suspicious.
Could he be
an escaped criminal from the capital? Forget it. When she saved him, she also received quite a bit of silver. He used tricks on people. She just needed to treat his injuries quickly and send him away. As soon as she returned to her room, she heard a beeping sound in her mind. Liang Rurong quickly entered the space and was pleasantly surprised to find many medical supplies inside, blood pressure monitors, blood glucose meters, and even a foot massager for recovery. These are exactly what she needs most right now. Although she has already used acupuncture to remove the blood stasis inside Liang Dacian, taking care of her health and recovery is still very important. After checking all the equipment, it was getting late. She had a simple meal and went to bed early. The next day, she went back into the mountains to pick herbs. This time, she took a different path. Sure enough, she gathered a lot. Within half a day, her bamboo basket was full. Walking along the country road, she thought about using the money she earned to buy her parents new clothes. She often saw them wearing old, faded coarse cloth clothes, which made her feel sad. Stop right there. A rough voice called from behind. Liang Rurong turned around in surprise and saw 3 or 4 strong men approaching. The leader had dark skin, muddy hands, and eyes that shone with a frightening green light. Recalling her memories, this man was Liang Kong, a troublemaker everyone in the village avoided. The original her was timid and obedient. How could she be involved with someone like him? Do you have something to say? She asked calmly. Liang Kong suddenly burst into loud laughter, stepped forward, and circled around her, his sneaky eyes fixed on her. Liang Rurong, I didn't expect this. It's been a few days, and you've become even more beautiful. Looks like I can consider our matter now. Liang Rurong frowned and asked irritably, our matter?
What are you talking about?
Ha ha ha, don't you know? A few months ago, your grandmother took a silver coin from me and sold you to me. So now you are my wife. I thought you were dead and my silver would go to waste. But I didn't expect you to come back. Perfect timing. You're coming with me today. As he spoke, Liang Kong reached out with his dirty, salty pig's hand to grab her clothes. How could this wicked and biased old woman sell herself to a village troublemaker for just a silver coin? Let go of my hand. Liang Rurong slapped his hand away and frowned with disgust. I don't want to go anywhere with you. I don't know anything about this. Liang Kong searched his pockets and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, then threw it to Liang Rurong. Take a good look yourself. This is signed by your grandmother and has her fingerprint. The words are clear. There's no way you can deny it. Liang Rurong opened the paper and looked at the crooked characters spelling Lu Yufan. She immediately felt angry. She never thought she would see such a grandmother who would try to sell her own granddaughter to a bad person. Her eyes turned cold as she crumpled the paper and threw it at him. We have already divided the family. She no longer has any say over me. Also, when she signed this, she didn't ask for my permission, so this contract is invalid.
What?
You want to deny it? Liang Kang's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he threatened. If you don't come with me today, you owe me 100 taels of silver. Ha, you're really asking for a lot. The person who signed this contract should go ask the one who signed it. I don't know anything about this. The name on it isn't even mine. Liang Rurong scoffed, lifting her head proudly as she tried to walk away. Unexpectedly, Liang Kong suddenly grabbed her wrist forcefully, almost crushing her bones. Liang Rurong felt some pain and frowned, but her eyes showed stubbornness and resilience. "What are you trying to do?" she shouted. Seeing her resistance, Liang Kong got even more excited and smirked lecherously. "I didn't expect anyone in this village to dare challenge me, Liang Kong. Since you're disobedient, I'll show you what I can do." He then waved to two others behind him and ordered, "You two, take her back. Tonight, I'm going to marry her." "Yes, Brother Kong. We just hope we can all have some fun too, haha." "Yeah, Brother Kong, she's quite pretty." Their words made Liang Rurong feel sick and disgusted. Just as they tried to grab her shoulders, Liang Rurong stomped Liang Kang's foot. While he grimaced in pain, she quickly grabbed the iron shovel from the basket and held it tightly, aiming it at the two men. "All three of you, get away from me, or don't blame me for being rude." Liang Kong, relying on his tall and strong build, completely ignored Liang Rurong's intimidation and swung his arm to charge forward. "How dare you, a weak little girl, try to fight me?" Unexpectedly, Liang Rurong clenched her teeth and forcefully swung the iron shovel, hitting Liang Kang's left arm. Blood immediately gushed out, shocking the three people in front of her. None of them expected that this seemingly fragile girl would actually dare to fight back. This angered Liang Kong even more. He covered his bleeding wound and cursed loudly, "You're tired of living, daring to fight me. You too, teach her a harsh lesson." The other two looked at each other, clearly feeling nervous. But none dared disobey Liang Kang's orders. They could only grit their teeth and rush forward, fists swinging. Liang Rurong seized the moment, kicking one of them in the knee and then punching him hard in the face. "Ah!" The scream echoed through the woods. The man clutched his leg and fell to the ground, twisting in pain. However, fists alone couldn't match for legs. Fighting this one person had almost drained Liang Rurong's strength. When the other person rushed over, she was a half-beat slow and was firmly grabbed from behind. "Brother Kong, I caught him for you." Liang Kong, with a fierce expression, walked forward, spat on the ground, and raised his hand high. "You brat, weren't you just so tough a moment ago? Now you're in my hands. Let's see how I teach you a lesson." Liang Rurong's heart sank. It seemed she couldn't escape today. She instinctively closed her eyes. But after waiting for a while, Liang Kang's slap didn't land on her face. Instead, she heard a pig-like squeal nearby. She cracked one eye open and was shocked to see Liang Kong lying on the ground, clutching his face. At the same time, a tall, strong figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The powerful aura made her hold her breath involuntarily. After a few seconds, Liang Rurong finally saw his handsome face. At this moment, Liang Kong was supported by his two companions and staggered to his feet. He walked up to Mutsiwa, sharply raised a finger, and pointed at his nose while scolding. "Where did you come from? How dare you interfere in my business?" The next second, Mutsiwa reached out, tightly grabbed his finger, and forcefully bent it back. With a loud, Liang Kang's face instantly lost all color. His features twisted in pain, and he could hardly make a sound. Only large beads of sweat rolled down his dirty face. The other two men, seeing this, trembled like leaves in the wind and dared not step forward. Mutsiwa's eyes flashed coldly as he said slowly, "Her matters are my concern. If you try to take her today, see how many fingers you can still keep." His fierce killing intent was like a wild beast ready to attack, as if anyone approaching would be torn apart to the bone. Enduring the pain, Liang Kong crawled up from the ground and looked at Liang Rurong standing behind Mutsiwa. Suddenly, he sneered lecherously, "Haha, I wonder who this is. Turns out she's your kept girl. I didn't expect you to be secretly seeing a man outside. You're ruining the reputation of our Liang village. Stop talking nonsense. He was injured and staying at my house to recover. We have nothing to do with each other." Liang Rurong said seriously, her eyes firm. But Liang Kong didn't believe her and spoke even more nastily. "What do you mean staying to recover? There are so many people in this village. Why does he have to stay at your house? I think you're just sneaking around." Liang Rurong, You're not married yet, and you're involved with some outsider who would still want you in the future. You're just a shameless, low person." Before he finished, 2 loud slaps landed on his face. Mu Tsiu's strength was so great that he swollen half of Liang Kang's face and knocked out one of his teeth. "If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, this will be your grave," Mu Tsiu said coldly, staring at Liang Kang with a dead-like gaze. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. Terrified, Liang Kang swallowed hard, covered his bleeding mouth, and, along with his 2 companions, ran away in a panic. Liang Rurong let out a small breath of relief. Looking at his pale knuckles, she stepped forward and softly said, "Thank you just now. You're welcome. Just consider it my way of saving your life," Mu Sai said calmly as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. Liang Rurong suddenly noticed a faint trace of blood seeping from his back and became nervous. "Oh no, you probably tore your wound when you moved earlier. Let's go back so I can bandage it for you. It's just a small injury. It's not serious," Mu Sai said dismissively, then slightly smiled at her. "You were quite brave during the fight earlier. If it had been someone else, they might have been scared." Liang Rurong smiled and said, "What else could I do? Not let them take me away? Sitting and waiting to be taken isn't my style." Suddenly, she noticed Mu Sai was heading outside the village. Curious, she asked, "Where are you going? Why are you passing by here?" Mu Sai was silent for a moment before calmly replying, "The weather is nice today, and I was feeling bored staying at home, so I took a walk nearby. But my home isn't close to the village entrance," Liang Rurong said, glancing at him with suspicion. She also sensed that Mu Sai didn't want her to know where he was going, so she wisely didn't ask further. She only gently reminded him, "My parents are honest and straightforward people. I don't care what you do, as long as you don't cause trouble for our family." After saying that, she carried her bamboo basket and walked ahead. Watching her back, Mu Sai's eyes darkened slightly. He was still investigating something and couldn't leave Liang's village yet. The 2 of them returned home one after the other. Before they even entered, Liang Rurong heard loud arguing from the yard. "You're such an unfilial child. Do you really not care about us? Aren't you afraid of thunder and lightning?" It was the voice of Lu, the troublemaker of the family. Liang Rurong quickly put down her basket, pushed open the door, and rushed inside. Sure enough, she saw Lu standing with her hands on her hips, arguing loudly with Liang Dashan and Zhao Xiurong. Liang Dashan sat on a bamboo chair, looking worried. Zhao Xiurong stood beside him, too scared to speak, with her head bowed and eyes lowered. Liang Rurong stepped forward and asked calmly, "Who is shouting loudly in my yard?" "Oh, it's Grandma. In this hot weather, your anger isn't good for your health." Lu Yufin turned to look at her and snorted proudly from her nose. "You still remember that I am your grandma. Your family has abandoned morals, being unfilial to your in-laws and not caring for your parents. That's truly unjust. Being unfilial and not caring for parents is a big accusation," Liang Rurong said quietly, with a slight smile. "But I remember not long ago, we just separated our households. The agreement clearly states that. Are you now trying to deny it?" Lu Yufin held her head high, her eyes nearly popping out, and confidently shouted, "We agreed to separate, but that doesn't mean cutting ties. You still need to send money every month for my support." "That's true," Liang Rurong nodded. The household separation agreement did include that, requiring Liang Dashan's family to send a fixed amount of money each month as support. She then looked at Zhao Xunyang and asked, "Mom, did we send money to them this month?" "Of course, I sent some a few days ago," Zhao Xunyang quickly replied. Liang Rurong looked back at Lu Yufin's gloomy face and asked curiously, "If that's the case, why are you coming to ask us for money?" "Well," Lu Yufin hesitated, then finally said, "Grandpa went into the mountains yesterday and hurt his leg. He needs money for treatment. Don't you, as his children, need to contribute?" Hearing this, Liang Dashan, sitting on a bamboo chair, looked worried and asked quickly, "Grandpa's hurt? Is it serious? Why didn't anyone tell us?" "Yes, Mom. Is Grandpa's injury serious?" Zhao Xunyang quickly agreed. Lu Yufin stretched her neck and shook her head disdainfully, rolling her eyes. "I've already taken him to the town clinic. The doctor said he needs good rest, and prescribe some medicine. It costs a few silver coins. Don't you think you should contribute some money? Liang Dashan frowned and exchanged a look with Zhao Xunyang. He sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, we should contribute some money, but our family, hubby, we don't have any extra money now, Zhao Xunyang said with a worried look, standing there nervously. No money? Who are you trying to fool? I think you just don't want to give out any money, Lu Yufan said with a sharp, mean expression on her thin, yellow face. Liang Ruong's dark eyes flashed with a silver light as she spoke coldly. Not long ago, you just sold me for a silver coin. How come you've spent it all so quickly? What? What did you say? Lu Yufan looked at her in shock. Liang Ruong smiled calmly and asked slowly, I met Liang Kong at the village entrance just now. He said you once took a silver coin from him to marry me. Is that true? Hearing this, Lu Yufan's pupils trembled visibly, and her lips quivered twice.
You. How do you know that?
What? You want to marry Ruong to Liang Kong? When did this happen? I didn't know anything about it. Zhao Xunyang quickly ran forward, looking at Lu Yufan with disbelief. Mother, is this true? Liang Kong is a troublemaker in the village. How could you make such a decision? Lu Yufan swallowed nervously and denied, Don't listen to this girl. I never said I would marry her to Liang Kong. Liang Ruong had already known she wouldn't admit it. She took out the contract and raised an eyebrow. This daughter of ours isn't very clear, but look, there's Grandma's fingerprint on it. Zhao Xunyang leaned in to look and her eyes widened suddenly. The usually gentle woman became sharp and stern. Mother, how could you do such a thing? Even if you don't like our family, Ruong is your granddaughter. How can you bear to marry her to Liang Kong, that troublemaker? Behind her, Liang Dashan couldn't sit still anymore. He struggled to stand up, coughing forcefully, his lips turning pale. Mother, I have always been obedient to you and Dad. I never disobey your wishes. But this time, what you've done is really too much. Outside the yard, villagers' murmurs and whispers could be heard. Yes, who is Liang Kong? Does anyone not know? She actually wants to marry her granddaughter to a bully. That's so cruel. Lu Yufan's face turned bright red. Instead of feeling guilty about the accusations and insults from everyone, she became even more arrogant. She held her head high, spitting as she spoke. Humph, a piece of paper doesn't prove anything. All of this is your own story. Do you have any proof? The atmosphere in the yard became very tense until a voice from the corner broke the silence. I can testify for Miss Liang. Just now at the village entrance, Liang Kong admitted everything himself and even tried to hurt Miss Liang. Everyone looked sharply at Mutsiua. Liang Ruong felt a strange sense of gratitude. Lu Yufan shot him a sharp look and scoffed. You're just a stranger. Mind your own business. Now that you've been helped by them, of course you'll side with them. Mutsiua stood with his hands behind his back, his cold and proud face showing no emotion. His tone was calm but commanding. Because I am an outsider, my words are more fair. If you don't believe me, we can go to court. But secretly buying and selling people is a serious crime, enough to be exiled to the northwest. Hearing this, Lu Yufan's face turned pale with fear, almost collapsing to the ground. What do you mean buying and selling people? I am selling my own granddaughter. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she had made a mistake and had fallen into a trap so easily. Everyone, did you hear that? She admitted it herself. Exactly. She's so inhumane. Amid the gossip, Lu Yufan blushed and felt utterly ashamed, so she had to leave quickly. Liang Dashan pounded on the bamboo chair and sighed. What a sin. I never thought my mother would do such a thing. Yes. Luckily Ruong found out early, or what would we do? Zhao Xunyang's eyes were red, feeling a wave of fear. Liang Ruong stepped forward and gently held her mother's hand, smiling softly. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I've already taken back the contract. Even if Liang Kong wants to cause trouble, he won't come after us. Ruong, you've really suffered for this. Zhao Xunyang looked at her daughter's delicate face, feeling guilty. If it weren't for their weakness as a couple, they wouldn't have let their daughter's future be controlled by others. Mom, don't say that. My daughter is very happy now. Being loved and cared for by you and Dad is the greatest blessing for her, Liang Rurong said, leaning her head on her mother's shoulder. She smelled the faint scent of soapberry and felt a happiness she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, Musai, who was quietly watching them, felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Just as he was about to turn back to his room, Liang Rurong softly called out to him. "Thank you for what you did earlier." Musai stopped but did not turn around. He simply replied calmly, "I was just stating what I saw." These few simple words extinguished the small feeling of gratitude Liang Rurong had just begun to feel. She pouted and brought in the herbs she had just picked, selecting a few to cook a soup for Liang Dashan. In the following days, Liang Rurong gave Liang Dashan acupuncture on time. After each treatment, his blood circulation in the legs improved, and his overall condition got better. One early morning, Liang Rurong had just woken up when she heard some noise in the yard. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, put on her clothes, and opened the door. She saw Liang Dashan using both hands to support a chair, wobbling as he tried to stand up. His thin body was wrapped in morning fog, making him look especially fragile. Watching his determined back, Liang Rurong hesitated to approach and disturb him, secretly feeling worried for him. Suddenly, Liang Dashan's legs grew weak, and he lost his balance, falling down. "Dad, be careful." Liang Rurong hurried over to help him. Seeing the sweat on Liang Dashan's forehead, she felt a twinge of sadness and comforted him with a smile. "Dad, your legs aren't fully healed yet. No need to rush." But Liang Dashan's face showed no worry. Instead, he smiled happily. "I woke up early today and felt my legs were much better. It seemed like I regained strength overnight. I wanted to see if I could stand up. Look, I did it." Yes. As long as Dad takes his medicine on time and rests well, he will recover completely," Liang Rurong said confidently, her eyes shining with hope. After lunch, Liang Rurong thought it was about time and went to the next room to change Musai's dressing. At this moment, Musai was sitting under the window, looking seriously at the secret letter in his hand. When Liang Rurong entered, he quietly put the letter away without showing any emotion. "It's time to change the dressing," Liang Rurong said, placing the prepared gauze and disinfectant on the table and glancing at him. This time, Musai didn't hesitate. He stood up and sat in the chair, turning his back to her as he took off his coat, revealing his strong back. During his stay in the village, his skin had turned a weak color from the sun, with a faint shine that made him look more attractive. Liang Rurong was momentarily distracted until she caught the strong smell of disinfectant, which brought her back to her senses. She mentally scolded herself 3 times, reminding herself that curiosity can be dangerous. She skillfully unwrapped the gauze, carefully examined the healing of his wound, and nodded with satisfaction. "It's healing well. You'll be able to remove the stitches soon. Thanks to your good health. If it were someone else, it might take over a month." Then she dipped a cotton ball in disinfectant and gently wiped his wound. Suddenly, a sharp pain made Musai gasp and his back muscles twitch. "Hold on, it will be over soon," Liang Rurong said softly, leaning in and blowing gently on his wound. The cool breeze brushed over the swollen skin, bringing a tingling sensation that seemed to stir a soft spot in Musai's heart. After finishing the dressing, Liang Rurong was about to stand up when her gaze fell on his left arm, where a bruise had appeared unexpectedly, standing out sharply. She remembered clearly that during the last dressing change, there was no wound there. "Is this a new injury?" she asked in surprise. Musai quickly pulled up his coat and explained lightly, "Just bumped into something, it's nothing." But this excuse sounded weak. He stayed at home all day. How could he have gotten such a large bruise? At this moment, she remembered the day she met Musai at the village entrance and felt a wave of unease. While packing up her things, she tentatively asked, "You've been living at my house for a while now. I haven't asked before, where is your hometown and what kind of work do your family do? Why, now you're finally worried about me being a bad person. Isn't it a bit late?" Musai looked at her playfully. Liang Rurong remained calm, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised like a crescent moon. "Actually, I don't care who you are. I just want to remind you that whatever you're doing now don't involve me or my parents." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Musai narrowed his cold eyes and finally managed to say through clenched teeth, "Don't worry, I won't." But these simple 4 words made Liang Rurong feel a lot more at ease. "Good. Then remember what you just said." After saying that, she picked up her things and pushed the door open to leave. The next morning, Liang Rurong got up, tidied herself briefly, and then went to Zhao Xianyang's place. Seeing her working on the farm, she couldn't help feeling curious. "Mom, why did you get up so early?" she asked as she approached. Zhao Xianyang looked up and gave her a gentle smile. "Li Su's daughter from the next village is getting married next month. Li Su asked me to embroider a beautiful quilt for her, and the price was fair. I thought I'd finish it early, so if anything doesn't fit, I can fix it." Liang Rurong sat down on a small stool beside her, staring intently at the embroidery, amazed. "Mom, your embroidery is so beautiful. Look at these flowers. They seem to smell so nice. If you like it, when you get married someday, I'll make you an even better one," Zhao Xianyang joked with a smile. Liang Rurong blushed and shyly turned her head away. "Mom, what are you saying? I don't want to get married. I just want to stay with you and Dad forever." "Silly girl. How can a daughter grow up and not get married?" While they were chatting, suddenly there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door. "Deshawn, open the door quickly. Something's happened at your house." Zhao Xianyang hurried to open the door. An old man from the village, Lao Zhang, was panting as he shouted, "Liang Kong and some others caused trouble at your house, and he even fought with your grandpa. You should come and see." Just then, Deshawn came out of the house. Hearing this, he immediately became nervous. "I'll go right now." He hurriedly leaned on his cane, limping as he headed outside. Liang Rurong thought for a moment. Liang Kong going to find Lu sure must be about her marriage agreement. She saw this as a good chance to settle everything once and for all. "Father, wait a moment. I will go with you," she said as she stood up and followed him. Liang Dashan frowned, feeling something was wrong. "It's very chaotic over there. You should stay at home with your mother." "Father, your legs are not in good shape. I can't leave you alone to go out," Liang Rurong insisted. Liang Dashan thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, let's go quickly." So, Liang Rurong helped him as they headed to Lu's house. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Liang Kong and his men cornering Liang Zizhong and Lu Yufan, shouting and scolding aggressively. "Either you hand them over today or pay up, or I'll tear down your house until there's nothing left but the roof." Liang Zizhong was a cowardly fool who was all talk and no action. He didn't dare to speak up in front of Liang Kong and kept smiling nervously. "Stop!" Liang Dashan shouted. The group turned to look at them all at once. Liang Kong looked at Liang Rurong with a lecherous smile. "Oh, isn't that the daughter-in-law who's not married yet? You're really quick. Huh, have you finally made up your mind? Are you ready to go back with me today? Show some respect. My daughter has never agreed to marry you." Liang Dashan quickly pulled Liang Rurong behind him. Liang Kong looked at his cane and sneered mockingly. "You, dare to challenge me? As long as I want someone, there's no one I can't get." Lu Yufan, seeing a chance to escape, hurriedly pulled Liang Dashan aside and started persuading him earnestly. "Dashan, I think Rurong should marry him. Liang Kang's family isn't poor, and at least she won't have to worry about food and clothes." Liang Dashan looked at her in disbelief, anxious. "Mother, how can you say that? Liang Kang's family may have some money, but he's notorious for being a bully. How can Rurong marry him? What can we do if she doesn't? They've already come to our door. Do you want to see your father and me forced to death?" Lu Yufan started crying and acting pitiful. "Ever since I married into your Liang family, I haven't had a single good day. I've raised you and your siblings, and now I'm being pushed to the brink of death. My life is so miserable." Meanwhile, Liang Kong, with a straw in his mouth and green light shining in his eyes, reached out to touch Liang Rurong's fair face. "Why didn't that wild man come with you?" Liang Rurong quickly turned her face away and sharply asked, "What wild man? Don't deny it. I saw it with my own eyes. You hid a wild man at home, and were doing that kind of thing in the field at the village entrance. Now you're pretending to be innocent." The villagers outside, who were watching the scene, started gossiping excitedly.
What?
She hid a wild man at home? That's really shocking. Yeah, I didn't expect Liang Rurong to be so young and already involved with a man. These gossiping women in the village loved to spread such rumors, chattering like sparrows in the trees. Liang Rurong slightly lifted her eyelids, looked at him coldly, and said disdainfully, "Stop talking nonsense. I think that beating I gave you that day was too light. Maybe it didn't teach you a lesson." Taking the opportunity, Liang Kong shouted to the crowd, "You all heard it. It was because I caught her in her shameful act that she and that wild man beat me up. As a result, the villagers' gossip grew more intense, and harsh words were directed at Liang Rurong like sharp blades." "Liang Rurong, don't you know that a woman's reputation is the most important? How will you marry someone if you keep acting like this?" "Yeah, who would want such a shameless woman?" Liang Kong grinned triumphantly and leaned close to Liang Rurong's ear, lowering his voice. "What do you think? Besides me, who else would want you now?" When Lu Yufan heard this, she took the opportunity to hold Liang Dashan's hand and try to persuade him. "Listen to what they're saying about your daughter. I think you should let her marry soon, or no one will want her in the future." Liang Rurong's eyes sharpened, and her lips curled slightly as she looked at Lu Yufan with disdain, like she was looking at a clown. "You really are forgetful, aren't you? Don't you remember that you sold me to Liang Kong without my parents' permission for a silver coin? I haven't even brought this up with you, and now you're causing trouble again. I think you're the most shameless person. You little brat. I am your grandmother, and you dare to talk to me like that?" Lu Yufan was furious and pointed at Liang Rurong's nose, shouting, "Have you ever done something that makes me respect you? You just rely on your age to act bossy and arrogant here." Lu Yufan was very angry, but since she still needed Liang Rurong's help with her marriage, she forced a smile. "Rurong, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at how badly your reputation is being talked about now. Instead of ending up unmarried, Liang Kong might actually be a good choice." These words sounded really disgusting. "My reputation isn't for others to judge. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong, and I feel no guilt," she said calmly, with a strong presence. Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Lu Yufan got a bit worried. "That wild man from your family, I saw him myself. Can't you admit it?" At this moment, Liang Dashan stepped forward, anxiously explaining for his daughter. "Mother, what are you talking about? That young man, Mugong, was just injured and staying at our house to recover. He has nothing to do with Rurong. With me and Xiaonyang here, nothing bad will happen. Please don't spread rumors." Liang Kong, standing nearby, grew impatient. He spat on the ground and staggered over. "How are your plans going? I've been waiting here for a long time. Today, she has to come with me." Liang Dashan protected Liang Rurong tightly, his face dark with anger. Since ancient times, a girl's marriage depends on her parents' approval and matchmakers. Neither I nor her mother knows about this. Do you think you can force her to marry you in broad daylight? I have a written agreement. Do you want to deny it?" Liang Kong took out the contract he signed with Lu Yufan and threw it at her face. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Either give her to me or pay the money. You decide." The villagers outside didn't understand what was happening and started whispering among themselves. Rurong took the chance to run over to them, looking sad and crying out, "Uncles and aunts, you saw it. My grandmother took 1 or 2 silver coins from Liang Kong and tried to sell me to him. My parents didn't agree, so she forced her way in and even wanted to take me away with Liang Kong." Hearing the truth, the villagers turned against Lu Yufan immediately, pointing fingers at her. "It's unbelievable. There are such cruel people in the world, willing to sell their own granddaughter. Yes, it's something we've never heard of before." Liang Kong suddenly grabbed Lu Yufan by the collar and lifted her into the air. "Hurry up and pay back the money. According to the contract, you owe me 100 taels of silver." Frightened, Lu Yufan broke out in cold sweat and cried loudly while pulling Liang Dashan's arm. "Dashan, you see what's happening. They want me to pay 100 taels of silver. How can I get that much money from you and your father? Maybe you should let Rurong go with him." At this moment, even though Liang Dashan was very respectful, he saw her true ugly face clearly. He pushed her hand away and firmly said, "Mother, Rurong is my only daughter. I absolutely cannot agree to this. Seeing that her last hope was gone, Lu Yufin felt hopeless and suddenly blacked out. Just then, Liang Zizhong came back from outside. He hurried over and shouted, old lady, what's wrong with you?" A few people quickly carried Lu Yufin into the house. Liang Dashan wanted to go inside to see what was happening, but Liang Rurong held him back. "Dad, let's go home. Otherwise, when Grandma wakes up, she'll still make me marry Liang Kong. This is their problem, and they should handle it themselves. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in this endless hole forever, and it might even ruin my lifelong happiness." Liang Dashan thought carefully and agreed that she had a point. He took Liang Rurong and went home. After some time, Lu Yufin slowly woke up, feeling dizzy. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard Liang Bear crying softly. Then she saw that all the furniture and utensils in her house had been smashed. The table, chairs, and benches were broken into pieces, and even the wash basin and rice jar were shattered. The house was in chaos. Liang Kong was inside with a group of his men, rummaging through everything and taking away the few valuable items. He also left a harsh warning: within 7 days, if you don't bring the person here, I'll sell this broken house to pay the debt. After saying that, he left angrily with his men. Liang Zizhong squatted on the ground, holding his head and cursing non-stop. Old man, what should we do now? Where can we get the silver?" Lu Yufin was out of ideas. She hit the edge of the bed with her hand and sighed heavily. Liang Zizhong suddenly stood up from the ground, kicked the stool in front of him fiercely, and shouted hoarsely, "You ask me? How would I know? This is all your fault." Then he walked out without looking back. Lu Yufin covered her face and cried. The 1 or 2 silver coins they had before were all spent on drinking by Liang Dashan. Now he had given up and ignored everything. Liang Baoruo wiped her tears, moved her plump body to sit nearby, and discussed with Lu Yufin. "Mother, don't worry yet. This situation isn't hopeless." Hearing this, Lu Yufin's eyes brightened. "Really? Do you have a plan?" Liang Baoruo squinted her eyes and said coldly, "They just want someone. No matter what method they use, as long as we send someone to them, this problem will be solved." "Do you mean?" Lu Yufin thought carefully and understood her meaning, but she hesitated. "What if someone finds out? Liang Rurong is not the same as before. We'll do it secretly, so no one will find out." Liang Baoruo lowered her voice. "Do you want to see our family become ruins in 7 days?" After hearing this, Lu Yufin no longer hesitated and nodded heavily. Meanwhile, Liang Dashan and Liang Rurong returned home. Zhao Xionyang was furious when she heard about it. At the same time, she felt a faint sense of unease. Will Liang Kong keep causing trouble? What if he insists on making Rurong marry him? What should we do? Mu Tsiua walked over calmly and said, "According to our laws, the contract Liang Kong signed with Lu is invalid. If he really tries something illegal, you can report it to the authorities. That's a good idea. But I worry it will ruin Rurong's reputation." Zhao Xionyang sighed. In this era, a woman's reputation was more important than anything. But Liang Rurong herself didn't care. She smiled calmly and said, "Mother, a clear conscience is the best. Reputation is just something outside." Hearing this, Mu Tsiu's eyes showed a surprised look. He didn't expect that this young girl, who was not only skilled in gambling and had profound medical skills, also had such courage and insight. His curiosity about her deepened. After dinner, Liang Rurong took the foot massager she got from her space and went to Liang Dashan's room. "What is this thing?" Liang Dashan asked curiously. Liang Rurong smiled and explained, "This is a massager. It's used to massage the feet and can help improve blood flow in the legs, which is good for Dad's leg injury." Then she took out some packets of herbal powder and sprinkled them in. "This is my own foot soak mixture, made with herbs that promote blood circulation and reduce swelling. Dad, try it. This is the first time I've seen something like this." "Do you think it really works?" Liang Dashan looked at the large tub with many bumps on the bottom, seeming a bit doubtful. "Whether it works or not, you'll find out if you try." Liang Rurong had a warm smile on her face. She reached out, took off Liang Dashan's SS, and placed his feet into the foot-soak basin. Steam rose in layers, filling the air with a strong herbal scent, making people feel relaxed and comfortable. Liang Darshan closed his eyes slightly and took a long, deep breath. It's really much more comfortable. This massager really does work. From now on, Dad, you can soak your feet in this every day. I believe you'll recover very soon. After giving Liang Darshan an acupuncture treatment, Liang Rurong returned to her room. When she heard the space notification, she hurried inside and found many new items had been added. She even unlocked the medicine-making feature. The herbs collected from the mountain were turned into medicines at a 1:100 ratio. These included both modern medicines and some special remedies. However, the most powerful remedies could only be made after upgrading the hospital level. Great! These herbs are exactly what I need. Liang Rurong was very excited, planning to gather more herbs from the mountain tomorrow. After leaving the space, she felt a bit sleepy and lay down on the bed, falling asleep quickly. Early the next morning, she packed her bamboo basket and set out. To get more modern medicines, she wandered over half the mountain, sweating heavily from exhaustion. It wasn't until sunset that she finished packing up and headed home. During her rest, she took the herbs she collected today into the space and exchanged them for some anesthetics, disinfectants, and antibiotics. She believed these Western medicines would be useful in the future. As she walked, she suddenly sensed someone following her from behind. Liang Rurong became alert and quickly hid in a nearby forest. She watched for a long time, but saw no one passing by. Strange, am I too tired and having hallucinations? She frowned and muttered to herself. Just as she was about to continue her journey, someone suddenly hit her hard from behind. She spun around and fainted. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head. She endured the pain and slowly opened her eyes. She was surprised to find herself lying on a strange bed with ropes, unable to move. Just as she was about to struggle free, she heard hurried footsteps outside. The door was forcefully pushed open, and Liang Kong burst in, smelling of alcohol. Haha, weren't you so arrogant yesterday? I didn't think you'd end up in my hands today, he shouted loudly and staggered toward her, cursing. You were bought with my money, so you better serve me well, or I'll beat you to death. He pressed her down and his dirty hands touched her arm. Get away from me. Liang Rurong used all her strength, lifted her knee, and pushed it hard into his stomach. With a loud, painful scream, Liang Kong clutched his stomach and fell to the side like a rotten fish. His face twisted in anger as he cursed at her. You little brat, I'll break your legs. But at this moment, Liang Rurong had already jumped off the bed. Luckily, the lock on the ropes wasn't tight, and she easily untied herself. Just as she was about to run out the door, Liang Kong chased after her, grabbing her shoulders from behind. Trying to escape? The door's locked. You're my wife I married with my money, and you can't go anywhere in this life. He started pulling at her clothes, making lewd laughter. If you serve me well, you'll enjoy a good life. If you dare to disobey, I won't hesitate to hurt you. Liang Rurong couldn't take it anymore. She fought him off while secretly taking out the sleeping drug she had just obtained. She stabbed it into his thigh. After a piercing scream, Liang Kang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Liang Rurong quickly untied the ropes on her body and kicked him a few times to vent her anger. When she regained her senses, Liang Rurong suddenly felt something was wrong. How could Liang Kong know that she went to that mountain every day to gather herbs? And how could he suddenly tie her up here? At that moment, loud shouting and arguing came from outside. Rurong isn't that kind of person. You must have seen it wrong. Humph, I saw it with my own eyes. That girl was meeting a man here secretly. Listening carefully, it was Zhao Xionyang and Lu Yufin's voices. Sure enough, it seemed all this was planned by the old woman to force her into compliance and marry Liang Kong. A cold smile appeared on Liang Rurong's face. She took out a bottle of medicine and applied it to Liang Kang's arm. This kind of medicine, if injected in excess, can cause allergic reactions. Within seconds, Liang Kang's face and body broke out in red rashes, looking quite shocking. Liang Rurong pretended to help Liang Kong lie down on the bed and covered his forehead with a cold cloth. When Lu Yufin and her group burst in, they saw Liang Rurong applying medicine to Liang Kong. Liang Kong was lying on the bed, unconscious, with eyes swollen like walnuts. His mother, Lu, saw how he looked and ran forward in shock. "Konger, what's wrong with him? Why does he look like this?" Then she turned to Lu Yufin and asked fiercely, "You said Konga was meeting someone secretly at home. What's really going on? Teach this." Lu Yufin looked at the scene in front of her and was at a loss. She had originally planned to catch someone in the act, so Liang Rurong would have to agree to marry Liang Kong. But unexpectedly, it turned out like this. In just a short while, the red rashes on Liang Kang's body spread, and his face swelled up like a pig's head. Lu desperately shook his shoulder and shouted, "Konger, Konger, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Liang Kong showed no response, she grabbed Liang Rurong's wrist and asked fiercely, "Quick, tell us. What did you do to Konger? Why has he suddenly become like this?" Liang Rurong broke free from her hand, looking calm and confident. "I just came down from the mountain with herbs. I saw Liang Kong fainting by the roadside, as if he was poisoned. I brought him back." "Poisoned?" Mrs. Lu suddenly turned her head and glared at Lu Yufin and Liang Bear. "Didn't you say you saw Kong with this woman? What's really going on?" Lu Yufin hesitated, unsure how to explain. Liang Bear quickly thought of a lie and shouted at Liang Rurong, "Even if Liang Kong was really poisoned, how could you save him? You're definitely lying. According to your logic, I should just turn around and leave, letting him die in the wilderness." Liang Rurong raised an eyebrow and looked at her sarcastically. "Now we're in Liang Kang's house. Do you think it's okay to say such things in front of his parents?" "Liang Rurong, stop stirring trouble," Liang Bear quickly shouted, eyes wide. Mrs. Lu was already upset because Lu Yufin and her daughter had falsely accused her precious son. Now, seeing Liang Kong suffer like this, she felt even more anxious. She pointed at Liang Bear's nose and yelled hysterically, "Shut up. If anything happens to Kong, none of you will escape." At that moment, Liang Kong, lying on the bed, suddenly groaned in pain. "Mother, mother, I feel terrible. It's like my body is on fire." Mrs. Lu was so worried she almost fainted. She hurriedly sent Liang Yunxian to town to call a doctor. "His condition is very dangerous. We might not make it before the doctor arrives," Liang Rurong said calmly. Mrs. Lu almost blacked out with worry. Liang Kong was their only son, more precious than anything. "What should we do? If Kong dies, I don't want to live anymore," she cried and sat on the ground, sobbing loudly. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and then slowly said, "I have a way to save him." Mrs. Lu's eyes suddenly lit up with hope.
What?
"You can save Kong." Before Liang Rurong could answer, Lu Yufin scoffed. "Don't believe her. I've known her since she was a child, and I've never seen her know any medical skills. Yes, she is definitely lying to you and intentionally delaying treatment." Liang Baorong also agreed with this. Hearing this, Lu's family hesitated a bit. Liang Rurong smiled and looked indifferent. "If you don't believe me, go to town and ask a doctor. It will take a few hours round trip. Let's see if your son can hold on until then." At that moment, Liang Dashan came in from outside, leaning on a cane. "Just let Rurong try. The doctor said my leg was hopeless, but now Rurong has healed it. Look, I can walk now." Everyone's eyes focused on Liang Dashan's leg. The town's doctors once said he would be a for life, but now he can walk so soon. "Really? Your leg was healed by Liang Rurong?" Liang Yunxian seemed a bit doubtful. Liang Dashan looked at his daughter with pride. "Yes, Rurong used some method. My leg is getting better every day." Hearing this, Liang Rurong felt warm inside. Having family support is the greatest blessing in the world. Seeing Liang Kong on the verge of death, weak and faint, Liang Yunxian had no choice but to agree to let Rurong treat him. Liang Rurong asked everyone to step back. She took out some allergy medicine she had prepared and gave Liang Kong 2 pills. Actually, Liang Kang's allergy symptoms looked very serious, but were not life-threatening. But remembering his earlier inappropriate behavior towards her, Rurong felt a surge of anger. She slightly smiled and took out 3 silver needles, stabbing them firmly into his chest.
Ah!
It hurts. It hurts. Liang Kong shouted loudly in his unconsciousness. Lu's family hurried over, pushed Rurong aside, and asked annoyedly, "How did you treat him? Didn't you hear Konger crying in pain? Can't you be more careful?" Rurong showed a helpless, bitter smile. Is it more important to let him suffer a little pain, or to risk losing his life? Lu's family frowned and closed her mouth, saying no more. Liang Kong on the bed groaned and slowly woke up. His eyes were swollen shut, and his speech was unclear. "Konger, tell Mom what happened." "Who poisoned you?" Lu's family asked anxiously. Liang Kong was still confused and didn't know what had happened. When he looked at Liang Rurong, he suddenly became alert.
She.
He pointed at Liang Rurong with his finger, feeling a bit excited. Liang Rurong smiled slightly, raised the silver needle in her hand, and looked at him calmly. "Are you trying to say that you fainted just now and I saved you?" A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Liang Kang's swollen face. If others found out that he not only knocked Liang Rurong out but also tied her up to do something bad, he wouldn't get a good result. So he could only nervously nod and say, "Why, yes." Yes. After hearing Liang Kong, Lu Shi could only reply perfunctorily. "Since that's the case, thank you for saving my son." Liang Rurong stood up, casually tidied her clothes, and softly said, "No need to thank me. 10 taels of silver will do." "What? 10 taels of silver?" Lu Shi was shocked and jumped up, thinking she had heard wrong. "Liang Rurong, you're clearly taking advantage of the situation. Even the best doctor in town wouldn't charge so much." Liang Rurong turned to look at her, her face bright with a smile.
"How?"
"In your eyes, your son's life isn't worth 10 taels of silver." Seeing Liang Kong wake up, Lu Shi, wanting to avoid paying, boldly shouted, "Our family can't afford that much silver. Besides, it was you who offered to save Konger, not us who asked you to come." Liang Rurong already knew they were troublemakers. She calmly waved the allergy medicine in her hand. "Since you don't want to pay, then stay at home and wait for death." After saying this, Liang Rurong turned to leave. Lu Shi panicked and quickly chased after her, stopping her to ask, "What do you mean? Konger is already awake. How could he still be in danger?" Liang Rurong lowered her head, turning the medicine bottle in her hand, and explained slowly, "Your son is only temporarily out of danger. To fully cure his illness, he needs to take medicine 3 times a day. But this medicine is specially made by me and can't be bought elsewhere. Since you won't pay, you won't get this medicine either. Isn't that just waiting for death? You wicked woman. Give me the medicine now." Lu Shi's eyes blazed with anger as she tried to the medicine. Liang Rurong looked at Liang Kong on the bed, then shook her head and pursed her lips. "From what I see, if your son doesn't take his medicine again within 2 hours, he will die. The cost of the coffin won't be just 10 taels of silver." At that moment, Liang Kang's illness flared up again, and he rolled on the bed in pain. Mother, it hurts so much. It's killing me." To save her son's life, Lu Yufin reluctantly took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Liang Rurong. After placing the medicine down, Liang Rurong hummed a little tune, feeling happy as she went home. Not only did Lu Yufin fail to trick Liang Rurong, but she also easily earned 10 taels of silver from her, which made her very angry inside. After this serious illness, Liang Kong, having taken the medicine left by Liang Rurong, saw the red rash gradually fade, but it left a shallow scar that looked very ugly. This incident made him wary of Liang Rurong, but he couldn't accept it easily. He had to go find Lu Yufin and Liang Bei'er to settle scores. "You 2 shameless women, that day you tricked me into thinking you'd bring Liang Rurong home and marry her, but instead, I suffered. Now nothing you say matters. Give me 100 taels of silver." Lu Yufin couldn't come up with that much money and had to beg humbly. "We didn't know Liang Rurong was so powerful, but we really can't come up with 100 taels of silver. Please have mercy and don't make things difficult for us." "Making things difficult for you? That's a joke." Liang Kong tore open his shirt, revealing the terrifying red rash. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I've suffered so much these days. I can't just let it go. I tell you, either pay me a woman or give me 100 taels of silver." Lu Yufin, desperate, pounded her chest and sighed loudly. "Where am I supposed to find a woman for you?" A green light flashed in Liang Kang's eyes as he smirked lecherously. "I remember you have more than one granddaughter, right? If this one doesn't work, just find another. Are you talking about Shiyu?" "That's not possible." Lu Yufin's pupils trembled as she immediately refused. Liang Shiyu was a beautiful girl, famous for her looks in the village. Lu Yufin even planned to marry her to a wealthy landowner, so she could benefit too. There was no way she would marry Liang Kong, a troublemaker. Seeing her refusal, Liang Kong immediately showed a fierce expression. He grabbed her collar and threw her to the ground. "All right, it looks like you're refusing a polite offer and forcing us to be more direct." Then, he called a few people and started smashing things inside the house. He also took Lu Yufin's dowry jewelry and left quickly. Lu Yufin looked at the mess in the house and almost fainted. She hugged a torn quilt and cried loudly. In just one night, their family became completely poor and had nowhere to stay. After dinner, Liang Ruong sat outside with her parents to enjoy the cool evening. Liang Dashan waved a fan and looked very happy. Now everyone in the village respects Ruong. "I think we should visit that old wise man someday," Liang Ruong joked. "Dad, that old wise man is someone I met in my dreams." "Do you want to visit him in your dreams?" The family was happily talking when suddenly, the door was pushed open forcefully. Lu Yufin ran in crying with Liang Bauer. "Dashan, we really can't go on like this. If you don't help us, we might have to die." Liang Dashan looked surprised and quickly helped them. "Mom, what happened?" Liang Bauer, tears in her eyes, said. "Third brother, Liang Kong and his men came to our house, smashed everything, and stole all the valuable things. Now, we don't even have a grain of rice. Those people are so cruel." "Mom, you should report this to the authorities," Liang Dashan said angrily and anxiously. Lu Yufin hesitated, feeling guilty. She owed Liang Kong money, and if she reported it, it might reveal that she secretly sold Ruong to Liang Kong. If she didn't get her things back, she might end up in even bigger trouble. She held Liang Dashan's hand and begged sincerely. "Dashan, we don't even have money to buy rice now. Can you lend us some? Liang Kang's family just gave you 10 taels of silver a few days ago. Mom, that money was earned by Ruong. We don't have a say in it," Liang Dashan said, frowning with difficulty. Lu Yufin then looked at Liang Ruong and, for the first time, held her hand and begged. "Ruong, we made mistakes last time, but we are still family. Can you lend us some money?" Liang Ruong did not lift her head and calmly refused them, saying, "No, this money is for my parents to build a new house. I can't give it to you." Hearing this, Liang Baoru immediately became furious. "We don't even have enough to eat right now, and you still want to build a new house." "Yes, so what?" Liang Ruong lifted her eyelids and looked at her coldly. "That's still better than being 24 years old and still relying on your parents to support you." Liang Baoru's face turned red, and she couldn't say a word after holding back for a long time. Liang Ruong stood up, dusted off her sleeves, and slowly walked over to them. After thinking for a moment, she said, "As far as I know, you secretly save some money for Liang Shun every year. Liang Kong would never find out about it. Since the family is in trouble now, you should use that money for emergencies. Why are you asking us for it? That can't happen. This money is for Shui Yuan to go to school and get married. We can't touch it no matter what." Lu Yufin shouted loudly. Liang Ruong sneered sarcastically. She had long known that Lu Yufin was most biased against girls. Even if she was starving and had to beg on the streets, she would still save money for her grandson to build a house and get married. They deserved to end up in such a situation. After a moment of thought, Liang Ruong suddenly changed her mind and agreed. "All right, for the sake of our parents, I will lend you 10 taels of silver." But what?" Liang Baoru immediately brightened up, her eyes shining with hope. Liang Ruong's eyes sparkled as she smiled gently. "You need to write an IOU for me, promising to pay back 3 times the amount next year. That's 30 taels. 30 taels. Liang Ruong, you're going too far. We're family, and you're asking for so much." Liang Baoru exclaimed in shock. Even Lu Yufin couldn't help but start complaining. Yes, how can we possibly come up with 30 taels of silver in a year? Ignoring their complaints, Liang Rurong took out paper and a pen, quickly drafted an IOU, and held it out to them. As long as you sign and stamp this IOU, I will lend you the money immediately. But if you can't pay it back next year, I will take this IOU to the officials and ask the county magistrate to decide for me. Lu Yufin was so angry her head was steaming. She snatched the IOU and tore it to pieces. I just don't believe it. Without you all, we wouldn't even be able to starve to death. After saying this, she angrily left with Liang Baoru. Outside the hospital gate, Lu Yufin could no longer hold back her anger and cursed fiercely. That stubborn girl, a troublemaker, she's really making me mad. Mother, if Liang Rurong dares to treat you like that, we must not let her get away with it. Liang Baoru gritted her teeth and whispered something into her ear. Lu Yufin's eyes immediately flashed with a cold look. In the small courtyard, Liang Dashan felt a wave of sadness and sighed. It's all my fault for always giving in to them before. That's why they keep bothering us. Liang Rurong smiled kindly and comforted him. Dad is very filial. It's not really your fault. A gentle breeze blew, and the fragrant acacia flowers in the yard released a pleasant scent. Liang Rurong was moved and quickly climbed onto the roof to pick many fresh acacia flowers. She and Zhao Xionyang then started making acacia flower cakes. That evening, Liang Rurong returned to her room and heard a beeping sound from her device. She went to check and saw that many new medicines and tools had been unlocked. Besides disposable IVs, there was insulin and adrenaline, which are emergency medicines. Now she felt much more confident in handling things. Recently, Lu Yufin had been calmer and no longer caused trouble for them. Liang Rurong still went into the mountains daily to gather herbs. At night, she massaged Liang Dashan's legs and also changed the dressing for Mutsiua. A few days passed, and Mutsiua's wound had mostly healed, but he still needed rest for a while. Liang Dashan's leg was getting better each day. He no longer needed crutches and could walk slowly while holding onto the wall. Liang Rurong felt very satisfied with this peaceful life. She planned to save enough money to completely renovate their house so her parents could live more comfortably. One day, while they were eating, suddenly there was urgent knocking at the door. Zhao Xunyang hurried to open it. To her surprise, it was Sister A Zhu from next door. She was sweating heavily and looked very anxious, barely able to speak. Xunyang, our Dazhuang suddenly fainted. Please send Rurong to check on him right away. All right, don't worry. I'll go call someone right now. Zhao Xunyang, who was very kind-hearted, quickly went inside to call Liang Rurong. Although Liang Rurong didn't know what had happened, since it was a serious matter involving someone's life, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She quickly grabbed her medical kit and followed Zhao Xunyang to the next room. When she entered, she saw Dazhuang lying on the ground, his lips dry and pale, trembling uncontrollably. Rurong, please check quickly. What's wrong with Dazhuang? He was eating normally, and suddenly he became like this. Sister Zhu, with tears in her eyes, looked helpless. Liang Rurong calmly looked at the food on the table, roast chicken, roast goose, and several pastries. She couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Sister Zhu's husband had passed away many years ago, and only she and Dazhuang lived in the house. Why were there so many dishes prepared? She then looked down at Dazhuang, who was lying on the ground. He was about 8 or 9 years old, but much thinner than other children his age. Sister Zhu, do you make so much food every day? She asked curiously. Sister Zhu nodded. Yes, Dazhuang is still growing and he gets very hungry. That made it even more strange. He ate so much every day, but was still so thin, which didn't make sense. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Liang Rurong quickly opened her medical kit, took out a blood glucose test, and gently pricked Dazhuang's finger. A few seconds later, the result came out. His blood sugar was extremely high. It seemed Dazhuang had diabetes, which explained his symptoms. She quickly took out an insulin syringe, pinched the fat on Dazhuang's belly, and injected the insulin. Sister Zhu watched nervously. Rurong, what are you doing? What's wrong with Dazhuang? He has diabetes, Liang Rurong replied. Diabetes? What's that? I've never heard of it. Sister Zhu looked confused. Well, Liang Rurong scratched her head, trying to explain in simple words she could understand. It's caused by eating too much sugar. Does Dazhuang like sweets a lot? Sister Zhu nodded quickly. Yes, he loves sweets. He has to eat lots of pastries every day. He even prefers sugary drinks. No wonder. Sister Zhu, you must not let him eat so much sugar anymore, or it could be dangerous to his life. Liang Rurong looked at her seriously. You can't eat sweets and you should eat light food. Eat more vegetables. Okay, I understand. I will follow your advice. After a while, Dazhuang gradually woke up but still felt dizzy and weak. Sister A. Zhu quickly carried him to bed to rest. When they were leaving, Sister A. Zhu specially brought some money to give to Liang Rurong. Today, I really thank you. Please take this as a consultation fee. I can't afford more. Liang Rurong didn't accept it. She returned the money to her and smiled. Sister A. Zhu, we are neighbors. This is what I should do. Besides, you often help my mother with embroidery. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Also, Dazhuang's health must be carefully taken care of. If anything happens, just come to me. Sister A. Zhu was moved to tears and held Liang Rurong's hand, thanking her profusely. For the first time, Liang Rurong felt proud of her medical studies from her previous life. However, in just 3 days, the news spread through the village. Some gossipers even started spreading false rumors, claiming Liang Rurong could bring the dead back to life and heal bones. Liang Rurong didn't care about these false titles and continued her simple life as usual. Now, more and more items were unlocking in her space. As long as she gathered more herbs from the mountain tomorrow, she could unlock the divine medicine. But unexpectedly, the weather turned bad. A cold wind blew early in the morning. Liang Rurong looked at the sky, thinking that if she took a shortcut into the mountain, she could return before the rain. She took her bamboo basket and straw hat and headed out. She walked in the mountains for half a day, gathering many herbs. It was even more fortunate that she found some hemostatic plants like puhuang and crane grass. Suddenly, thunder roared louder in the sky. The wind in the valley howled past her ears. As the light and shadow changed, everything around her became dark. Just as she carefully moved forward along the same path, her foot suddenly slipped, and she fell heavily. Her ankle hit a hard stone with a loud, and a sharp pain shot straight to her heart. When she regained consciousness, she realized she had fallen into a trap. The trap was about 3 meters deep, filled with sharp stones and some protruding branches. It was very dangerous. If she had fallen slightly differently, the branches might have pierced her, and she could have lost her life. She clenched her teeth and carefully rolled up her pant leg. She saw that her ankle was swollen larger than a bun, and red blood mixed with dirt was flowing down her knee. She quickly took out antiseptic swabs and bandages from her space and wrapped her wound simply. After a while, the pain eased a little. Liang Rurong struggled to stand up, trying to grab the vine that had fallen to climb out. But as soon as her feet touched the ground, a sharp pain made her unable to stand. She had to stay put and use an ice pack to cool her injury. Is anyone there? She shouted loudly around her, but apart from the sound of thunder and lightning, there was no sign of anyone. As the heavy rain grew stronger and the sky darkened, she could faintly hear the howling of wild animals nearby. She didn't know how long had passed. Liang Rurong felt herself shivering from the cold, her head was dizzy, and everything in front of her became blurry. At this time, surely no one is coming into the mountains. Am I going to die here? She muttered to herself. Just as her consciousness was about to fade, a deep, powerful shout reached her ears. Liang Rurong! Liang Rurong! Where are you? Liang Rurong struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Cold rain hit her face, reminding her that this was real, not a hallucination. She forced herself to sit up and used her last strength to shout upward. I'm here. I'm here. Then, the last bit of light in her eyes slowly dimmed. At the moment her consciousness faded, she felt a warm, strong force wrap around her tightly. That familiar and urgent voice kept echoing in her ears. Don't be afraid. I am here. It felt like she had been sleeping for 100 years. Exhausted, Liang Rurong slowly opened her eyes. She was lying on Mutsiu's sturdy, strong back. The gentle sway made her feel much more at ease. The rain and wind had stopped. The sky was bright, and she could faintly smell the fresh scent of grass. She felt a slight movement in her heart and asked in a hoarse voice, "How did you come to the mountains?" Mo Sai still had a few raindrops on his forehead. His voice was a little breathless. "It rained. Uncle Liang saw you hadn't come back, so he wanted to go into the mountains to find you. But he can't walk well, so he asked me to come." "Oh, I see." For some reason, after hearing his answer, Liang Rurong felt a little disappointed inside. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind of the last words she heard before fainting. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Could it be that she was hearing things? At that moment, she suddenly felt sticky on her chest. When she looked down, she saw blood seeping out from Mo Sai's clothes. And his shoulder had a long cut, looking very shocking. "Are you hurt?" she asked worriedly, frowning. Mo Sai pressed his dry lips and walked steadily. "It's nothing, just a scratch from a branch." Liang Rurong looked at all the mud on him. It was hard to imagine how he managed to carry her out of that trap. Her nose felt a little sore without her realizing. On the forest path, the two walked in silence. Liang Rurong tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling his strong heartbeat. When they got home, it was already noon. Through the yard gate, Liang Rurong heard loud arguing from inside. "It's already been a day and a night. It rained so heavily last night. She definitely won't come back." "Exactly. Last year, someone from our village went into the mountains and was taken by wolves. I think she's in serious trouble. From now on, your family will only have 2 people. You won't need much food. Why not share some with us?" Sure enough, it was Lu Yufin and Liang Bei'er. Liang Rurong sneered. It seemed they had heard the news and thought she might die in the mountains, so they hurried over to beg for food. She got off Mo Sai's back, limped to open the door, and wore a cold smile. "So, you want me to die outside? Too bad, I've disappointed you." Everyone in the yard turned to look. Lu Yufin and Liang Bei'er's proud expressions instantly disappeared. Zhao Xunyang saw her daughter's pale face and the injuries on her body. She hurried forward and grabbed her. "Rurong, what's wrong?" "Your father, and I thought something had happened to you." Liang Rurong smiled slightly and comforted her, saying, "Mother, I'm fine. I've returned safely, haven't I?" "Yes, it's good you're back." "It's good you're back." Zhao Xiuxian wiped her tears, finally feeling relieved. Liang Rurong slowly walked over to Lu Yufin, her cold eyes quietly scanning her face. "It seems I returned at a bad time, ruining your plans. But you're too impatient. Even if I had really died in the mountains, you didn't need to rush over asking for money." Lu Yufin broke out in cold sweat, her face pale. "I just heard you went into the mountains and didn't come back, so I came to check on you." "Check on me?" Liang Rurong almost laughed out loud. "But I just heard you tell my parents that I was dead and that they should give you money." You heard wrong." Lu Yufin dared not meet her eyes, nervously hiding her guilt. Liang Rurong curled her lips in disdain and shot her a sharp look. "Even if I were dead, you wouldn't get a single coin from my parents. Just forget about it." Behind her, Liang Dashin stepped forward, frowning impatiently. "Mother, Rurong is back. If there's nothing else, you should go home now." Lu Yufin and Liang Bauer looked at each other angrily and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Mu Siue suddenly stopped them. "Wait a moment, I have something here. Please take a look." Then, amid everyone's puzzled looks, Mu Siue took a hairpin from his sleeve and held it out to Lu Yufin. Lu Yufin only glanced at it and her eyes widened in horror, almost collapsing to the ground. "I think you should recognize this," Mu Siue said in a deep voice, his eyes like a bottomless cold pool. Liang Rurong stepped forward and immediately recognized that this was the hairpin Lu Yufin usually wore. She reached out and snatched the hairpin, surprised. "Where did you find this hairpin?" Mu Siue paused and said, "When I rescued you from the trap, I found it by chance." A few simple words, but like a thunderclap exploding in Liang Rurong's mind. She stared at Lu Yufin with disbelief, questioning her word by word. So it was your trap that almost caused me to lose my life in the deep mountains. She thought Lu Yufin was just a woman who favored boys and was a bit greedy, but she never expected her to want to harm her for money. Mother, what is going on? Did you really do this? Liang Dashan was also very shocked. Lu Yufin trembled all over, her hands twisting nervously. After a long pause, she stammered, I lost this hairpin a few days ago by accident. I didn't know who picked it up. Exactly, you can't just say it was us because of a hairpin, Liang Bao agreed. Liang Rurong's eyes turned cold, with a serious and fierce look. She spoke softly but firmly. Yes, a hairpin alone doesn't prove anything. But I can tell you, I am not a soft person. If I find out who is behind this, I will make her pay 100 times over. Hearing this, Lu Yufin and Liang Bao's faces turned pale. They hurriedly snatched the hairpin from Liang Rurong and ran out the door. Exhausted, Liang Rurong felt dizzy and leaned on her forehead before collapsing.
Fortunately, Mu Sai was quick.
He quickly caught her from behind, held her in his arms, and walked swiftly into the house. Behind them, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xuanyang exchanged meaningful glances. Young Master Mu risking his safety to save Rurong shows he's a good person, Liang Dashan said with a smile and nodded. But Zhao Xuanyang looked worried. Our daughter isn't even engaged yet. Walking so close to a stranger might cause trouble. Liang Dashan squinted thoughtfully and said slowly, Rurong is a sensible girl. She knows her limits, so we don't need to worry. Yes. I'll go make some soup to warm her up. Zhao Xuanyang nodded and quickly went to the kitchen. Inside the room, Mu Sai laid Liang Rurong on the bed and gently checked her forehead. Fortunately, the fever has gone down. Your leg is badly hurt, so you'll need some rest for a few days. Liang Rurong nodded anxiously, looking at his shoulder. And your injury on your shoulder? Mu Tsiue smiled indifferently. It's just a small wound. I'll put some ointment on it later. You're tired too, so rest well first. Before he finished speaking, Liang Rurong had already closed her eyes tiredly and fell into a deep sleep. Watching her delicate side face like a carved jade, Mu Tsiue's heart suddenly stirred. Recalling how he found Liang Rurong in the forest last night, his heart almost clenched in his throat. This was the first time in his life he felt so nervous for someone he barely knew. Only after Liang Rurong was fully asleep did he quietly close the door and leave. Meanwhile, Liang Dachuan returned from outside. He saw that their once well-off home had suddenly become empty and run down, even unable to cook meals. Liang Zizhong and his wife could only curl up on the bed under a tattered blanket, furious. Where's Dashan? I've been away for just a few days, and the house has become like this. How did he take care of our parents? Liang Baoa sat on the bed, holding a broken bowl with a missing piece, tears in her eyes. Big brother, you don't know yet, but second brother has split from us and took a lot of valuable things from home. Now, he doesn't care about our parents at all, and we have to eat plain food every day. What? He split the family, Liang Dachuan roared angrily. That unfilial son. Our parents are still alive, and he wants to split the family? He's worse than a beast. Liang Baoa nodded vigorously and added fuel to the fire. Big brother, second brother always looked down on us as a burden. He wanted to get rid of us long ago. It's one thing to suffer a little, but yesterday when mother went to borrow rice from them, they kicked her out. That's just too much. Liang Dachuan was so angry, he wanted to grab his tools and go confront Liang Dashan's family immediately. Liang Shi stood at the door, looking at the messy house. She frowned with disdain. Our home is so poor now. How can anyone live here? If I sleep on this broken mat, I'll get rashes. How can I go out and see people? Lu Yufin looked at her beautiful granddaughter and felt a little comforted. She pulled Liang Shiyu close and asked, I heard you went to town a few days ago. Did you meet any wealthy young men? Liang Shiyu pouted unhappily. Grandma, look at me, my whole body, and I don't even have a decent piece of jewelry. Which wealthy young man would look at me? Nonsense. Your face. No man would dislike it when they see you, Lu Yufin said proudly, stroking her own face. She relied on her appearance for her future. Liang Shiyu's mind suddenly turned, and she affectionately hugged Lu Yufin's neck, acting cute. Grandma, I remember you have a very beautiful gold hairpin. Why don't you give it to me? Then I can wear it outside and catch people's attention. Lu Yufin hesitated a bit. You girl, that hairpin is still my dowry. It's worth at least 5 taels of silver. I usually don't even want to take it out to wear. How can I give it to you? Hearing this, Liang Xiyu became even more excited. She shook Lu Yufin's arm and softly begged, Oh, Grandma, just give it to me. If I really marry into a wealthy family in the future, I'll definitely bring you along to enjoy happiness together. After a barrage of sweet words, Lu Yufin finally opened the cabinet and took out her last piece of jewelry. Liang Dachuan was rummaging through the house, but he couldn't find even silver or leftover food. He sat heavily on a stool, rubbing his hungry stomach. Mom, there's not even a bite to eat at home. I've traveled so far, and I'm starving, Lu Yufin sighed, her wrinkles deepening. Ever since that Liang Kong came twice, he stole all the valuable things from the house. Your father and I haven't eaten a full meal in days. It's because my second brother's family refuses to acknowledge us and won't let Ruyong marry into our family. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so unlucky. Liang Baoru took the opportunity to stir trouble. Liang Dachuan huffed angrily. I'll settle this score with them properly. To prevent Liang Dachuan's family from going hungry, Lu Yufin, despite feeling embarrassed, borrowed rice and vegetables from the neighbor and cooked a warm meal for them. Early the next morning, Liang Dachuan took Wu Kaiyun and Liang Xiyu to Liang Dashan's house. Lu Yufin also went along. As soon as they entered, he crossed his arms and shouted, Liang Dashan, come out here. Liang Dashan heard the call and came out of the house. Seeing it was their family, he frowned. Brother, why are you here? Liang Dachuan's nose crooked, and he snorted angrily. If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't even know you had asked our parents to split the family. Isn't that a serious betrayal? Liang Dashan always respected his older brother. Now, facing his accusations, he could only lower his head and explain. Big brother, you misunderstood. Although we split from our parents, we still send money regularly each month. We haven't neglected our parents. Before he finished, Wu Kaiyun stormed over angrily. Stop lying here. We came home yesterday, and there was not a drop of water left in the house. You say you send money, but I haven't seen a single penny. Zhao Xianyang, who was in the kitchen making breakfast, heard the noise and hurried out. She stood beside Liang Dashan, suppressing her anger, and said, That's because our parents made the decision on their own to marry Rurong to Liang Kong. Since that didn't happen, all these troubles arose. Unexpectedly, Wu Kaiyun scoffed dismissively after hearing this. What are you talking about? Sister-in-law, your words are too serious. Our parents arranged their granddaughter's marriage. How can that be called acting on their own? Aren't our parents worried about the marriages of the 3 brothers? Why is it different when it comes to you? Lu Yufin, hearing someone support her, immediately gained confidence. Exactly. It's the eldest daughter-in-law who makes sense. If you hadn't been so stubborn, how could things have gotten so out of hand? Liang Dachuan's temper flared, and he started pushing Liang Dashan. Today, I will teach you, unfilial son, a good lesson on behalf of our parents. However, Liang Dashan, still unsteady on his feet, suddenly fell to the ground. Zhao Xunyang quickly ran over, helping him up while tearfully saying, Big brother, how can you hit someone? Liang Dashan is your brother, after all. Inside, Liang Rurong was still sleeping drowsily, faintly hearing the noise outside. She hurriedly got up, put on a coat, and hobbled outside. To her surprise, she saw her father being pushed to the ground. Father, are you okay? She rushed over, carefully checking Liang Dashan's legs. Luckily, he was fine. Then she turned her gaze to Liang Dachuan, her tone cold, and said, I've heard for a long time that your strength is great, but I didn't expect you to use that ability on your own family. When Liang Dachuan heard this, his eyes immediately widened, and he pointed at her nose to scold her. You brat, do you talk to elders like that? Liang Rurong helped Liang Dashan to his feet and sneered. There's a saying, respect your elders and be courteous. But just now, my great-uncle pushed my father down so forcefully. Was that friendly? It seems we don't need to follow any rules at home anymore. Rurong, you're so rude. I really don't know how your second brother and sister-in-law usually teach you, Wu Kaiyun complained, still praising her daughter. You should learn from Shiyu. Look at her, she's always respectful to elders. Just then, Mu Sai carried firewood back from outside. Seeing everyone in the yard, he walked into the kitchen without paying attention and put down the firewood. Uncle Liang, this firewood is enough for your family to use for a while, Liang Dashin gratefully said. Thank you, young Master Mu. Your injury isn't fully healed, and you're helping us with chores. Faced with Mu Sai's handsome face, almost like a celestial being, Liang Shiyu froze in place. Although many men often followed her around, she had never seen anyone as handsome as him. Liang Shiyu immediately put on a charming smile and asked softly, Is this young Master Mu? I heard from Grandma that a young man from out of town is staying at second uncle's house to recover. Has your injury gotten better? Seeing her exaggerated manner, Rurong almost burst out laughing. It seems that obsession with looks is timeless. However, Mu Sai ignored her words and walked straight to Liang Rurong, looking down at her still slightly swollen ankle. Your ankle isn't healed yet. Go home and lie down. Liang Shiyu, standing behind, was left out and immediately looked upset. She had never been ignored like this by any man before. But soon, she changed to a caring look, quickly stepped forward, and helped Liang Rurong. Oh dear, little cousin, you're so careless. How did you hurt your ankle? Since you were a child, you've liked running around in the mountains like a boy. Be more careful next time. After saying that, she subtly glanced at Mu Sai with a small smile on her lips. Liang Rurong had long seen through her intentions. She coldly pulled her hand back and shot a sharp look at Lu Yufan. Yes, I also want to know who hurt me. If I find out someday, I will make sure she stays in that trap for a whole day and night. Lu Yufan shrank back nervously. Liang Shiyu looked at Liang Rurong's simple clothes and pretended to be generous. She smiled and said, Sister, I see your clothes are old. I happen to have a few new, bright-colored dresses. Why not take one to wear? No need, Liang Rurong replied expressionlessly. If you have that much spare money, you might as well use it to help with the family expenses. That way, you won't have to borrow money everywhere. Liang Shiyu was speechless and looked pale and uncomfortable. At this moment, Liang Dachuan spoke. He crossed his arms and ordered commandingly, Our parents at home don't even have enough to eat. Hurry up and take out some money. Liang Dashin looked troubled. Big brother, you know our situation. I already gave all my earnings to our parents before. Now I am injured, and only embroidery girl is supporting the family. We really can't spare extra money. Aren't you going to let our parents starve to death? Our parents worked hard to raise you, and you don't care about their lives or deaths, Liang Dachuan shouted, spitting as he spoke. Just then, a sudden bright flash flickered in Liang Rurong's eyes. She immediately noticed Wu Saiyun's wrist and the dazzling jade bracelet she was wearing. Liang Rurong quickly grabbed Wu Saiyun's wrist and exposed the jade bracelet. She asked coldly, Since you are so filial, why don't you this jade bracelet to help the family? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on her. How can that be? Wu Kaiyun nervously lowered her sleeve, hiding the bracelet, and stammered, This jade bracelet was given to me by my eldest uncle when we got married. How can it? Your eldest uncle gave it to you. Liang Rurong smirked with a hint of sarcasm. But I heard that when you married your uncle, he couldn't even produce a proper betrothal gift. In the end, he had to ask my parents for money. So, this jade bracelet should have been given to you by my parents. Hearing this, Wu Saiyun's face suddenly lost color. Her lips twitched, and her face turned pale. Liang Rurong looked at her calmly and asked, You wouldn't be reluctant to part with this jade bracelet, would you? Sigh. Your grandparents can't even afford to eat well, and you're still wearing such expensive jewelry. Your daughter has money to buy new clothes. If others see this, they might say something. Hearing this, Lu Yufan's face also showed some displeasure, and her eyes carried a hint of anger as she looked at Wu Kaiyun. When Dachuan got married, I and your father even showed our family savings. Mom, please don't listen to this girl talking nonsense. Actually, this bracelet isn't worth much money, Wu Kaiyun quickly said, pretending to be sweet as she held Lu Yufin's arm. Besides, the money you gave us was all used to support Xue Yuan studies. How could Xue Yuan be so successful otherwise? Talking about the only grandson in the family who is studying, Lu Yufin's face showed pride again. Fortunately, Xue Yuan is doing well. Unlike the second son's family, who are so unruly. They always argue with elders and even bring shady people home. You don't know how the villagers are talking about us now. Everyone nearby understood that the shady people she mentioned was Mu Tsiua. Liang Rurong suddenly felt angry. Just as she was about to speak, Liang Shuyu interrupted her. She looked at Mu Tsiua with a playful gaze and said sweetly, "Grandma, this Mr. Mu looks like a good man, but I heard a few days ago that Rurong somehow got involved with Liang Kong, a troublemaker, and caused quite a fuss." Zhao Xunyang, who was nearby, immediately stepped forward to defend her daughter. It was Liang Kong who kept bothering Rurong. This has nothing to do with her. Besides, Liang Kong doesn't dare to bother us anymore. Oh, second aunt, I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously? Liang Shuyu said casually, lifting her chin. And Rurong has liked playing with the boys in the village since she was little. Everyone knows that. Unlike me, who can only be controlled by my mother and learn girl skills at home, Liang Rurong sneered inwardly. It seemed her cousin wasn't as innocent as she appeared. Shuyu, how can you slander your sister like that? Our Rurong has been obedient and sensible since she was young. She couldn't be what you say she is. Zhao Xunyang was filled with anger. She didn't expect her beloved niece since childhood to publicly insult and criticize her daughter in front of so many people. She looked around and quickly grabbed a broom, swinging it toward Liang Dachuan's family. Get out. Our family doesn't welcome relatives like you. Oh no. Why are you hitting people? Are you not reasonable? Wu Kaiyan shouted as she dodged and ran out the door. Liang Dachuan stood outside and loudly shouted, "Today, I want the neighbors to judge. My second brother took the family apart without caring about our parents' lives. He doesn't even feed them or give them a penny. He even kicked out his own brother. Everyone tell me, isn't this family worse than animals?" Soon neighbors nearby gathered around and started talking about them. Liang Dashan and Zhao Xuanyang were honest farmers. Even when they were splashed with dirt, they didn't know how to fight back. Suddenly, Liang Rurong came out crying, tears streaming down her face. "Everyone please help us. My parents give money to my grandparents every month, but my uncle's family took it all. Now they're asking us for money. How can this be fair? You little brat, what are you talking about? When did we ever spend your family's money?" Liang Dachuan angrily shouted, stomping his foot. Wu Kaiyun also started yelling like a shrew. "Exactly. You say we spent your money? Show us the proof." Proof? You really think I can't produce proof?" Liang Rurong raised her chin and pulled out an old, yellowed ledger. "Every penny you've spent over the years is recorded there." Liang Dachuan looked at the ledger in shock, opening his mouth wide. "Stop lying to me. I didn't know you had a ledger. It's okay. If you forget, I can read it out to you one by one." Then, Liang Rurong opened the ledger, cleared her throat, and began reading it aloud, word by word. "You can't even afford a proper gift when you marry, so you borrowed 3 taels from my father. When your family built a house, you borrowed 5 taels. Your son goes to school, and the tuition is paid by my parents every year. Also, last time you fought with someone, the medical expenses of 50 coins were paid by my father. Let me see if I missed anything else." Before she finished speaking, Liang Dachuan's face showed anger. He clenched his teeth and rushed forward. "Give me the account book, or I'll break your legs." At this moment, Mu Tsiua suddenly appeared and stood in front of Liang Rurong. His cold, calm eyes and strong presence made Liang Dachuan stop in his tracks, afraid to move forward. Liang Rurong sneered. "What's the matter? Does my uncle think I haven't told the full story? Is there something to add? But since we're all relatives, you don't need to pay the rest. Just pay back what I just mentioned first." Liang Dachuan's face turned pale with anger, and his legs trembled with rage. The villagers watching also started pointing and whispering about their family. Unbelievable, such a person. She doesn't support her parents and even cheats her own siblings. Exactly. And he's the eldest brother. That's Just too much. Liang Dachuan couldn't stand the villagers' gossip anymore. He shouted at them. Don't believe what this girl says. Everything she says is a lie. Don't believe a word. Just then, a neighbor from Liang Dachuan's family stepped forward loudly. I think what this girl says is somewhat believable. During festivals, I've never seen Liang Dachuan's family bring anything to their own mother's house. But every time they come back, they carry lots of bags. How can they visit their parents without bringing anything? Instead, they take things back.
Exactly.
And Liang Dachuan's family doesn't even run a proper business, yet they built such a nice new house in the village. Their son goes to school every day. Who knows where they get their money? Ugh. They dress nicely but let their parents go hungry. Who would have thought such a son exists? Liang Dachuan's family lost face and became the target of everyone's gossip. They could only lower their heads and leave in shame. When leaving, Liang Shiyu hesitated but looked back at Musai, only to see his gaze fixed on Liang Rurong. A wave of jealousy rose in her heart. She was much prettier than Liang Rurong, so why did Musai not even look at her? After sending away Liang Dachuan's family, everyone went into the yard. Liang Rurong took a deep breath and casually threw the ledger into the pile of straw. Where did you find this? You probably have other uses for it, Musai asked calmly. Liang Rurong suddenly chuckled, covering her stomach, unable to stand straight. It seems my acting was so good that I even fooled you. What? Musai looked at her in surprise. Liang Rurong pointed at the ledger and whispered mysteriously, That? I made it up. Anyway, their family can't figure out how much they owe us. No matter what I say, no one will doubt it. You're really clever, Musai said with a slight smile, unsure if it was praise or teasing. Liang Rurong reached out and touched her silky black hair, shaking her head. Smart, yes, but not overly so. I have no plans to become a nun for now. After saying that, she hummed a little tune and leisurely went back to her room. Musai stood there, watching her back, a gentle smile forming on his face. That evening, Zhao Xianyang prepared dinner and called them to eat together. While eating, she suddenly looked at Musai with a meaningful expression and casually asked, Young Master Mu, where are you from? Are your parents healthy? How many siblings do you have? A familiar feeling washed over her. Liang Rurong was stunned. Could it be that even here, she couldn't escape the pressure to marry? Mother, enjoy your meal. Why are you asking this? You're making young Master Mu uncomfortable, she said casually, scooping a few bites of food into her bowl. Zhao Xianyang smiled kindly. I'm just concerned about young Master Mu. He's been here recovering for a while. What if his family worries? Maybe you could send a message back to reassure them. Mother, he's not a child. He can handle these things himself, Liang Rurong said awkwardly, glancing at Musai. I didn't expect Mu Tsiyue's reaction to be much calmer than hers. He put down his bowl and said slowly, Thank you, Aunt Liang, for your concern. I have already sent a letter back. I have 5 siblings and my mother has passed away. When he mentioned the last few words, his expression darkened noticeably, as if he was thinking about something. Liang Rurong was moved and looked at him steadily. At that moment, Mu Tsiyue's gaze also shifted to her face. When their eyes met, Liang Rurong quickly looked down, hiding her nervousness. All right, Mother, let's not talk about this. By the way, I felt a bit dizzy this morning. I will go rest now. After speaking, she put down her bowl and hurried to go back to her room. Unexpectedly, she hurt her ankle and screamed as she fell. Be careful. Mu Tsiyue reacted quickly, reaching out to hold her waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. Liang Rurong stared at him with wide eyes, feeling his warm, strong hand supporting her back. The hot sensation almost made her forget the sharp pain in her foot. A few seconds later, she snapped out of her daze, quickly blushing as she jumped out of his arms, softly saying, Thank you, young Master Mu. I'll go back now. Your legs are not well, let me take you back, Mu Tsiyue said politely to Zhao Xianyang, then turned to Lu Yufan and said, Uncle Liang, Aunt Liang, take your time. I will take her back to her room first. Oh, thank you, young Master Mu, for your trouble. Zhao Xianyang gave Liang Dashan a meaningful look. On the way back to the room, Just a short 10 steps, but Liang Rurong felt like she had walked for hundreds of years. Her heart was tangled like a knot of rope, feeling confused and restless. Until she closed the door, she didn't say a word to Mu Tsiua. Meanwhile, Liang Dachuan's family was still worried about dinner. He and Wu Kaiyun sat slumped on the Kong, staring at each other. Liang Zizhong had long gone out wandering, and only Lu Yufin was still sorting a few old clothes, planning to sew them up again. After a while, Liang Dachuan started to complain. "Mother, I'm hungry. What are we going to eat tonight?" Unexpectedly, Lu Yufin, who had been warm and welcoming when they first returned home yesterday, responded coldly. "You ask me? How would I know what to eat? The rice and vegetables borrowed from the neighbor yesterday, didn't you eat them all? I told you to save some food, but you ate so much that there's nothing left, not even a bit of oil residue. Now you're hungry? How am I supposed to know what to do?" Then she suddenly had an idea and turned to Wu Kaiyun. "How about this? You all take out some money, and I'll go buy some food for you." Wu Kaiyun heard this and raised her voice loudly, shouting, "Mother, what do you mean? Our family came back, and we can't even have a hot meal. Humph, what do I mean?" "You know in your heart," Lu Yufin said irritably, glaring at her. "Today, I agree with Dashan's family. You two are just ungrateful wolves." "Mother, how can you say that? Did you spend the money you brought with you?" Wu Kaiyun was just as fierce as Lu Yufin. The two argued loudly, both turning red in the face, so much that Liang Dachuan couldn't get a word in. The next morning, Liang Rurong left the house and heard everyone in the village talking. They said Lu Yufin and Wu Kaiyun had a big fight at home yesterday, and it was as lively as a battle with thousands of soldiers. Hearing how vividly everyone described it, Liang Rurong couldn't help but be curious and went over to see what was happening. When she reached Liang Zizhong's house, there were already many people gathered around. Liang Rurong pushed through the crowd, acting like a passerby who didn't care. Through the crowd, she saw Lu Yufin pulling Wu Tsayun's hair, shouting, "Rebel! Rebellious! How dare you hit your mother-in-law? Just wait, I'll tear your mouth apart." Wu Kaiyun was no pushover. Even though her hair was half pulled out and her clothes were messy, she still twisted Lu Yufin's arm and shouted loudly, "You old hag! You never laid a finger on my mother when I was little. How dare you hit me? If it weren't for you shamelessly begging to marry into our family, I wouldn't have married into your house. Now I can't even get a proper meal and have to pay you to stay. Shut up. You shameless, disgusting woman." Lu Yufin spat on Wu Tsayun's face and yelled hysterically, "Since you married into our family, we haven't wronged you in any way. You eat, wear, and use what I buy. Now that the family is struggling, I ask you to help out, but you're just crying and making a fuss." Wu Kaiyun stared at her fiercely, and at some point, a cut appeared on her arm. "Since I married into your family, you must support me. This jade bracelet was a betrothal gift from your family. I've never heard of a gift that must be returned. It's a joke." Lu Yufin gritted her teeth, her hair messy over her face. She pounded her thigh and cried loudly, shouting, "Oh, heaven is so unfair. They married a troublemaker like you. Quickly give me the bracelet." She jumped and grabbed Wu Tsayun's wrist, forcefully pulling off the jade bracelet. Wu Tsayun's hand was immediately squeezed red and hurt badly, causing her to scream. She bit Lu Yufin's hand in pain. "Oh, that hurts so much. You wicked woman, let go of me." The two women tangled together, neither willing to give in. People watching nearby laughed at the scene. Such a scene was rare in the history of Liangjia village. Liang Dachuan couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to separate them. "Enough, both of you. Stop now. There's so many people watching. If you're shameless, I still have some face." Unexpectedly, Wu Kaiyun turned her anger on him and suddenly started hitting him. "You heartless man. I bore you children, and this is how you treat me. Have you no conscience?" Seeing her hitting her son, Lu Yufin rolled up her sleeves and rushed over. "You crazy woman. How dare you hit my son? Just wait, I'll tear your skin." Soon, the two women were pulling and tearing at Liang Dachuan, trapping him in the middle. When Liang Zizhong returned, he was disheveled, sitting on the ground with messy hair and a long bloody on his face, apparently scratched by someone. All of you, stop now, Liang Zizhong shouted loudly. Only then did they stop fighting. Lu Yufan saw him return and, thinking she had support, collapsed to the ground, crying and shouting, "Old man, you must stand up for me. The eldest daughter-in-law is rebelling. I can't live like this anymore. Look at you too. What kind of behavior is this? Getting up so early and making a scene. Go home now," Liang Zizhong pointed at them, his beard bristling with anger. Wu Kaiyan was unwilling and tried to rush over to take back the bracelet. Unexpectedly, Liang Dachuan grabbed her collar and slapped her hard. "Have you had enough trouble? Hurry up and come home with me. Don't embarrass me here." Behind her, Lu Yufan proudly waved her jade bracelet and shouted loudly, "Dachuan, you need to teach her a good lesson when you get back, so she learns some manners." At this moment, Liang Shuyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. She walked up to Liang Dachuan and gently said, "Father, you should take your wife home first. I want to stay here and keep company with Grandpa and Grandma." Liang Dachuan was eager to get Wu Kaiyan home quickly. He casually replied, "Then you stay here. I'll come to pick you up in a few days." After saying that, he pushed Wu Kaiyan and left. Liang Shuyu approached Lu Yufan, gently holding her arm, and said thoughtfully, "Grandma, my mother didn't mean to disrespect you. She was just worried. Please don't take it to heart. When we go inside, I'll help you fix your hair and you won't be angry anymore." Seeing her pitiful and innocent look, Lu Yufan's anger eased a bit. She clutched her jade bracelet and said, "If it weren't for the fact that your mother gave birth to you and Xue Yuan, I wouldn't be so polite to her." The villagers saw this and started praising Liang Shuyu. "Oh, Shuyu is so sensible. Yes, the Liang family's granddaughter is really thoughtful." Liang Shuyu shyly lowered her head. Amid the praise, she held Lu Yufan's arm and went into the house. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Liang Rurong's face gradually turned cold. She knew her cousin's true nature well. She was not as kind as she seemed and probably hiding other tricks. After the excitement, Liang Rurong also went home. On the way back, she was thinking about starting a small business using her space. Maybe she could earn some money to help the family. When she arrived home and entered the yard, she saw Mu Tsiue carrying a water bucket, fetching water. His tall figure and handsome face caught her eye immediately. Thinking about how Liang Shuyu saw Mu Tsiue at her house yesterday, she couldn't help but remind him. "My cousin isn't as harmless as she looks. Be careful." Mu Tsiue turned around, a slight smile on his lips, and teased, "Oh, are you worried about something?" Liang Rurong's face suddenly turned red. She quickly looked down and explained, "I'm worried she might say something inappropriate and cause you trouble." "Oh, I see." Mu Tsiue nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Liang Dashan returned and asked about the situation over there. Liang Rurong briefly told him. After hearing this, Liang Dashan sighed helplessly. "Well, let's mind our own business. We can't interfere in their matters. Yes, just focus on taking care of yourself, Dad." Suddenly, a loud thunderclap sounded from the sky. Liang Rurong looked up at the dark clouds, guessing it would rain soon. She hurriedly went with Mu Tsiue to bring in the beans hanging outside, to prevent them from getting wet. It rained all night, leaving the sky clear and bright, as if washed clean. After breakfast, Liang Rurong packed a bamboo basket and prepared to go out. Zhao Xunyang followed behind and called out to her, "Rurong, did you forget the last time you went into the mountains alone and had trouble? Maybe you shouldn't go, Mom. Don't worry. I'm not going into the mountains. I'm going to catch fish in the river. It rained so heavily last night. There must be a lot of rain in the river today." Liang Rurong smiled. But Zhao Xunyang still felt uneasy. She looked over at Mu Tsiue, who was chopping firewood nearby. Young Master Mu, I really don't feel comfortable letting Rurong go alone. Maybe." Before she finished, Liang Rurong quickly interrupted her. "No need, Mom. I can go alone. Mu Tsiue still has injuries, so there's no need to trouble him." Before she finished speaking, Mu Tsiue had already put down his axe and lowered his sleeve calmly, saying, "All right." Zhao Xunyang smiled gratefully. "Thank you, young Master Mu." Liang Rurong could only follow Mu Tsiue silently as they headed to the river. The air after the rain was fresh and pleasant. Even the river water became clear. Fish swam among the water plants, lively and full of life. It looks like we can have a good meal tonight. She happily dropped the bamboo basket, rolled up her pants, and carefully stepped into the river. A fish suddenly stopped still right in front of her. Liang Rurong held her breath, opened her hands, and lunged forward. To her surprise, the fish was quick and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Liang Rurong muttered in disappointment, then turned her gaze elsewhere. After trying for a long time, she still didn't catch any fish and ended up feeling tired and sore. At that moment, Mu Tsiue on the shore squinted and smiled. "Looks like we won't be having a good dinner tonight." Liang Rurong turned to look at him with a resentful expression. "Stop talking nonsense. Didn't your mother ask you to come with me? Why are you just sitting there? Mrs. Liang only worries about you being alone and unsafe, so she asked me to come with you. My job is just to make sure you get back safely. Catching fish isn't really my task." Mu Tsiue spoke casually, not noticing her face gradually falling. "Fine. Since that's the case, I won't share any of the fish I catch with you." After saying that, she lowered her head again and focused on catching fish in the river. Soon, she suddenly heard a splash behind her. Turning around, she saw Mu Tsiue holding a stick, standing in the water, staring straight at a spot, then quickly stabbing down. When he pulled up the stick, there was a lively, jumping fish hanging on it. Liang Rurong looked at him in shock. His skills really were impressive. Next, Mu Tsiue continued searching for targets, swinging the stick and stabbing swiftly and accurately. Every time, he hit his mark without fail. When he threw 7 or 8 plump fish into the bamboo basket, Liang Rurong was so amazed she couldn't close her mouth. Mu Tsiue wiped a sweat, turned to look at her, and said casually, "So, can I eat now?" But Liang Rurong's gaze was fixed on his wet clothes, revealing faintly visible abs underneath. This was simply too tempting. It was almost impossible to look away. "What's wrong? Does your wound hurt again?" Mu Tsiue saw her staring blankly and thought her leg was hurting again. Liang Rurong quickly snapped out of her daze and casually explained, "I was just thinking about how to prepare these fish." Mu Tsiue was a bit curious. Of course, there are many ways to cook: steaming, frying, boiling, stir-frying. At that moment, Liang Shi walked over from nearby. When she saw Mu Tsiue, her eyes lit up immediately. She quickly tidied her hair and stepped forward, shyly calling out, "I didn't expect to meet Mr. Mu here. What a coincidence. May I ask what you are doing here?" But Mu Tsiue seemed not to notice her at all. He turned around and stepped onto the shore, casually picking up his clothes and putting them on. A trace of disappointment flashed in Liang Shi's eyes. Liang Rurong held back her laughter and asked, "Isn't this our cousin? What are you doing here?" Seeing the big fish in her bamboo basket, Liang Shiyu exclaimed happily, "Oh, sister, did you catch these fish with Mr. Mu? Grandpa and Grandma are still at home and haven't eaten yet. Why don't you give me a few?" "That won't do." Liang Rurong immediately refused, coldly saying, "These fish are ours. If you want to eat, go catch some yourself." "Rurong, you know I'm not good at swimming." Liang Shi looked at the muddy river and frowned in disgust. "Besides, the river is so dirty, it will ruin my clothes." Liang Rurong smirked coldly. "In that case, let them go hungry." "Sister Rurong, how can you say that? Grandpa and Grandma are our elders. We should respect them." While saying this, her eyes kept drifting towards Mu Tsiue. However, Mu Tsiue didn't even lift his head. Liang Rurong was too lazy to argue with her and coldly said, "Either you catch some yourself, or let them go hungry. Your choice." After that, she turned and stepped onto the shore, casually wringing out her clothes. Liang Shi looked at the dirty river water and then at Mu Tsiue on the shore. After a long struggle, her heart sank. She gritted her teeth, held her skirt carefully, and slowly stepped into the river. But within seconds, she fell face first into the water, clawing and screaming, "Help! Help!" Seeing her clumsy act, Liang Rurong couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "I say, the water is only just above your ankles. It seems. You won't drown, right? Liang Xiu struggled to stand up from the water. Her clothes were soaked, her hair was messy and stuck to her face, and her delicate makeup was mostly ruined. Shivering, she reached the shore and approached Mu Tsiua, tears in her eyes, and said, "Young Master Mu, my clothes are all wet. May I borrow your coat to wear? I will wash it and return it to you another day." Liang Rurong sneered inwardly, thinking her plan was working perfectly. But Mu Tsiua simply stood up, picked up the water bucket, and looked at Liang Rurong with a blank expression. "Let's go," he said, then turned and left without looking back. Liang Xiu had never been so coldly ignored before. Anger flared in her heart, and her eyes turned red. Seeing her like this, Liang Rurong shook her head and sighed. "It seems you need to think of another way." Then she walked away with Mu Tsiua. Liang Xiu watched their figures overlap, clenched her fists secretly, and her anger slowly turned into jealousy. Unwilling, she turned back and hugged herself tightly because her clothes were soaked through. At the corner, she unexpectedly met Liang Kong coming toward her. He looked like he had just come back from drinking, mumbling and staggering as he walked. Liang Xiu didn't want to get involved with such a person. She lowered her head on purpose and quickened her steps, but Liang Kong still recognized her. "Stop right there." Liang Kong blocked her path, leering at her and laughing loudly. "Hey, isn't this Liang old man's granddaughter? Look at you, all wet. Did you just come from some lover's house?" Haha, he reached out and touched Liang Xiu's fair face. "Didn't expect that Liang old man has a granddaughter like you." Liang Xiu pushed his hand away with disgust and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. Move aside. I want to go home." "Go home." Liang Kong grinned, eyeing her handsome face with desire. His words turned dirty. "What home? Why not come with me? I have good things waiting for you at my place." Liang Xiu felt scared. She reached out to push him away, but Liang Kong grabbed her wrist instead. She screamed in fear. "Help! Someone's assaulting me. Help!" Unexpectedly, Liang Kong became even more excited when he heard her call. His eyes shone green as he laughed loudly. Call out. I want to see who will come to save you in this wild mountain. Besides, your family took a silver or two from me. Your grandmother said she would marry her granddaughter to me. Since you are her granddaughter, you can come with me." After saying that, he roughly grabbed Liang Xiu's clothes and dragged her into the woods. Her clothes were torn open on one side, and she was overwhelmed with shame and anger. She shouted, "My grandmother clearly said she would marry Liang Ryong to you. If you have the ability, go find her. Why are you bothering me?" Unfortunately, she didn't know that Liang Kong had already suffered twice because of Liang Ryong. He thought Liang Xiu was deliberately insulting him, so he became furious and slapped her hard across the face. "Don't think I don't know. You're all in this together. I haven't taken revenge for last time yet. Since you're here now, I might as well settle everything today." Liang Xiu's face swelled red from the slap, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She cried out in fear, but there was no one around to help her. Liang Kong rushed over, roughly tearing at her clothes and cursing dirty words. "If you behave honestly, maybe you'll suffer less. If you don't listen, I'll kill you right here and no one will know." Hearing this, Liang Xiu was terrified. She could only pretend to be obedient, forcing a flattering smile. "Well, you seem so anxious. This place isn't safe. Maybe we should go into the woods." When Liang Kong heard her voluntarily coming closer, he was so excited he looked like a wild beast smelling rotten meat. He hurriedly pulled Liang Xiu into the woods. "That's right, let's go into the woods." Taking advantage of his moment of relaxation, Liang Xiu quickly picked up a brick from the ground and smashed it to the back of his head. After a painful scream, Liang Kong clutched his head and collapsed into a pool of blood. Liang Xiu, still trembling, stood there and looked at the bright red blood flowing from his head. Her heart almost jumped out of her mouth. She looked around and saw no one nearby. She quickly threw down the brick and hurried back home. When she pushed open the door, she ran into the house crying, covering her face. Lu Yufan saw her disheveled appearance, with 5 finger marks still on her face, and hurriedly asked, what happened to you? Didn't you say you were going to your second uncle's house to eat? Why do you look like this now? Liang Shuyu sat on the bed and started crying angrily. It's all your fault, Grandma. Why did you provoke Liang Kong, that lecherous man? Now I've been bullied too. What? Liang Kong bullied you? Lu Yufan looked shocked at her torn clothes, immediately thinking of bad things. Liang Shuyu hurriedly wiped her tears and choked out, that didn't happen. Liang Kong said when you borrowed money that he wanted to marry his granddaughter to you, but he didn't say which granddaughter.
Now he's after me.
If I hadn't hit him with a brick, I might not be here today. Hearing Xian cried out loud, Lu Yufan finally relaxed and started scolding. That scoundrel. If he took advantage of you, how can you marry someone else in the future? At this moment, you're still thinking about that. Liang Shuyu complained unhappily. If you hadn't been so careless that day, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. It was because the family needed money at the time. Lu Yufan, knowing she was at fault, changed the subject. And if anyone's to blame, it's that stubborn girl Liang Rurong. If she had married Liang Kong honestly, none of this would have happened. Talking about Liang Rurong, Liang Shiyu's mind flashed with the scene of her walking with Mu Sai, and her anger flared up again. Her eyes turned cold, and she gritted her teeth. Yes, Rurong is too stubborn. Girls have to marry someday. Then she stood up and sat next to Lu Yufan, holding her hand and smiling. Grandma, Rurong is young and naive. You're our grandma, so you should teach her properly. Others won't say anything. That girl is now very arrogant. I dare not provoke her, Lu Yufan said with a shrug. After these few confrontations, she realized her granddaughter was no longer the gentle lamb she used to be. Liang Shiyu's mouth twitched, a clever look flashing in her eyes. She leaned in and whispered a few words into Lu Yufan's ear, both of them showing sly smiles. Meanwhile, Liang Rurong and Mu Sai had already returned happily. When they pulled out those fish from the basket, it surprised Liang Dashan and Zhao Xiuxiang. Rurong, did you and Mu Gongzi catch these? That river is very fast, and even your father might not be able to catch a fish there. Liang Rurong drank a bowl of water, wiped her sweat, and said, This is all thanks to Mr. Mu. I didn't catch even one fish. Really didn't expect Mr. Mu to be so skilled, catching so many fish. Liang Dashan looked at him with admiration and smiled happily. Listening to their praise, Mu Tsiue felt a little moved because he rarely heard such words. That evening, Zhao Xunyang cooked a good meal. For people sat together eating, and Liang Dashan poured a cup of wine for Mu Tsiue. Dad, you and Mr. Mu still haven't fully recovered from your injuries. It's better not to drink alcohol, Liang Rurong said worriedly. Liang Dashan waved his hand casually and smiled softly. Dad's leg is almost healed, and Mr. Mu's injury has been resting for several days, so it should be fine. Drinking a little won't hurt, but Liang Rurong wanted to persuade him further, but Mu Tsiue interrupted, Then I'll have a drink with Uncle Liang. My wound isn't serious. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Tsiue, unsure where he got the mood to drink tonight. Seeing her father smiling happily, she didn't want to disturb their mood, and let them continue. Come on, Mr. Mu, let's have a toast. Last time you saved Rurong, I haven't properly thanked you, Liang Dashan said, raising his cup. Mu Tsiue also raised his cup politely and humbly. Uncle Yang, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for your kindness in taking me in and Rurong's excellent medical skills, I wouldn't know where I would be now. When I return, I will prepare a proper gift. Talking about gifts feels a bit formal. If Mr. Mu likes it here, why not stay longer? Don't be so polite, Zhao Xunyang said warmly, smiling. They kept talking, making Liang Rurong feel a little uncomfortable. Dad, Mom, Mr. Mu has other things to do after he leaves, so don't delay him. Unexpectedly, Mu Tsiue smiled faintly, his lips slightly parted. The customs, scenery, and nature here are truly charming. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely come back. Liang Rurong instinctively glanced at him, remembering that Mu Saihai would leave soon, and she felt a faint sense of sadness. After dinner, she continued to give Liang Dashan a foot massage using a foot basin. Thanks to his recent recovery treatment, her father could now walk alone. However, because he had been ill for a while, he was still weak and couldn't walk far. He needed to rest and regain his strength. Then she went to Mu Saihai's room to change his dressing. Under the candlelight, she saw that Mu Saihai's wound was mostly healed, with only slight redness, and there was no serious problem. She spoke softly. Your wound is almost healed. If you have nothing else to do, you can go ahead and rest. The room suddenly became quiet. After a while, Mu Saihai slowly spoke. Are you trying to make me leave? No. Liang Rurong quickly replied, I'm just worried it might interfere with your important matters, but for some reason, her heart started beating faster, and her ears turned red. Mu Saihai put on his coat, frowned slightly, and spoke calmly. This is my own business. You don't need to worry about it, Miss Liang. Liang Rurong didn't say anything else. She picked up her medicine box and turned to leave. In the yard, the bright moonlight spread across the ground. Several bamboo trees swayed in the wind, giving off a fresh scent. But Liang Rurong's heart was not calm. She looked back at Mu Saihai's shadow swaying in the window, feeling suddenly confused. She turned around and went back inside. The next morning, Liang Rurong saw the bright sunshine and packed a bamboo basket to go into the mountains to pick herbs. On her way to the village entrance, she unexpectedly met Liang Shiyu. She wanted to take a different path, but Liang Shiyu warmly approached her. Rurong's sister, it's so early. Where are you headed? To pick herbs in the mountains, she replied expressionlessly. Oh, Rurong's sister, we are cousins. We should be close and friendly. You don't have to be so cold to me. Liang Shiyu stepped closer and directly grabbed Liang Rurong's hand. I know you might still hold some resentment because of my parents. Look, I brought this back for you today. She took a jade bracelet out of her pocket, the same one that Lu Yufin and Wu Kaiyun had fought over that day. What do you mean by that? Liang Rurong looked at her in surprise and began to become cautious. Shu Yu, with a sincere face, said, My parents have spent a lot of money on you over the years. Please accept this bracelet as a small gift of thanks. I know it's not worth much, but it's my little way of showing gratitude. Rurong, you must take it. Knowing her personality well, Rurong was sure she wouldn't return the bracelet easily. If it's not worth much, then take it back. Just make sure your family can support themselves in the future and don't always rely on others. Seeing that she wouldn't accept it, Shiyu didn't insist. After putting the bracelet away, she suddenly grabbed her hand and started to praise her. Oh, Rurong, you are so generous. I heard you healed Lord Mu's injuries. I didn't know you had medical skills before. That's amazing. If there's a chance, could you? I need to go into the mountains to pick herbs and don't have much time. Do you have anything else to say? Rurong interrupted impatiently. Not upset by her coldness, she looked at the bamboo basket behind her and smiled. If I go with you, I can learn to recognize some herbs. It would be nice to keep each other company. Forget it. The mountain is full of snakes, insects, and mice. I'm afraid your delicate skin and bones can't handle it, Rurong said, turning to leave. She thought Shu Yu would give up, but unexpectedly, she jogged after her, saying, It's okay. It's okay. Rurong, you're a girl too. If you're not afraid, then I, as your older sister, have nothing to fear either. Rurong felt more speechless. She didn't know what Shu Yu was up to, but she often went to that mountain and knew the way well. It would be easy to shake her off if she wanted. The two walked into the mountain one after the other. Halfway there, they met an old man from the village, who looked surprised to see the sisters leaving the village together. After about half an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Shu Yu was exhausted and panting, sitting on a stone by the road to wipe her sweat. Rurong, I can't go any further. Let's rest here. The sun is too strong. If you want to rest, do so. I still need to pick herbs and go home early, Rurong said, not waiting for her, and heading into the mountain alone. Liang Shiyu watched her figure walk away alone. Her smile gradually froze, and then a deep, cold expression appeared on her face. Liang Rurong walked up the mountain. When she reached halfway, she looked back and didn't see Liang Shiyu's figure. It seemed she knew the journey was dangerous, and wisely decided to go back. Liang Rurong didn't think much, and hurried to gather many herbs. As noon approached and the sun grew hotter, she wiped her sweat, packed her things, and prepared to go home. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain, she suddenly heard painful groans coming from the bushes nearby. Is anyone there? Please, someone help me. Liang Rurong became alert, slowed down, and gently pushed aside the trees to look. It was a man who was hurt and standing still, crying out in pain. She quickly went over and asked, Sir, are you okay? The man, clutching his right leg, gasped, I was hunting in the mountain and got bitten by a poisonous snake. I can't move now. Liang Rurong recognized him as the village hunter, a widower with a strange temper. He lived alone and rarely interacted with others, so no one paid much attention to him. She put down her basket, bent down to check his wound, and saw 3 small fang marks on his ankle, bleeding dark blood. She quickly took some bandages from her basket and wrapped them tightly above his wound to prevent the poison from spreading to his heart. Then she opened her mouth and deeply at the wound a few times until all the poison was drawn out. She spat on the ground afterward. Finally, she took her special antidote powder, applied it to his wound, and carefully bandaged it with gauze. All done. It should be fine now. She wiped her face and stood up. But the poison in your body isn't completely gone. You need medicine when you get home. I'll write you a prescription. Unexpectedly, the hunter suddenly covered his eyes and started crying. Thank you. Thank you, young lady. I really appreciate your help. Liang Rurong was a bit surprised. The injury didn't seem that serious. The poison you took isn't deadly and won't threaten your life. You don't need to worry so much, she said awkwardly, frowning. The hunter calmed down a bit, voice trembling with emotion. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm just very grateful. No one has ever cared for me like this before. Miss, you're a good person. For some reason, Liang Rurong suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. Maybe people who don't interact with others often aren't really bad. They just get used to living alone. When faced with kindness, they might feel confused. All right, it's getting late. You should go home early. Remember, don't get your wound wet these days. After giving him a few instructions, Liang Rurong carried her bamboo basket and continued down the mountain. As she entered the village, she saw a few people sitting and chatting. But as soon as they saw Liang Rurong, they fell silent and looked at her carefully. She felt confused and quickened her steps toward home. Suddenly, not far away, Lu Yufin shouted loudly and rushed toward her. You little brat! I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Shuyu is your cousin, and you hurt her like this. Liang Rurong quickly stepped back a few paces to avoid her attack, frowning in surprise. What are you trying to do now? Unexpectedly, Lu Yufin sat down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, crying and accusing her. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I can't believe the Liang family has a murderer like you. You pushed Shuyu into the river just to get her bracelet back. Do you have any humanity? A cold light flashed in Liang Rurong's eyes. She remembered Shuyu's strange behavior this morning and quickly understood. It was clear they had planned this together, trying to set her up. What bracelet? I've never seen it, she said calmly. And I just came down from the mountain. I didn't go to the river and I definitely didn't push Shuyu into it. You still won't admit it? Shuyu just got rescued from the river, and she said you pushed her in. What more do you want to deny? Lu Yufin pointed at her nose, shouting hysterically. I tell you, if anything happens to Shuyu, I won't let you go. Liang Rurong was tired of arguing and decided to go home, put down her things, and then confront Liang Shuyu face to face. But as she reached the door, she saw a crowd gathered there. She looked closer and saw Liang Shuyu sitting there, soaked and pale, trembling from the cold. Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang stood nearby with worried looks, their brows furrowed. Zhao Xunyang hurried over when she saw Liang Rurong return, asking anxiously, Rurong, you're finally back. What exactly happened? Shuyu, she says you pushed her into the river. No, I didn't. I just came down from the mountain and didn't go near the river, Liang Rurong replied calmly. Then she stepped in front of Liang Shuyu, looking at her sharply. What are you really trying to do? Rurong, we're cousins. How could you do this to me? Liang Shuyu cried, tears streaming down her face, her voice hoarse. If you really liked that bracelet, I would give it to you. But you shouldn't do this to me. Ha, you're really good at lying, Liang Rurong said with a sarcastic smile. You say I pushed you into the river. Do you have any proof? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, We can testify for her. Yes, we saw you and your sister leave the village together this morning, heading toward the river. Liang Rurong turned in surprise and saw that the people who would testify for Liang Shiyu were the same ones she saw at the village entrance that morning. But they only saw her and Liang Shiyu leave the village together, not the scene where Liang Shiyu gave her the bracelet. The villagers believed one side of the story and started criticizing Liang Rurong. It's terrible that she could do such a thing to her own sister. Yes, if she really did it, she's a murderer. Our village can't let someone like her stay. More and more people gathered, and Liang Rurong felt like she was at the center of a tornado, in danger of being crushed. Zhao Xunyang didn't believe her daughter could do such a thing. She hurriedly explained, this must have nothing to do with Rurong. She wouldn't do something like this. Lu Yufan looked very aggressive and didn't give her a chance to explain. She shouted loudly, with a few people testifying for them, what more do you need to argue about? Hurry up and pay the medical bills. If Shiyu gets hurt badly, I won't let you go easily. Liang Dashan frowned and spoke in a hoarse but firm voice. This matter hasn't been fully investigated yet. How can you say it was Rurong? We won't accept this money. Liang Rurong, who had been silent, frowned and slowly stepped forward to Shiyu. Calmly, she asked, you say I pushed you into the water. Where exactly did I push you? And in what way did I push you? She looked guilty and lowered her eyes.
It was
near the reeds by the river. You grabbed my wrist and pushed me in. Ha, I see, Rurong sneered coldly. I remember it rained a few days ago, and the reeds were muddy. If I really pushed you in from there, why is there no mud on your clothes? Also, you said I grabbed your wrist and pushed you. Why are there no bruises on your wrist? Did you resist at all, or did I push you in without any struggle? Faced with Rurong's questions one after another, she looked nervous and stammered, maybe I remembered wrong. It was so urgent at the time, I was scared and didn't think much. Not thinking much at the time, but now you're here making accusations and throwing dirt on me. Looks like your mind isn't quite right, Rurong said coldly, her eyes sharp like ice. At this moment, a neighbor from Dashan's family couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. I think there's definitely a misunderstanding. I've been neighbors with Dashan's family for a long time. Rurong is a kind and obedient girl. She wouldn't do something like this. However, Lu Yufan refused to listen. She pointed at these people and shouted, you all mind your own business. Don't you know what benefits you've gotten from them? Just standing here and lying. Rurong looked at her sideways with a cold stare and asked, when those people testified for Shiyu earlier, why didn't you say they were meddling? Based on what you said, I can also think that they only came forward to testify because they received some benefit from you. Next to her, Liang Shiyu suddenly coughed twice and spoke sadly. Grandma, please don't say that. Even if Rurong really did it, I don't blame her. We're cousins after all. Even if she made a mistake, I won't hold it against her. Hearing this, the villagers thought she was generous and sensible, and they started praising her, saying, this young lady is so understanding. Even after being harmed like this, she still speaks kindly. Some even pointed fingers at Liang Dashan and his wife, saying, look at how they raise their daughter. Dashan, your daughter Rurong, is so rude. It must be because you don't discipline her properly, so she's so willful. We didn't. Rurong is a sensible girl. Stop slandering her. Zhao Xunyang couldn't stand others insulting her daughter, but she didn't know how to defend herself and looked worried and red-eyed. Liang Rurong's expression turned serious. She thought the jade bracelet was still on Liang Shiyu. If she could find the bracelet on her, all the rumors would be proven false. Just then, a faint voice came from the crowd. I can testify for her. She didn't go to the river. Everyone was surprised at first, then turned to look. To their surprise, the person coming forward to testify for Liang Rurong was an old hunter who rarely interacted with others. Everyone looked shocked. He hobbled forward, rolled up his pant leg, revealing a leg injury, and slowly said, I was hunting in the mountains earlier and was bitten by a poisonous snake. She saved me, so she didn't have time to go to the river. She definitely didn't do this. Liang Rurong smiled slightly, feeling very touched inside. You all heard it. Our Rurong is innocent. She's a good girl. Zhao Xunyang cheered happily, grabbing this chance like a lifeline. But the faces of these people showed no guilt. Instead, They looked at her with strange expressions. Liang Shiyu's face changed color, and she started to speak sarcastically. This uncle rarely goes out and doesn't like to socialize. Why is he suddenly coming out to testify for her? That's so strange. Lu Yufan immediately understood and agreed. Exactly. I think it's clear that you two are close, so he's just helping you. Zhao Xunyan couldn't stand it anymore. She covered her chest, panting heavily, and said angrily, Mother, how can you accuse Rurong like that? It's too much. Rurong is a pure and innocent girl. Pure and innocent? I don't think so. At such a young age, she already knows how to bring a stranger into the house. Who knows what secret things she's done behind the scenes, Lu Yufan said with a mocking look. Just then, Mu Sai came out of the house. Seeing the noisy scene outside, he frowned tightly. He noticed something in Liang Shiyu's sleeve. Quietly, he bent down, picked up a small stone between his fingers, and with a little force, the stone flew out quickly, hitting Liang Shiyu's wrist directly.
Ah, Liang Shiyu's crème de peinfuli.
The cloth bag she had been clutching suddenly fell out of her sleeve. The bag fell, revealing a jade bracelet. Liang Shiyu froze in place, nervously clutching her hands, unsure of what to do. Lu Yufan was quick and grabbed the bracelet, glaring sharply at Liang Shiyu. Liang Rurong asked harshly, Didn't you say I pushed you into the water because I wanted to steal the jade bracelet? Why is the bracelet still on your body? That is because you wanted to steal the bracelet from me. I refused, so you pushed me into the water. At this point, Liang Shiyu could only grit her teeth and keep pretending. Liang Rurong frowned and sneered coldly. How funny. If I wanted to steal the bracelet, why didn't I just take it when I pushed you into the water? Liang Shiyu felt guilty and hesitated for a long time without speaking. Finally, Lu Yufan pulled her behind her and loudly shouted, Maybe you were guilty after stealing and ran away, so you didn't take the bracelet. Now you're shamelessly trying to get a man to testify for you. I didn't expect the villagers who had just been supporting them to suddenly change their attitude. They pulled her aside quietly and said, All right, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Hurry back home. If you keep causing trouble, it won't do you any good. Lu Yufan was surprised by how quickly the situation changed. Are you all also bewitched by this young girl? Why are you all defending her? Mother, have you said enough? Liang Dashan suddenly raised his voice sharply, his face looking very serious. I've been tolerating both of you just now, but now that we have proof and witnesses, you're still being unreasonable. No matter what, we are family. If we fall out, it won't look good. Lu Yufan was frightened by his attitude. She frowned in displeasure and pulled Liang Shiyu away quietly. The villagers who had been watching also dispersed quickly. Liang Rurong wanted to thank the old hunter, but he had already left quietly without a word. For some reason, as she watched his back, Liang Rurong felt a strange sense of sadness and melancholy she couldn't explain. At this moment, Liang Dashan began to speak slowly. Actually, he's had a hard life too. When he was young, his wife sadly passed away. He moved alone to the mountain to guard her grave and rarely came down. I see. Liang Rurong suddenly understood why the villagers' attitudes changed so much after hearing the old hunter speak. Someone who had been guarding his wife's grave faithfully for decades and never remarried. How could he have been involved with other women? This story also touched Liang Rurong deeply. It made her realize that such unwavering love truly exists. She wondered when she might meet someone who is equally steadfast. She shook off her thoughts and turned to leave. But as she turned her head, she saw Mu Tsiua looking at her with bright, intense eyes. Her heart suddenly fluttered, and recalling her earlier thoughts, her cheeks turned red. Why are you standing here? She quickly masked her nervousness and walked past him.
Mu Tsiua chuckled softly.
Such a rare good show. How could I miss it? But I must say, your performance just now was truly impressive, like a master of debate. All those so-called heroes are just a bunch of unruly mobs. Liang Rurong suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to look at him. How did that jade bracelet just happen to fall out earlier? It must have been your doing, right? Just a small trick, nothing worth mentioning. Mu Tsiua replied casually with a light tone. Liang Rurong covered her mouth and laughed, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Anyway, thank you. If it weren't for you exposing her mistake, Today's matter might not have been resolved so easily. People like them won't give up until they get what they want. You should be careful too. Mu Tsiua looked at her, his gaze suddenly softening and becoming gentle. They stood in the yard, facing each other. A gentle breeze blew, scattering pear blossoms on the ground. The atmosphere gradually grew a bit romantic. All of this was quietly seen by Zhao Xunyang, who was hiding behind the window. She looked happy. Lu Yufin pulled Liang Xiu back home. As soon as they closed the door, she started to question her sharply. What's going on? Didn't we agree to make everyone think that girl stole the bracelet? When you were pulled out of the water, you told me the bracelet was taken by her. So how come the bracelet is here with you? Liang Xiu lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers. She had planned to frame Liang Rurong and secretly hide the bracelet to kill two birds with one stone, but she was caught. Seeing her like this, Lu Yufin suddenly seemed to understand something, and her anger grew. You little brat, have you been lying to me all along? You just wanted to keep the bracelet for yourself. I've been so good to you. In response, Liang Xiu could only hold her hand, pretending to be pitiful and acting cute. Oh, Grandma, I would never lie to you. The situation was too urgent at the time. I forgot to secretly give her the bracelet. Please don't be angry. It was just a moment of carelessness. I thought that girl had been disrespectful to you and wanted to teach her a lesson. Lu Yufin's anger eased a lot after her sweet words, but she still felt some resentment. She thought about how her plan to steal the bracelet failed and how Liang Rurong's girl had taught her a lesson instead. She felt both unwilling and annoyed. That day, Liang Rurong gathered medicinal herbs from the mountain and took them to the local charity hall to exchange for some silver. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly a large crowd rushed in outside. Several men dressed like servants supported a young man, anxiously shouting, "Doctor, doctor, please look at our young master and tell us what's wrong." Liang Rurong was trapped inside the medicine shop and couldn't leave. She could only stand quietly in the corner and watch. The young man being supported was breathing quickly, with a pale face, clearly suffering from asthma. The illness was severe and urgent. If not treated soon, it could be very dangerous. The old doctor looked at him briefly, then sighed and shook his head. It's hopeless now. I can't cure this. You should take him home quickly. Hearing this, the servants were shocked and hurriedly begged, Dr. Li, you're the best doctor in town. Please, you must save our young master. No. Dr. Li waved his hand with a troubled look. I'm not skilled enough to treat this. You should take him home now before he dies here. Just then, the young man was about to faint from lack of breath. At that moment, Liang Rurong calmly said from the crowd, I can treat this. Dr. Li looked at her in surprise, with a look of disdain. You're just a girl from the countryside, digging herbs on the mountain. How could you possibly know how to treat this? Who says a girl from the countryside can't treat illnesses? Liang Rurong lifted her chin and looked at him. Since Dr. Li can't help, why not let me try? Go away, stop causing trouble here. Get out now, Dr. Li said impatiently, trying to chase Liang Rurong out of the shop. At this moment, the butler stepped forward to stop him and suggested, maybe we should let this young lady try. What if she can cure our young master? Dr. Li looked at him with a sneering expression and confidently said, in this place, if I can't see a disease clearly, no one else can. The butler frowned helplessly, then approached Liang Rurong with some doubt and asked, Miss, are you really able to cure our young master's illness? Of course, Liang Rurong replied with a gentle smile, very determined. Then please, miss, give it a try, the butler said, unable to refuse. Liang Rurong looked around and had someone help the young master sit on a chair. She then checked his pulse and gently lifted his eyelids to observe his pupils. Miss, how is my young master's illness? The butler asked anxiously. Liang Rurong stood up calmly and replied, it's not a serious illness. Just a simple medicine will help him recover. Then she looked at Dr. Li and asked, Dr. Li, may I use your backyard for a moment? Dr. Li, still looking dismissive, thought for a moment and agreed. All right, I want to see how just one dose of medicine can make him better. Liang Rurong didn't say much. She picked some herbs and went to the kitchen. In less than half an hour, she returned with a small bottle. Surprisingly, The bottle didn't contain usual herbal soup, but some white powder that smelled a bit bitter. Is this your herbal medicine? These flower-like things can also cure illnesses. Dr. Lee sneered and laughed. I think you're just talking nonsense here. Liang Rurong didn't explain immediately. She smiled and handed the small bottle to the young master. Breathe out all the air, then swallow this white powder. The young master, looking pale and struggling to breathe, tremblingly took the bottle and followed her instructions. As he inhaled the powder, something unexpected happened. The person who was struggling to breathe suddenly calmed down. Not only did his breathing become easier, but his face also started to look better. He's really fine now, the butler exclaimed happily, kneeling on the ground and about to bow to Liang Rurong. Thank you, miss, for saving my young master. You're truly a miracle worker. Liang Rurong quickly helped him up and waved her hand. It's just a small effort, but your young master still needs good rest and care. Meanwhile, Dr. Lee's face darkened. These are just some shady tricks. My family has been practicing medicine for generations, and I've never seen such a method. Liang Rurong smiled calmly and said, It doesn't matter whether it's a secret or not, as long as it cures the illness, right? This simple statement left Dr. Lee speechless. He could only fume silently and turn away in frustration. The housekeeper looked at the small bottle of medicine and suddenly, with a sincere face, asked Liang Rurong, Miss, do you think you could sell me this miracle medicine? No matter how much silver I need to pay. Liang Rurong's heart moved. This was a good chance to make money. Seeing that the young man dressed well and had many servants, she guessed he was probably a wealthy young master from a rich family. She thought for a moment and held out her hands, speaking clearly. 10 taels of silver. All right, thank you so much, Mississippi. My young master's illness is finally going to be cured. As expected, the housekeeper didn't hesitate at all. He took 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to Liang Rurong, continuously thanking her. Liang Rurong glanced at the young man's face and reminded him, but your young master's illness has lasted a long time. Relying only on this medicine might not be enough to cure him completely. Hearing this, the housekeeper immediately became nervous again. Liang Rurong raised her eyelids, her eyes shining with intelligence, and asked slowly, Does your young master often have trouble sleeping at night? Does he get short of breath when he moves a little? When he has an attack, is he restless and sweaty? Exactly what you said, miss. The housekeeper looked at her in disbelief, then showed deep concern on his face. Since my young master got this illness, he hasn't left the house. But he still feels short of breath sometimes, especially at night, making it hard for him to sleep. Liang Rurong nodded. This is because your young master's body is weak and needs proper care. Take this medicine home for him to use. In a few days, bring him to Liang village to find me. I will treat his other illnesses then. Hearing this, the housekeeper hurriedly bowed in thanks, tears of excitement in his eyes. Miss, you are truly a living bodhisattva. If you can really cure my young master, my father and mother will be forever grateful. As he spoke, he took out 2 silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Liang Rurong. She looked at them and saw they were worth 50 taels of silver. It seemed she had gained a lot from this trip. However, judging by Dr. Lee's attitude towards her, she probably wouldn't be able to come to this medical hall again in the future. Liang Rurong took the herbs she had gathered and wandered aimlessly on the street, planning to find another pharmacy. But just as she reached the street corner, she unexpectedly ran into the owner of a gambling house. He was rushing with 2 followers into a small alley. Liang Rurong remembered that the estate owner had followed her before, which made her suspicious of their identity, so she followed them secretly. After turning several times in the alley, the group finally stopped. To her surprise, at the end of this long-abandoned alley was a courtyard. To avoid alerting anyone, she hid behind a large banyan tree and waited until the group entered the courtyard. Then she dared to peek out and approach the door. Through in the door, Liang Rurong saw a tall, strong man standing with his back to her. He wore a large black cloak, and his hat shadowed most of his face, so she couldn't see his features clearly. Normally, the estate owner was arrogant, but when he saw this man, he bowed respectfully and lowered his voice, saying, We haven't found his whereabouts yet, but I've sent people to investigate the nearby villages. I believe we'll have news soon." The mysterious man suddenly became furious and slapped him, saying, "You useless fools. You can't even find a badly injured person. I might as well get rid of you." Hearing this, the estate owner was terrified and begged, considering he was badly hurt last time. Maybe he's already left his body in the wilderness? The mysterious man snorted and said coldly, "Mosai is a remarkable person. Even if he's injured, he wouldn't die. Keep searching and find him no matter what." Hearing his name, Liang Rurong felt a chill run down her spine and gasped in shock. Could it be that Mosai was injured and left in the mountains because of this group's pursuit? And from the tone of the mysterious man, they weren't planning to let Mosai go. They wanted to kill him.
Yes.
"We will do our best to find him," the estate owner hurriedly agreed, turning to leave with his men. Liang Rurong heard their footsteps and quickly hid behind the banyan tree. After they left, she stepped out again, but the mysterious man was nowhere to be seen. She dared not stay in town any longer. She bought some supplies and hurried home. On the way, she was nervous and anxious, thinking that these cold-blooded killers might be dangerous at any moment, and Mosai was probably in constant danger. Meanwhile, the butler returned to Sun's estate with the young master, who had just been saved. Mrs. Sun looked at her pale and tired son, tears of joy streaming down her face. "My son is truly blessed. It must be the ancestors of the Sun family watching over us. Soon, I will go to the ancestral hall to burn some incense and thank our ancestors properly. Madam, this time the young master was saved thanks to a young woman's skillful healing. Even the doctors at the relief hall said his illness was incurable, but that girl gave him some medicine. After just 2 sips, he was better," the butler said as he handed over a small medicine bottle. Mrs. Sun wiped her tears and carefully examined the bottle. Is there really such a remarkable woman in the world? But this medicine is very strange. I've never seen anything like it before. She held the bottle and fiddled with it for a long time but couldn't figure out how it worked. She called a few servants over, and despite everyone's efforts, no one could find the secret inside. "Madam, should I take this bottle outside to ask around?" the butler suggested. Mrs. Sun thought for a moment and waved her hand. "No need. As long as that person can truly cure the young master's illness, that's enough. If we go around investigating blindly, we might ruin the healer's reputation, which would be bad. By the way, the healer said we should bring the young master to Liangjia village in a few days. You should prepare a generous gift in advance and take it with you." The butler bowed. "Yes, madam. I will make sure it's done." Mrs. Sun looked at the bottle in her hand, finally feeling a sense of relief. Since her son fell ill a few years ago, she had been worried day and night. Despite hiring many doctors and wise healers, his condition never improved. Now that she had found a glimmer of hope, she couldn't be happier or more excited. Before sunset, Liang Rurong finally returned home. As soon as she entered, she saw Mu Tsiue sitting in the courtyard, leisurely drinking tea. She frowned and walked over. "At this time, you're still drinking tea?" she asked. Seeing her serious expression, Mu Tsiue put down his cup and asked puzzledly, "Is something wrong?" Liang Rurong told him everything she had seen and heard earlier. Then she lowered her voice and asked, "How do you know those people at the gambling house? Why is that mysterious person trying to hunt you down?" Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Mu Tsiue's eyes. He stood up and silently paced back and forth in the yard for a moment before speaking softly. "This matter has nothing to do with you. Rest assured, I won't involve you." These few words deeply hurt Liang Rurong's heart. She came to show concern out of kindness, but he not only didn't appreciate it, he also misunderstood her as being afraid of causing trouble for him. Her unease quickly turned into anger. She clenched her teeth and said, "Dog bites Lu Dongbin," not recognizing a good person. After saying that, she picked up the bought items and went to the kitchen. Musai looked at her angry back, wanting to go and explain, but thinking about his current special situation, he decided it was better for her to know less, so he could protect her better. By dinner time, Liang Rurong still hadn't calmed down. She sat silently, poking at her food. Zhao Xunyang noticed her mood was off and asked with concern, "Rurong, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Liang Rurong replied with her head down. Mu Sai also said nothing, which made her feel even more upset. She put down her chopsticks and went back to her room. Zhao Xunyang and Liang Dashan looked at each other with confusion. "What's wrong with her today?" "Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. I'll bring her some food," Mu Sai said. He stood up, scooped some rice and dishes onto a plate, and handed it to Liang Rurong. He knocked twice on the door. Inside, the candle flickered, but there was no response. "I know you're not asleep. Just eat your meal first." After a while, Liang Rurong's muffled voice came from inside. "Whether I eat or not has nothing to do with you." Mu Sai knew she was still sulking, so he placed the food on the table outside and left. Inside the room, Liang Rurong heard his footsteps growing farther away. She couldn't help but open the door, but all she saw was a table full of delicious food. For some reason, her heart suddenly felt empty. She didn't know what she was expecting, or if her hopes had been dashed, which made her feel inexplicably sad. Because of Liang Shiyu's scheme to frame her before, her reputation in the village had fallen sharply. No matter where she went, she was pointed at and talked about behind her back. Liang Shiyu couldn't bear these strange looks anymore and stayed at home all day, refusing to go out. Lu Yufin, worried about her because of the jade bracelet incident, also stayed at home to keep her company, afraid she might do something mischievous again. Without their mischief, Liang Rurong's days became much calmer. One early morning, just as Liang Rurong finished packing her things to go into the mountains to gather herbs, there was suddenly urgent knocking on the door and shouting outside. "Liang Dashan, hurry up and pay back the money." "Hurry up and pay back the money." Liang Rurong stepped forward and opened the door. A fat, big-eared man roughly pushed her aside and barged in aggressively. "Where is Liang Dashan? Come out quickly and pay the money, or I'll break your leg again today." Liang Rurong frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you breaking into my house?" At this moment, Zhao Xunyang ran out upon hearing the noise. Seeing the man's face, her expression immediately turned sour, and she lowered her head nervously. The man took out a promissory note and threw it at Liang Rurong, shouting harshly, "Your mother owes me 3 taels of silver, and she still hasn't paid it back." Liang Rurong looked at the note on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly. She suddenly remembered that some time ago, when Liang Dashan was injured, Zhao Xunyang had borrowed 3 taels of silver from the village landlord, Liang Fugue, because they had no money for treatment. Liang Fugue was originally just an ordinary villager, but after unexpectedly making a fortune and buying many fields, he became a wealthy landowner and moved to the town. However, he was generally considered honest and often spoke polite words. Zhao Xunyang, having no other help, borrowed money from him. "Brother Liang, don't worry. I'll go get the silver now." Zhao Xunyang hurried back to her house to fetch 5 taels of silver. She handed it over politely, saying, "Brother Liang, I'm really sorry. We've had a lot of family issues recently, so I forgot to send the silver earlier. Please keep these 5 taels, and the extra 2 taels are our thanks to you." Unexpectedly, Liang Fugue, usually kind, grabbed the silver and threw it on the ground, glaring at Zhao Xunyang and shouting, "Is this all the money? Are you trying to cheat a beggar?" Zhao Xunyang was stunned and asked nervously, "Brother Liang, I did borrow 3 taels of silver. That's true. It's true you borrowed 3 taels, but a month has passed. Isn't it still only 3 taels?" Liang Fugue's eyes flashed with a cunning look. Liang Rurong, with a cold face, stepped forward. "What do you want now?" Liang Fugue pursed his lips and looked at the IOU on the ground. "Take a good look yourself. See what it says." Liang Rurong bent down to pick up the IOU and read it carefully, word by word. The content before was similar to a normal IOU, but there was an extra line added at the end. If the debt isn't paid within a month, it must be compensated at 100 times the amount. Moreover, the handwriting was messy, and the ink hadn't even dried. "Well, do you see clearly now?" Liang Fugue looked at them proudly. Liang Rurong's face suddenly turned cold. She raised her head sharply and said, "You dare to change the IOU? That last line was clearly added by you. Liang Fugui laughed recklessly. Haha, you say, I changed the IOU, but do you have any proof? Liang Rurong turned to Zhao Xunyang and lowered her voice. Mother, there should have been 2 copies of this IOU. Where is yours? That, Zhao Xunyang bit her lip, looking very regretful. It was an urgent situation. Your father was waiting for the money to save his life. Besides, Brother Liang has always been honest in the village. I didn't. Hearing this, Liang Rurong suddenly understood. It seemed Liang Fugui had taken advantage of their inability to produce proof, coming here to make demands. And Liang Fugui seemed to have predicted they couldn't pay the 300 taels of silver, so he waved his hand and shouted, Since you can't pay, then use your daughter to settle the debt. Come here, take this girl away. At his command, 3 strong men immediately burst into the yard and rushed toward Liang Rurong. But just as one of them was about to grab her shoulder, she squinted her eyes, seized the moment, and firmly grabbed his wrist. She pinched a bone in his hand and gently applied pressure. Suddenly, a pig-like squeal ECD from the yard. The man clutched his arm and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. My hand is broken. It hurts so much. The other 2 men looked at Liang Rurong in horror, not daring to move forward. Liang Fugui, furious and ashamed, immediately showed a fierce look. Fine, you can't pay the money and want to hit people? I'll take you to see the officials right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xunyang panicked and quickly stopped him. Brother Liang, please don't report this to the authorities. We're going to gather some money right now and pay you back. Liang Dashan, who had just returned from outside, heard Zhao Xunyang say she would repay him with 300 taels of silver. He rushed over and covered her mouth with his hand. Are you crazy? Where can we find 300 taels of silver? But we really shouldn't go see the officials. Zhao Xunyang, a simple woman, was already overwhelmed with worry at this moment. Liang Dashan looked worried and sighed. He turned around to continue talking with Liang Fugui. Big brother, you know our situation. It's already hard enough to come up with 5 taels of silver. Also, my wife only borrowed 3 taels from you that day. Now you're asking us for 300 taels? That's just too much. Who are you calling big brother? Who's bullying whom? Liang Fugui pushed Liang Dashan hard, making him fall to the ground. Then he grabbed his collar and said fiercely, Debt must be paid. It's the right thing to do. If you don't have the money, then come with me to see the officials. Let's go. Outside the courtyard, villagers who loved to watch trouble gathered around, including 2 familiar, mean-looking faces talking sarcastically. Humph, I knew their family would end up like this. Lu Yufin said proudly, as if she had nothing to do with the current trouble. Grandma, if they really get taken to see the officials, wouldn't that ruin our Liang family's reputation? Liang Shiyu's innocent face was filled with scheming. We've already separated from them. Even if it's embarrassing, it won't affect us. Seeing Liang Dashan being pulled up from the ground and dragged away, Liang Rurong's anger flared. She quickly grabbed a broom and rushed forward. Let go of my father. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. But Liang Fugui was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked like a pig unafraid of boiling water and burst out laughing. Oh yeah? Come and hit me if you dare. If you hurt me, your family will have to pay even more. Maybe I'll stay in your house and never leave, making you support me for a lifetime. Liang Rurong clenched her fists tightly, her sharp nails digging deep into her palms. No matter what, she couldn't just stand by and watch her parents be humiliated. Just as she was about to fight with Liang Fugui and his group, a red-topped double carriage slowly arrived nearby. The carriage door was decorated with a red lantern, and faint words could be seen on it. There were 5 or 6 attendants walking beside the carriage, all dressed in fine clothes, not like common folk. It looked like a wealthy family from the town. But what were they doing here? While Liang Rurong was wondering, Liang Fugui recognized the symbol on the carriage. His face turned pale with fear, and he took a step back. The carriage stopped slowly outside the courtyard. A beautifully dressed woman got out and saw Liang Rurong. Behind her, a thin young man followed. Liang Rurong immediately recognized him as the man she had saved at Jishir Hall that day. Liang Fugue changed from his arrogant attitude and hurried to greet her with a flattering smile. "Oh, Lady Sun. What a surprise to see you come to our Liang village." But Lady Sun ignored him and walked straight past, happily grabbing Liang Rurong's hand. "You must be Miss Liang. Thank you for saving my son that day. Roar, come here and thank Miss Liang." She quickly pushed her son forward. Although the young man looked a little weak, he seemed to be recovering. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Miss Liang, for saving my life. There's no need to be so polite, Lady Sunday. I only did what I should," Liang Rurong replied with a gentle smile. At this moment, Lady Sun noticed the messy yard and Liang Fugue bowing and kowtowing in the corner. It seemed she suddenly understood something. Her eyes darkened, and she asked Liang Rurong, "Miss Liang, has something happened at home?" Liang Rurong saw that Liang Fugue was flattering Lady Sun, so she answered calmly, "A month ago, my father was sick and borrowed 3 taels of silver from them. Now they are demanding 300 taels from us." "What? That's unbelievable." Lady Sun's expression immediately turned serious. She turned to Liang Fugue and asked coldly, "Is what Miss Liang said true? You are acting so arrogantly here. Aren't you afraid of the authorities finding out?" Liang Fugue was stunned. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face turned pale. He quickly bent over and ran over, bowing to Liang Rurong and apologizing. "It's my fault for being blind and not recognizing the importance of Liang girl. I didn't know you were the savior of Sun Gongzi. Please forgive me this time, Liang girl." Then he hurriedly picked up the IOU from the ground and tore it into pieces. "I don't want this money anymore. I'll take my people and leave right away." Liang Fugue waved to the strong men he brought, and they hurriedly ran out the door. "Wait a moment," Liang Rurong called out loudly, took 5 taels of silver from Zhao Xunyang, and threw it to him. "Take your money. Liang Rurong, never owe anyone anything." Liang Fugue took the silver, and the muscles around his mouth twitched unnaturally. He turned and left. Outside the courtyard, his charming smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a sinister, cruel look. He muttered angrily, "Woman, just wait and see how I deal with you." The few men following him looked grimy and didn't dare say much. They all hurriedly left like drowning dogs. After resolving the trouble, Liang Rurong's face lit up with a smile again. She invited Madame Sun and Sun Gongzi into the house. Although Zhao Xunyang didn't know how her daughter was connected to the Sun family since guests had come, she poured 2 bowls of water and warmly invited them to sit down. "Madame Sun, it's rare for you to come. We don't have good tea here in the countryside, so please bear with it. Big sister-in-law, you don't need to be so polite. Actually, I came today mainly to thank Liang girl," she said, giving a meaningful look to the maid beside her. The maid understood and quickly left. Soon, several people carried in a delicate redwood box. When they opened it, they saw 50 taels of silver and many pieces of jewelry and silk. Zhao Xunyang had never seen so much money in her life. Her eyes brightened, and she nervously said, "Madame Sun, we really can't afford this." Madame Sun held her hand sincerely and said, "Big sister-in-law, you don't know. Roar is my only child. I've spent so much effort on his illness since he was young. Now that I've finally found someone who can cure him, I'm willing to sell everything I have." When she reached this point, she suddenly took out a handkerchief, covered her mouth, and coughed twice. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Liang Rurong looked at her face, her eyes flickered, and she thought of something. She turned around and went inside, took out some medicine and 2 prescriptions, and handed them to Madame Sun's maid. "Madam, these medicines are what I've prepared for the young master over the past few days. As long as you follow the instructions on the prescriptions, his health will improve within 30 days. If he faces danger again like last time, you can also use the medicine bottles I provided to help him." She mentioned the special medicine bottles, and Madame Sun asked curiously, "I wonder what kind of magic medicine those bottles are. My family and I have studied them for half a day, but couldn't figure out the secret. This is a secret recipe, and it cannot be shared easily," Liang Rurong said mysteriously with a smile. She then added, "Also, Remember that the young master's room must not have any incense burners or things like reed or willow catkins, as they can trigger asthma. Hearing this, Madame Sun nodded seriously. All right, I'll have the maid pack up immediately. Seeing that it was getting late, Madame Sun stood up with her son and said goodbye. We'll be leaving now. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to the Sun residence to find me. Liang Rurong stepped forward, quietly pulled her sleeve, and took her aside. She secretly handed her another prescription. What is this? Madame Sun asked, puzzled. Liang Rurong leaned close and whispered, I know you often have issues with blood deficiency and irregular blood flow. This prescription can help you restore your health. Madame Sun looked at her with surprise, and a hint of embarrassment showed in her eyes. Miss Liang, how do you know that? Madam, don't worry about how I know. Just follow my instructions, Liang Rurong said softly, with a gentle smile. Gratefully, Madame Sun held her hand and looked at her with love and admiration. Then she took out a silver note, trying to give it to her. This time, Liang Rurong refused to accept it and said, If you want to thank me, Madam, just help me spread the word about my medical skills in town. Of course, that's no problem. Liang Rurong saw the mother and son off and watched as they got into their carriage. At this moment, villagers gathered outside the yard, rushing in to see the gold and silver jewelry inside the red wooden box, their eyes shining with excitement. Wow, your family's Rurong is really impressive. She managed to connect with the Sun family. Everyone knows the Sun family is the richest in town. Yes, look at all these treasures. You won't have to worry about food or clothes for your whole life. Among those praising her, there were also some who used to speak disrespectfully about Liang Rurong when they followed Lu Yufan. Now that she had gained the support of the Sun family, they all started to flatter her. That wicked woman, she actually got involved with the Sun family. Liang Fugue kicked over a stool in anger, finally releasing his frustration. A little follower nearby stepped forward and said fiercely, Boss, that woman caused us so much trouble today. We definitely can't let her go. Of course not. Liang Fugue slapped him on the head and gritted his teeth. Call all the brothers over here. More than 10 men rushed in and gathered around. Liang Fugue took out a flint and some oil from his sleeve, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As night fell, Liang Rurong was already asleep. The yard was silent, with only a few cicadas chirping clearly. Around the second watch of the night, masked men quietly carried a pile of firewood and surrounded Liang Rurong's house. One of them pulled down the black cloth on his face, raised the oil, and poured it over the prepared firewood. After everything was ready, another person took out a fire starter, gently blew on it, and the flames immediately lit up, casting a terrifying glow on his face. Come on, hurry up. If someone finds out, we'll be in big trouble, he nodded, about to throw the fire starter onto the soaked firewood. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past, extinguishing the flames instantly. A chilling sensation crept up his back, as if coldness was seeping from his bones. In the next second, a sharp dagger was pressed against his throat, and a murderous aura made him feel suffocating with fear. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. Don't make a sound, or I'll cut your neck right now. Please. Kindly spare me, please. Kindly spare me. He trembled with fear, his lips trembling, and his legs suddenly went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, another person tried to run away. Mutsiua narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a quick movement, shot out a dart that hit him in the thigh. The quiet village suddenly ECD with a loud, pig-like scream. The man collapsed to the ground, twisting for a few seconds before fainting from pain. Mutsiua waved the knife in his hand and asked sternly, Tell me, who ordered you to set the fire? Teach this. The masked man hesitated, reluctant to admit. Mutsiua kicked him hard in the knee. With a cracking sound, the man's face turned pale instantly, and he fell heavily to the ground. Before he could scream in pain, Mutsiua's fists rained down like a storm, hitting him repeatedly. He stopped only when the man was barely breathing. Mutsiua wiped the blood from his hand, his gaze cold and frightening, like that of a death god. Do you want to tell me now? The masked man spat blood, his eyes swollen shut, almost popping out. He begged and shouted, "Stop hitting me. I'll tell you." It was Liang Fugue who ordered us. A cold light flashed in Mu Tsiu's eyes. He stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at the dry grass outside the courtyard wall. He ordered, "Quickly clean this up or I'll pour oil on you." I'll do it now." The masked man, barely able to stand, crawled up with his last strength, dragging his injured leg to move the grass elsewhere. Finally, Mu Tsiu, both of them with ropes, threw them on his horse, and rode swiftly toward the town under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Liang Fugue was inside the house, holding his new wife and enjoying himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the door with a bang. Startled, Liang Fugue jumped out of bed, cursing as he hurried to close the door. Where did this wind come from? Ruin my mood. In the next moment, two people, bound tightly with ropes, were thrown inside from outside. One had a dart stuck in his thigh, blood pouring out, while the other was beaten so badly he looked unrecognizable, with a strong smell of blood filling the air. "What's going on with you two?" Liang Fugue was almost scared out of his wits, and cold sweat broke out on his face. When he looked up, a fist with a cold wind behind it had already hit his left cheek. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown to the ground like a rotten eel, curling up and grimacing.
Who
dares to hit me?" Before he finished speaking, a quick figure rushed in from outside, riding on top of him and holding him down so he couldn't move. Then, a series of punches fiercely struck his head and face, making his eyes spin and stars appear in his vision. The concubine on the bed was so frightened she covered herself with a quilt and screamed, but no one outside entered the room. They had already been knocked to the ground by Mu Tsiu and couldn't move. Until Liang Fugue was beaten until he foamed at the mouth and couldn't make a sound, Mu Tsiu stopped and took out some oil from his sleeve, dripping it onto him. "Why you? What are you going to do?" Liang Fugue's eyes nearly popped out as he roared in anger. Mu Tsiu sneered. "You like to set fires, right? Then I'll let you taste what it's like to burn." The strong smell of oil mixed with the scent of death filled the room. Liang Fugue trembled like chaff and kept begging. "I won't do it again, I swear I won't. Please spare me. I won't bother them anymore, I swear." Hearing this, Mu Tsiu stopped and placed the oil near his head, saying each word clearly. "If I catch you bothering them again, I will pour this oil into your mouth." After saying that, he stood up and left confidently, leaving behind a room full of people howling and crying like pigs after being beaten. The next morning, Liang Rurong was washing in the yard when she faintly smelled something strange. She followed the scent to its source and finally stopped outside the wall of the yard. She looked down carefully and found some damp firewood in the corner. The smell was coming from there. Liang Rurong was surprised and leaned in to smell, her eyes widening instantly. It was the smell of oil. But why would these things appear outside her own yard wall? At that moment, Mu Tsiu walked over. Liang Rurong immediately saw the bloodstains on his sleeve. Thinking about what happened yesterday, she quickly understood what was going on. She asked nervously, "How did you get hurt? Where did you go last night?" "It's not a real injury. I just accidentally brushed against something," Mu Tsiu replied calmly. Liang Rurong knew that Mu Tsiu must have gone to teach Liang Fugue and his group last night, but he didn't want to talk about it. She didn't ask further, feeling a warm and grateful feeling inside. "Go inside first. Later, I will check how your wound is healing," Liang Rurong said with a gentle smile. After a while, Liang Rurong took her medicine box and went inside. Mu Tsiu cooperated by taking off his coat. Seeing that his wound had fully healed, except for a small scar and no other problems, Liang Rurong felt relieved and smiled. "Your wound is completely healed." Mu Tsiu put his coat back on, looking at her with admiration. "Your medical skills are really excellent. Even in the capital, it's hard to find a doctor as skilled as you. You're flattering me too much," Liang Rurong said shyly, smiling as she put the iodine and cotton swabs into her medicine box. Suddenly, her heart was pulled by something, bringing a strange, weightless feeling. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, her voice very weak. "Your wound is healed. Are you going to leave now?" Musaya also remained silent for a while before turning to look at her. Do you really want me to leave? Liang Rurong almost blurted out the words but swallowed them back. Because she couldn't be sure how she truly felt. She knew Musaya still had other things to deal with and wouldn't stay long in Liangjia village. But the thought of him leaving one day made her heart feel like it was being pulled, a dull pain lingering inside. This is your matter. I have no right to interfere. After saying that, she stood up, took her medicine box, and left. Her eyes were already slightly red. When she stepped outside, she saw Liang Dashan coming back with a water bucket, beads of sweat on his face. Father, why did you go fetch water yourself? Is your leg better? Liang Rurong hurried over and took the bucket from his hand. Liang Dashan brushed off the sweat from his face, smiling as he said, Dad's leg is now fully healed. There's nothing wrong with it anymore. Carrying water is no longer a big deal. Liang Rurong placed the pole in the corner of the wall and reminded him, but you shouldn't do strenuous activities. You need to rest properly. Ever since your father fell ill, he's been staying at home every day. He's starting to feel restless. It's better to let him go out for a walk. Zhao Xunyang came out of the house holding a few change of clothes, smiling happily. By the way, Rurong, your dad and I are thinking of setting up a small shrine for that old immortal. We want to honor him properly. Without him, your dad's leg wouldn't have healed. Hearing this, Liang Rurong paused for a few seconds, then awkwardly waved her hand. Mom and Dad, there's no need. Since he's a divine being, there's no need for a shrine. Besides, I don't even know who he is or where he comes from, so I can't set one up. Please don't trouble yourselves over this. Liang Dashan thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. As long as Rurong keeps doing good deeds, helping others and healing the sick, that's enough to repay the old immortal's kindness. Yes, Dad is right. Liang Rurong finally let out a breath of relief, took some soapberry powder, and went to wash clothes with Zhao Xunyang. That night, the shadows of trees swayed in the yard, and the cold moonlight spread across the ground, creating a hazy, beautiful scene. Liang Rurong couldn't sleep. She put on a coat and stepped outside. Unexpectedly, she saw Mu Tsiue standing under the pear blossom tree, lost in thought under the moon. A few petals had fallen on his shoulders, adding a touch of loneliness. Moved by this, she slowly approached and quietly asked from behind, It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Mu Tsiue turned his head, his deep, obsidian-like eyes meeting her face. You haven't slept either. Liang Rurong lowered her head, looking at her shadows stretched long by the moonlight on the ground. For some reason, her heart felt like it was covered in a fog that wouldn't lift. After a while, she raised her head again, her expression returning to normal calm. I'll go to bed now. You should rest early, too. After saying that, she adjusted her collar, shrank her neck, and turned to go back inside. Just as she pushed open the door, Mu Tsiue called out behind her, Wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Liang Rurong's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her palms broke out in a light sweat. She suppressed her nervousness and turned to look at him. Mu Sai slowly walked up to her, as if he had been thinking for a long time, then gently spoke. Actually, I haven't told you my identity, because it is very special. If others find out, it might put you in danger. I understand. Liang Rurong nodded calmly. One day, I will tell you everything, Mu Sai said with a firm look in his eyes. Hearing this, the fog in Liang Rurong's mind seemed to clear, becoming much brighter. She looked up, a small smile appearing on her lips. Okay. Mu Sai raised his hand and brushed away the pear blossom in her hair. It's getting late. Rest early. You too, Liang Rurong quickly said, then turned and went back inside. She pressed herself tightly against the cold wall, testing the hot feeling on her cheek with the back of her hand. Outside, under the pear blossom tree, the figure still stood there, now with a hint of warmth in the atmosphere. That night, Liang Rurong had trouble sleeping. The next morning, as soon as Liang Rurong got up, she heard loud knocking at the door. She hurried to open it. Unexpectedly, Lu Yufan rushed in and shouted loudly, It's all your fault. Return my son to me. Return my son. Why are you acting crazy so early? Liang Rurong frowned and pushed her away. At this moment, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang also came out. Mother, what's wrong? Dae is missing. A few days ago, Dae went into town with some people, and he hasn't come back yet. Lu Yufin pounded her thigh and cried loudly. It's because of your cursed family. Not only did you bring misfortune, but now you're going to ruin your brother too. What? Dae is missing? Liang Dashan immediately became nervous. Did you go to look for him in town? And this has nothing to do with Rurong. She has been at home all these days and never went out. Lu Yufin gritted her teeth, full of disgust. It has everything to do with her. It's because our Liang family has a shameless person who, at such a young age, brought a wild man home, which angered our ancestors. Liang Rurong bit her lip, feeling a faint anger inside. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes caught sight of two people standing outside the yard. Although the two people were dressed like ordinary villagers, their cold, sinister eyes seemed to be constantly watching and spying on Liang Rurong's family. Suddenly, Liang Rurong remembered the black-clad man standing with the gambling house owner in the small courtyard. An uneasy feeling arose in her heart. If anything happens to my son, I won't forgive you. Bad omen. Lu Yufin kept shouting and scolding. Liang Rurong quickly thought of a plan. She raised her voice and shouted at her, My second brother and I are in love. Although he is just a hunter and has one leg broken, I don't care. I want to be with him. Besides, my second brother isn't a wild man. He came from another place after his parents died. Lu Yufin looked at her with disdain and started gossiping with the neighbors. Listen to this. Such a young girl, talking about shameful things, really makes our Liang family lose face. The villagers watching also burst into laughter. However, when the two people heard Liang Rurong say this, they seemed to lose their doubts. They exchanged a glance and then turned to leave. Liang Rurong also felt a little relieved. Liang Dashan couldn't stand Lu Yufin's slander of his daughter. He quickly went over and pushed her outside. Enough, mother. Rurong is my daughter. I will raise her well. I will also do my best to find Dae. You should go home now and don't come back unless it's important. After saying that, he closed the courtyard door, blocking out all the unpleasant sounds. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry about Liang Dae. Dae is a good person. How could he go missing? Did something happen? Liang Rurong thought for a moment and comforted him. Third uncle is honest and won't get into trouble. Maybe we should go to the town and look for clues. But our family has no way out. Where can we look? Liang Dashan frowned deeply. At this moment, Liang Rurong suddenly remembered someone. Her eyes lit up. Don't worry, father. I have a way. She immediately sent someone to deliver a letter to the Sun family, asking Mrs. Sun for help in finding third uncle. Soon, she received a reply. Miss, I will do my best to help with this matter. But I also have one thing I need your help with. Currently, my family has a guest from the capital who is very ill and wishes for the young lady to come and treat him. 3 days later, Liang Rurong took her medicine box and went to Sun's residence. When Moot Siua learned that the patient was from the capital, he felt uneasy and disguised himself to follow behind. Outside Sun's gate, Liang Rurong gently knocked on the door. After a while, a young servant opened it. The servant squinted and looked her over, noticing her simple clothes, and asked arrogantly, Who are you here for? I'm here to see Madam Sunday. Please pass the message, Liang Rurong replied politely. To see the madam? What's the matter? The servant looked at her cautiously. Liang Rurong smiled. I am here to diagnose the illness. Diagnose? The servant burst into laughter. We have many good doctors here. It's not suitable for a country girl like you. I think you're just here to scam money. Hurry up and leave. Liang Rurong found it amusing and was about to argue when a carriage slowly arrived nearby. The servant hurried to greet it. The carriage door opened, and Madam Sun stepped out. When she saw Liang Rurong, her face lit up with a warm smile. Miss Liang, why are you standing here? Why not come inside? Liang Rurong glanced at the trembling servant and teased, Your family's rules are strict. I haven't had the honor to enter the house yet. Madam Sun understood immediately. Her expression turned cold, and she scolded the servant. Miss Liang is our honored guest. How dare you treat her with such disrespect? The servant, sweating all over, quickly slapped himself twice and said, "It's all my fault for not recognizing her importance." Madame Sun took Liang Rurong's hand and led her inside, still apologizing. "Miss Liang, I'm so sorry. It's these servants who don't know the rules. Please forgive us." "It's nothing, madam. It was rude of me to come without notice," Liang Rurong said, lifting her medicine box. "May I ask where the patient mentioned in your letter is?" Madame Sun led her to a quiet courtyard in the back. As she pushed open the door, a strong medicinal smell immediately filled the air. Soon, the sound of coughing came from inside, indicating the patient's condition was quite serious. "Miss Liang, come with me," Mrs. Sun whispered softly, leading her into the inner room. Inside, a middle-aged man was lying on the bed, breathing heavily. Because he was somewhat overweight, his face almost merged with his neck, and his complexion looked a bit bluish. His eyes also appeared slightly bulging. Liang Rurong immediately saw that the man had severe high blood pressure, which had caused complications. "This is the young lady I mentioned earlier. She is very skilled in medicine. Please let her check your pulse," Mrs. Sun said, pointing to Liang Rurong. The man looked weak and tired, glanced at Liang Rurong, and nodded slightly. Liang Rurong stepped forward, opened her medical box, took out a blood pressure monitor, wrapped it around the man's arm, and put on a stethoscope. The man had never seen these tools before, and his face showed confusion. After a moment of checking, Liang Rurong confirmed her suspicion and said slowly, "Your blood pressure is very high now. You need immediate medication treatment." The attendant standing nearby immediately became alert. "What is medication treatment?" "It means using a syringe to inject medicine into the body. This is the quickest way," Liang Rurong explained calmly. "Master, this method is too dangerous. This young lady doesn't know who she is, and if she..." The attendant looked at the patient on the bed, hesitating. Mrs. Sun quickly cleared Liang Rurong's name. "Don't worry. I can vouch for her character and medical skills." The man closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly turned his head to look at Liang Rurong with a look of scrutiny and curiosity. "How can I trust that your method will definitely work?" Liang Rurong's eyes flickered, and she gently parted her lips, speaking slowly. "Do you often experience dizziness, headaches, ringing in your ears, insomnia, and swelling in your legs? Do your limbs feel numb and weak? Sometimes you even feel nauseous, and no matter what medicine you take, it doesn't help." Hearing this, the man looked surprised. "What the young lady said is true. Your illness can only be cured with my method. No matter how many famous doctors or masters you invite, it won't work," Liang Rurong said confidently. The man stared at Liang Rurong's face for a long time, seeming to make a firm decision, then slowly nodded and said, "All right, please treat me." Liang Rurong opened the medical box again, took out an 4-drip and several bags of liquid, all prepared earlier in the space. She looked around, and her gaze settled on a clothes rack in the corner. She spoke to her attendant, "Please help me bring that over." The attendant glanced at the man, who nodded gently. The attendant then walked over and brought the clothes rack to Liang Rurong. She hung the liquid bags on the rack and carefully completed her preparations. Then, she took a needle in her right hand and began the injection. Just as she was about to insert the needle into the man's skin, he suddenly spoke, "Think carefully. You can choose not to treat me. But if you do and something goes wrong, can you take responsibility?" "I can," Liang Rurong answered without hesitation. The attendant's eyes showed caution as he took a step forward. "Then please stay at Sun's residence until the Lord's condition improves. Is this considered holding someone hostage?" Liang Rurong replied with a cold smile. The man coughed twice, his face turning grim again. The attendant hurried forward, gently patting his back. Madame Sun pulled Liang Rurong aside and lowered her voice. "Miss Liang, why not stay at my place for now? It will save you the trouble of coming back and forth." Liang Rurong saw that this man's status was not ordinary, and even Madame Sun showed respect to him, so she nodded in agreement. She picked up the needle again and swiftly and accurately inserted it into the man's tense vein on the back of his hand. As blood slowly flowed back, the medicine gradually entered his bloodstream. Finally, Liang Rurong used tape to secure the 4 to his arm and side, It will take about an hour to finish the infusion. During this time, your arm must not move. If the needle slips out of the blood vessel, you will need to have it redone." The man nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Musai had quietly climbed onto the roof. He gently moved aside some stones and looked carefully through the gap at what was happening inside. Suddenly, he saw the man's familiar face, and his palm involuntarily clenched. At that moment, the housekeeper of Sun's residence rushed in hurriedly, saying anxiously, "Madam, something's wrong. A group of people has broken in outside." Madam Sun calmly looked outside the door and ordered, "Stop those people." The butler nervously glanced behind him and said, "Madam, those people have already entered." Before he finished, the group forcefully stormed into the house, surrounding the man and his followers. The man seemed to have expected this and remained calm on his bed. The leader of the group stepped forward, carrying a curved dagger at his waist, and asked in a commanding tone, "Finding you is not easy. But this is the Sun residence. Breaking in like this seems improper." The man leaned against the bed, trying to hide his discomfort. The leader looked at him with cold eyes and said, "I am here on orders from above. Tell me, where's that person?" "Who?" the man asked calmly, despite being ill, showing a strong presence. The leader gritted his teeth and pressed on. "You know very well. Stop pretending. Hand over the person, and don't cause trouble for innocent people." Perhaps due to the medication, the man suddenly looked pained and sat up, starting to. Liang Rurong quickly stepped forward to check his pulse. Luckily, it was just a normal reaction, not an allergic response to the medicine. "How is the Lord's health?" the follower asked nervously. "He's fine, but I need to give him an injection to help him recover," Liang Rurong said as she opened her medicine box and took out silver needles. Seeing this, the leader sneered and mocked. "So, you're pretending to be sick now." He took out a jade pendant from his sleeve and held it out to the man. "I think you've seen this before. Do you know what crime it is to hide a wanted criminal?" Liang Rurong glanced at the jade pendant and suddenly felt a shock. Because of this pendant, she remembered seeing an identical one on Mu Tsiua. It seemed these people were here to find Mu Tsiua, and this patient was connected to him in an extraordinary way. Liang Rurong stayed silent and prepared to treat the man with the silver needle. But the leader frowned with displeasure and said, "Do you know who he is?" "Step aside quickly. I don't care who he is. I only know he is my patient and needs treatment," Liang Rurong replied coldly, giving him a sharp look. The leader immediately became angry and cursed as he stepped forward and grabbed Liang Rurong's shoulder. "I told you to step back. Didn't you hear me?" Liang Rurong held a silver needle and, taking advantage of his distraction, sharply stabbed the acupoint on his wrist. The leader screamed loudly, covering his arm and stepping back twice, nearly falling. Liang Rurong saw his face turn pale and his lips turn purple, judging that he was injured and losing too much blood. After acupuncture treatment, the man's condition improved a lot. Liang Rurong then asked her followers to carry him inside to rest.
"Stop.
"Who told you to leave?" the leader shouted angrily from behind. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and looked at him quietly. "I think you saw that he is very weak and doesn't have the energy to argue with you here. Besides, with his status, if something goes wrong, you might not be able to explain." Liang Rurong only wanted to trick him a little, but the leader looked visibly panicked when he heard this. At that moment, one of his subordinates hurried in and whispered something in his ear. The leader's brow furrowed tighter, and he waved his hand. "Let's go." Then he quickly left with his followers. Liang Rurong felt a bit strange. She looked up casually and noticed 2 bricks that had been moved away. She immediately went outside the Sun residence and saw Mu Tsiua waiting at the entrance of a nearby alley. She hurried over and asked directly, "Were those people looking for you just now?" Mu Tsiua remained silent and did not answer. "Also, do you know the sick guest at the Sun residence?" she continued. This time, Mu Tsiua slightly frowned, with a hint of distance in his tone. "Don't worry, I won't drag you into this." These words felt like a thorn, suddenly piercing Liang Rurong's heart. She gave a cold, disappointed smile. "If you don't trust me so much, aren't you afraid I might reveal your whereabouts to him?" Looking at his gradually departing figure, Liang Rurong felt a strange sense of loss. She calculated that the man's infusion should be finished soon, so she tidied her emotions and returned to Sun's residence. In the backyard, the group that had just barged in had already left. The guest was half leaning on a cushion, coughing repeatedly. Seeing that the medicine in the drip was finished, Liang Rurong washed her hands and went forward to remove the needle. She then took out a blood pressure monitor and checked the guest's blood pressure, which had returned to normal. "Do you still feel dizzy or wanna now?" Liang Rurong asked gently. The guest sat up slightly, his lips now more rosy than before. "Yes, I feel much better now. I feel quite comfortable." Liang Rurong took out a small bottle of medicine and handed it to him. "Next time you feel dizzy or unwell, you can take 2 pills to help relieve it." The guest took the bottle, looking at Liang Rurong with admiration. "I didn't expect Miss Liang's medical skills to be so excellent. Such talent should not be confined here. Would you consider coming to the capital with me? You might find greater opportunities there." Liang Rurong smiled calmly.
You flatter me.
"I only have some basic skills. I cannot compare to the famous doctors in the capital. Besides, I have no lofty ambitions. I just want to stay with my parents." Hearing this, the guest did not insist but nodded thoughtfully.
All right.
"Since Miss Liang has treated me, I should do something in return. Do you have any wishes?" Liang Rurong thought for a moment, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "Actually, I do have a request. My 3rd uncle went to town a few days ago to buy some things, but he mysteriously disappeared. We searched everywhere but found no trace. Could you help us find him?" "Disappeared?" The guest frowned slightly. "Do you know where he went missing?" "It seems to be Luqiao Lane," Liang Rurong replied. At that moment, the attendant nearby looked sharply and blurted out, "I heard that a few days ago, the officials sent people to conscript soldiers in town. They might have been through Luqiao Lane." "That's right. It seems your 3rd uncle might have been taken by the officials." The guest nodded. He cleared his throat. "But don't worry, Miss Liang. I will send someone to investigate further." Liang Rurong smiled gratefully. "Thank you very much, sir." At this moment, Madame Sun led in 2 clever maids and warmly said, "Miss Liang, I have arranged a room in the West Wing for you. You can stay there for now. If you need anything, just ask me. These 2 maids are here to serve you." Liang Rurong felt a bit shy and scratched her head. "Madame Sun, you don't need to trouble yourself.
I can take care of myself. But
I would like to ask you to send someone to inform my parents at home so they won't worry." "Don't worry about that. I already asked the housekeeper to send a letter," Madame Sun said sincerely, holding her hand. So, Liang Rurong felt at ease and stayed at Madame Sun's house. Every 2 hours, she checked her guest's blood pressure to make sure everything was fine. In the evening, Madame Sun suddenly called her to the front hall. The housekeeper had just returned from Liangjia village. Seeing their serious expressions, Liang Rurong quickly asked, "Did something happen at my home?" Madame Sun signaled to the housekeeper with her eyes. The housekeeper hesitated before speaking. "When I went to Liang's house earlier, Miss Liang's grandmother, Lu, was there. She heard that Miss Liang would be staying with us these days and thought there was something going on between you and the young master. Now she is causing a fuss, demanding bride price." "What?" Liang Rurong hadn't finished listening, and her anger flared. She hurriedly said, "Madame Sun, I need to go home immediately." Madame Sun understood her worries and nodded, instructing the housekeeper to prepare a carriage to take her home right away. As they were about to leave, a guest suddenly stepped forward and suggested, "Why don't I go with Miss Liang? This is my family matter." "You don't need to trouble yourself," Liang Rurong politely declined. Madame Sun thought for a moment, then gently tugged at her sleeve. "You're a young lady. You might not handle that situation well. Why not let Mr. Zhang accompany you?" Liang Rurong looked at her and understood her meaning. She nodded and went home with Mr. Zhang. Just outside her house, Liang Rurong heard loud arguing from the yard. Lu Yufin's shouting and scolding could be heard through the wall. "It's all your fault for having such a shameless fox spirit. She seduces men everywhere, and now she's living in someone else's house." A cold feeling rose in Liang Rurong's eyes. She clenched her fists tightly and pushed open the door. She saw Yang Dashan jump up from his chair and shout at Lu Yufin. Rurong went to see a doctor. If you keep talking nonsense, don't come to our house anymore. Humph, seeing a doctor? When she brought that wild man home, she said she was seeing a doctor. Now she's openly living with the man and still claims she's seeing a doctor. Is she some kind of healer? I think this is just your trick to fool people. Who knows if she's doing something shady outside? Lu Yufin's words became more and more insulting. Liang Dashan was so angry he trembled all over, his face turning pale. Mother, you're going too far. Liang Rurong walked quickly over, grabbed her wrist and said coldly, "You don't have the right to talk about me like that." Lu Yufin was startled and immediately shouted, "Oh no! Look, she's about to hit her own grandmother. This is terrible. With what you just said, you don't deserve me to call you grandma," Liang Rurong said with a cold, icy look. Anyone who saw her would feel uneasy. "Cousin, don't say that. Grandma is doing it for your own good." A young person, about 17 or 18, stepped forward. He looked very serious and proper. Liang Rurong looked at him and recognized him as her cousin Liang Shuiyuan, who was always studying. She smirked coldly and said, "I didn't know that slandering my reputation was also for my good." At that moment, Mr. Zhang got off the carriage. His gaze swept over Liang Shuiyuan and asked calmly, "Are you a student at White Horse Academy?" "How do you know?" Liang Shuiyuan frowned and looked him up and down. Mr. Zhang's eyes were deep. He said slowly, "A few days ago you fought with someone at the academy. You were just punished with 20 strikes. It seems this is related to your family's teachings. You..." "What are you talking about?" Liang Shuiyuan immediately looked guilty. "I never fought with anyone." Lu Yufin also started shouting, "My grandson is the most obedient and studious. He works hard at his studies. How could he fight with others? Who are you to come here and talk nonsense?" Then she looked at the luxurious carriage and suddenly mocked, "So it's someone from the Sun family. I wondered why her wings suddenly grew stronger. Turns out she has a man backing her. Mr. Zhang is my patient." "Don't spread false rumors here," Liang Rurong said coldly, glaring at her. "What patient? I think she's just pretending to be something she's not." Lu Yufin spat on the ground and scoffed arrogantly. Liang Rurong was furious. Just as she was about to speak, Mr. Zhang stopped her. Mr. Zhang looked calm and turned to his attendants, saying, "Send someone immediately to the academy to tell Mr. Ouyang that Liang Shuiyuan has behaved badly and can no longer stay at the academy to ruin the atmosphere." "Yes, I will go right away," the attendant replied and was about to leave. Liang Shuiyuan panicked and quickly grabbed him, eyes wide with surprise. "How do you know Mr. Ouyang?" "Because the White Horse Academy was founded by my lord and Mr. Ouyang together. My lord has the right to expel students there," the attendant said firmly, pushing his hand away. Hearing this, Lu Yufin's face changed instantly. She began to beg desperately, "Mr. Zhang, it was all our fault for not recognizing the situation. Please don't hold it against us. Our Shuiyuan must not be expelled. Mr. Zhang, it's just the reckless behavior of students. Please forgive us." Liang Shuiyuan also apologized and begged. Mr. Zhang looked at Liang Rurong and said calmly, "This matter depends on Miss Liang's decision. If you want, you can ask her." Lu Yufin was stunned. She turned to look at Liang Rurong and suddenly knelt down, grabbing her hand with tears streaming down her face. "Rurong, please help your brother. Our Liang family only has you as a scholar. If he gets expelled from the academy, what hope does our family have?" "That's your hope, not ours," Liang Rurong said disdainfully, lifting her head and ignoring her fake tears. Lu Yufin's eyes flickered, and she quickly changed her tone. "As long as you help your brother, I'll agree to anything you ask." This seemed to wake Liang Rurong. She thought for a moment, then turned and went inside to get paper and a pen. She quickly wrote a few lines, handed it to Lu Yufin. "As long as you sign and seal this document, I will consider asking for his forgiveness." Lu Yufin happily took the paper, looked at it, and immediately became serious. You want to cut ties with us?" "Yes," Liang Rurong said firmly. "From now on, our two families have nothing to do with each other. You are not allowed to step into our house again." Lu Yufin trembled as she clutched the paper and shouted at Liang Dashan, "Look at this girl you raised. She has betrayed family morals and gone against everything. She will be punished by our ancestors. Liang Rurong calmly looked at Liang Dashan and Zhao Xuanyang and said clearly, Parents, please think carefully. If we don't settle this matter now, our family might never have a peaceful life. Unexpectedly, Liang Dashan almost didn't hesitate and nodded seriously. All right, I agree. Then he picked up a pen and confidently signed his name. Lu Yufin was completely stunned, her face full of disbelief.
You
Unfilial son. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Liang Rurong simply threw the paper and pen in front of her, expressionless. This is the only way to keep Liang Shuyuan at the academy. Whether you sign or not is up to you. Lu Yufin clenched her teeth and glared fiercely at Liang Dashan, then looked at Liang Shuyuan. In the end, she signed and sealed the deal. In her view, Liang Dashan's family was worth less than her precious grandson Liang Shuyuan. After signing, Lu Yufin left with Liang Shuyuan without looking back. Liang Dashan's face was not full of regret but appeared relaxed. I used to be too blindly obedient, which allowed them to hurt us again and again. Father, don't blame yourself. Such things will never happen again, Liang Rurong said with a smile, helping him sit down. Zhao Xuanyang saw guests arriving, quickly poured 2 bowls of water, and invited Mr. Zhang to sit. Sir, thank you so much for coming from so far away and helping us solve this problem. Actually, I should thank Miss Liang. She cured a long-standing illness of mine, Mr. Zhang said with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Xuanyang casually mentioned, By the way, Rurong, young Master Mu went into the mountains early this morning. He said he was going to pick some medicinal herbs. Mr. Zhang's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. He put down his teacup and asked casually, Are there other guests at Liang's house? No, it was just a friend of mine. Liang Rurong hurriedly explained, he was injured while hunting in the mountains, so I helped treat him.
I see.
Mr. Zhang nodded thoughtfully. As it started to get dark, Mr. Zhang stood up and looked at Liang Rurong. Miss Liang, we should head back now. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and said, Please go ahead first. I need to prepare some things to help you with your treatment over the next few days. I will go back on my own early tomorrow morning. All right, I will leave first. But Miss Liang, you must be very careful, Mr. Zhang said with a meaningful smile, and then got into the carriage and left. After they had gone far away, Liang Rurong quickly ran into the mountains and saw Mu Tsiwa awaiting at a cave she often passed by. Mr. Zhang has left. You can go now, she panted. Unexpectedly, Mu Tsiwa narrowed his eyes and looked behind her, raising a cold eyebrow. I don't think it's that simple. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and flew toward Mu Tsiwa. Be careful, Liang Rurong shouted. Without much time to think, she threw herself onto Mu Tsiwa. The person spun and landed, drawing a sword and pointing it at Liang Rurong's forehead. Mu Tsiwa quickly pulled her behind him and took out a sharp dagger from his sleeve, engaging with the attacker. Mu Tsiwa's skills were not inferior to the attacker. In just 2 or 3 moves, he pushed him back step by step. However, Liang Rurong noticed that the attacker didn't seem to want to hurt Mu Tsiwa, only to make him stop. Suddenly, the attacker changed his target and swung his sword toward Liang Rurong. She shouted and instinctively stepped back, but slipped and fell backward, nearly tumbling off the cliff. Mu Tsiwa's eyes tightened. He turned around, threw down his dagger, and grabbed Liang Rurong's hand. His shoulder was cut by a branch that suddenly appeared at the edge of the cliff, leaving a bloody. At a critical moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Stop! The masked man finally retracted his sword, stepped back 2 paces, and stood behind the attacker. Liang Rurong looked carefully and was surprised to see that the person was actually Mr. Zhang. Liang Rurong helped Mu Tsiwa to stand up from the ground and anxiously checked his wound. You've lost a lot of blood. We need to stop the bleeding quickly. Then she rolled up her skirt, tore off a piece of cloth, and carefully bandaged his wound. At this moment, Mr. Zhang hurried forward and bowed to Mu Tsiwa. Greetings, Prince. It was my fault that I used too much force and hurt you. Please don't blame me. Liang Rurong was stunned and stared wide-eyed at Mu Tsiwa. She had suspected that Mu Tsiwa was someone important, but she never imagined he was actually a prince of Zhongshu. "Stand up," Mu Tsiwa said, brushing his sleeve. "I didn't expect to see you here, sir." Mr. Zhang looked excited. "I've been searching for the prince these days. I never thought I would find him living at Miss Liang's house. I was badly injured, but thanks to Miss Liang's treatment, I am now fully recovered," Mu Tsiwa said with a deep, kingly presence. Liang Rurong finally understood why he always carried a mysterious and profound aura. Mr. Zhang looked at Liang Rurong with admiration. Miss Liang's medical skills are truly extraordinary. Mu Tsiwa moved his wrist, and his expression grew serious. He asked, "Do you know how the situation in the court is now?" Mr. Zhang glanced at Liang Rurong, seeming hesitant. Liang Rurong wisely stepped into the cave to wait. "Your Highness, the court is very unstable now, with dangerous currents beneath the surface. I think only you can restore order," Mr. Zhang said worriedly. Mu Tsiwa's eyes showed complex emotions, hard to read. After a moment, he slowly said, "All right, I understand." Then he turned and entered the cave, stopping in front of Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong looked at him calmly. "Can you tell me now?" Mu Tsiwa paused for a moment, then looked into her eyes and said, "I am the regent of Zhongshu, and I am also the 17th uncle of the current emperor." Although she was mentally prepared, hearing Mu Tsiwa speak so honestly still made her heart shake. "I came here to investigate a case, but now I have to return to the capital," Mu Tsiwa said in a low voice. Liang Rurong's heart suddenly clenched, and she felt an inexplicable pain. She knew early in the morning that Mu Tsiwa was going to leave, but when the day finally arrived, she didn't know how to feel. Her mouth felt heavy, like carrying 1,000 pounds, and it took her a long time to say a word. "Okay, are you willing to leave with me?" Mu Tsiwa's sudden request made Liang Rurong stand still in surprise. She quickly looked up at him, her eyes mixed with shock and uncertainty. Mu Tsiwa's eyes sparkled, but he looked very determined. "Don't worry, I will give you a bright future, and I will never let you be wronged." These words hit Liang Rurong's heart one by one, making her feel confused and hesitant. Mu Tsiwa saw her thoughts and smiled.
"No rules."
"I will stay here for a while. Take your time to think." Liang Rurong nodded, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Mu Tsiwa took her out of the cave and went to Mr. Zhang. "Sir, you can go back now. When the time is right, I will let you know." Mr. Zhang looked at Liang Rurong standing beside Mu Tsiwa and nodded meaningfully. "I understand. Rest assured, I will handle everything properly." After that, Mu Tsiwa and Liang Rurong went home together. After dinner, Liang Rurong entered her space and took out many medicines. She found that there were more medicines inside, but some special medicines were still locked. It seemed she needed to keep working hard. That night, just as Liang Rurong fell asleep, she suddenly heard rustling sounds outside. She quickly put on her clothes and went out. Under the cold moonlight, a group of people in black descended from the sky. They waved curved knives like ghosts, rushing toward Liang Rurong. "Who are you?" Liang Rurong shouted as she dodged a knife attack. Her scream woke Mu Tsiwa, as well as Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang, who were sleeping inside. The three of them ran out together. The attackers split into groups. One group continued to attack Mu Tsiwa and Liang Rurong, while the others turned around, their blades aimed at Liang Dashan and his wife. "Ah!" Zhao Xunyang screamed and fell to the ground, trembling with fear and looking pale. "Mom and Dad, be careful." Liang Rurong's heart was in her throat. She shouted and tried to rush over, but was stopped by a black-clad person in front of her. The person's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the curved knife in his hand reflected a bright light, grazing past Liang Rurong's cheek. Fortunately, Mu Sai reached out and pulled her back, or her flawless face might have been ruined. At that moment, 7 or 8 others with iron swords jumped over the wall, surrounding the group of men in black. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce fight. The courtyard rang with a clash of swords and knives, shaking the pear blossom tree, causing leaves to fall and dust to swirl wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Rurong ran to Liang Dashan and Zhao Shurong, helping them to stand. "Quick, get inside the house. Don't come out." Musai held a long sword in one hand and pushed the door open, urging them inside. Liang Rurong nervously grabbed his hand, anxious to remind him, "Be careful." Musai felt the warmth from her palm and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." After saying that, he leapt forward and charged at one of the men in black. Liang Rurong protected Liang Dashan and Zhao Shurong, hiding inside the house, not daring to go out, while watching the situation outside. Soon, Musai pushed open the door. His long sword dripped with blood, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Liang Rurong quickly stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and looked him over anxiously. "Are you hurt? Where are you injured?" "I'm fine. Those people have been dealt with." Musai calmly lowered his sword, a hint of guilt in his eyes. "Sorry, they were after me. I didn't expect it to involve you all." Liang Rurong's eyes flickered. She didn't blame Musai. She simply said softly, "It's good that the trouble is over. As long as everyone is safe." At this moment, a man hurried in, removing his mask and saying, "Prince, it's no longer safe here. We should leave as soon as possible." Liang Rurong recognized him as a servant from Mr. Zhang's side. It seemed he had led people to deal with the assassins. Musai thought for a moment, then turned to Liang Rurong. "Quickly pack your things and take Uncle Liang and the others to the Sun residence. This village might already be under surveillance. Go to the Sun residence." Liang Rurong hesitated. It might cause trouble for Madame Sunday. Mu Tsiua saw her worries and gently reassured her, "Don't worry. I will send someone to handle things at Sun's house first." Liang Rurong looked back at her frightened parents, who looked very pale. She knew staying here would only put them in danger, so she nodded in agreement. "There's no time to lose. You two should prepare quickly. I will stay outside to watch," Mu Tsiua said, drawing his sword and guarding the gate. Liang Rurong and Zhao Shurong quickly packed some clothes and then left Liang's village with Mu Tsiua. They traveled through the night to the town. When they arrived at Sun's house, it was already early morning. Madame Sun and Mr. Zhang had been waiting anxiously outside. When they saw Mu Tsiua safe and sound, Mr. Zhang finally relaxed. "It's not safe to stay outside. Let's go inside quickly," he said. Liang Dashan and Zhao Shurong felt very awkward in such a grand and luxurious house. They followed Liang Rurong closely, not daring to look around. Fortunately, Madame Sun was very friendly. She led them forward and smiled. "Our house has never been so lively. Miss Liang, you and your family can stay here comfortably. Don't feel out of place." "Thank you, Madame Sun," Liang Rurong said gratefully. They sat down in the flower hall. Madame Sun ordered her servants to serve tea and some snacks. Mr. Zhang paused and said, "Miss Liang, there's news about your third uncle. Has Dave been found?" "Where is he now?" Liang Dashan asked excitedly, sitting up straight. "He was indeed taken by soldiers for conscription, but he should stay in the capital for a few days before heading to the military camp, Mr. Zhang explained slowly. Hearing this, Liang Dashan couldn't sit still. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. Day has always been in poor health. How can he join the army? Is there any way to find him? Mr. Zhang thought for a moment. The best way now is probably to go to the capital to see him. But the journey is long, and you two might not be able to go. He then looked at the silent Liang Rurong. Liang Dashan and Zhao Shurong exchanged glances, feeling troubled. "Rurong, your third uncle has been supporting our family all these years. We can't just ignore him now. Maybe you should go and see him." Liang Rurong's expression was serious, as if she had her own worries. Mu Tsiua walked over to her and lowered his voice slightly. "You can come with us to the capital, which might be more convenient. Then what identity should I assume?" Liang Rurong suddenly looked up at him, half smiling with a teasing expression. He is a high-ranking prince, while she is just a rural woman. If she follows him without a clear identity, she might attract a lot of gossip. Mu Tsiua understood her meaning, and his eyes flickered briefly. The two looked at each other silently. Mr. Zhang thought for a moment and stepped forward. "Miss Liang could serve as the prince's maid and go with us to the capital. That way, she won't stand out." "Impossible," Liang Rurong said with a smile, refusing immediately. Even if she followed Mu Tsiua, she didn't want to take on that kind of role. Mr. Zhang looked surprised. Then Miss Liang. Do you have a better idea? Liang Rurong pointed to the medicine box on the table, her eyes shining brightly. Mr. Zhang, you've always said I am skilled in medicine. Why not let me go to the capital as a healer? Healer? Mr. Zhang was surprised. He turned to Mu Tsiue. Your Highness, there has never been a healer beside you before. It might attract attention. All right, let's do as you say. Mu Tsiue agreed without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Liang Rurong looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a faint glow. At that moment, their hearts seemed to be drawn closer together. She knew Mu Tsiue understood her pride and ambitions, as well as her hopes and expectations. Zhao Xunyang held Liang Rurong's hand and walked over to Mu Tsiue, looking worried. Rurong has never left our side since she was young. When you go to the capital, please take good care of her. Don't worry, Auntie. With me here, I won't let her get hurt. I will do my best to protect her, Mu Tsiue said firmly, his eyes showing sincere determination. Liang Rurong looked up at him, feeling a warm wave in her heart. After they finished discussing going to the capital, Madame Sun was about to take them to the West Wing to settle in. Unexpectedly, Liang Dachuan arrived, gathering outside Madame Sun's house and causing a fuss, demanding they hand over the criminal Liang Rurong. This family is really relentless. I wonder what tricks they'll try this time. Liang Rurong frowned in frustration. Maybe I should go with you to see, Mu Sai said calmly. If they make a fuss outside, it might alarm the officials. Liang Rurong felt something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. Your identity must stay secret. It's safer to stay in the house. I'll go and check the situation first. Then she and Madame Sun went to the gate of the house. They saw Liang Dachuan standing on the steps, arms crossed, shouting loudly. Everyone look! Liang Rurong, this wicked woman, actually harmed her own grandmother. Liang Rurong looked down and saw Lu Yufin lying on a torn straw mat. Her lips were black, and her face was pale and cold, like a dead person. This is our Sun family estate. Why are you making noise outside my door? What do you want? Madame Sun looked stern as she glared at Liang Dachuan. Liang Dachuan pointed at Lu Yufin on the ground and shouted loudly, Your family is protecting a murderer. I will report you to the officials. More and more passers-by gathered around, pointing and whispering about Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong sneered. So, you have no proof and you just want to falsely accuse me. Just then, Magistrate Li from the county office hurried over with his men. He loudly ordered the crowd to disperse. He stepped forward, looked at Lu Yufin, who was pale and lifeless on the ground, and was shocked. What happened here? Liang Dachuan immediately knelt down, kowtowed, and cried out, Great Lord of Heaven, please help my mother. Liang Rurong hired killers. I don't know what tricks she used, but she almost killed my mother. Liang Rurong stepped out from behind Madame Sun, her eyes sharp and cold. What you say? What proof do you have? Proof. Besides you, who else could have done such a thing? Liang Dachuan pointed at Liang Rurong with an arrogant look. Just now, I was coming back with my mother from outside when suddenly a group of people rushed out and pulled my mother aside. I don't know what they did to her, but she fainted. When they left, they said it was Liang Rurong who sent them to teach us a lesson. Liang Dachuan pointed at Liang Rurong with a grim expression, showing his anger. Lord Li knelt down and checked Lu Yufin's breathing. He was surprised and asked, Is she dead or? I've taken her to several doctors, but none could help. Please, sir, do something for us. You must not let the murderer go free. Liang Dachuan's head was pounding loudly. If Liang Rurong knew how he truly was, she might think he was a great filial son, but he was just heartbroken and acting out. Liang Rurong glanced quickly and noticed a faint bruise on Lu Yufin's neck. It was in a spot that looked like an acupoint, suggesting she was hurt there and lost consciousness because of nerve damage. Sir, I have a way to wake her up, Liang Rurong said seriously. You have a way? Lord Li looked at her in disbelief. Liang Rurong nodded. If I can heal her, can I clear my name? Before Lord Li could answer, Liang Dachuan shouted loudly, Don't listen to her. She's probably planning to harm someone again. Lord Li glared impatiently at him. Do you want to save your mother or not? Liang Dachuan reluctantly shut his mouth and stepped aside. Lord Li looked at Liang Rurong and said after a moment, "First, save her. I will question her later and decide then." Liang Rurong asked her servants to bring her medicine box. She took out silver needles and knelt beside Lu Yufan. She called 2 servants to help support Lu Yufan to sit up. Holding a silver needle in one hand, she carefully felt along her spine to find the right acupoint. Once she was sure of the spot, she carefully inserted the needle and gently turned it twice. After inserting 3 needles, Lu Yufan suddenly frowned and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then she opened her eyes painfully, breathing heavily as if she had just escaped from a deadly situation and was pulled back. "Mother, you're finally awake. Are you okay?" Liang Dachuan quickly ran over and pretended to support her. Lu Yufan had just woken up, still weak and confused, unaware of what had happened. Lord Li stepped forward and pointed at Liang Rurong, asking, "I ask you, was the person who attacked you the woman standing in front of you?" Lu Yufan's eyes were hazy, and she nodded blankly. "No, it was some men, Mother. You're confused. Those people were definitely sent by Liang Rurong. Have you forgotten that?" Liang Dachuan quickly pinched her hand. Lu Yufan finally realized and hurriedly changed her statement. Yes, Liang Rurong ordered someone to kill me." Madam Sun saw their guilty expressions and snorted coldly. "You 2 are causing trouble at my door. It seems I should be the one to get revenge." Then she turned to Lord Li and said softly but firmly, "Lord Li, Miss Liang is a guest at my grandson's house. I can vouch for her character. These 2 have no proof or evidence. They are falsely accusing her with no basis. Please, judge fairly." The Sun family was well known. More than half the taverns and moneylenders in town belonged to them. Even Lord Li had to show respect to Madame Sunday. He thought for a moment, nodded, and ordered Liang Dachuan, "Since there is no solid evidence linking Miss Liang to this matter, you can go back now. Stop causing trouble here. Lord Li, this Liang Rurong is a murderer. How can you just let her go?" Liang Dachuan insisted, eager to see her locked up. Lord Li's eyebrows tightened, and his voice suddenly rose. "What? Do you want to take over this matter?" Liang Dachuan was so frightened he went weak and broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, I dare not. After that, he quickly supported Lu Yufan and they both left in a hurry. Among the crowd, a cold gaze suddenly flashed. When Liang Rurong looked around, she only saw a few hurriedly leaving figures. After seeing Lord Li off, Madam Sun and Liang Rurong returned to the house. When Liang Dashan learned of what happened, he was very worried. Who exactly is trying to frame us? Liang Rurong's expression was cold. She had a faint feeling that this matter was definitely connected to those who wanted to kill Mu Tsiua. At this moment, Mr. Zhang's attendant came over and said that Mu Tsiua asked Liang Rurong to go to the backyard. Liang Rurong hurried to the backyard and was shocked to see the person she had just seen among the crowd, now with colorful ropes and kneeling there. Mu Tsiua and Mr. Zhang were coldly questioning them. How did you find out about them? Liang Rurong stepped forward, looking a bit confused. Mu Tsiua and Mr. Zhang exchanged a glance before looking at Liang Rurong and speaking softly. When you were outside dealing with Liang Dachuan, I and Mr. Zhang were secretly watching. When you saved Lu, their expressions changed suddenly, and they acted strangely. That's when I had someone secretly arrest them. Hearing this, Liang Rurong felt a shift in her heart, and her expression became more cautious.
I see. Who are they really? She asked.
Mu Tsiua's eyes showed a dark light. He looked down at the 2 people and said, We don't know yet, but we will find out soon. His cold words made one of them shrink back and lift his head, pretending to be confused and helpless. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just walking on the road when suddenly you caught me. Please let me go. Otherwise, not bad at acting, Mu Tsiua said, stepping forward quickly. He grabbed his collar and pulled out a small black pill. Since you won't talk, I'll make sure you understand. His eyes were cold and deep like a frozen pond. He slowly smiled and said, But I didn't expect you to be a loyal assassin. What is a loyal assassin? Liang Rurong asked in surprise. Mr. Zhang stepped forward to explain. A loyal assassin is someone who follows orders to the end. They are willing to die at any time. If caught, they will take poison to kill themselves. This black pill is poison. Mutsiue drew his sword and pressed it against the man's chest, threatening one word at a time. If you tell me who is behind this, I might spare your life. If you refuse to speak, I will stab you in the heart. Surprisingly, the assassin showed no fear. Instead, he moved his face closer to the sword and grinned eerily. Since you already know we are loyal assassins, what's the point of talking? Just kill me now. Moci clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress his anger. Liang Rurong's eyes shifted, and she smiled as she stepped forward to block him. For people like them, death is a relief. But there are things in this world worse than death. Do you want to try experiencing one? What do you mean? The assassin's face showed rare signs of nervousness. Liang Rurong smiled gently, took out a small bottle from her sleeve, and poured out a red pill. She directly opened his mouth and placed the pill inside. Before the assassin could react, the unbearable pain made him scream in agony. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, with continuous cries of pain. Miss Liang, what did you give him? Mr. Zhang asked curiously. Broken heart pill. I just developed it. I intended it for self-defense on the road, but it turned out to be a good deal for him, Liang Rurong said regretfully, shaking her head with a look of disappointment. In just a few seconds, the assassin's veins bulged, his eyes turned red, and he writhed on the ground like a dying worm, rolling around in pain. Liang Rurong then took out another bottle, shook it in front of him, and said with a smile, "This contains the antidote. As long as you tell me who is behind this, I will give it to you immediately." The assassin stared fixedly at the bottle in her hand, suddenly laughing hysterically twice. Then he clenched his teeth, and a stream of bright red blood flowed from his mouth. "Oh, he's trying to commit suicide," Mr. Zhang shouted, sensing something was wrong. Liang Rurong quickly reached to open his mouth, but it was too late. The assassin had already suffocated and collapsed to the ground. I didn't expect that the mastermind would have such great power, able to raise loyal followers, Mr. Zhang said with disbelief, his face full of worry. Moci narrowed his eyes coldly, as if he already had an answer in his heart. It seems our journey won't be peaceful, Mr. Zhang nodded. We should leave early to avoid unnecessary trouble. After discussing, they decided to set out for the capital the next day. They went to the front hall to bid farewell to Madame Sun and happened to meet the young master of the Sun family. Seeing that he looked healthy and full of energy, Liang Rurong smiled happily. It seems you have been taking the medicine I gave you, young Master Sunday. Do you feel much better now? Much better? Much better. Ear hasn't fallen ill again recently, and her health is much stronger than before. This is all thanks to you. Madame Sun gratefully held her hand, seeming to suddenly remember something, and asked, "By the way, Ear has developed red rashes on her body these days. Do you know what caused it?" Liang Rurong carefully examined Sun Gongzi and noticed many red rashes on his hand back. She stepped forward, pulled his collar open slightly, and saw red spots on his neck as well. "It's nothing serious. The young master is just having a mild allergy," Liang Rurong said as she took out ointment and cotton swabs from the medicine box, beginning to carefully treat Sun Gongzi. Next to them, Mu Tsiheng watched her delicate fingers move across Sun Yi's neck, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. He couldn't help but frown. This scene was just caught by Mr. Zhang, who smiled knowingly and said, "A clever girl like Miss Liang is truly rare in this world. I wonder what kind of outstanding man will be worthy of her in the future." Hearing this, Mu Tsiheng's eyes grew deeper, and his lips pressed into a tight line. After finishing the treatment, Liang Rurong saw that both of their expressions were strange, so she walked over and asked, "What are you two talking about? Why do you look so mysterious?" Mu Tsiheng replied calmly, "The gentleman said that this trip to the capital might help you find a suitable husband." Suitable husband. Liang Rurong was momentarily stunned, then a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Thank you for your concern, but I don't want to think about that right now." Mr. Zhang seemed a bit puzzled and looked at her with a smile. "Miss Liang is of marriageable age. If you meet someone you like, you should consider it." He then turned his head to glance at Mu Tsiheng and smiled meaningfully. Moot Sihing, however, appeared unaffected, standing there with a calm expression, though his eyes kept subtly watching Liang Rurong. As Liang Rurong packed up the medicine box, she said lightly, "A woman's life isn't only about marriage. Right now, I just want to do my best to help more people with my medical skills. Other things can come naturally." Hearing this, a gentle light flickered in Moot Sihing's eyes, gradually showing admiration. Mr. Zhang couldn't help but praise, "Miss Liang has great ambitions. This trip to the capital will surely be a chance for her to showcase her talents." Liang Rurong smiled modestly and said nothing more. "Young Master Sun's condition is now temporarily stable. Just be sure to take your medicine on time and pay attention to your environment, and there should be no serious problems." Liang Rurong considered her current tasks and realized that besides caring for young Master Sun's illness, she also needed to think about her parents. Madam Sun, upon hearing this, quickly asked the butler to note down detailed instructions. Seeing the worry on Liang Rurong's face, Madam Sun immediately understood what was happening. She took her hand gently and said softly, "Miss Liang, you saved my son, which is a great kindness. Rest assured, I will take good care of your parents at my home." After years of seeking medical help and feeling almost hopeless, Madam Sun finally saw a glimmer of hope through Liang Rurong. Now, simply taking care of Liang Rurong's parents, Madam Sun promised without hesitation. Liang Rurong looked at Madam Sun's sincere expression and nodded heavily, thanking her repeatedly. At that moment, a beeping sound ECD in Liang Rurong's mind. The space had upgraded. Her face lit up with joy. She made an excuse to go check on her parents and quickly locked herself in her room. Once inside, the first thing she saw was several new medicines in the cabinet. Liang Rurong hurried over to the cabinet and carefully examined the other functions of her space. Besides the items she had already unlocked, these new medicines were the only additions. Her gaze swept over some common, powerful medicines and soon landed on a few bottles of unfamiliar antibiotics. The bottles had detailed descriptions on them. Liang Rurong was about to study these medicines carefully to understand their effects when she heard a faint, rustling sound outside the space. She withdrew from the space cautiously and looked toward the door, only to see the butler from the Sun residence. The butler knocked politely, and after hearing no response from inside, waited outside for a moment. Then he saw Liang Rurong come out. "Butler's son, is there something you need?" The butler smiled kindly and then said seriously, "Miss Liang, Mr. Zhang's people sent a message. They are about to set out soon. Do you know if you are ready?" Liang Rurong nodded. She remembered the 2 prescriptions she had prepared earlier and thought it was time to give them to her father and mother. Following the butler to the main gate, Liang Rurong saw her worried parents and Moot Sihing and Zhang Jingshan, who had finished packing. Liang Rurong greeted everyone and then took out 2 prescriptions from her pocket, handing them to Zhao Xunyang. "These are..." Zhao Xunyang hesitated as she looked at the 2 prescriptions. Liang Rurong smiled gently and said, "One of these is for your health, to help you stay strong. The other is a gentle formula to boost energy and blood, very versatile." Since she was heading to the capital, Liang Rurong didn't know when she would return. She wanted to leave more supplies but was worried about attracting trouble, so she only left the 2 most useful prescriptions. One is for health maintenance, and the other is for emergency energy and blood replenishment. They can serve as protection and prevent others from being jealous. Liang Rurong held Zhao Xunyang's hand softly and whispered words of care. Zhao Xunyang tearfully saw Liang Rurong off, while Liang Dashan kept urging her to take good care of herself. After saying goodbye to her parents, Liang Rurong turned and saw Moot Sihing sitting on a simple carriage, lifting the curtain and waiting for her to come in. For some reason, Liang Rurong felt her ears turn red as she looked at Moot Sihing's focused gaze. "Shall we sit in the same carriage?" Liang Rurong hesitated by the carriage. Although she didn't mind being open with men and women, she still cared about others' opinions.
Moot Sihing smiled softly.
"When you treated my wounds before, you weren't shy like this." It was as if Moot Sihing had read her mind. Liang Rurong was so angry she stomped her foot. Then, without saying a word, she climbed into the carriage and sat opposite Moot Sihing, closing her eyes to rest, silent. Mu Ziheng chuckled and shook his head, not teasing her further. For this trip, Zhang Jingshan disguised himself as a coachman and led the carriage ahead. The remaining followers pretended to be delivery guards from a courier service, loading 2 carts of goods and following behind the carriage. Mu Ziheng had been away from the capital for a long time. Now, eager to return home, he urged the carriage along, and soon they had traveled nearly halfway. That day, Mu Ziheng and Liang Rurong got off the carriage to rest and took the opportunity to buy supplies from a nearby town. At the same time, Mu Ziheng received a message from his subordinates. Liang Rurong had just bought some local food in the town and turned around to see Mu Ziheng holding a piece of paper, deep in thought. Mu Zi smiled and said, "The news came from Madame Sunday. Your father found a carpentry job in town, and Aunt Liang's situation is also fine." Liang Rurong's mind moved slightly. She didn't expect Mu Ziyi to be so thoughtful, especially sending someone to check on Liang Dashan's condition. Mu Ziyi saw the gratitude in Liang Rurong's eyes and handed her the interest, watching her silently browse the letter. Just as they looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere grew a bit romantic, suddenly a man's loud cry came from nearby. "Help!
Help me!
Save me!" Liang Rurong withdrew her attention from the letter and turned her head. Not far away, a middle-aged man with rotten legs, wearing a rough cloth shirt, was crawling on the ground, crying out for help. They looked at each other, and without hesitation, Liang Rurong rushed over. After checking his pulse, she frowned deeply. Mu Zi looked at Liang Rurong thoughtfully. Can he be saved? In the past, Mu Zi wouldn't believe that someone with such severe leg decay could be saved. But after seeing Liang Rurong's medical skills, Mu Zi unconsciously trusted her greatly. Liang Rurong nodded gently, rolled up the man's pant leg, and saw purple-red skin with large ulcers, some with pus. Faced with this terrible sight, Liang Rurong remained calm and spoke. "It looks like he has an infectious disease. Young Master Mu, you should keep others away." Mu Zi ordered his men to fetch medicine, then looked at Liang Rurong with concern. "What will you do?" Feeling Mu Zi's care, Liang Rurong smiled softly and casually wrote a prescription.
Don't worry about me.
"First, help me get a medicine decoction for him." Mu Zi sent someone to fetch the medicine, while he watched Liang Rurong from nearby. Liang Rurong quickly used acupuncture to stabilize the patient's condition. In less than an incense stick's time, the man slowly opened his eyes. Liang Rurong hurriedly fed him some water. After stabilizing, she began to ask about his condition. The man's name was Wang Yukai, a villager from a nearby village. According to him, their village had been struck by a strange, highly contagious disease. This strange disease was brought by people fleeing from the north during the war. People infected with the disease show cold-like symptoms in the first 3 days. By the 4th day, their bodies start to rot from the feet upward. Most of these people do not survive past the 7th day, dying from widespread infection and decay. Liang Rurong listened seriously to Wang Youcai's report, then, without hesitation, gave him 2 doses of antibiotics and told him to rest well. After hearing the news, Mu Zi looked worried and walked over to Liang Rurong. "The village the man mentioned is nearby. The disease could spread here at any time. We need to leave quickly." On the way, Mu Zi sent people to find villages that could supply supplies and also learned about Wang Youcai's village. Unexpectedly, Liang Rurong shook her head. "Let them go first. I need to stay here for now." "What? Liang Rurong, do you know what you're saying?" Mu Zi was shocked and lost his usual calm. He grabbed Liang Rurong's arm and said seriously, "Once infected, people usually die within 7 days. The situation is very dangerous. If you stay, what will happen if you catch the disease?" "Young Master Mu." Liang Rurong looked at him with firm eyes, her dark eyes shining like stars. "If Wang Yukai could escape from the village, it means there are still people inside. This place is remote. If I don't stay, the people in this village will truly have no way out." Mu Zi was stunned by her gaze. He slowly stepped back, feeling a mix of sadness and helplessness. He knew Liang Rurong wanted to help others, but seeing her risking her safety to save people made him feel very uncomfortable. They looked at each other for a moment. Liang Rurong sighed softly. "Your Highness, Your status is noble. You must leave quickly to avoid catching the disease. Zhang Jingshan, who understood the situation, hurried over to persuade Mu Tsiue. His words were sincere. Your Highness, I know you can't leave Liang Rurong behind. I will stay with her and find the local officials to help. At this point, Mu Tsiue wanted to stay, but couldn't refuse their kindness. He nodded heavily and looked at Liang Rurong with deep concern. Mr. Zhang, please take care of everything here. Be sure to stay safe. Zhang Jingshan nodded in understanding. He was a good friend of Mu Tsiue's first teacher and was known for his honesty. Later, because he offended someone nearby, he ended up in his current situation. Along the way, Zhang Jingshan observed the interactions between Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong. Because Liang Rurong had previously saved Mu Tsiue and Zhang Jingshan knew her good character, he was very optimistic about her. He decided to take good care of her for Mu Tsiue. After making his decision, Mu Tsiue didn't hesitate. He gathered his men and prepared to go. Liang Rurong arranged for someone to take care of Wang Yukai and got the detailed address of the village from him. Then, Liang Rurong and Zhang Jingshan hurried to the village entrance. The once busy village entrance was now empty. Liang Rurong took just 2 steps forward and smelled a foul, rotten smell. Zhang Jingshan nervously pulled Liang Rurong back. From his position, he could see some people lying at the distant road intersection, their lives uncertain. Miss Liang, wait here. I'll go to the government office to ask what's going on. Why is there not a single doctor here? He looked around suspiciously. He had thought the village would be full of sick people and doctors treating them. But it was silent and empty, like an abandoned village. Liang Rurong nodded in agreement. She told Zhang Jingshan to wait here, and he quickly went to the government office. When he returned with news from the officials, he saw Liang Rurong sitting under a tree, looking bored. Zhang Jingshan's face was very grim. When Liang Rurong stood up, he learned that the local officials hadn't tried to treat the villagers and were secretly suppressing the news. Liang Rurong was very angry. What are the officials doing? These villagers are seriously ill, and they expect them to recover without medicine? Zhang Jingshan sighed sadly. The officials said the Empress Dowager's birthday is coming soon. To avoid offending her, they want to hide this bad news. There aren't many villagers left now. He was furious when he remembered the officials' attitude. They even want to burn down the village and kill everyone inside. Liang Rurong was stunned. She never expected that the officials not only refused to help but actually wanted to kill these villagers. These villagers are infected with a strange disease by the exiled people, and it has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager. They are completely innocent. While saying this, Liang Rurong also understood that in this time period, the lives of some common people didn't matter much. Zhang Jingshan wanted to help, but right now, Liang Rurong was the main person in charge. Miss Liang, what do you plan to do? Liang Rurong thought for a moment and then decisively said, I cannot stand by and watch them die. Zhang Jingshan, please come with me to the government office. When Zhang Jingshan heard her answer, he was not surprised. He simply sighed and led her to the yamen. At the gate of the county office, a woman was lying there. Her lips and teeth were blackened. Her neck and exposed hands were covered with sores. Next to her, a boy was kneeling, crying and tears streaming down his face. Please, please save my mother.
Boo-hoo.
The 2 officers at the door, annoyed, reached out to drive them away. Go away. Hurry up and take your dead mother away. She's so sick, just dig a hole and bury her. Don't come here to cause trouble. Liang Rurong heard the argument from afar and didn't hesitate. She exchanged a determined look with Zhang Jingshan. Shut up. They are your people under your care. Now they're seriously ill and have come here seeking help. How can you just let them die? On the way, Liang Rurong learned from Zhang Jingshan that the county magistrate had already planned to have his soldiers surround and burn the village. But recently, they needed to find a way to keep a low profile so that the villagers would die quietly without attracting attention. The 2 soldiers looked at Liang Rurong with disdain. You're just a young girl with no experience. This woman is almost dead. If you don't mind, take her to your home. It's better than letting her lie here at the government office and spoil the view. Liang Rurong smiled coldly. You still remember this is the government office. Without waiting for the soldiers to react, she ran to the nearby drum and struck it twice with the mallet, making loud banging sounds. The two soldiers quickly panicked. They scrambled and ran into the official residence, calling out for the county magistrate. The county magistrate was a fat middle-aged man with a big belly. He looked at the people at the door with a dismissive gaze. What's the matter? Knock, knock, it's endless and annoying. He was chatting with his concubine when he was suddenly called over. His nose and eyes were glaring at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong coldly stared back at the magistrate. Her commanding presence immediately silenced him.
You.
Who are you, girl? Liang Rurong ignored him. She went to the crying boy, patted his shoulder, and waited for him to make space so she could quickly treat the woman. While treating her, Liang Rurong said softly, I am a healer. I came here to help because I cannot bear to see the suffering of the people. Before she finished, the magistrate interrupted, dismissively saying, You little girl, learning a few tricks from a healer has made you so proud. The woman is about to die. Let's see how you save her. Seeing Liang Rurong remain calm, the magistrate felt his face was losing face. His expression turned sinister as he said, Girl, you'd better stay away and not interfere.
Or,
if you can't save her, you'll be buried with her, Liang Rurong sneered. She gave the patient medicine and an injection of adrenaline. The woman's condition quickly stabilized, and she slowly opened her eyes. After her son explained, the woman realized it was the girl before her who had saved her. She grabbed Liang Rurong's hand, overwhelmed with emotion and not knowing what to say. Liang Rurong gently comforted the woman. Then she turned to look sternly at the magistrate. The magistrate was surprised that Liang Rurong could truly save a person on the brink of death. When the epidemic first broke out in Wangjia village, the magistrate sent people to investigate. The local doctors looked at the situation and said it couldn't be saved. He didn't bother anymore. As a result, the disease spread worse and worse, until now the village had to be burned down. The magistrate, whose mood was unpredictable, looked at the determined girl in front of him and suddenly sneered coldly. You say you'll save people? I think this is just a last effort. The people of Wangjia village are beyond saving. You all pass my orders. Execute the plan early. The magistrate's plan was to burn the village. He initially wanted to suppress the situation in Wangjia village and perhaps even bring in nearby bandits to stage a show. I didn't expect the girl in front of me to be so capable, but with the arrow on the bowstring, I had no choice but to shoot. Now, I am in a difficult position. Even if I let Liang Rurong save the people, so many villagers have died, and I will be held responsible. It's better to hide this matter and silence everyone from Wangjia village. Then no one will know about my initial mistakes. Liang Rurong didn't expect that even though she brought people here, he still ordered someone to kill to cover up. Just as Liang Rurong was arguing logically, trying to oppose the county magistrate, a guard suddenly stepped forward. He grabbed Liang Rurong's arm and shielded her behind him. Liang Rurong looked at his tall, strong back in surprise, feeling that this guard looked familiar. The next second, she heard his familiar voice. Moot Siua examined the group of officials, calmly took out a golden badge from his waist. The county magistrate wanted to throw Liang Rurong and the others out, but when he saw the large characters on the badge, he froze in place, trembling and unable to move. Why haven't you left yet? Liang Rurong asked unconsciously. Moot Siua turned his head, gently looked at Liang Rurong, and said, I heard from my men that the officials are involved in this matter, and I was worried about you. While they were talking, the county magistrate had already run away with his men, not daring to look back. That panicked figure made a few guards laugh. Liang Rurong breathed a sigh of relief. The village was saved. Zhang Jingshan soon found out that Moot Siua hadn't left. He walked over seriously and said to Moot Siua, Prince, you are too reckless. The infectious disease in Wangjia village is very dangerous. Staying there not only risks getting infected but also might attract that person's attention. Liang Rurong heard their argument and remembered that person, who seemed to be an enemy of the prince. Thinking about how Mutsiue came back risking his safety because he was worried about her, Liang Rurong felt both touched and a bit sad. If it weren't for Mutsiue, she didn't know how things would have developed today. She owed him a big favor. Mutsiue looked a bit guilty as he glanced at Zhang Jingshan, then unconsciously looked at Liang Rurong. Then he straightened his back and confidently explained, "I'm also concerned for the people. Solving the problem in Wangjia village would be a significant achievement." Moci knew his excuse sounded a bit stiff, but it was the only reason he could give at the moment. Zhang Jingshan didn't say anything, only sighed. Liang Rurong secretly looked at Moci with gratitude. Unknowingly, the atmosphere between them grew tense, and neither of them could break the silence. Suddenly, Zhang Jingshan coughed twice. Liang Rurong snapped out of her thoughts and seriously told Zhang Jingshan to send people down to inform the surviving villagers of Wangjia village about some health precautions. Using modern knowledge, Liang Rurong ordered people to make big changes in Wangjia village. The county magistrate, feeling guilty, also sent some helpers. Because the situation in Wangjia village had been delayed for too long, 7 or 8 villagers were in critical condition. Liang Rurong didn't hesitate to use medicines from her space to treat and save them. Although herbal medicine could stabilize the patients, most couldn't wait any longer. Not only did she send her subordinates to help treat the villagers, but Liang Rurong also personally took charge, mainly using medicines from her space, with some herbs as supplements, constantly rushing around. Every time she took out medicine, Liang Rurong had to go back into her space to restock, which severely drained her energy. With the number of medicines rapidly decreasing, she was worried and physically exhausted. On her way to a villager's house, Liang Rurong suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Moci, nearby, noticed her condition and saw her steps floating. He quickly rushed over and caught her in his arms. When Liang Rurong woke up, she saw Moci with a serious face, silently handing her a bowl of water. "Treating the sick is important, but you must also take care of yourself. I've already asked someone to find a doctor's clinic, and others will come to help you." Liang Rurong shook her head and frowned. Earlier, the officials said they had already found doctors, but they were ineffective. That's why the epidemic worsened. Now that I've come, I must do something. If I give up on these villagers. Before she finished, someone knocked on the door in the corridor outside. Moci signaled for them to come in. It was Zhang Jingshan. Following Moci's instructions, he had found 2 experienced old doctors at a nearby clinic. Zhang Jingshan greeted Moci and then introduced, "These 2 doctors have experience in treating epidemics. Miss Liang, for your health and the villagers' sake, let them also participate in the treatment." Faced with Zhang Jingshan's sincere words, Liang Rurong sighed and asked him to take 2 doctors to help in the village. Although 2 helpers were brought in, Liang Rurong still felt uneasy. Relying only on space medicines couldn't save everyone. After making up her mind, Liang Rurong finished treating her current patient and then went to find Mutsiue. "I want to go to the village chief's house." Mutsiue was organizing information when he heard this. He disagreed, saying, "The village chief has arranged for the most seriously ill people. Going now risks getting infected." Liang Rurong smiled gently and, like a magic trick, took out 2 detox pills from her pouch. They each took a pill, and Mutsiue no longer objected. On the way, Liang Rurong suddenly saw a small green grass plant by the roadside. It looked like ordinary weeds, but had a small tender yellow flower in the middle. This plant looked very similar to the one she saw recorded in her space. It had excellent anti-inflammatory effects and could replace Western anti-inflammatory medicine. Thinking of this, Liang Rurong hurriedly took out her medicine box, carefully dug out the plant with roots and leaves, and stored it properly. To ensure its medicinal properties, she wanted to test the plant's specific effects. "Young Master Mu, I found a herb that can replace medicine." Liang Rurong shared this good news with Mutsiue. Just as she turned around, she saw Mutsiue's face turn pale and his steps waver. She was shocked and quickly ran over to support him. Carefully, she checked his forehead and found his hand was very hot. "You've been infected." Liang Rurong's face changed. She ignored the newly found herb and ordered someone to take Mutsiwa back to rest. Liang Rurong stayed by Mutsiwa's bedside, sending everyone else out. She quietly looked into her space and saw that she had fewer than 5 doses of medicine left. Without hesitation, she took out 1 dose and gave it to Mutsiwa. Seeing his face gradually turn red and no longer look as pale as before, she finally relaxed. But just then, a guard came to report that someone from above was coming to take Mutsiwa away. The guard bowed respectfully and said, "Master is worried about you, so we are here to you safely." "Prince." Mutsiwa stared at the guard, suddenly coughed a few times, and weakly said, "I have caught the illness here and shouldn't travel by carriage." Hearing this, the guard's face changed. He quietly looked up and saw that Mutsiwa's face was slightly pale. Liang Rurong and Mu Sai exchanged a glance, understanding each other's meaning. With a worried tone, she said, "Young Master Mu was injured earlier and has fallen ill. We need to stay in Wangjia village for a few more days to recover. Please go back and report this." The guards secretly left the house and found a quiet place to release the carrier pigeon. Within a day, the Empress Dowager in the capital received the news. This elegant woman, dressed richly and looking calm, looked at the letter in her hand and paused on the message about Mu Sai's illness, then smiled happily. The Empress Dowager's secret guards had already reported the illness in Wangjia village, but it was ignored. "Mu Sai, I wonder how you'll survive this time." Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager immediately called her personal soldiers. She looked at the respectful man kneeling before her and spoke confidently. "Mu Heir, take a few men and watch the regent's return. When the person dies, report the news to me immediately." The Empress Dowager smiled as if she was sure Mu Sai would die on the way. Mu Heir bowed and accepted the order. Just as he was about to leave, the Empress Dowager stopped him. "Wait! Send my order to bring Zhang Jingshan back. The autumn exams are coming soon, so let him prepare to go." After receiving the urgent order, Zhang Jingshan's face darkened. Without hesitation, he went to find Mu Sai. "Your Highness, look at this order," Zhang Jingshan said, handing over the secret decree. Mu Sai still looked a bit sick but calmly said, "I've almost finished my work here. I will return in half a month." "Mr. Zhang, don't worry about me." Zhang Jingshan didn't insist. He bowed to Mu Sai and said, "Your Highness, please take care. I will go now." Meanwhile, Liang Rurong stayed by Mu Sai's side, pretending to be deaf and not hearing anything. Mu Sai didn't avoid her either. At the same time Zhang Jingshan hurriedly left after being summoned, the Empress Dowager sent someone to bring a royal doctor. "Greetings, Your Highness." The doctor was an old man with a goat beard, looking like an expert in medicine. He bowed to Mu Sai and then arrogantly said, "A minor illness is nothing to worry about. Let me take a look." Mu Sai ordered his men to bring the doctor inside, and then turned to help Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong always remembered the hidden enemies of Mutsiwa. At night, she simply moved a small bed into Mutsiwa's room to stay close. In the first 2 days, Mutsiwa's high fever gradually subsided, but he kept coughing. The medicine's effect was starting to weaken. At night, Liang Rurong just changed the towel on Mutsiwa's forehead and checked his temperature when she heard footsteps outside the door. She quietly tiptoed to Mutsiwa's bed and looked out the window. She saw the imperial doctor, who had come during the day to discuss medical skills. The doctor was sneaking around the corridor, looking suspicious. When he saw no one nearby, he took out some sleeping powder and placed it inside the room. The powder was burned with a fire stick, producing white smoke that quickly filled half the room. Liang Rurong took out a refreshing pill from her purse and gave one to herself and Mutsiwa. Then she told Mutsiwa about what was happening outside. Mutsiwa silently glanced out the window and saw a suspicious shadow. They exchanged a brief look, then Liang Rurong suddenly walked to Mutsiwa's bedside. "Young Master Mu, you once said you would take me to the capital to meet your elders and then marry me," she said, pretending to cry but paying close attention to the door. Mutsiwa's eyes flickered slightly. He responded softly, "Rurong, don't worry. A gentleman's word is like a horse, hard to chase. I will definitely welcome you with a grand wedding." Liang Rurong's hand moved slightly as she covered her face. When she looked up, she met Mu Tsiu's deep gaze. You, she seemed moved, but now you are seriously ill. If you can't make it through, cough cough, Mu Tsiu grabbed her wrist urgently, his tone sincere. If I don't make it you take my token and find my people. They will take good care of you. Liang Rurong was stunned by his seriousness. Fortunately, the people outside increased the dosage of the sleeping powder. Liang Rurong immediately pretended to be exhausted, collapsing into Mu Tsiu's arms and whispering, No, I don't want to leave. If something happens to you, I won't want to live either. Mu Tsiu gently held Liang Rurong's shoulders, lowered his head slightly, but his other hand was already gripping a dagger under the pillow. The room's sounds gradually quieted. With a creak, the waiting doctor pushed the door open. Mocie frowned and softly hummed. Taking advantage of the startled court doctor, Mocie quickly held a dagger and stabbed toward the doctor's chest. The doctor didn't even have a chance to shout before he was stabbed and died. Hearing a thud, Liang Rurong hurriedly got up from Mocie's embrace and tidied her messy hair. Mocie made 2 whistle sounds, and a guard entered the room. Deal with it. The guard dragged the body out. After a long night of fuss, Liang Rurong was no longer sleepy. She remembered some herbs she had collected earlier, which had been turned into medicine. This medicine worked almost as well as space-based medicines. Liang Rurong used an excuse to leave the room, entered her space, and took out the new medicine to give to Mocie. Mocie trusted Liang Rurong very much. After drinking the slightly bitter medicine, he frowned and lay down. Liang Rurong wasn't sure how effective the new medicine was for Mocie, so she moved a chair to his bedside and decided to stay with him overnight. Mocie closed his eyes for a moment and then felt a fever rising inside him, with sweat constantly breaking out on his forehead. Liang Rurong used a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, checked his pulse, and comforted him. The medicine is starting to work. Now it's detoxification. You might feel a bit hot, just bear with it. Mocie felt his head spinning and nodded gently. Time passed slowly. Once the medicine's effects fully kicked in, Mocie felt as if he was in a furnace, his whole body burning intensely. He endured the heat and saw Liang Rurong's worried expression, felt the cool touch of her hand on his forehead, and a strange feeling grew in his heart. Liang Rurong reached out to check Mocie's temperature, then decisively took alcohol from her space to cool him down. His high fever gradually decreased, and his pulse also became steadier. Once Mocie's condition stabilized, Liang Rurong recorded his reactions and thought about which herbs could neutralize the medicine's effects so that villagers with weaker bodies wouldn't suffer. In the early morning, Liang Rurong asked the guard to prepare some light breakfast. She also took out her revised prescription and prepared more medicine. The new medicine worked very well on the villagers. Liang Rurong moved quickly. Soon, all the villagers with illnesses had received her new medicine. She finally relaxed a little. While resting inside the house, she heard the bustling outside. Just as she was about to go out and see what was happening, she saw a young boy pulling his mother over to thank her. The woman's face looked much better now, and her basket contained eggs and some vegetables that she usually couldn't get. Bodhisattva, young lady, you are the true savior of our village. Behind her, the village chief of Wangjia village stepped forward, tears in his eyes, clutching a handful of coins. He hurriedly knelt before Liang Rurong. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for saving our villagers. Liang Rurong quickly helped the village chief to his feet. Old sir, saving people is my duty. Please don't thank me too much. The village chief insisted on standing, refusing to get up, and urged Liang Rurong to accept the money the villagers had gathered to thank her. Liang Rurong thought about the village's situation and realized that this money was all the villagers had. After a moment of silence, Liang Rurong took out a copper coin from the village chief's hand and smiled. Old sir, just consider this as my good deed. This copper coin is my consultation fee. The village chief was so grateful he didn't know what to say. After many thanks, Liang Rurong helped him leave. Just as the village chief and a few others were about to leave, less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, more villagers came to thank Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong, Feeling helpless, gently persuaded them to go back. She then turned and saw Musai standing under the beam of the house, looking at her silently for a long time. "Why did you come out?" "It's better not to let the wind on you," Liang Rurong said with concern. Musai shook his head. "I'm almost fine now. It's just that you might be troubled." "Troubled?" Liang Rurong asked in surprise. Musai briefly explained the current situation to Liang Rurong. The previous imperial doctor had failed, and if the other side found out, they would definitely try to send someone again. Liang Rurong kept being thanked by the villagers, which made her stand out even more. Musai was worried. "In the next few days, you should pretend to be unwell and stay out of sight. I'm worried the hidden assassin hasn't given up. I also need to pretend I was stabbed." Liang Rurong agreed. Soon, the villagers followed Musai's instructions. Some guards hid in the shadows, while others kept watch around the village. Liang Rurong asked someone to keep an eye on the villagers, while she focused on taking care of Musai, making sure he recovered quickly. At midnight, the quiet village suddenly was disturbed by barking dogs, followed by whispers. Musai opened his eyes from the bed, his gaze clear. He called for the guards. "Go to young Lady Liang's place and see what's going on." When Musai arrived at Liang Rurong's room, he saw two men in black lying on the ground, both unresponsive. There was also an assassin holding a curved dagger, attacking Liang Rurong, but she blocked him with a flower vase. The guards nearby dared not approach, afraid the assassin might hurt Liang Rurong. Musai's eyes turned cold. He drew a small dagger from a guard and quickly moved toward the assassin, cutting off his arm with one strike. The assassin screamed in pain, releasing his dagger and rolling on the ground. Musai looked coldly at the assassin, then hurried to Liang Rurong to check if she was hurt. Liang Rurong shook her head gently.
"I've fine."
The guards arrived just in time, killed two assassins, but this one got away. Before she finished speaking, the window behind Liang Rurong was suddenly kicked open. An assassin with a dagger leapt inside, aiming at Liang Rurong by the window, preparing to strike. Liang Rurong shouted in surprise, unable to dodge in time, but Musai pulled her back. His back shielded her, while the assassin stabbed his arm. Seeing the large amount of blood on the ground, Liang Rurong panicked. Young Master Mu, the assassin, with cold eyes behind his mask, was about to kill the person in front of him, but suddenly saw Musai's intense gaze.
"You."
"Who are you?" The assassin froze in shock. In his youth, he had the chance to meet members of the royal family. Regent Musai left a deep impression on him. Musai's eyes sharpened. "Take him down for me." Guards outside rushed in, reaching out to capture the assassin. But the assassin, unwilling to be caught, took advantage of Liang Rurong's focus on Musai. He quietly moved closer, intending to stab Liang Rurong. However, Liang Rurong remained alert. When the assassin got close, she quickly threw two silver needles, one at his heart, the other at his throat. The assassin's eyes widened in frustration. His body stiffened, blood flow reversed, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Liang Rurong, with a commanding presence, ordered the guards to clean up the chaos. Then she turned and grabbed Musai, pressing him onto the bed to sit down. Musai silently cooperated, noticing her worried expression, feeling a warm heart. Liang Rurong took out a sewing kit from her bag, including needles and threads suitable for her body to metabolize. She glared at the man in front of her with annoyance. Liang Rurong was sewing up the wound while muttering, "Young Master Mu, aren't you supposed to be very skilled? How did you get hurt by a small assassin?" Mu Tsihui obediently took the anesthetic from Liang Rurong and looked at her with a faint smile, feeling warm inside as he listened to her chatter. When Liang Rurong had sewn halfway, Mu Tsihui suddenly smiled and spoke. "It's because you're here." Liang Rurong's hand trembled slightly, but luckily she didn't touch the wound. She couldn't help but gently pat Mu Tsihui's arm. "I'm a healer, but I don't kill people. Flesh and bones are sacred. You only have a small injury that I can treat, but what if? What if the assassin succeeds? What should we do then?" As she spoke, her eyes turned red with worry, and she looked distressed, not knowing what to say. Mu Tsihui quickly held Liang Rurong's hand. "I'm really fine. Look, it's just a small injury." Liang Rurong sneered softly. Her hands moved faster, but she accidentally trembled and made a mistake while sewing. From previous experience, Mu Zihui could tell Liang Rurong made a mistake. He consciously extended his arm to let her re-sew. Liang Rurong took a deep breath, leaned in close, and carefully stitched the wound. The injury on Mu Zihui's arm wasn't large, but it was deep. Liang Rurong gave him a tetanus shot again and carefully bandaged it. When she looked up, she saw Liang Rurong's gaze meet Mu Zihui's deep eyes. You. Liang Rurong only then realized they were very close, almost face to face. Mu Zihui's arm was also held in Liang Rurong's embrace, and she could faintly smell a light medicinal scent on him. Both of their cheeks turned red. When they looked at each other, Mu Zihui quickly withdrew his hand. Liang Rurong, feeling her rapidly beating heart, tidied up her sewing kit. Pay attention to your wound. Don't get it wet, and avoid vigorous activity. Eat light food lately, she hurriedly advised, then rushed out of the room, calming her heartbeat under the moonlight. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Empress Dowager, dressed in a purple golden Nix robe, looked at the secret letter in front of her. Her brows furrowed deeply, and she slammed the table angrily. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of useless people. You failed even at assassinating a healer girl. How can I trust you to do anything? The Empress Dowager casually threw the incense burner on the table at the person in front of her, hitting their forehead and leaving a streak of bright red blood. The person remained silent, bowing his head to endure the Empress Dowager's anger, not daring to move. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath and turned to see the little emperor walking over with 2 eunuchs. She looked at the little emperor with a cold smile and said, "Everyone leave now." The people accompanying the little emperor and the surrounding maids quickly stepped back. Most of these people obeyed the Empress Dowager and forgot that the true master was the emperor himself. The little emperor's face darkened for a moment, but he forced a smile and lowered his head to ask, "Mother, what happened? Why are you so angry?" As soon as the little emperor reached the Empress Dowager, she slapped his face, leaving him stunned. The Empress Dowager coldly said, "This is your secret guard. This is the person you recommended to me. You can't even kill the maid beside Mu Zihui." The little emperor lowered his head, afraid to meet her eyes. He trembled and said, "Mother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the person." The Empress Dowager didn't look at the little emperor in front of her, missing the cold look in his eyes. She angrily tore apart a few documents on the table to vent her fury, then turned around and sternly warned him. "Emperor, the reputation of the regent must not grow among the people, especially those around him who can offer help. They are a danger. I sent someone to kill the maid, all for your good." The little emperor nodded obediently, clenching his fists tightly inside his wide dragon robe. "Yes, I understand. Mother's careful plans." The Empress Dowager looked at the timid emperor before her, feeling very pleased inside, but she rolled her eyes disdainfully and casually scolded a few words before returning to her palace. After the footsteps faded away, the little emperor raised his head. His face was filled with anger, but he suppressed his fury and called a secret guard, took out paper and brush, and wrote a secret letter. "Go quickly, ride fast, and make sure to deliver it to the regent immediately." The little emperor watched the guard's back, touching his cheek where the Empress Dowager had struck him earlier, remaining silent. Most villagers in Wangjia village had recovered, and Liang Rurong and Mu Zihui bid farewell to the grateful villagers. The villagers wanted to ask for their names and offer them long-life tablets to worship day and night. However, Mu Zihui refused. Liang Rurong, wanting to keep their whereabouts secret and avoid trouble for the villagers, also declined, fearing that enemies in the shadows might target the village. In a voice filled with gratitude, the two set out on their journey. Because they had delayed earlier, Mu Sai ordered the guards to travel overnight without stopping unless there was an urgent matter. They passed through a busy town, and Mu Sai suddenly received a secret message from the little emperor. He quickly read the message and gained a rough understanding of the current situation in the capital. Noticing a reminder on the message, Mu Sai thought for a moment, then got into the carriage and woke Liang Rurong, who was resting with her eyes closed. "What's wrong?" Liang Rurong asked sleepily, still wondering if there was another attack. Mu Sai, while destroying the secret message in his hand, turned to remind her, I received news from the capital.
Someone is watching me.
Once we reach the city, trouble will follow. He didn't say more, but his tone made it clear he was warning her. Liang Rurong slapped her cheeks to clear her mind, thought for a moment, then smiled brightly. I've been traveling with your convoy to get here. We're almost at the city gate. Do you think I would be afraid? Seeing Liang Rurong's cheerful smile, Mu Sai's heart moved slightly. He clenched his fists, but still tried to persuade her. You're coming to the capital to find your relatives. You've already been through a lot with me. I can't let you get into more trouble. Although Mu Sai felt reluctant, he understood the importance of timing and suggested, I can write to someone I know in the capital to help you find people. As for the rest of the journey, we can. Before he finished, Liang Rurong interrupted him directly. I understand. I will take responsibility for the risks ahead. You don't need to persuade me. Mu Sai looked into her determined eyes and was speechless for a moment. In the end, Mu Sai couldn't argue with Liang Rurong, and they continued their journey together. While checking the supplies left on the carriage, Mu Sai suddenly took 2 bundles without wrapping and approached Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong paused her work on the medicine box and looked at him with curiosity. Mu Sai untied the bundles while saying, I arranged for some villagers nearby to prepare 2 sets of clothes. You and I will change into them. From now on, we will pretend to be siblings to avoid drawing attention. He handed her a set of clothes. Liang Rurong nodded and changed in a nearby empty house. Stepping outside, Liang Rurong awkwardly tugged at her blue sleeve. She looked up and saw Mu Sai, tall and noble-looking, standing beside the carriage. Even though he wore simple linen clothes, his elegant and refined aura made Mu Sai stand out clearly. Liang Rurong walked over to Mu Sai and smiled, saying, We look like a brother and sister going on a trip together. Mu Sai gave a gentle smile and took her medicine box. Thank you for taking care of me on this journey, my little healer. Liang Rurong chuckled at his words, passing behind him and lightly jumping onto the carriage. With some simple cover, their travel became less hurried. When they passed through a small town, they heard villagers calling out on the road. The Wang family inn is open. All guests get a 10% discount today. Liang Rurong and Mu Sai exchanged glances. Tired from traveling these days, they decided to rest in this village. They took a few guards and followed the directions given by the villagers to the newly opened inn. Young waiter, a pot of warm wine, and one of your signature dishes. Neither Liang Rurong nor Mu Sai had a particular craving, so they chose what the waiter recommended. Big brother, do you know how much longer it will take to reach the capital? Liang Rurong gently rubbed her aching waist. She had spent most of these days in the carriage, and even though she was in good shape, she was starting to feel tired. Mu Sai poured 2 bowls of hot water. It will take less than 3 days to reach the capital. When we get there, I will send someone to find my uncles. Liang Rurong was touched. She didn't expect Mu Sai to care so much about this. Before she could speak, a nearby table of guests suddenly shouted loudly, I bet they are friends. Another person shook his head. I think they are a married couple. The young man who spoke earlier chuckled. Anyway, they don't look like siblings. After saying that, the 2 of them quietly glanced over at Liang Rurong, but Mu Sai, who was turned around, saw them. Their movements froze. Just as they were about to say something playful, Liang Rurong suddenly reached out and tugged on Mu Sai's sleeve. Mu Sai looked down and saw her face with a calming smile. His tense arms slowly relaxed. Liang Rurong wore a kind smile, casually chatting with the person at the neighboring table. She said, Hey, young sir over there, my older brother and I are on our way to the capital to visit relatives. May I ask where you are from? The young man knew his words had been overheard, and he looked a bit embarrassed. Hearing Liang Rurong speak, he ignored his companion's tugging and replied, We're just doing some small business. We came to the capital to see if we can make some money. Liang Rurong nodded with a smile, glancing at the patterns on the young man's sleeve. Although he dressed simply, the embroidery on his sleeve was made with gold thread. The modest white jade on his hat also hinted at a high status. He was definitely not an ordinary person. While quietly observing, Liang Rurong casually said, I see. From your clothes, you seem to be from the south. We've met many people fleeing water disasters from that area on our journey.
Sigh. This was a lie.
Half a month ago, a river in the south burst its banks, but local officials managed it in time, so there was no disaster. If these people truly came from the south, they would have noticed the flaws in Liang Rurong's words. Mu Tsiue's eyes brightened as she looked at her, understanding that this was a test. She played along, saying, "Yes, if not for the family's troubles, my brother and I wouldn't have traveled so far to the capital." The young man who had ordered a good meal just now, hearing the probing, rolled his eyes and smiled. "Yes, luckily we left early, or we might have been trapped there." Hearing this, Mu Tsiue understood their plan. Liang Rurong smiled slyly and said, "Yes, I heard that large fields of crops were destroyed. The people there are really pitiful." The young man clearly hadn't been to the places they mentioned, but to avoid revealing anything, he forced himself to go along with their story. Both tables kept talking, making the water disaster sound very real.
Oh.
My seventh uncle said his neighbor was affected by the flood. The young man became more involved, exaggerating about relatives he didn't have, talking on and on. When he finally got tired and lowered his head to drink water, he noticed the people at the other table looking at him expressionlessly. Suddenly, the lively atmosphere became quiet. The two groups exchanged glances, both understanding that neither side was telling the truth. The young man stared at the man across from him, then suddenly burst into laughter, acting as if he hadn't just been making up stories. "I am Tang Nanfeng, the top merchant in the capital." Tang Nanfeng sighed properly and spoke in a slow voice. "I'm not hiding anything from you two on purpose. It's just that I deliberately leaked some information about the goods I was delivering, so." Liang Rurong looked at Tang Nanfeng with a face full of hidden feelings. She found it amusing but still cooperated and said, "I see."
No wonder.
Young Master Tang is so careful, it's understandable. Tang Nanfeng blinked, feeling relieved. He had noticed these two when they entered. Although they dressed simply, their aura was far from that of ordinary people, especially the man who came in. By revealing a part of his identity, Tang Nanfeng and Liang Rurong spoke more casually. "May I ask how you two are called?" "My surname is Morong. This lady is Liang." After a brief thought, Morong Tsiue gave a false surname, and Tang Nanfeng didn't ask for their real names. People who often travel all over the country usually go by code names and just mention their surnames. Only when they're very familiar or doing business together do they share their full names. While the three of them chatted back and forth, suddenly outside the door, there was a commotion of soldiers and officials. Morong Tsiue put down his wine cup, and Liang Rurong and Tang Nanfeng also set down their chopsticks. "Greetings to the prince," a sharp voice came from afar. A supervisor, wearing a tall hat and holding a dust cloth, walked in at a steady pace. Behind him were a few neat-looking young eunuchs, and further back, a group of soldiers. The supervisor entered and immediately bowed to Morong Tsiue, then, without hesitation, lowered his voice and said, "Prince, following the Empress Dowager's orders, Her Majesty is worried about your journey through the dust and has sent me to you back to the capital." After speaking, before anyone in the room could react, the lifted his head with a smiling, slightly flattering expression and said, "Prince, please get into the sedan." Hearing the word, salute, Tang Nanfeng's eyes widened as he looked at Morong Tsiue. Thinking about his plan to run away from home, he shrank his neck, trying to make himself less noticeable. But he absolutely couldn't be discovered as Tang Jin, the cousin of the top merchant, not as the imposter Tang Nanfeng. Morong Tsiue's face darkened for a moment, but quickly showed a smile. "Thank you, sir. I have some matters to handle here, so please wait a moment." After speaking, Mu Sai ignored the displeased expression of the supervisor and took Liang Rurong to a quiet place in the backyard. "What should we do?" Liang Rurong, being clever, realized that there was some hidden tension between Mu Sai and the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager suddenly sent people to welcome Mu Sai back to the capital in such a grand way. It was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Mu Sai gently shook his head, thought for a moment, and then said decisively, "When trouble comes, we will face it. When water flows, it will find its way. The other side probably won't attack openly. A few days ago, I already sent a message to my men explaining the situation. Your parents are safe in the county town. This is a message they asked someone to deliver to you. Mu Sai handed the letter to the girl. Liang Rurong eagerly opened it. After a while, Liang Rurong calmly destroyed the letter and said, "My parents are worried about causing me trouble, so they told me to focus on finding Uncle San in the capital and to prioritize my safety.
Mucheyanadid.
I will tell them your identity. I don't know what plans they have, so be careful and stay close to me, okay?" Liang Rurong smiled. The two of them returned to the front yard, where they saw the supervisor and a group of people already preparing Mu Sai's carriage. Liang Rurong only glanced briefly at the luxurious carriage before walking over to Mu Sai. Mu Sai said a few words to the supervisor, who then sent someone to buy a nearby carriage for Liang Rurong to ride in. The group headed straight to the capital. After Mu Sai brought Liang Rurong to his residence in the capital, he instructed the servants to take good care of her. He quickly tidied up and then entered the palace. Liang Rurong, in the large regent's mansion, had someone prepare a simple, modest outfit for herself. She then left alone. Mu Sai didn't know when he would return. Liang Rurong chose to take the initiative and went to the busiest market. Sweet candy. 2 coins each. Liang Rurong bought a candy figure from a simple merchant and asked kindly, "Uncle, do you know where the recruitment camp is? My family members have been conscripted, and I want to find out more." The merchant shook his clothes and replied kindly, "I heard from Dega's mother next door that the recruitment camp is at the east end of the city. Just follow this street, and you'll see it." "Thank you, uncle." Liang Rurong smiled and paid. She estimated the distance to the east side of the city and rented a carriage to go there. The carriage carried Liang Rurong along the nearest road toward the east. In just 3 incense burns time, she arrived. After giving the coachman some money, Liang Rurong looked at the large camp in front of her and the soldiers patrolling outside. She felt a bit sad. Ordinary people usually pass by camps quickly and find it very hard to get inside. Liang Rurong first pretended to be just passing by. She walked past the camp gate and saw a notice posted nearby. Curious, she moved closer. 30 years ago, she looked at the notice and saw it was a message about the new soldiers and their families chosen in the city. It also listed some soldiers' names. Liang Rurong didn't see Liang Dae's name and felt disappointed. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Miss Liang, what a coincidence. Why are you here too?" Startled by the voice, Liang Rurong quickly turned around and said silently, "Tang Nanfeng, you're everywhere." Tang Nanfeng, also known as Tang Jin, chuckled and said, "I heard your brother is the Regent King." Liang Rurong was surprised. She looked at Tang Jin carefully. "You didn't tell me we are siblings?" Tang Jin hesitated and came over slowly, looking a bit embarrassed. "Was it my fault for not recognizing your importance before? If I had known your brother is the Regent King—" "Stop, enough!" Liang Rurong raised her hand to tell him to be quiet. She asked cautiously, "How did you come here to find me? What's your purpose?" Tang Jin secretly glanced at the camp and whispered, "Oh, don't make such a loud noise. Be careful not to be seen inside." Liang Rurong rolled her eyes. "I'm just passing by." "What's so scary about that?" Tang Jin looked suspicious, but didn't say anything. Instead, he whispered, "Miss Liang, honestly, I have a big business deal I want to discuss with the Regent King." Liang Rurong frowned. "Why are you talking about business with him? Why are you looking for me?" Tang Jin shyly scratched his head.
"Well,
I just couldn't find him," Liang Rurong sneered. "Can't find him, so you come to bother me? Since you figured out we're not siblings, I can't help you with this. Go away, stay away from me."
Tang Jin misunderstood.
He thought Liang Rurong was refusing because she was embarrassed about her relationship with Mu Tsiua. He tried to hold her back, but Liang Rurong easily dodged and gave him a warning glare. "Stay away. I won't, unless you promise to work with me." "Miss Liang, just agree. I promise this will be a very profitable deal." Tang Jin didn't dare pull Liang Rurong away, nor did he want her to leave. He could only hesitate and block in front of her. Liang Rurong impatiently kicked at the stones under her feet, accidentally hitting Tang Jin's calf. He yelped and fell to the side. Liang Rurong instinctively grabbed Tang Jin's arm but accidentally pulled him down with her. By chance, they both tumbled into the open camp entrance. Tang Jin fell to the ground, and Liang Rurong knelt half down, directly facing the training ground. "Who are you? Go. Catch them." At these words, several soldiers in armor rushed over and quickly subdued Tang Jin, who was struggling. They also grabbed Liang Rurong and took both of them into the military tent. "Report to the commander. We've caught 2 spies." The centurion holding Liang Rurong and Tang Jin respectfully knelt on the ground. The commander on the seat frowned and looked at the 2 of them. He waved his hand, and the soldiers prepared to drag Liang Rurong and Tang Jin away for questioning. "Don't arrest me. It hurts." "I'm not a spy," Tang Jin shouted with a grimace, struggling as they held his arms. Just as the centurion was about to take them for interrogation, Liang Rurong suddenly looked up, ignoring the pain in her arm, and said firmly, "I am a traveling doctor. I've been gathering herbs nearby, and he was with me." The commander didn't speak. The centurion standing beside him sneered. "Just say you are? We catch many spies every year, all kinds of identities. Why should we believe you?" Liang Rurong wanted to explain, but the centurion quickly called over a soldier nearby and gave a few instructions. "Bring that soldier who was most seriously injured." The soldiers soon carried over a soldier with a large, open wound in his abdomen, unconscious. The centurion pointed at the stretcher and said, "You say you're a traveling doctor, then treat him. If you can't heal him, you're a spy, and your life is over." Tang Jin was frightened by the bloodied soldier and looked anxiously at Liang Rurong. But she was carefully examining the soldier's wounds and suddenly spoke. "All right, I will treat him." The centurion snorted and moved to the side, glaring at her. On the other side, Musai was led by workers to the palace and was directly taken to the Empress Dowager's Ihi Palace. The Empress Dowager sat on a magnificent golden Nix chair, holding a pure white, translucent cat, and was casually stroking it. "Regent, you really made me wait a long time." Musai stood straight at the lower seat, silent and sarcastic in response to the Empress Dowager. As if he couldn't hear her, the Empress Dowager waited for a moment, then deliberately raised her voice. "I heard that the regent caught a strange illness on the way here. I wonder if he's fully recovered." "TSK. I think I smell something." Musai said nothing, while the Empress Dowager pretended to cover her nose with a scented handkerchief. Seeing Musai remain unmoved like a statue, the Empress Dowager grew more annoyed, her words sharp and harsh. Taking advantage of no one being in the hall, her cutting words kept coming. "Oh, by the way, I heard you brought a wild girl with you." A dark flicker crossed Musai's eyes. He clenched his fists slightly, but kept a calm appearance. The Empress Dowager lightly insulted the so-called wild girl, then, finding it boring, waved her hand, telling the regent to leave quickly. Musai's lips curled slightly. "I will take my leave." "Empress Dowager, you look very unwell. Your complexion is yellowish. Please rest more. I thank the imperial doctor you sent, but unfortunately, he caught a strange illness and has died." This remark not only hurt the Empress Dowager's vanity, but also hinted at an assassin. Both knew the imperial doctor couldn't have caught an illness, but the Empress Dowager still had to pretend, her beautiful face turning pale with anger. After speaking, Musai left. In the corridor, Musai pretended to admire the intricate carvings and decorations, waiting for a group of small eunuchs to pass by with their heads bowed. He secretly took out a folded letter from his hand. Finding a quiet spot, Musai opened the envelope. Earlier, he had communicated with the Little Emperor and inserted trusted officials into the Ministry of Justice. The Little Emperor had secretly helped, and the operation went smoothly. The letter contained only a few simple instructions. "Now I can help her find her family as soon as possible," Musai muttered to himself while looking at the letter. Meanwhile, Liang Rurong was sweating on her forehead, repeatedly cutting with a knife in her hand. The injured person in front of her had already fainted from blood loss, and the wound on their abdomen was rotting faster due to the weather. Liang Rurong first carefully cut away the rotten flesh with a sterilized surgical knife, then sprinkled some hemostatic powder around the wound. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "I will go around the camp to find some herbs. Please watch over him. After speaking, Liang Rurong left the tent without looking back. The captain ordered someone to follow her. Taking advantage of the herb search, Liang Rurong secretly slipped to a quiet place, took out antibiotics and anesthetic from her space. When the soldiers following her arrived, Liang Rurong had already secured the items and calmly returned to the camp tent. She administered anesthesia and antibiotics to the injured man, making sure he wouldn't wake up and struggle from pain. Then she sewed up the wound carefully. After finishing the last stitch, Liang Rurong let out a long breath. She looked up and saw a group of officers and soldiers standing nearby, looking at her in surprise. As long as he doesn't run a fever later tonight and gets through this night, he will be fine, Liang Rurong checked his pulse and said. The captain looked at the healthy, breathing soldier with wide eyes in shock. The commander quickly came over. Based on past experience with injuries, he examined the patient briefly. Seeing that the person's life was safe, the commander solemnly bowed to Liang Rurong. Miss, we misunderstood earlier. Thank you for saving his life. Liang Rurong gently massaged her sore wrist and shook her head. The commander looked at Liang Rurong with a changing expression, then at the injured man on the ground. Suddenly, he said, I hear you are a traveling doctor. It's a pity to waste such exceptional medical skills. Why not stay in our camp as a military doctor? You could help more people. Liang Rurong had just packed away her sewing tools when she heard this. Without turning around, she replied, Thank you for your kindness, but my heart is not in this. I fear I would be disappointing. Before she finished, there was a loud bang as the heavy camp door fell shut. Liang Rurong frowned and turned her head. She saw the captain with a silly smile. The door is broken, he said. Realizing the situation was serious and that the commander might want to keep her, Liang Rurong directly refused. I have family members. I cannot stay. Oh, it's just family. No big deal. Just bring them all here. The commander waved his hand and signaled to the soldiers nearby. Who do you want to bring here? Liang Rurong asked. Outside the door, Mutsiue's voice came through. Liang Rurong turned her head and saw Mutsiue having someone pry open the door. He was dressed in the attire of the regent and walked in with great authority. Young Master Mu, why are you here? Liang Rurong's eyes lit up as she ran to Mutsiue's side and spoke cheerfully. Mutsiue gave a light smile and was about to leave with his people. This young lady Liang is my savior. I plan to take her away today. The leader of the soldiers remained calm and swung a punch. If you want to take her, you'd better have the skill. Just talking about being a savior, I don't believe it. Mutsiue stepped forward quickly, grabbing the leader's wrist. With a gentle twist, he immediately twisted the bones. The leader screamed in pain, clutching his wrist and curling up in pain. Mutsiue looked inside the tent at the other soldiers who had been frightened and dared not speak. He turned and took Liang Rurong away. Liang Rurong looked at the tall figure of the man in front of her, lost in thought. For a moment, she was stunned and silent. Taking advantage of the chaos earlier, Tang Jin, who had been ignored by everyone, sneaked out behind the two. Liang Rurong didn't stop him. When they left the camp, Tang Jin carefully looked at Mutsiue ahead. Miss Liang? Liang Rurong turned her head and raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Tang Jin shyly rubbed his nose and apologized, lowering his head.
I'm really sorry.
I ignored your wishes before and forced you to help. Seeing Tang Jin's regretful face, Liang Rurong knew he truly understood his mistake and smiled generously. It's good that you know you're wrong. Tang Jin saw Liang Rurong's good attitude and immediately suggested, Miss Liang, I have some silver. I plan to invest. I was amazed by your medical skills earlier. Would you be interested in partnering with me to open a medical clinic? Hearing this, Liang Rurong thought for a moment. Since she just arrived in the capital, she couldn't let Mutsiue handle everything. She wanted to use her medical skills to earn some money, which would also make it easier to find people and get things done. All right, you invest in opening the clinic and I will see patients. No problem. Tang Jin immediately patted his chest to promise. I have connections and I guarantee the clinic will open soon. Listening to their chatter, they quickly discussed the details of the clinic. Mutsiue, feeling eager, also wanted to contribute. I can also contribute money. We can open the clinic together. Looking at the sincerity in Mu Sai's eyes, Liang Rurong shook her head without hesitation and refused. On this journey, I have already been cared for a lot by you. The medical clinic is the career I want to pursue. Liang Rurong didn't say much, but her refusal was clear. When encountering difficult illnesses or serious injuries, Liang Rurong would often go in and out of the space. Having a medical clinic would allow her to do more things without suspicion. Liang Rurong was temporarily staying in the empty courtyard of the Wang residence. With Mu Sai's instructions, the servants in the house treated her with great respect. The next day, Liang Rurong heard the butler say that a soldier had come to see her. Soldier, Liang Rurong remembered the surgery she performed yesterday. Let him in. The soldier, led by a servant, walked into the courtyard with his head slightly bowed, holding his stomach wound. Dr. Liang, thank you. Thank you for saving my life. The soldier approached Liang Rurong and was about to kneel to thank her, but she quickly helped him up. You still have wounds that haven't healed. You can't do strenuous activities. The soldier, tears in his eyes, kept thanking her, holding a few coins in his hands. This is my military pay. I'm giving it all to you. Thank you, Dr. Liang. Liang Rurong didn't take the money. She helped the soldier sit down and smiled as she said, I won't take the money. I actually have something I want to ask for your help with about Liang Dae. Liang Dae. The soldier thought for a moment, then suddenly said, I remember that name. He was a new soldier recruited a few months ago, and our camp's commander took a liking to him and took him away. Liang Rurong's heart skipped a beat. She had come to the capital with great difficulty, and now her third uncle had been transferred away. The soldier pondered deeply for a moment. Da-da, I remember now. The commander took him down to the south of the river. The south of the river, Liang Rurong muttered as she sat down, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Dr. Liang, you don't need to worry too much. There haven't been many battles in the south recently. The soldier was just a small soldier and didn't have much information about the big figures. He tried his best to recall what he knew and comforted Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong shook her head, exchanged a few more words with the soldier, and then had someone send him away. In the evening, Mu Sai finished his official documents and called the housekeeper. I heard someone came to see Miss Liang this afternoon. The head steward lowered his head and said, Yes, Dr. Liang's soldier who was rescued yesterday has come to thank you. Mu Sai glanced at the head steward and noticed he seemed a bit hesitant. Say what you need to say directly. The head steward respectfully replied. Dr. Liang asked the soldier about the news of Liang Dae. When he learned that the man had been taken to Jiangnan, Dr. Liang looked a bit upset. As Mu Sai listened to the report, he took out a piece of paper. He wrote a few lines on the paper and decided to send his people to Jiangnan to find out about Liang Dae. Mu Sai handed the letter to the head steward and told him to arrange for someone to deliver it quickly. Once everything was arranged, Mu Sai put down his official documents and looked out the window at the moon in the sky. Tonight's moon was full and bright, shining like silver frost over the flowers and grass in the garden. The decorated mansion was bathed in a wonderful glow. Looking at it, it seemed like a palace of immortals. Suddenly, Mu Sai wanted to enjoy the moon. As he stepped out the door, he remembered Liang Rurong from the neighboring courtyard. He wondered what she was doing now and whether she had gone to sleep. With a faint feeling in his heart, Mu Sai strolled under the moonlight, walking unknowingly out of his own yard. By some strange coincidence, he arrived at the gate of Liang Rurong's Yubuk Academy and saw a graceful figure. Young Master Mu, are you not asleep yet? Are you also admiring the moon? They spoke at the same time and shared a knowing smile. Liang Rurong sat gracefully in a pavilion, waving to Mu Sai. I couldn't sleep tonight, so I came out to wait for a while, she said, glancing at the full moon in the sky. Young Master Mu, you have such refined taste. The moonlight tonight is very beautiful. Before she finished speaking, a cheerful voice ECD in her ear. It's very beautiful. Such a full moon is rare in the capital. The two didn't say much more, simply enjoying the peaceful night, with occasional cicadas singing. Liang Rurong felt her heart pounding from earlier, and she muttered to herself. Mu Sai was naturally handsome, and under the moon, his gentle smile made him look like a celestial being. Her heart was momentarily confused. Under the moonlight, Musai's mind was not entirely on the moon. He took the opportunity to quietly glance at Liang Rurong's delicate side face when she wasn't paying attention. One was watching the moon, and the other was watching the person. Suddenly, from the distant flower bushes, a strange noise sounded. "Who's there? Come out." Musai shot a sharp glance toward the flower bushes, and Liang Rurong quickly became alert. "Your Highness, it's me." A guard slowly stepped out from behind the flowers. Liang Rurong wondered why the guard, who should be patrolling outside at this hour, was here. Musai waved his hand, signaling someone to come over. The guard approached and bowed politely. "Greetings, Your Highness." Musai quickly recognized that this guard was always by the little emperor's side. Since he suddenly appeared here, it must mean something happened with the little emperor. Musai's mind moved, but he kept a calm face and asked, "Is there any problem with your master?" The guards secretly glanced at Liang Rurong, indicating he wanted to speak privately. Liang Rurong understood and, not wanting to embarrass Musai, smiled and said, "It's late and the dew is cold. I should go back now. Young Master Mu, don't stay out too long admiring the moon." After saying that, she nodded to Musai and returned to her room. When her footsteps disappeared, the guard bowed and reported, "Your Highness, my master has something to discuss with you privately. Here is the time and place." Musai looked at the note in his hand, nodded in response, and the guard withdrew. Emperor Mu Chinju was very anxious and set the meeting for the next day. Musai left the palace and took a winding path into a small alley, a common residence in the capital. This house was bought years ago by Musai and Mu Chinju for secret meetings. The house was very close to the regent's palace, practically in the shadows. A slightly old lantern hung outside the door. After confirming it was the right place, Musai knocked 3 short and 1 long on the door. A middle-aged man dressed as a farmer quietly opened the door, and Musai slipped inside. "Regent, you're here." Seeing the imposing figure at the door, Mu Chinju's eyes lit up, and he excitedly called out, "Your Majesty, what has you so anxious?" Musai went to a small pavilion, and Mu Chinju sat casually on a stone bench. He sighed deeply and said, "My good mother has become more and more arrogant lately." A servant quietly served tea for the two, and then stepped back. "Oh? Has she been planting people in the court again?" Musai asked, lowering his head to sip his tea and frowning. Mu Chinju shook his head. "I have long been used to the Empress Dowager placing people in the court," said Mu Chinju with a dark gaze, recalling the slap he received before Mu Tsiue returned to the capital. Mu Tsiue saw that Mu Chinju was having a hard time and didn't ask more. "I want to take charge of the government myself. Please help me, Uncle 17. Mu Chinju said this and stood up from the stone bench, bowing respectfully to Mu Tsiue. Mu Tsiue quickly stood up and helped him up, refusing to accept the bow. "Your Majesty, you are the supreme ruler. How can you do this?" Seeing Mu Chinju's reaction, Mu Tsiue's expression darkened. He sighed and said, "Uncle 17, today we are just family talking. No need to follow strict formalities." Mu Tsiue looked at Mu Chinju and smiled silently. Although he held great power at court and was the current emperor's uncle, proper manners could not be ignored. Mu Tsiue couldn't let others find fault with him over such small matters. "Your Majesty, this is a false statement. I am just receiving the emperor's benefits and loyal to the throne." Mu Chinju's methods were still immature. He couldn't get past Mu Tsiue and finally gave up in frustration. "Uncle 17, as long as you work with me, we can overthrow the Empress Dowager. Then, the power of the Regent King won't be divided by her." Mu Chinju's words aimed to remind Mu Tsiue and not to forget that the Empress Dowager had always been at odds with him at court.
Mu Chinju smiled lightly.
Before he could respond, Mu Chinju suddenly said something shocking. "Uncle 17, my people previously investigated and found that there was something suspicious about your mother's death." "What did you say?" Mu Tsiue was surprised, especially because his beloved mother had passed away. Could her death have been suspicious? His mood was unsettled, and his face showed a mix of emotions. He recalled everything from that time, trying to find something wrong from the yellowed memories. Mu Chinju slowly poured himself a cup of tea, watching the clear tea leaves floating in the water, and a confident smile appeared on his face. On the surface, Mu Chenjue was patiently comforting Mu Tsiue. This is also information from the secret guards who investigated the past. The details are not yet clear. Mu Chenjue spoke casually, waiting for Mu Tsiue to ask him. Once Mu Tsiue asked, Mu Chenjue would have a reason to propose cooperation. Mu Tsiue didn't hesitate for long. Today, Mu Chenju hurriedly called him over, speaking very humbly and calling him 17th uncle. Moreover, as the emperor, Mu Chenju also paid him a respectful greeting as a junior. Although he was a senior, the 9-5 supreme ruler still showed enough respect to Mu Tsiue, which was a good gesture. Alright, I agreed to cooperate, but about my mother? Mu Tsiue looked at Mu Chenju with curiosity. Don't worry, as soon as I get any news, I will inform 17th uncle immediately. Mu Chenju replied with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he remembered the girl who recently appeared at the regent's residence. Mu Chenju and Mu Tsiue drank tea instead of wine, wishing each other success. After setting down their cups, he pretended to casually bring up, 17th uncle, I heard you traveled far and brought back a girl. I wonder, with a slightly gossiping smile, Mu Chenju concealed his thoughts. Mu Tsiue's heart moved. After careful observation, he realized Mu Chenju seemed to mention it unintentionally. He smiled and said, that girl knows some medical skills. She helped me a little on the way, so I promised to bring her to the capital to find her family. He didn't emphasize Liang Rurong's abilities deliberately. Mu Tsiue overlooked this, but the emperor noticed it. Sometimes, that wasn't a good thing, especially during turbulent court times. Mu Chenju played along with Mu Tsiue and smiled, but he quietly remembered Liang Rurong. His 17th uncle never looked down on ordinary people, especially women like those who flitted around like butterflies. The fact that Liang Rurong could get Mu Tsiue to say a few words was already quite rare. After discussing, Mu Chenju took his leave, deliberately using the back door. Sell candied hawthorns. Candied hawthorns. Liang Rurong happened to be buying a string of candied hawthorns on the street when she turned around and saw a handsome man with an extraordinary aura, dressed very modestly. They looked at each other briefly, then each walked away. Thanks to Tang Jin's arrangements and his efforts to spend money freely, the clinic opened quickly. Tang Jin specially chose an auspicious day and made a big announcement in the first few days. He also invited a famous singer from the capital to help attract customers. Liang Rurong checked the time and, upon reaching the clinic's entrance, saw Tang Jin happily bustling around, preparing to let the singer in. Many townspeople gathered at the door, attracted by the singer's graceful figure and cool attire. Liang Rurong frowned slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied. She walked over to Tang Jin and patted his shoulder. Hey, Miss Liang, you're here. Come and see how I've prepared everything. Tang Jin excitedly pulled Liang Rurong, pointing at a decorated shop front filled with lanterns and banners. Liang Rurong was also infected by her happiness and nodded. Those singing girls are. Hey, you're the doctor at this clinic, right? Come over here. Before Liang Rurong could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a woman. She was dressed in fine silk and satin, but her eyes and expression were full of anger. The noblewoman was followed by several strong-looking servants. She stood at the clinic's entrance, crying and shouting loudly. Everyone come see. These singing girls gave my husband that terrible disease, boo-hoo. The noblewoman, ignoring her image, rolled up her sleeve, revealing her white skin covered with red rashes. Look, that little troublemaker has caused us so much trouble. Let her come out. The noblewoman became more and more excited, speaking harsh words. Madam, please don't worry. Let me check your symptoms first, Liang Rurong said softly, trying to calm her, while signaling Tang Jin. At that moment, a young assistant in a short jacket suddenly ran out from the neighboring clinic. He looked disdainful and saw Liang Rurong and the noblewoman struggling, sneering. Oh, this clinic isn't for just anyone to open. You, a young girl trying to run a clinic after copying others? Don't end up killing someone. Liang Rurong shot him a cold look. The young assistant shivered, but still tried to argue. You're so young. How good can your medical skills be? Liang Rurong sneered coldly. Suddenly, a mask-singing girl ran over. "Stop!" Liang Rurong commanded sharply. She reached out and grabbed her sleeve, pulling her back forcefully. The girl was frightened and staggered, her eyes full of panic. "Hey, what are you trying to do? I won't sing any more today." Liang Rurong held the girl's arm, her eyes sharp as she examined her. Suddenly, she noticed a small red spot below the girl's temple. This red spot looked very similar to the rash on the noblewoman's arm. "Don't struggle. Have you been feeling itchy on your skin lately? Are you having trouble sleeping at night? Feeling weak? Do you have red rashes on your body?" The girl froze in panic, then turned her head in surprise, looking at the girl holding her. "How do you know?" Liang Rurong let go of her hand and looked around at the curious crowd. "Now is a good time for publicity. You're sick. Today is my first day in business, and the first patient can be treated for free." Hearing this, the singer's eyes lit up as she brought her wrist closer. Then quickly, "Let me see." Under the noblewoman's watchful gaze, Liang Rurong took the singer's pulse. She frowned and asked, "Have you eaten anything recently that you haven't eaten before?" The singer shook her head. Liang Rurong continued, "What about things you've touched? Something that touches your skin?" This time, she thought for a moment, then, seeming to remember something, she shyly leaned close to Liang Rurong's ear and whispered, "I've used some supplements recently." Hearing this, Liang Rurong looked at the noblewoman thoughtfully and suddenly said, "Madam, have you also recently taken some new supplements?" The noblewoman nodded. Liang Rurong smiled confidently and said, "That's the problem. Both of you are feeling unwell because of a certain ingredient in the supplements." Both women looked shocked, and the singer's face turned pale. "Miss, what should I do? I can't ruin my face." Through her veil, the singer's face showed a faint redness. Liang Rurong comforted her. "Don't worry, I can treat it." After saying this, Liang Rurong took the two into her clinic, retrieved allergy medicine from her space, and wrote a prescription. "Follow this prescription, and you'll be fine in 3 days. Take these medicines now." Liang Rurong watched as the singer and noblewoman took the medicine. In less than an incense stick's time, the itching all over their bodies eased significantly. The singer gratefully thanked her again, and the noblewoman handed Liang Rurong the money, saying she didn't want to take advantage. Liang Rurong accepted the money without refusing and asked, "What kind of supplements are you taking? If it's not urgent, stop taking them to avoid further problems." In modern times, allergies are not easily cured. In severe cases, they can even be life-threatening. Hearing Liang Rurong's question, the noblewoman smiled with a hint of pride. "That, you know, is a secret recipe supplement from the palace." She then cast a displeased look at the singer who was about to leave. Perhaps her herbal recipe accidentally used 1 or 2 wrong ingredients. Liang Rurong cleared her throat softly, and the noblewoman continued, "My distant relative, who works in the palace serving the Empress Dowager, brought out this recipe." "Oh, may I see the recipe? I want to know which herbs are included, so I can be careful if any are harmful to your health." The noblewoman spoke briefly to her maid, who then took out a crumpled piece of paper from her pouch. Liang Rurong calmly took it and glanced at the ingredients and proportions, understanding the situation. Most of the herbs in the recipe are for boosting energy and blood, and they are used very quickly. If gentle herbs are not added later, it could cause an excess of energy. This suggests that the Empress Dowager's health might not be very good. Liang Rurong smiled and returned the recipe, advising, "The recipe is fine. For the ginseng, use a younger one. Don't use too much at once, and when eating, pay attention to combining it with cooling herbs." The noblewoman had someone note down her advice, express thanks, and then left. After this incident, Liang Rurong's act of saving someone publicly also helped build her reputation among the local people. She pulled over Tang Jin, who was watching the scene, and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. I need to go see Master Mu." "No problem. You can go ahead without worry." Tang Jin grinned and winked. Liang Rurong, feeling uninterested in chatting, hurried back to the regent's palace. She learned from the butler that Mu Tsiue was in the study. She knocked on the door. "Come in," Mu Tsiue replied, setting down what he was holding. When he saw Liang Rurong, he raised an eyebrow. "Why are you free to visit today?" Isn't the clinic opening? Liang Rurong sat across from him, briefly explaining what she encountered today and sharing her thoughts. The herbs in the recipe are very strong. The Empress Dowager's health must be quite poor. Mu Xiu nodded. I understand. Please keep an eye out for any updates. Although they didn't say it directly, Liang Rurong could tell from Mu Xiu's attitude that he was not on good terms with the Empress Dowager. She smiled softly. It's just a small favor. Nothing much. After Liang Rurong left the study, Mu Xiu immediately relaxed his posture. He walked to the bookshelf and knocked twice on the wall beside it. A hidden stone door slowly opened, and Mu Qinghua stepped out from inside. It turns out that Mu Qinghua was secretly discussing a partnership with Mu Xiu when Liang Rurong suddenly came to find him. In a hurry, Mu Qinghua hid in a secret room and only came out after she left. 17th uncle, the healer you met is quite skilled. She helped us a lot. Mu Qinghua looked very excited. He pulled Mu Xiu to sit beside him. Mu Xiu ignored Liang Rurong's question and, following Mu Qinghua's suggestion, said decisively, since the Empress Dowager's health is not good, we should find some nourishing things for her. Although he said this, Mu Xiu's expression was not very kind.
Mu Qinghua grinned fiercely.
After exchanging a brief look with him, he said, I remember the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet is coming soon. As her son, I should bring some delicacies to honor her. To keep their plans secret, Mu Qinghua didn't stay long and hurried away. At night, Mu Xiu was working on official documents in his study when he suddenly heard a cuckoo call outside the window. He walked to the window, gently tapped the frame, whispered a secret message, and then opened the window. A person dressed as a guard, with an ordinary face, jumped in from outside the window. Mu Xiu recognized him as someone loyal to Mu Qinghua. Greetings, Regent King. The guard saluted and spoke softly. Before they could start talking, Liang Rurong's voice suddenly came from outside the door. The guard closed his mouth and looked at Mu Xiu for instructions. Mu Xiu signaled him with a hand gesture, then watched as the guard slipped out the window. Only then did he go to open the door for Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong walked to the desk, surprised to see the open window, and asked with concern, It's cold at night. Why did you open such a big window? Mu Xiu smiled and said, I was annoyed with official papers, so I opened the window to get some fresh air. Liang Rurong nodded, recalling the earlier misunderstanding at the military camp and her uncle's whereabouts. Young Master Mu, when I visited the military camp, a soldier I helped told me that my third uncle has gone south with some people. Hearing Liang Rurong mention Liang Dea, Mu Xiu suddenly said, Wait a moment. After speaking, he took out a secret letter from a pile of books on the shelf and handed it to her. This is the latest recruitment news from the south. Take a look. Moci comforted her and said, I've sent someone to find out about your third uncle. It should be news in about half a month. He hesitated, patting Liang Rurong's shoulder. Don't worry too much. Liang Rurong put down the letter in her hand and looked at Moci with gratitude. She didn't expect that. Even though she was the one searching for someone, Moci would care so much. He not only sent people to Jiangnan to check the news, but also didn't tell her. For a moment, Liang Rurong felt a mix of emotions and didn't know what to say. They looked at each other in the small study, and the atmosphere quickly grew tense. Moci hid the complicated look in his eyes and looked at the delicate girl in front of him. His heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. If Liang Rurong found Liang Dea, would that mean she was leaving? And he might never see her again. After all, he was the high and mighty Regent King, and she was just a medical girl. Moci realized that he felt differently about the girl in front of him. Liang Rurong didn't know what Moci was thinking. She only felt that the atmosphere around them was strange and made her uncomfortable. Somewhere neither of them knew. During the day, the noblewoman who was treating her illness and returning home looked at her husband with displeasure. What do you mean? I got a big red rash on my body, and I just asked the medical girl to look at it. Why are you giving me that look? The middle-aged man, full of anger, slammed his teacup. Seeing a doctor? Can't you call a doctor to the house? Do you have to see a doctor on the street and embarrass me? The noblewoman immediately frowned and stood up, loudly saying, How did I embarrass you? I haven't even mentioned you going out to find singers, she sneered, pointing at her husband. You go out to find singers for fun, and that's not embarrassing? But me seeing a doctor is. Perhaps realizing he was in the wrong, the man scolded a few times and then shut himself in the room without speaking. The noblewoman asked someone to bring her a cup of tea, took a deep breath, and drank it. Then she went to the mirror and looked at her face. During the day, the red rash had already spread to her neck, but now most of it had faded. At first glance, it was still quite noticeable. The noble lady anxiously stroked her neck and turned to call her maid, asking her to go to the medical clinic and invite Dr. Liang Rurong to come and take a look. Dr. Liang Rurong had just been seeing patients at the clinic when she was called over. The noble lady frowned and held Dr. Liang's hand, pleading, Dr. Liang, please help me think of a way. Will these scars leave marks after they heal? Until today, the noble lady only then remembered that a few days ago, she couldn't resist scratching and had torn a small patch of skin. She revealed a segment of her fair arm, which had 2 scratch marks on it. Dr. Liang briefly examined her and checked her pulse, patiently saying, Your condition will improve soon. As for the torn skin, just eat light food and apply some scar-removing ointment. The noble lady nodded, but still looked unhappy. Dr. Liang considered her supplies and, out of curiosity, asked, Madam, do you still have any other health issues? The noble lady shook her head. My sister gave me a special recipe, which helps strengthen the body and also improves beauty. She sighed and gently touched her cheek, saying, I'm worried that taking the medicine might cause rashes again. Even with Dr. Liang's previous reassurance, the noble lady couldn't fully relax when it came to her appearance. She was already planning to discard the recipe. Dr. Liang thought for a moment and smiled. If you want to enhance your beauty and maintain your appearance, I can give you a secret recipe. Hearing this, the noble lady's eyes lit up. She excitedly grabbed Dr. Liang's hand. Really? Dr. Liang, as long as it works well, I'll buy your recipe. Dr. Liang smiled and asked someone to bring paper and pen, then wrote down a beauty secret recipe. The noble lady treasured it as a precious gift and immediately asked someone to prepare the herbs according to the recipe. After this, their relationship improved a lot. The noble lady kindly held Dr. Liang's hand, chatting and laughing. If Dr. Liang had needed to go see other patients, they probably would have talked for a long time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Empress Dowager was in the Hall of Peace and Harmony, furious. In the Grand Palace, 2 rows of palace maids and guards stood with their heads bowed, eyes fixed on the ground. The Empress Dowager stared at the maid reporting the news, her brows furrowing in anger. She was too proud to show her fury openly in front of others, so she only sneered. Our emperor and his 17th uncle have a very good relationship. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath and turned around to hear the little remind her. Your Majesty, it's time for the morning court. The Empress Dowager stood up, her majestic Nix robe falling to the ground, with 2 palace maids pulling behind her. She went to the morning court and sat on a special Nix seat beside the dragon throne. Greetings to the emperor. Long live, long live, long live. Greetings to the Empress Dowager. May you live 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. After the civil and military officials finished their bows, the Empress Dowager lazily raised her eyebrows and looked at Mu Qinzhuo on the throne, a sharp smile on her face. Emperor, I heard that the Minister of Revenue had an incident in Yapei County. Do you know about it? The emperor's throat tightened. The person the Empress Dowager mentioned was the one he sent to investigate. If something went wrong, as emperor, he wouldn't know first. He was the last to hear about it from the Empress Dowager. Replying to Mother, I don't know. The message probably hasn't arrived yet. This simple exchange revealed the emperor's weak control over the court. The civil and military officials in the court fell silent, like they were shivering. Among them were some loyal to Mu Qinzhuo, who wanted to speak up for the emperor but hesitated because of previous warnings. So, an eerie atmosphere formed in the court. Mu Qinzhuo's face remained calm. He subtly glanced at the officials in front of him, suppressing his boiling anger, pretending to be indifferent. Mother, it should be that the messengers below are negligent. When I return, I will issue an edict to punish them properly. Mu Chenjue pretended to be easily angered. His appearance made the Empress Dowager even more disdainful. The emperor was only at this level and still wanted to compete with her for power? Just as the Empress Dowager was feeling proud and ready to say a few more words to show her dominance, a light step suddenly sounded in the grand hall. At this hour, the officials had already gathered in the hall. So, who was coming suddenly? Many curious officials quietly looked back behind them, seeing a corner of a noble black robe, which made their hearts tighten.
Mu Chenjue immediately recognized Mu Qiyu.
His eyes brightened, and he subtly curled his lips. "Is the regent here?" The Empress Dowager looked sharply at Mu Qiyu, who respectfully bowed to the emperor and the Empress Dowager without showing any fear. He slowly explained, "I have not been feeling well recently, so I was late for the morning court. I hope your majesty will forgive me." After speaking, Mu Qiyu returned to his seat and stood. "Just now, I heard that the Minister of Revenue has returned to the capital. He found some medicinal herbs on the way that can help with health, and he wanted to present them to your majesty. That's why I was delayed." Mu Ciyue's words not only eased Mu Chenju's situation but also subtly embarrassed the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's long nails pressed into her palm as she glared at Mu Qiyu with fiery eyes. In the court, anyone with some insight would know that the Empress Dowager was more important than the emperor. At the very least, after reporting to the emperor, people would mention the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager had always been at odds with the regent. Everyone present knew this well. But no one expected that the regent would dare to publicly embarrass the Empress Dowager. Before she could speak, Mu Qiyu continued, "Your Majesty, I have heard reports that the neighboring country at the border has been mobilizing troops. Their numbers have doubled in less than half a month, and there may be war. I humbly suggest that your Majesty prepare in advance." Mu Chenju's gaze paused on a few generals, and he said reluctantly, "The old general only recently returned from leave. The new recruits lack experience and may not be able to handle great responsibilities." Then he asked, "Does the regent have any candidates to recommend?" "Reporting to your Majesty, we can select from this year's military exams," Mu Qiyu replied, raising his head. The Empress Dowager silently watched Mu Chenju and Mu Qiyu talk. When she heard about choosing a general to lead the troops, she immediately had an idea. The battlefield was the easiest place to earn military merit. As long as one held a high position and had strong connections, even risking soldiers' lives could turn into glory. The Empress Dowager smirked slyly, clearly contemplating this plan. "Your Majesty, I remember a nephew in our family who recently returned from school. He has learned some strategies for leading troops," she said without explicitly recommending anyone, but her meaning was clear. Mu Chenju's face darkened for a moment, but quickly masked it. He then said, "Behind the scenes, near the capital, there has been a bandit problem. It just so happens that Wang Fuyao can practice his skills. What do you think?" Thinking about the upcoming war that might happen at any time, the Empress Dowager decided to take advantage of the current opportunity. The place to suppress the bandits was not far from the capital, and with the Empress Dowager's nephew's reputation, the rewards for success would be plenty. The Empress Dowager immediately agreed to this lucrative task. "Everything depends on the emperor's decision," she said obediently, but inside she was very pleased, feeling she had control over Mu Chenju. Mu Chenju felt disgusted but kept a faint smile on his face. "Since it's your first time leading troops, it's better to have someone watch over you." Suppressing bandits was just a small task, but Mu Chenju acted as if he was leading a heavenly army. He pretended to be worried and said, "In that case, let the regent prince be the deputy general and Wang Fuyao be the main general." The Empress Dowager was happy to see Mu Qiyu bow his head and quickly agreed, feeling very satisfied. Moreover, to show his capability, she added a time limit. "My birthday banquet will be held soon. We are just waiting for Fuyao and the regent prince to succeed in suppressing the bandits, which will be a good gift." The Empress Dowager spoke with a gentle smile, while Mu Qiyu remained expressionless, secretly exchanging glances with Mu Chenju. Under the Empress Dowager's signal, the Grand stepped forward. "Present your reports. No need to stay longer if there are no issues." The officials presented a few minor matters and then left in order. Mu Chenju left the front hall, not heading to the study as usual, but quietly sent a personal to bring Mu Tsiue over. Mu Tsiue walked along a small path and met Mu Chenjue in a quiet corner of the imperial garden. 17th uncle. The Empress Dowager is getting more and more unreasonable. I really can't stand it anymore. In front of Mu Tsiue, Mu Chenjue finally allowed himself to show his suppressed anger. After Mu Tsiue calmed him down, he suggested soothingly, "Your Majesty, this time the Empress Dowager not only insulted you, but also challenged my authority." Deputy General, huh, he sneered. Appointing a spoiled young man as Deputy General was not only a shame in name, but also a provocation. Anyone who understood the subtlety knew this was just a way to protect the spoiled young man. In the end, all the credit for the Deputy General's achievements would go to him. I've heard of that person, but I doubt he has real military skill. 17th uncle, do you have any plans? Mu Chenjue asked eagerly. Mu Tsiue shared his well-thought-out plan. He said calmly, "Your Majesty, this matter is not too difficult. As long as we find a way to prevent that general from leading troops into battle, this is a hard task. I promised the Empress Dowager when I went to court, and I cannot go back on my word easily." Mu Chenjue frowned and thought hard. At that time, he was pressured by the Empress Dowager and had no choice but to agree. Mu Tsiue thought for a moment and said, "I heard that King Friao likes to go hunting. That could easily cause problems." The other person spoke indirectly. Mu Chenjue didn't clarify, only watching the regent's confident expression, which made him feel at ease. He didn't need King Friao to be seriously injured. As long as he delayed him a little, Mu Chenjue was confident he could interfere secretly. Mu Chenjue's mind raced. He already had a few rough plans, but he only exchanged a knowing smile with Mu Tsiue, everything unspoken. With the current medical level, unless a miracle happens, full recovery is impossible. There is also a risk of infection leading to death. Thinking of the bandit hideout, Mu Chenjue remembered something and said casually, "I recall that in the suburbs of the capital, when the 17th uncle's wife was still alive, she visited there. Because of the passage of time, the information Mu Chenjue could gather was incomplete. Now, recalling it, he shared what he knew with Mu Tsiue." Mu Tsiue nodded silently, showing no particular reaction, then took his leave. While Mu Tsiue was busy strategizing with the Empress Dowager and discussing with the Emperor, Liang Rurong's career was thriving. Ever since she shared her secret recipe for beauty and skincare with the noble lady, she had been using it diligently every day. Within a few days, the noble lady's previously dull face brightened, looking several years younger. The noble lady was so happy that, when she went out with her friends to enjoy flowers, she was asked about her secret. She happily recommended her own formula. Liang Rurong's exclusive secret recipe quickly became popular among the noble ladies in the capital. Of course, when the noble lady handed over her formula, she also gave Liang Rurong a heads up. Moreover, she recommended many high officials and wealthy people to seek Liang Rurong's help. As a result, Liang Rurong was very busy at the clinic these days. In her room, Liang Rurong was treating a patient, a woman with a pale face. "Use the ointment I prepared twice a day, and be careful not to get it wet," Liang Rurong instructed. She then handed the woman a bottle of health-preserving herbal soup. The woman gratefully accepted it. Suddenly, loud knocking came from outside. Dr. Liang, are you there? Open the door quickly." "Stop, don't go in. Our doctor is treating a patient." Just after Liang Rurong finished writing her last note, she heard a commotion outside and the hesitant persuasion of a young servant. "Let him in." The young servant quickly opened the door and saw a man with a proud expression, dressed in gray servant clothes, walk in. Liang Rurong didn't look up. She pointed to the chair in front of her. "In this clinic, no matter who you are a patient." The servant didn't react. He looked Liang Rurong over with a critical eye. "Are you the doctor here? Is there no one else?" He looked around, searching. "It's just me," Liang Rurong spoke calmly. Over the years, she had met many people who doubted her because she was young. The servant muttered something under his breath. He reluctantly said, "Come with me to the mansion. Our young lady wants you to treat her." The servant's attitude was rude and arrogant. Liang Rurong frowned unhappily. But when she heard there was a patient, she asked patiently, "What are your young lady's symptoms?" The servant pouted unhappily. For a wealthy family's daughter to come out seeking treatment was a very private matter. How could others know? This young girl, relying on her decent medical skills, dared to ask here. The servant immediately thought that Liang Rurong didn't want to go with him and used that as an excuse. "Just come with me. Why are you wasting time talking? Our master won't lose money over you." Liang Rurong put down her silver needle kit, speechless. "If I didn't want to treat the patient, why would I ask you?" But the servant didn't listen. He brazenly took a few steps forward, standing beside Liang Rurong, and grabbed her arm. He kept shouting, "Hurry up, come with me. Our young lady is waiting." Liang Rurong's eyes sharpened. She quickly pulled out her neatly arranged silver needles, aiming to stab at his wrist acupuncture point. Before she could act, a voice came from outside the door. "What are you trying to do?" The servant shivered, startled by the cold tone. Liang Rurong took the opportunity to pull back her arm and turned to look at Mu Tsiua. "Is everything done?" Mu Tsiua nodded. He originally wanted to find Liang Rurong to talk about going out to fight bandits, but unexpectedly, he encountered this kind of farce. "I don't care about the big figures behind you. This is a medical clinic, and we won't tolerate your arrogance." The servant, being entrusted with such private matters, was quite perceptive. He immediately saw that Mu Tsiua's identity was unusual and was so frightened that his legs trembled. But thinking of his own master's status, the servant straightened his back and held his head high. Liang Rurong placed the medicine box heavily on the table and smiled. "Our clinic is good at treating illnesses and saving lives, but both doctor and patient should respect each other. This gentleman," Liang Rurong glanced at him. "I wonder if your young lady might be punished because your attitude delayed her treatment." The servant, thinking of something, looked even more fearful. He regretted showing off his power just now. Mu Tsiua also cooperated with Liang Rurong, speaking more firmly. "I know many officials in the court. Do you know which noble family your young lady belongs to?" Upon hearing this, the servant realized he had caused trouble and begged for mercy, with a smile. "Esteemed sir, I was wrong. I looked down on people unfairly. Please, sir, have mercy on me." He lowered his head, afraid of being reported, beaten, or sold. Liang Rurong saw this and didn't make things difficult for him anymore, but she knew he would have to pay a price. "Fine, just the consultation fee." Hearing this, the servant immediately took out his private savings, looking distressed. "No problem with the fee. Please accept this as my small act of filial piety." Liang Rurong accepted it happily, and Mu Tsiua didn't bother him further. The servant hurriedly ran out, as if he had been pardoned. Mu Tsiua didn't look at the person rushing back to report, but asked Liang Rurong with concern, "Are you all right?" Liang Rurong smiled and shook her head. "You arrived just in time." Mu Tsiua was dazzled by her bright, gentle smile and coughed twice to cover it. The servant reached the door, feeling angrier the more he thought about it. He racked his brains for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered that the current regent prince had almost been engaged to his young lady. In terms of status, who could be more noble than a royal relative? The servant, mustering his courage, shouted behind him, "My young lady almost got engaged to a prince." Liang Rurong faintly heard this and lowered her head to think for a moment, recalling the news she had heard from chatting with noble ladies. She spoke playfully. "That person's story actually made me remember something. A few years ago, you, the regent, almost got engaged to a noble lady. What a pity you didn't marry her." Liang Rurong ignored the slight awkward feeling in her heart and smiled at the man in front of her. Unexpectedly, Mu Tsiua showed no smile. He looked at Liang Rurong's beautiful face and suddenly said, "I only saw that lady once in the Imperial Garden. It was from afar, so I didn't see her clearly." Liang Rurong's heart moved. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little upset. "Oh, that's really a pity." Mu Tsiua looked at Liang Rurong's expression and suddenly smiled. "It is a pity. I was hunting with the emperor at that time and accidentally got hurt. That noble lady fainted in fright. I waited a long time for help and even had a fever that night." Mu Tsiua's face was calm, as if he wasn't the one speaking these suggestive words. Liang Rurong's lips curled slightly, then quickly pressed down her smile. Smooth talker. You should be glad that I, a doctor's daughter, was the one you met back then. Otherwise. Hearing this, Mu Tsiue sincerely cupped his fists. Thank you, miss, for saving me. He casually looked up, and the two exchanged glances, both smiling. Liang Rurong paid the servant and agreed to treat his illness. She greeted Mu Tsiue, turned around to pack her medicine box, and waited for someone to come pick her up. At the entrance of the clinic, a simple carriage slowly stopped. The servant who had been scolded earlier respectfully got out and helped Liang Rurong onto the carriage, while he drove the horse ahead. After getting off the carriage, Liang Rurong looked around and saw that this was one of the most expensive pieces of land in the capital. In front of the mansion signboard, large, flowing characters were written. General Jingyuan's mansion. Liang Rurong muttered to herself. The name was grand, but in reality, the people living here were typical aristocrats. Their ancestors had produced talented people, and their titles had been passed down through generations. Now, besides valuable belongings and shops, the mansion's reputation was mostly just its name. Liang Rurong was led by a servant into a quiet small courtyard. As soon as she stepped in, a teacup was thrown at her feet. She calmly stepped around it. Only then did she notice that the noble lady had 3 pimples on her face, one of which was already oozing pus. Lin Miaoqing was furious as she held a delicate small mirror from the western regions, staring at her face full of pimples and scolding loudly. Where's the doctor? What is the housekeeper supposed to do? Just after scolding the maid in front of her, Lin Miaoqing saw Liang Rurong come in. She seemed to grasp a life-saving straw and rushed over. Are you the Dr. Liang?
Please.
Look at my face. You must save me. Lin Miaoqing's eyes were red, as if she had a serious illness. Liang Rurong let her pull her along. After sitting on a small stool, she examined Lin Miaoqing's condition. After a basic check of looking, listening, asking, and feeling, Liang Rurong looked around at the furniture and then took Lin Miaoqing's pulse. Lin Miaoqing watched Liang Rurong nervously. How is it?
Can it be cured?
Liang Rurong nodded. Miss Lin, your menstrual cycle is irregular, and you like to apply powder on your face, right? Lin Miaoqing nodded. Yes, that's right. I have terrible pain every month. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and suddenly said, May I see the powder you use? Lin Miaoqing immediately took out a small, beautifully crafted powder box from her dressing box. Liang Rurong opened it, examined it briefly, and quickly figured out the cause. Miss Lin, your powder contains a lot of lead. This is the main reason for your pimples. But you should also pay attention to your diet. Lead? Lin Miaoqing was puzzled. What is that? But she didn't want to investigate further. Knowing the cause was enough. Liang Rurong immediately prescribed a remedy to promote metabolism and strengthen the body. Take 2 doses daily, drink for half a month, exercise more, and try not to use the powder. Lin Miaoqing nodded repeatedly. As long as her pimples could go away, she didn't mind not using powder. Then, Liang Rurong gave some small suggestions based on Lin Miaoqing's usual lifestyle. They had a pleasant chat. Miss, this is the tonic your father found for you. A young girl entered outside the door, holding a box covered with red cloth. Lin Miaoqing looked at it and happily said, I knew my father loved me the most, she smiled. Since she developed pimples, this young lady had started collecting all kinds of useful and useless things. Lin Miaoqing's father also sent many medicines. When Lin Miaoqing opened the wooden box and revealed a brown pill, she was about to take it when Liang Rurong grabbed her wrist. What's wrong? Can I eat it? Lin Miaoqing asked suspiciously, wondering if the medicine might be harmful. Liang Rurong took the pill carefully, sniffing it under her nose. As soon as she opened the box, Liang Rurong detected a strange smell, confirming her suspicion. This pill is not safe to eat. It's poisonous. Delicate Miss Lin gasped in shock, her face turning pale as she stood up quickly. How is that possible? My father bought this for me. It's worth a lot. Liang Rurong was thinking of how to explain the danger to the young lady in front of her. The little maid beside Lin Miaoqing hurriedly ran to find her father. What's going on? A voice tinged with anger came from the door, and a middle-aged man with a big belly entered. Dad, Dr. Liang says this medicine is poisonous. Lin Miaoqing seemed to find her support and quickly ran over. Liang Rurong looked at him calmly. Lin Huayu looked suspicious, first picking up the pill from the ground and placing it on the table, then turning to ask Liang Rurong, "Are you the famous doctor recently gaining popularity?" Liang Rurong nodded and said while looking at the pill on the table, "There is poison in this pill." Lin Huayu couldn't help but hum softly, proud as he said, "Do you know, I paid a very high price to buy this from the first imperial merchant. You." Lin Huayu hesitated for a moment, but then decisively said, "It's not that I look down on you, but how could royal merchants sell poison?" Mentioning the first imperial merchant, Liang Rurong immediately thought of Tang Jin. That guy seemed a bit eccentric, but he was very reliable. After spending time together these days, Liang Rurong was sure that he wasn't a malicious person. He wouldn't dare to poison the medicine. "May I ask, was this bought from Tang Jin?" Liang Rurong thought of that greedy young man and felt it was possible. "Tang Jin?" Lin Huayu thought for a moment and shook his head. "I haven't heard of that name. He's probably the neglected young master of the Tang family. I didn't buy it from him." Liang Rurong ignored his dismissive tone, which was just right. "General Lin, did you buy this from Tang Nanfeng?" "Yes, yes, yes. That's his name." Lin Huayu nodded repeatedly. Liang Rurong suddenly sighed, making the father and daughter in front of her both pause in surprise. "I guess someone replaced Tang Nanfeng's identity. The real person is a gentle and refined young man, very polite, and would never sell such medicine." "No, that's not right." Lin Huayu suddenly remembered the person. "The person I traded with was dressed very luxuriously, but definitely not gentle and refined." Liang Rurong smiled helplessly. The truth was obvious now. How dare he deceive me? Lin Huayu was furious. Liang Rurong understood Lin Huayu's anger at being tricked, but since she couldn't find the person right away, she could only softly comfort him. Lin Huayu nodded in thanks. "Thank you, Dr. Liang, for reminding me. I almost harmed Miaoqing." Miaoqing also looked grateful, holding Liang Rurong's hand and repeatedly thanking her. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do as a doctor." Liang Rurong smiled gently, not claiming credit. Her actions made the father and daughter trust her even more. However, the general still seemed a bit bothered. He had paid a high price for the pills, so he asked Dr. Liang, "Do you think you can tell what's in these pills?" Lin Huayu was also curious. He wasn't foolish. When he bought the pills, he specifically asked a doctor to test their properties. But at that time, nothing was found. Liang Rurong picked up a brown pill, sniffed it under her nose, then pinched off a small piece and placed it on her tongue. Miaoqing watched Liang Rurong's actions nervously, worried she might accidentally get poisoned. Liang Rurong thought for a moment. These pills contain many herbs that boost health, which can easily mask the taste of any poison. If I weren't experienced, I might have been fooled too. Her gaze flicked over Miaoqing's face. Then she said, "This medicine has addictive ingredients and is useless for Mrs. Condition." While they were talking, suddenly a guard's voice came from outside. "Master, young Master Tang has arrived." "What young Master Tang?" Through the door, Lin Huayu looked confused. He hadn't invited anyone to the estate recently, so he looked at his daughter in doubt. Miaoqing shook her head. "What is his name?" Liang Rurong suddenly asked. The guard didn't hear clearly and misunderstood that the young lady was asking, so he replied. He said his name is Tang Nanfeng. Lin Huayu immediately looked at Liang Rurong. Earlier, she mentioned this name, saying he was the true top merchant. At Lin Huayu's signal, Tang Nanfeng, gentle and elegant like a refined young gentleman, entered with a smile. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone in the room staring at him intently. Tang Nanfeng put away his fan and, with interest, said to Liang Rurong, "I heard that General Zhenyuan wants to buy a pill from me. I brought it here for a trade. It seems I am a bit late." Liang Rurong noticed the teasing in his words and frowned slightly. Tang Nanfeng immediately straightened up and said seriously, "I believe this is the famous Dr. Liang. I apologize for my rudeness." His strange words sounded like a gentle spring breeze, not annoying at all. Liang Rurong nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Seeing that Liang Rurong was not upset, Tang Nanfeng took the opportunity to say, "I've long heard that Dr. Liang's secret formula is very effective. Would you like to do some business?" He smiled and added, "Someone used my name, which caused some trouble for your patients. When I have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner as a small apology." No wonder he is the top merchant. Within a few words, he went from calling her Dr. Liang to Miss Liang, making the conversation more personal. Liang Rurong thought about Tang Jin and wondered why this family loved doing business so much. But to find out more about him, she decided the dinner was necessary. "All right, I will go when I have time." Normally, such a conversation would be considered rude for ignoring the host, but Tang Nanfeng's special status, almost as wealthy as a country, made most people hesitant to offend him. Plus, Liang Rurong's excellent medical skills and her help in identifying poisons made her valuable. Lin Huayu watched happily as they talked, not interrupting. He even pulled his daughter aside and whispered something to her. After agreeing on the dinner, Liang Rurong suddenly realized she was too absorbed and apologized. Lin Huayu waved his hand repeatedly. "No problem, no problem." Afterward, Lin Huayu had someone bring over 1,000-year-old ginseng as a gift for Liang Rurong. "Dr. Liang, you've helped us greatly this time. This is my thanks. The consultation fee is normal, so please don't refuse." He handed the box directly to Liang Rurong. Beside him, Lin Miaoqing also helped speak on her behalf. In their eager attitude, Liang Rurong accepted it, and then she and Tang Nanfeng were sent out of the residence. At the gate of the Jingyuan general's mansion, Mu Tsiua frowned, glancing nervously at the gate from time to time. The guard at the gate thought he had urgent business and stepped forward to ask, "Young master, are you here to see my master?" Mu Tsiua shook his head. "I'm waiting for someone here. You don't need to worry." The guard instinctively thought the man in front of him was not someone to mess with, so he nodded and returned to his post. Liang Rurong hurriedly left the residence this time because of her rushed visit and the previous commotion. Mu Tsiua was worried she might be mistreated by the people inside. Finally, when Liang Rurong came out, Mu Tsiua hurriedly walked toward her. "How did it go? Was everything smooth?" As soon as he asked, Mu Tsiua suddenly noticed the unfamiliar man beside Liang Rurong. He watched as Liang Rurong and Tang Nanfeng walked out happily, chatting and laughing, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He kept his feelings hidden. After Tang Nanfeng bid farewell and left on the way back, Mu Tsiua pretended to casually bring it up. "The young master you came out with, I remember, is a famous merchant in the capital." Liang Rurong, feeling good after receiving 1,000-year-old ginseng, didn't catch the hidden meaning in Mu Tsiua's words and casually replied, "He was supposed to do business with General Jinyuan, but I beat him to it." Liang Rurong roughly described what happened, not knowing the relationship between this man and Tang Jin, and didn't mention Tang Nanfeng much. With a somewhat obvious tone of indifference, Mu Tsiua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, just as they reached halfway, one of Mu Tsiua's subordinates ran toward them from ahead. The man dressed modestly, and at Mu Tsiua's signal, he didn't salute but directly delivered a message. "Master, something happened in the military camp." Mu Tsiua's heart moved slightly. Recently, he had just taken over the military camp to prepare for future bandit suppression. He had a rough idea of the arrangements, so how could something go wrong? "Explain clearly." Mu Tsiua frowned. The man took a breath and said hurriedly, "It's the new recruit Wang Fuyao. He got drunk in the camp and happened to meet the deputy's daughter visiting her family. He liked her and then he didn't finish his sentence. Everyone present knew it was probably about drunkenly teasing the girl." Hearing this, Mu Tsiua's face turned grim. The subordinate then reported, while the two were fighting, the deputy officer saw it and acted too harshly, which resulted in Wang Fuyao's death. Liang Rurong gasped in shock. Killing someone in the military camp is a serious matter, big or small. If someone has connections or influence, they might call it an accident. Then it becomes a matter of power struggle among the higher-ups. But right now, the deputy officer is aligned with Mu Tsiua. He had killed the Empress Dowager's nephew, which directly affects Mu Tsiua's plans. He had to abandon all his previous plans and deal with this new problem instead. Mu Tsiua suppressed his anger and thought about what to do. Wang Fuyao, as the Empress Dowager's nephew, wasn't a military leader, but as long as he stayed quiet and played the role of a figurehead, he could still earn some credit. The problem was, he wasn't talented at all. He was a complete fool. He had brought his wild, indulgent lifestyle into the military camp. Mu Tsiue felt a headache coming on. His subordinate was clever and immediately offered his horse. He grabbed the reins, turned to mount the horse, and was about to give Liang Rurong some instructions when she said, "I'll go with you." A flicker of hesitation crossed Mu Tsiue's eyes, but soon he extended his hand to Liang Rurong. She placed her small hand in his, and with her help, she got onto the horse. She curled up in front of Mu Tsiue. They were very close, and Liang Rurong tried to ignore the strange feeling and comforted him. "You don't need to worry too much. Wang Fuyao is in the wrong. We can talk more at the camp." Mu Tsiue nodded and led her on horseback. The military camp was outside the city. The road was quiet, with no pedestrians, and their riding together didn't attract attention. After a long and bumpy ride, they finally reached the camp. As soon as Liang Rurong entered the gate, she smelled a strong blood scent. Following that intense smell, she pushed aside a few soldiers. Behind her, Mu Tsiue followed, and the two squeezed into the tent. Wang Fuyao was lying on a wooden bed, breathing heavily, looking pale and bloodless, almost like a dead person. No wonder the messenger said he was dead. Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong exchanged a glance, understanding what the other cared about most. She nodded and said, "There's still hope for him." Hearing this, Mu Tsiue relaxed a little. As long as he was alive, the rest was much simpler. Then, Liang Rurong carefully reached out and pressed her hand on Wang Fuyao's abdomen. Liang Rurong felt the blood clots inside Wang Fuyao's body. These clots blocked his blood vessels. If not treated, this could lead to insufficient blood flow to the brain, or even brain death. She looked a little relieved and turned to say, "His condition is urgent. Surgery is the only way to save him." Liang Rurong looked at Mu Tsiue for approval. Although she had shown many medical skills beyond her time, opening a person's body still challenged old beliefs. Mu Tsiue looked hesitant, but quickly decided to trust Liang Rurong. "Then let's operate," he said. Liang Rurong didn't waste time. She quickly took a surgical knife from her medical box. Just as she finished disinfecting and was thinking about the best place to cut, there was a sound of running outside the door. At the same time, a sharp voice shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Don't touch young Master Wang's body." Through the door, the old sent by the Empress Dowager overheard Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiue talking. He sneered at Liang Rurong's words about saving the person. The Empress Dowager had sent him after hearing her nephew had died. Now that the person was already dead, and this girl wanted to cut into young Master Wang's body, how disrespectful. The old's eyes were cold, like a poisoned blade. He stared fiercely at Liang Rurong. "I don't care what kind of wild girl you are. Young Master Wang is gone. Cutting into his body now is a great disrespect. You will be punished." Liang Rurong ignored the curse. Her ability to curse was still lacking. A few soldiers nearby looked worried. In this era, people believed in ghosts and gods. Hearing about punishment, they all became fearful. Mu Tsiue, however, looked calm. He signaled to Liang Rurong with his eyes, telling her not to worry about the old. Liang Rurong nodded. If she didn't act now, she would miss the best time for treatment. She decisively took out some anesthesia and injected it into Wang Fuyao. Seeing Liang Rurong dare to act, the old screamed sharply and shouted, "Report to the Empress Dowager. Lock this girl in the heavenly prison." He cursed viciously and tried to rush forward to stop Liang Rurong from cutting. At that moment, Mu Tsiue stepped forward and grabbed the old's shoulder. With a forceful push, he was held firmly in place and couldn't move. The old looked at Mu Tsiue with doubt and asked tremblingly, "Regent King, are you trying to disobey the order?" Mu Tsiue's expression remained calm. He watched Liang Rurong decisively finish her task and then turned to say, "I trust her judgment and her medical skills." The old woman looked at Mu Tsiue with clear trust in her eyes and let out a cry of despair. "Crazy! Everyone's gone mad." That girl insulted the young master's body. And the Regent King is just letting her do whatever she wants. The old, frantic shouting was silenced by Mu Tsiu's words. If something happens, I will take responsibility with the Empress Dowager. The old suddenly shut his mouth and looked at the powerful Regent King with awe. Remembering his ruthless methods, he dared not oppose him anymore. Liang Rurong calmly performed the surgery. When she heard Mu Tsiu's firm promise, her hand almost trembled. Her heart was deeply shaken. She glanced at Mu Tsiu and saw his unwavering trust. Liang Rurong turned her head and focused even more. After a while, she skillfully tied a knot and slowly stood up. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Focusing intensely on the surgery was very exhausting, especially without an assistant. Liang Rurong reached out to check Wang Fuyao's eyelids, confirming his vital signs were stable, then fed him an anti-inflammatory pill. He's fine now, but during the healing process, keep the wound clean. Also, he might have a high fever tonight, so someone should stay with him. After finishing, Liang Rurong organized her medicine box and ignored the stunned old. The Grand trembled as he reached out and checked Wang Fuyao's nose. His breathing was faint, but steady. The old also sighed in relief. No matter what, the Empress Dowager's nephew's life was saved. That was a great blessing. He turned around, showing a flattering smile. Dr. Liang is truly a divine doctor. Liang Rurong nodded but showed no particular reaction. The Grand didn't mind her attitude and happily called a young over. He instructed him to send the message back. Turning his head, the Grand looked very respectful, but his words carried a clear threat. Dr. Liang, Master Wang's illness was cured by you. The others are useless, so please stay and watch over the young master tonight. Liang Rurong glanced at him lightly, but did not refuse. Mu Sai was a bit unhappy. Just as he was about to speak, Liang Rurong gently patted his arm. Here, even if Wang Fuyao was a troublemaker, he was still a patient. Especially since his identity was special, surviving would be more beneficial for Mu Sai. The old subtly showed a proud expression and walked away leisurely. Mu Sai looked at the time and directly ordered someone to bring the military affairs here. Liang Rurong looked at him curiously. Mu Sai, while writing on paper, said, "I'll stay with you." Liang Rurong understood and smiled without refusing. She took out a medical book she had collected and focused on reading. Although medical skills in this era were not as advanced as modern times, there were still many useful methods. Mu Sai sat beside Liang Rurong, working at a small table. For a moment, life was peaceful. Soon, as it grew dark, Liang Rurong also began to carefully check Wang Fuyao's condition. Mu Sai rubbed his sore wrist, looked out at the darkening sky, and thought about the upcoming bandit suppression. The bandit problem near the capital is quite serious. I plan to train soldiers for a few days, draft a rough plan, and leave as soon as possible. Liang Rurong put down the thermometer, frowned at the rising number, and saw that Wang Fuyao's temperature had indeed increased. She asked with concern, "Do you have any ideas?"
Mu Tsiu nodded.
I plan to send out some scouts first. Liang Rurong listened to his plan and suddenly suggested, "Sending people to scout first can indeed reduce casualties, but you also need to consider him." She pointed at Wang Fuyao on the bed with her delicate white finger. Mu Sai hesitated slightly. "I wonder if his injuries will be fully healed by the time we deal with the bandits." Liang Rurong vaguely realized that Mu Sai wanted to use his injury to make Wang Fuyao miss this operation. But this was only a temporary solution. The Empress Dowager wanted to take all the credit for herself. Even if Wang Fuyao was lying in bed and came up with a brilliant plan, most of the credit could still be taken away. Liang Rurong shared her concerns with Mu Tsiu and then suggested, "Why not let the commander lead the troops first?" Wang Fuyao, as the Empress Dowager's nephew and the commander, should take the lead. She paused and continued, "We can pretend to be at odds. When the bandits and officials relax their guard, we can act." Mu Tsiu's eyes brightened at her plan. "That's a good idea. Let Wang Fuyao attract their attention up front, and we..." Liang Rurong smiled and finished his sentence. "Once we fool the bandits, you can lead the soldiers to hide on the side. Wait for the right moment and strike directly at the enemy." Her eyes sparkled like candle flames, like a female general. cut off their retreat, then take the opportunity to seize the territory. When the time comes, act quickly. If everything goes well, we won't need to use many soldiers to defeat them. The bandits' weapons can also be taken by us. Mutsiwa listened with amazement. In the end, he couldn't help but praise, I never expected that not only do you have a talent for medicine, Liang girl, but you also have such strategic insight in battle. Liang Rurong blushed at his sincere praise, feeling shy without realizing it. She lowered her head and smiled softly. It's just that I read a few more books in my free time. Still, we need your leadership to plan the overall strategy. This is our joint effort. Mutsiwa's eyes were gentle. Under the lamp, he looked at her, and his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Liang Rurong's shy gaze flickered, but in the end, she looked firmly into his eyes. Just as their feelings were rising rapidly, suddenly, on the bed, a painful groan was heard. The voice was faint, but immediately caught Liang Rurong's attention. She hurried to the bedside, placing her hand on Wang Fuyao's forehead. Sure enough, it was burning hot. He's got a fever. Liang Rurong checked his pulse again, confirming that Wang Fuyao was in critical condition. If not treated soon, even if he wakes up, he might become mentally confused. She immediately said to Mutsiwa, I saw some herbs nearby in the camp that can reduce fever. I'll go pick some. Without waiting for his response, Liang Rurong rushed out of the room, found a quiet corner, and entered a space. By the shelf, she looked at the white bottles of medicine. She initially wanted to find a fever reducer, but suddenly saw a special medicine for Wang Fuyao's condition among the locked items. However, Liang Rurong couldn't unlock it now. In her hurry, Liang Rurong suddenly noticed a notice-like sign next to the medicine cabinet. It introduced some medicines and rules. One rule mentioned that Liang Rurong's current situation could be helped by it. Reputation points could unlock medicines. Reputation points are earned by saving people. Liang Rurong quickly checked her current reputation points and compared them with the special medicine she needed. It was just enough to exchange for it. She unlocked the special medicine and ran back to the tent. Before she could say much to Mutsiwa, Liang Rurong directly fed the medicine to Wang Fuyao. Mutsiwa calmly watched Liang Rurong's actions. Although she tried to hide her intentions, from Mutsiwa's perspective, it was clear she was feeding a white pill. Mutsiwa glanced away, knowing Liang Rurong had her own secrets. But he didn't ask further. After giving the medicine, Liang Rurong took out a thermometer to check the temperature. The special medicine worked quickly. As soon as she took it, Wang Fuyao's face gradually lost its redness. His breathing became calmer, and he stopped groaning in pain. Liang Rurong breathed a sigh of relief. The previous surgery was complicated, and the environment was risky. Infections could easily be deadly. The nephew of the Empress Dowager survived, and this news spread quickly through the camp like a breeze. Because it was late, almost dawn, Liang Rurong felt sleepy. She took a short nap inside a tent. When she stepped outside, she overheard soldiers talking. Listening carefully, she seemed to hear Dr. Liang's name. She casually pulled over a nervous soldier and kindly asked, What are you talking about? The soldier was one of the ones discussing and, swallowing nervously, avoided her gaze and quickly said, Everyone knows Dr. Liang is a miracle doctor, brought here by the regent. If we get hurt in the future, we won't have to die. His words were simple, but the emotion behind them was very strong. Liang Rurong was deeply moved, recalling the terrible injury rates on ancient battlefields. She felt a sense of responsibility and smiled gently at the soldier. Meanwhile, inside the magnificent Iha Palace, the Empress Dowager looked both happy and worried. She looked at a secret letter, hesitated briefly, then called over the elderly, who was bowing before her. Are you sure everything on this is true? The Empress Dowager asked a pointless question. The letter bears the private seal of the Grand. Probably frightened by Liang Rurong's way of saving people, he wrote a secret letter to convince the Empress Dowager and handed it to the messenger. The Grand respectfully said, Absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes that the woman saved someone. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager showed a satisfied smile. Such a divine doctor, it's a pity she's not serving the royal family. The Grand understood and smiled flatteringly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will handle this for you." After speaking, the master and servant exchanged a smile. The Empress Dowager was thinking about how to turn Liang Rurong into her ally and make good use of her. Meanwhile, the Grand was dreaming of rewards. He received an imperial decree from the Empress Dowager and hurried to Liang Rurong's clinic. Recently, Liang Rurong had become famous in the capital, and many people came daily seeking medical help. Liang Rurong had to extend her consultation hours. Perhaps because of the last meeting and being intimidated by the regent, the Grand behaved like the patients. Outside, a young servant first asked about simple symptoms, then recorded the details before lining up to see the doctor. Liang Rurong massaged her sore wrist and looked up to see the Grand smiling with deep wrinkles on his face. She was busy and dizzy, and only after looking at his face for a while did she remember who he was. Liang Rurong did not stop the Grand from sitting in the patient's chair. "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" Liang Rurong indicated she would check his pulse, but unexpectedly, the Grand directly stated his purpose. "Dr. Liang, the Emperor has sent someone." "I bring you great news." Liang Rurong frowned, packed up her needles, and was about to ask him to leave. "The Empress Dowager requests your presence," the Grand said decisively. Hearing this, Liang Rurong sighed. During the rescue at the military camp, if it hadn't been a matter of life and death, she wouldn't have let the Empress Dowager's people find her. Now that she was summoned, Liang Rurong felt a sense of finality. She nodded in agreement, but asked to wait a moment to tidy up her appearance out of respect for the Empress Dowager. The Grand was very pleased with her attitude and did not stop her. Meanwhile, Liang Rurong secretly wrote a note while changing clothes. She handed it to the shop assistant who was fetching medicine, asking him to find a chance to give it to Mu Tsiua. The old and Liang Rurong finished preparing and got into the carriage. Under submerging, they quickly arrived at the palace. Usually, anyone entering the palace must be checked. However, the guards at the palace gate saw the badge Liang Rurong showed and didn't bother to check the carriage. They simply waved them through. This shows that the Empress Dowager holds great power in the palace. Liang Rurong touched the hidden silver needle in her sleeve, feeling a bit more at ease. When they reached the Iha Palace, Liang Rurong followed the proper etiquette and bowed precisely, as she had learned. As she lowered her head, she heard a familiar voice behind the beaded curtain. Tang Nanfeng was there too? Liang Rurong suppressed her curiosity. Behind the curtain, the Empress Dowager and Tang Nanfeng's conversation faded away. Soon, the Empress Dowager slowly ordered, "Dr. Liang, come forward." Liang Rurong pretended to be respectful, stepped a few paces forward, and then heard the Empress Dowager tell her to lift her head. Taking the opportunity, she saw Tang Nanfeng standing straight beside a young. The young held a sandalwood tray with something covered by a red cloth. They exchanged glances briefly, but showed no sign of recognizing each other. The Empress Dowager's gaze swept over Liang Rurong's face. Suddenly, she smiled at Tang Nanfeng. "You've put in effort. The rare treasures you brought for me must have taken quite some time." She then happily played with a shiny, smooth pearl from the East Sea. Tang Nanfeng smiled politely and modestly said, "It's nothing more than traveling across the land and sea, seeing precious items. When I saw these, I thought of the Empress Dowager. Since the upcoming birthday of the Empress, these small gifts might bring her joy. It's their good fortune, as expected of someone sitting on the top throne." He flattered quietly, making the listener feel pleased without feeling annoyed. Sure enough, the Empress Dowager chuckled softly, then looked at Liang Rurong and came up with an idea. She beckoned, and the young quickly brought a tray to Liang Rurong. The Empress Dowager pretended to be curious and asked, "Dr. Liang, I hear you know many medicinal herbs. Do you recognize this herb?" Tang Nanfeng looked at Liang Rurong with some concern. The items on the tray were brought back from Tianshan Mountain. The local people use it in medicine, but only he knows its specific properties. Liang Rurong's face remained calm as she admitted the truth. Then, the young lifted the red cloth. The object was only a short piece, about half a hand in length. The front part looked like dried silkworms, and the back resembled a withered branch. Seeing this familiar medicinal ingredient, Liang Rurong's lips curled slightly. She softly said, "This item is a winter insect and a summer grass. It is a good supplement for the lungs and kidneys. It can also help recover from illness, weakness, and fear of cold." While recalling the medicinal properties of winter worm and summer grass, Liang Rurong observed the Empress Dowager's reaction. The Empress Dowager's face was steady. She only showed surprise when she recognized the winter worm and summer grass. Tang Nanfeng was even more shocked, watching Liang Rurong speak confidently. His expression showed that Liang Rurong's words were true. When Liang Rurong's memory seemed to falter, Tang Nanfeng quickly spoke to change the subject. "Your Majesty, I also have a pill made by local people." The Empress Dowager had been watching Liang Rurong closely. Upon hearing this, she became interested and asked to bring it. Liang Rurong suddenly understood. She could handle the Empress Dowager's suspicion, but not perfectly. If she did, it might upset her. So, Liang Rurong showed an awkward smile and slightly bowed to apologize. "Your Majesty, I only remember these things. I made a mistake. Please forgive me." Seeing Liang Rurong's humility, the Empress Dowager's expression softened a little, no longer so cautious. Liang Rurong was capable, but she couldn't be too capable. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager wouldn't be able to control her, and she would always be wary. Dr. Liang being able to say so much is already impressive. After all, these were brought back from the Tianshan Mountains. The Empress Dowager smiled, feeling more pleased with Liang Rurong. But she still needed to give some lessons. "Dr. Liang, do you know where the best doctors in the world are?" The Empress Dowager's words clearly hinted at a trap. Everyone knew that the imperial doctors in the palace were the best. Even talented people from outside couldn't compete. If Liang Rurong said they were in the palace, she would face the risk of claiming to be the most skilled doctor herself. It would be a difficult situation. The Empress Dowager looked at Liang Rurong with interest, eager to see her answer. Liang Rurong took a moment to steady her emotions. She spoke calmly. "The best doctors in the world are naturally in the imperial palace. People under a roof must bow their heads." Liang Rurong's statement was heard by the Empress Dowager as a subtle sign of her submission. The Empress Dowager was secretly planning, thinking that since Liang Rurong was close to the regent, she might serve as a spy for her. If Liang Rurong revealed the regent's plans in time, the Empress Dowager could use strategies in court to stay safe. Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but smile with ambition. Meanwhile, Mu Chenju was watching the Empress Dowager closely. When he heard she called Liang Rurong to the palace, he felt worried and wanted to inform the regent. But he also knew that once the others arrived, the Empress Dowager's side would probably be over. Mu Chenju stood in front of his desk, picking up and putting down a pen on a piece of paper. After hesitating many times, he finally wrote a letter and sent someone to deliver it to the Empress Dowager. When the letter reached her, she was about to get closer to Liang Rurong and didn't want to read it. But the little who delivered the letter said something, and she slowly opened the envelope. She read it with a changing expression, then looked up and suddenly changed her mind. "Dr. Liang, I hear you have a good relationship with the regent. He will go to fight bandits in a few days. As his attending doctor, you should go with him." The Empress Dowager spoke casually, as if she assumed Liang Rurong would obey her command. Liang Rurong nodded respectfully. The Empress Dowager smiled with satisfaction, then frowned. "How is Fu Yao's injury? When will he recover?" Liang Rurong gave a conservative estimate. The Empress Dowager tapped her fingers impatiently on the table and suddenly sighed. "Young noble, pass on my order. Let Wang Fuyun take Fu Yao's place." The Empress Dowager looked a bit gloomy. Wang Fuyun was her nephew, but he was a commoner and not highly regarded in the family, which she was not happy about. Now, she was determined to take credit for the bandit suppression. Even if it meant putting her unpopular nephew in charge, she wouldn't let others get any benefit. The young noble hurried away with her order. After the Empress Dowager said she was tired, Liang Rurong respectfully took her leave. Tang Nanfeng, who had presented rare treasures, also followed Liang Rurong out of the palace. Their steps quickened as they moved ahead, gradually leaving behind the palace maids and eunuchs. Liang Rurong heard Tang Nanfeng breathe a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "I haven't thanked you yet." Young Master Tang stepped forward to help me. Tang Nanfeng heard this, smiled freely, and gracefully waved his paper fan. "Miss Liang, you're too kind. We're all just doing our duty. It's a small favor." Tang Nanfeng spoke casually, hinting subtly that Miss Liang was aligned with the Empress Dowager, careful to avoid eavesdroppers. Liang Rurong didn't reply, but quietly remembered this kindness. Just as they stepped out of the palace gates, Mu Tsiue, who had received news from the clinic staff, was waiting anxiously by the carriage. He had a tense relationship with the Empress Dowager, and Liang Rurong's presence made him very noticeable. If the Empress Dowager saw Mu Tsiue now, she might target him to get back at him, so he could only wait patiently. It was like a scene from a few days ago. Mu Tsiue saw Liang Rurong gratefully thank Tang Nanfeng. A feeling of jealousy rose in his heart. Before he could analyze this emotion, he stepped forward and nodded to Tang Nanfeng. He then turned to Liang Rurong and asked with concern, "How are you? Did the Empress Dowager cause you any trouble?" Liang Rurong shook her head gently, not wanting him to worry. The Empress Dowager only asked about some medicinal herbs. The danger and the subtle pressure from the Empress Dowager to force Liang Rurong into a difficult position were not suitable to discuss openly. Relying on their long-standing understanding, Mu Tsiue sensed what was happening and changed the subject. Liang Rurong also wanted to introduce these two to each other. Just as she was about to smile, she noticed Mu Tsiue's unusual mood. Usually, even when facing commoners, Mu Tsiue wouldn't look so cold. He seemed to hold some hidden hostility toward Tang Nanfeng, whom he had only just met. But it was too late to take back her words. "This is young Master Tang," Liang Rurong said, pointing toward Tang Nanfeng. Mu Tsiue looked uncomfortable and spoke, "The one who was impersonated and sold poison? I've heard of you. Sorry I didn't recognize you right away." Tang Nanfeng frowned slightly. He studied Mu Tsiue carefully, trying to remember if he had ever offended the regent. Although Tang Nanfeng is a royal merchant with only a useless position in the court, he also has a temper. He smirked with a fake smile and said, "You look unfamiliar. I heard from my colleagues in the court that the regent almost didn't return from the capital last time. I suggest Brother Mu stay in the city more often." Liang Rurong, caught between the two men, listened to their back and forth, which was full of sharp words. Although she was confused inside, she didn't interfere. To prevent them from arguing at the palace gate, Liang Rurong quickly asked Tang Nanfeng, "Do you have time in the next few days, young Master Tang?" Tang Nanfeng looked at Liang Rurong and smiled. "Miss Liang, of course I do." Hearing this, Mu Tsiue felt a heavy punch to his heart, feeling upset. He pursed his lips and said nothing after Tang Nanfeng left. On the way back, Liang Rurong noticed that Mu Tsiue was in a bad mood. Thinking of what the Empress Dowager said, Liang Rurong misunderstood and thought he was worried about the bandit suppression. She patiently comforted Mu Tsiue. "The Empress Dowager is worried because Wang Fuyao was injured. She sent another nephew, Wang Fuyan, instead. You don't need to worry, it's just a change of person." Mu Tsiue nodded, seeing that Liang Rurong seemed unaware of Tang Danfeng and didn't care much about him, which made him feel a bit better. Liang Rurong was thinking about her space. After getting off the carriage, she hurriedly greeted Mu Tsiue and then went back to her room, turning into her space. Since the last time she exchanged a highly effective medicine, Liang Rurong had been thinking about the unrevealed medicines in her space. These special medicines are better than those developed in modern times and are extremely valuable. Eagerly, Liang Rurong went to the medicine cabinet and looked over the unclaimed medicines. Among them were medicines to speed up wound healing, instant hemostasis, and temporary enhancement of human potential, life-saving medicines that could keep someone alive. The most valuable thing was that these life-saving medicines had no side effects. In modern medicine, strong drugs are often used in emergencies, but they usually cause irreversible side effects. Liang Rurong's eyes lit up as she looked at the plain white bottles in front of her. These special medicines far surpassed modern pharmaceuticals, without exaggeration. Unfortunately, for Liang Rurong at this moment, Most of these powerful medicines were difficult to unlock. Liang Rurong could only gaze longingly at the medicine bottle for a while. After memorizing a few effective medicines, she left the space. Meanwhile, Mu Tsiue returned to the palace, constantly thinking about Tang Nanfeng and Liang Rurong. He remembered how he had repeatedly claimed to be Tang Nanfeng's Tang Jin, and he also thought about Tang Nanfeng's famous reputation in the capital. Soon, Mu Tsiue called over his secret guard. 15. Go check on Tang Nanfeng. I want to know his recent schedule and family background. 15 nodded and quickly disappeared into the shadows, then used light skills to jump onto the roof beam and vanish. The secret guard had his own intelligence system. 15 acted swiftly, and within an afternoon, he presented a file about Tang Nanfeng to Mu Tsiue. Mu Tsiue waved his hand, signaling him to leave. On the white paper, there was a record of Tang Nanfeng's family members and some recent business deals. It also detailed Tang Nanfeng's interactions with officials in the court. Mu Tsiue was especially drawn to a message later in the report. It revealed that Tang Nanfeng also had dealings with salt merchants from the south. Historically, salt and iron were privately owned and common people sold salt, but their stock was limited. There were also powerful salt merchants who had strong backing. Tang Nanfeng had cooperated with southern salt merchants for some time, earning a lot of money from this business. As Mu Tsiue pondered, he suddenly heard a commotion inside the courtyard. A guard reported that someone from the palace had sent an order summoning Liang Rurong to lead troops to suppress bandits. This made him think of the secret code given by the beside Mu Chunju when she left the palace. He suspected that the Empress Dowager wanted to target Liang Rurong. Mu Chenju might have arranged to intercept her, and sending her to fight the bandits was also a way to protect her. In the courtyard, Liang Rurong and several maids respectfully listened to the order. The young noble sent by the Empress Dowager was very imposing, insisting on announcing the decree according to protocol. After delivering the order, he smiled slightly and personally helped Liang Rurong to her feet. Liang Rurong understood his meaning. As she stood up, she secretly slipped a bag of silver into his hand. Feeling the weight, the young noble's smile grew more genuine. Dr. Liang, the Empress Dowager, is very fond of you. Remember to keep her favor in mind. Liang Rurong heard the underlying message in his words, an indirect hint to pass information to the Empress Dowager. She smiled and replied, "Please rest assured, I am aware." The person who sent away the satisfied young lady left, and Liang Rurong's smile instantly disappeared from her face. In a quiet corner unnoticed by others, Wang Fuyun, who had received an imperial decree, was anxiously walking back and forth in the courtyard. Wang Fuyun, a humble son of a lesser family, was not highly valued at home. After growing up, he finally married a wife from a good family arranged by his relatives. He hoped to stay away from the turbulent court and live a peaceful life with his small family. But unexpectedly, he was still pulled into a whirlpool. Wang Fuyun looked up at the moon in the sky and sighed deeply. His wife, dressed simply and worried about him, brought him a cloak.
Husband, it's cold at night.
Please take care of your health. Wang Fuyun turned around and looked at his wife's delicate face, feeling touched inside. Although Lu Yunyun was the legitimate daughter of the family, she came from a small household in the capital. When she married Wang Fuyun, they gradually developed feelings for each other. I've been assigned a task to suppress bandits by the Empress Dowager. Wang Fuyun looked worried, not excited about getting a big reward. Lu Yunyun was puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? The Empress Dowager finally pays attention to you. Wang Fuyun gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Yunyun, you don't understand. Even though I am the Empress Dowager's nephew, I am not highly valued. Whether this important task is a blessing or a curse, I don't know yet. Lu Yunyun looked worried. What should I do? Wang Fuyun took out a prepared invitation and handed it to his wife, speaking seriously. I heard that the doctor accompanying the army is very close to the regent. She is extremely skilled in medicine. Yunyun, since you are also a woman, it might be easier for you to get along with her. Lu Yunyun looked at the invitation in her hand and understood everything clearly. Yes, I will do that. The couple returned to their room, and the invitation was sent the next morning. Meanwhile, news quickly spread that Liang Rurong had received the Empress Dowager's order to go to war. The most affected were the noble young ladies from the capital who often interacted with Liang Rurong. They were very reluctant to part. Since using Liang Rurong's secret formula and special medicines, the results had been outstanding. The young ladies couldn't do without Liang Rurong anymore. Knowing Liang Rurong would be away from the capital for a while, they came to buy beauty products in large numbers. The medical clinic was suddenly crowded with people. Liang Rurong wrote several common prescriptions quickly made by the staff at the medical clinic, then sold them to noble young ladies. She herself was invited by the general's mansion of Jinyuan, and Lin Huayu sent someone to bring Liang Rurong to the mansion for her daughter's follow-up checkup. According to Liang Rurong, after using the medicine and taking supplements for a while, Lin Miaoqing's complexion was rosy, the swollen pimples disappeared, leaving only faint red marks. Lin Miaoqing happily said to Liang Rurong, "The ointment you gave me last time worked very well." She pointed to her face, cheerful. "Look, it's almost gone in just a few days." Liang Rurong smiled and carefully checked her face again. "You're recovering well. In about 10 days, the remaining red marks will be gone." Lin Miaoqing nodded, holding a small mirror and touching her cheek. "Good. Only 10 days left, then I can go to the palace." Liang Rurong paused while packing her things. Going to the palace? Based on her understanding of Lin Miaoqing, this young lady has friends in the palace. Meeting her there wouldn't be a big concern, especially with such faint marks on her face. Curious, Liang Rurong asked, "Do you and your sisters still care about this?" Lin Miaoqing was very happy. She touched her face and blurted out without thinking, "Not when I meet her, or for the selection." She had only said 2 words when she suddenly shut her mouth. She looked at Liang Rurong in panic. "Forget what I just said, just pretend you didn't hear it." Liang Rurong was puzzled, but, thinking about Lin Miaoqing's father's official position, she understood what it implied. If Lin Miaoqing became an imperial consort, it would mean she was involved in the royal power struggles. Although her father was not very influential, he had a good ancestor, the general of Jinyuan, whose reputation and achievements in the court earned respect from others. Not only was the emperor watching closely, but even the Empress Dowager in the palace couldn't ignore the general of Jinyuan's support. Although Lin Miaoqing usually didn't care about these political matters, she understood her father's special status. Some things could not be spoken of by his daughter. Lin Miaoqing looked annoyed, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of Liang Rurong. She didn't know how to explain without raising suspicion. She didn't realize that Liang Rurong had long guessed her true intentions. Liang Rurong suddenly smiled reassuringly at Lin Miaoqing. "Miss Lin is at that age, and talking about this kind of thing can make you shy." "I understand." These 2 simple words made Lin Miaoqing think Liang Rurong was just being shy. Lin Miaoqing relaxed, glad that Liang Rurong didn't suspect anything. She glanced at her slightly, feeling a bit sorry but also trusting Liang Rurong. The 2 girls giggled and played for a while. As they parted with reluctant looks, Liang Rurong said goodbye. Outside the mansion, she put on a serious face. At first, Liang Rurong didn't want to get involved in this kind of fight. She just wanted to open her own clinic in the capital and be a small doctor to help people. If everything went well, she planned to bring her parents to live with her. But now, since she was involved with powerful families, whether she wanted to or not, she couldn't decide. Mu Tsiue was drinking tea in the study, standing in front of a fully black-clad secret guard. "Any news?" The guard handed over a letter and bowed. Mu Tsiue took the letter and listened as the guard described. "Master, we have news about Liang Dae. He is indeed with the commander and is trusted by him." Mu Tsiue was surprised for a moment, then remembered the commander's personality. 2 years ago, in Liangjingjun, Mu Tsiue had worked with him. The commander was suspicious and ruthless. Such a person might bring in new soldiers and make them his trusted aides. But he wouldn't trust someone so quickly. There must be something strange about this. Without hesitation, Mu Tsiue decided to tell Liang Rurong and called the butler to ask, "Is Miss Liang at the mansion?" Since her clinic opened, Liang Rurong often worked there and rested in the lounge when tired. Recently, she rarely returned home to rest. This made Mu Tsiue feel anxious and uncertain. The butler nodded. Dr. Liang came to pick up some things. She should be in the storeroom. Mu Tsiue nodded and went to the storeroom himself. While Liang Rurong was studying herbs, she had placed many herbs in Mu Tsiue's storeroom. Mu Tsiue also arranged for a spare room for her to use freely. Liang Rurong was organizing dried medicinal herbs when she turned and saw Mu Tsiue looking worried. "What's wrong?" Liang Rurong asked with a gentle smile. Mu Tsiue sighed. "I have news about Liang Dae." He told Liang Rurong everything he knew and shared his guesses. Liang Rurong lowered her head, seeming to be lost in thought. Mu Tsiue was a bit worried. Before he could speak, Liang Rurong shook her head and said, "It might not be a bad thing. My third uncle is honest and kind. Maybe the commander just values that." Before seeing anyone, Liang Rurong didn't want to think negatively. She immediately asked someone to bring paper and a pen. After writing the message, Mu Tsiue sent someone to deliver the letter to her parents. Once the message was sent, Liang Rurong felt relieved. She was worried her parents might come rushing over if she didn't send news soon. Thinking about the next steps, she turned to Mu Tsiue and said, "Young Master Mu, I've arranged to meet Tang Nanfeng at the city restaurant this afternoon. The time is almost here, so I'll go now." Hearing this, Mu Tsiue immediately remembered that day when Liang Rurong and Tang Nanfeng had a pleasant conversation and planned to meet again. A wave of sour feelings rose in his heart. Mu Tsiue's expression was complicated as he tried to ignore these strange emotions. But that brief, awkward moment caught Liang Rurong's attention. She looked at Mu Tsiue with curiosity, still about to speak, and "Tang Jin, he's coming with us too." Hearing there was another person, Mu Tsiue's face eased a little, but he still felt uneasy. He wanted to go with Liang Rurong, but didn't know how to ask. He could only bite his lip and watch her. Liang Rurong had never seen Mu Tsiue like this. She found it amusing, but didn't say anything. "I'm leaving now. Young Master Mu, please take care and rest well." Liang Rurong had seen Mu Tsiue mostly in the study. As the Regent King, he had many official duties every day.
Mujiyo nodded, accepting her kindness.
He then sat alone in the study for a while, suddenly waving his hand. A dark guard appeared from the corner of the room. Mu Tsiue's expression was unreadable as he suddenly said, "Prepare a set of commoner clothes for me." The dark guard quickly brought what he needed. He changed into simple clothes, tidied his hair, and adjusted his demeanor to hide his true status. Soon, Mu Sai no longer looked like the proud Regent King but more like a young man from an ordinary family. He left through the back door of the palace. There were only 1 or 2 famous restaurants in the capital. With Tang Nanfeng's wealth, choosing a good place for business talks was likely to be the top restaurant in the city. Mu Sai also sent 2 groups of people to check other restaurants, while he was taken to the best one called Moon Gazing Tower. When he entered, Mu Sai booked several high-quality private rooms. He then asked cautiously, "My relatives have many guests. Are these top rooms enough?" The young waiter saw that Mu Sai was dressed simply, but still quickly agreed to book several rooms and nodded respectfully. "Don't worry, sir. We have enough top rooms." After hesitating for a moment, the waiter, afraid of losing this customer, revealed some information about the previous guest. Someone had just booked a top room, but it was in a corner, so it wouldn't disturb other guests. Mu Sai nodded and looked toward the second floor. Sure enough, he saw a private room at the corner with the door tightly shut, and voices could be heard inside. After giving the waiter a few silver coins, Mu Sai went to the room closest to Liang Rurong's. He ordered a few small dishes, then sat by the wall, listening secretly. He knew that as a noble regent, eavesdropping was not proper. But he was very worried about Liang Rurong. Just a wall apart, Tang Nanfeng and Liang Rurong were happily talking, laughing, and sharing stories about his travels for business. Some stories were exciting, but most were about interesting local customs and scenery. Liang Rurong listened with amazement and learned about famous mountains and rivers in the country. Tang Nanfeng, with his rich experience, shared ideas about business that were similar to modern thinking. Although Liang Rurong was not a merchant, she understood a lot about business topics. They talked happily, while Tang Jin watched the dishes on the table. He listened to their conversation and kept eating. When they had almost finished talking and drinking, he started to get closer to Tang Nanfeng. "Cousin, what kind of business are you planning with Miss Liang? Can I join?" Tang Jin smiled, and Tang Nanfeng shook his head. "If you promise not to run away from home again, I'll consider it." After speaking, Tang Nanfeng continued, "Since we've met, you should stay with me for now." This implied that the young man was not allowed to run around anymore. Tang Jin immediately looked upset and hesitated to speak. "Big cousin, I'm just out exploring." He was unwilling to be caught by Tang Nanfeng, especially since he still had business with Miss Liang. Tang Nanfeng opened a paper fan, smiled without saying a word, and simply glanced at Tang Jin to stop him from speaking. Since childhood, Tang Jin was fearless of everything. The only person he was afraid of was this gentle-looking but sharp-minded cousin. Liang Rurong watched the exchange between the two with a smile, but did not comment. Just a wall away, Mu Tsiu's face darkened, and he instinctively moved closer to the next room. The best private rooms chosen by both groups were elegant, but not soundproof. Mu Tsiu listened to Liang Rurong and Tang Nanfeng chatting happily, feeling unhappy inside. But he couldn't just barge in and interrupt their conversation. At that moment, loud noises came from downstairs. Mu Tsiu paused while pouring wine, then moved to the door and peeked through. He clearly heard someone drunk and rambling. I tell you, our emperor is really oppressed." Another man's voice, full of regret, tried to stop him. "Brotherly, you're drunk. Let the servant take you back quickly." The drunk man waved his hand dismissively, raising his voice. "I'm not drunk. He's just a puppet." He didn't mention names, but his companions' faces darkened. The drunkard didn't care and rambled on, his head spinning. Everyone in the court knows that after the little emperor is gone, the Empress Dowager can support other princes, like..." He covered his head, thought for a moment, then clapped his hands as if suddenly enlightened. "Like the regent prince." As soon as he said this, the friends around him, who were drinking and chatting, took a few steps back. They pretended not to know him, making excuses and quickly returning to their drinks. Those who were listening to gossip and watching the scene also turned away, pretending to be busy with food and drinks. Unfortunately, the small room where Liang Rurong was sitting just happened to have a waiter bringing in dishes. The drunk man's words were heard by Liang Rurong and the others, and her face changed. She looked up again and saw that Tang Nanfeng and the others had no reaction, but their smiles were gone. "The pine nut fish I ordered has been waiting for so long. I'll go down and check." Liang Rurong casually found an excuse, didn't pay attention to their reactions, and pushed the door open to the corridor. Meanwhile, Mu Tsiu moved even faster than Liang Rurong. He heard someone downstairs insulting the emperor's name and immediately called out to the nearby guards. "Bring him up." The guard understood and, as a trusted subordinate, nodded at the regent king's command. With a quick move, the guard stepped out. He jumped from the second floor, using the dragon pillar in the center of the restaurant for leverage, and with a strong stomp, landed beside the drunk man. The guard grabbed the man's collar, like holding a chick, and brought him to Mu Tsiu's private room. His swift action made the other guests in the restaurant afraid to speak loudly. They vaguely understood what was happening and worried that the noble guests upstairs might include them in the trouble. The guard pressed the drunk man's head and forced him to bow, saying, "Master, this person disrespects the emperor. Should we notify the authorities?" The drunk man was half sober now. He vaguely saw the face of the noble man in front of him and was terrified. "Regent King," Mu Tsiu snorted and said, "Not only have you tarnished your reputation, but you also slander me with treason." Just one sentence made the drunk man tremble with fear. He was ordered by the higher-ups to spread rumors in the busiest restaurant. He never expected to run into the regent king himself. The small person panicked and said, I am under the command of Marquis of Guanxi. Our Marquis told me to do this. Please forgive me, Regent King." The Marquis of Guanxi's territory was small, and in recent years, he had no notable fame. The only special thing was his royal bloodline. Mu Tsiu frowned and signaled his guard to give a warning. "This time, I will let you go." But if our master finds out you are spreading rumors again, beware for your life. The man kowtowed repeatedly, thanking him, then ran away in fear. The plot of the Marquis of Guanxi failed and was uncovered. They captured his subordinate, but without solid evidence, it was useless. It could even risk alerting others. At the entrance, Liang Rurong had already noticed Mu Zihui at some point. She was standing near the railing, looking at him with curiosity. Mu Zihui was momentarily surprised, not sure what he had just seen that made her look at him so intently. Soon, Mu Zihui adjusted his expression and approached normally, saying, "I'm here to gather information." Before he finished, Liang Rurong smiled and said, "I just happen to have an appointment with young Master Tang at this restaurant." What a coincidence. Mu Zihui nodded quietly. Meanwhile, Tang Nanfeng, who had been waiting in a room, also came out of the door out of curiosity. Seeing Mu Zihui, he was surprised and said, "The Regent King is here too." His words carried no special meaning, but at this moment, they sounded somewhat dismissive. Mu Zihui slightly curled his lips and said, "Yes, this is a good place for a talk. I wonder how your business is going, young Master Tang." Tang Nanfeng frowned, realizing it wasn't just his imagination. For some reason, the Regent King always seemed to dislike him, and he always had a few words to say whenever they met. Miss Liang is not only skilled in medicine but also very creative in business. She is truly a rare talent. Tang Nanfeng praised Liang Rurong generously. He had already noticed that whenever Mu Zihui talked about her, he lost his usual composure and looked less calm. Mu Zihui's dark eyes swept over Liang Rurong and then fixed on Tang Nanfeng. "Of course. Miss Liang is my lifesaver," he said, implying that he was drawing closer to her without words. Liang Rurong, caught between the two, watched their back and forth with a half-smile and a faint smile. Finally, taking advantage of their staring contest, Liang Rurong stepped forward and said, "Fate brought us together, so let's go inside the private room to talk. It's better than outside, where others might laugh at us." She glanced at the two men, then looked at Tang Jin, who was curiously peeking out. It seemed there was some unspoken understanding, as the two men, who had just been arguing, suddenly stopped talking. They moved in front and behind, entering the private room that Liang Rurong had reserved. Once seated, Tang Jin poured wine and politely tried to test Mu Zihui without being annoying. The Regent King's presence makes this small restaurant shine even more brightly. A simple compliment, neither good nor bad, made Mu Sai glance at him lightly and smile. "Oh, this moon-gazing tower is the top restaurant in the capital. I just have some status in the court." Tang Nanfeng's eyes twitched, sensing there was more behind Mu Sai's words. He responded, "I'm not talented, but I am the largest shareholder of this restaurant. Since the Regent King is here, is there something you need? If I can help, I will do my best." Tang Nanfeng spoke with a smile, as if their earlier small disagreement never happened. As a businessman who has traveled all over, he is smooth-tongued and not driven by deep hatred. For him, these things are not a big deal. He also spoke humbly, claiming that he owns most of Moon-Gazing Tower, and the rest he rewards to his capable subordinates. Mu Sai hesitated slightly and said, "I have a pawnshop chain with branches in various counties." He didn't reveal everything at once. In fact, pawnshops are common in many villages and towns. This shows how strong his information network is. As long as Mu Sai wants, he can get news from all over the country while in the capital. And the unspoken part was understood by everyone present. No one thought that, as the Regent King, opening so many pawnshops was purely for business. Tang Nanfeng couldn't help but smile slightly, beginning to understand Mu Sai's meaning. Indeed, Mu Sai said, "The pawnshop business is stable now. I want to expand my other ventures." He paused and added kindly, "Coincidentally, Lord Tang's restaurant is very convenient for entertaining guests and gathering information. Would Lord Tang be interested?" Hearing this, Tang Nanfeng realized Mu Sai was straightforward, and he didn't mind.
But business isn't done that way.
On the surface, Tang Nanfeng frowned. He concealed his cunning eyes and said with apparent difficulty, "Regent King, my Tang family's restaurant has been running for many years. If we cooperate and add another channel for gathering information, it will cost a lot. Mu Sai understood that Tang Nanfeng was preparing more for this matter. He smiled and said, "Of course. Just tell me how much silver you need." Tang Nanfeng immediately brightened his eyes and named a number. This amount was neither too much nor too little, just a small fee. Seeing that Mu Xiue was about to agree, Liang Rurong tugged at his sleeve. "Young Master Mu, don't rush to agree." Then Liang Rurong turned to look at Tang Nanfeng, and sure enough, she saw a sly look in his eyes. Liang Rurong smiled helplessly and said, "Young Master Tang, your words are a bit too heavy. The Tang family's tavern doesn't need to open new channels. Usually, when delivering goods, buying vegetables, or purchasing meat, the amounts are large. If I'm not mistaken," she teasingly looked at Tang Nanfeng, "that channel just fits perfectly, discreet and quick." From the moment Tang Nanfeng started speaking, he exuded confidence. He sighed somewhat helplessly and said to Liang Rurong, "Miss Liang, in business, there's no such thing as not being clever. It seems you and our regent are in this together." Faced with Tang Nanfeng's teasing gaze, Liang Rurong's ears turned red and she muttered, "It's young Master Tang who's misunderstanding, not my fault." Tang Nanfeng laughed freely. He didn't care much about small money. The trap he set earlier was deliberate. Who asked this regent to see him and not recognize him properly? Failing doesn't matter. It's just to make friends. Hearing this, Mu Xiue felt much better, and looking at Tang Nanfeng's face, he was less annoyed. Mu Xiue and Tang Nanfeng briefly agreed on a cooperation, but the details still needed careful discussion. Tang Nanfeng had other plans today, so he took his leave. Mu Xiue didn't keep him. He exchanged a few words with Liang Rurong, then received a message from the palace guard. "Master, the Empress Dowager has sent an order." Mu Xiue instinctively frowned, and Liang Rurong's smile disappeared. She pushed Mu Xiue's shoulder and said, "You go ahead first. I'll go to the medical clinic to see if the patient I booked has arrived." Mu Xiue nodded and hurriedly followed the guard back to the residence. Delivering the order was Xiao Gizi. He didn't see Liang Rurong at the regent's residence and shook his head in disappointment. Seeing Mu Xiue return, the little immediately smiled and read out the Empress Dowager's decree. Following the benevolent decree of Empress Dowager Ci, today, Regent Wang Fuyun is appointed as the general to lead the campaign against the rebels. May your family quell the bandits and bring peace to the people. The rest was some auspicious words. Mu Xiue stepped forward to accept the decree, and as usual, he gave the little some money, then watched happily as the eunuchs left. Regarding this order, Mu Xiue was not surprised, but he wondered how the new deputy general would behave. Wang Fuyun, who was being watched by Mu Xiue, looked very pale. He stood at the gate of the residence, glaring at the walking away in the distance. Mu Xiue's order came one after the other, but the attitude was different. Unlike Mu Xiue, Wang Fuyun reacted very strongly. After hearing the order, he shouted at the delivering the message. "Official, tell the Empress Dowager that I am inexperienced and cannot bear such a big responsibility." Pulled by Wang Fuyun, looked impatient. He nodded perfunctorily and agreed. Only then did Wang Fuyun let the person go. Back in the palace, the attitude immediately changed. He looked troubled and said to the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, young Master Wang refuses to go to war with the army. He says." The voice grew softer, and his face showed more difficulty. The Empress Dowager was resting with her eyes closed. Two maids beside her fanned her and massaged her temples. When she heard the stammering voice, she became impatient and said, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." The closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and spoke. "Young Master," Wang said, "he's afraid of dying. He doesn't want to be a deputy general." Although Wang Fuyun didn't say it directly, his fearful expression made it clear. They exaggerated how Wang Fuyun looked at that moment. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed tighter as she listened. She snorted coldly. Ridiculous. How could the Wang family have such a descendant? It's a shame for the Wang family. The Empress Dowager took a few deep breaths, thinking about the other young members of the family. After considering, Only one suitable person remained, someone whose age was right and character was good. The others, not to mention being useless, were also not reliable. Even if they were sent to the battlefield, the Empress Dowager worried about their safety. There was someone skilled in martial arts, but he had a bad reputation. He hadn't married yet and had a child out of wedlock. Recently, there was a big fuss about it. The Empress Dowager wouldn't let such a person go to war, as it would shame the Wang family. She twitched her lips, her expression serious, and didn't give Wang Fuyun a choice. As long as he went to the battlefield, the Empress Dowager had a way to credit his achievements to him. All of this was for the honor of the family. The Empress Dowager showed an ambitious smile. Send my order. Wang Fuyun must go. Otherwise. She didn't say the rest of her words. They shivered and repeatedly claimed it was true. He brought the message to Wang Fuyun, along with more threats. Wang Fuyun looked at the stern-faced, his expression unpleasant. He forced a smile and said, "Sir, are you here to tell me I don't have to go to the battlefield this time?" He rolled his eyes openly and said directly, "Young Master Wang, you might as well give up. The Empress says you must go, or you won't be able to live peacefully in the capital." Wang Fuyun trembled and wanted to plead, but they didn't give him a chance. He simply turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Wang Fuyun looked devastated, ignoring his wife's concern nearby. He staggered back to his room. The next day, Mu Tsiue received news from the military camp that the training was finished and they could leave the city to fight the bandits at any time. Mu Tsiue didn't delay. He sent someone to the medical clinic to report to Liang Rurong and personally checked the supplies being transported. They finished the inspection, and Liang Rurong hurried over with the guards. Mu Tsiue was riding a tall, majestic horse. His steed was pure white, and beside him, someone was leading a similar white horse. Liang Rurong had taken time out for this mission and learned how to ride. After hearing the news, Mu Tsiue kept sending people to find good horses. Today, as they prepared to leave, Mu Tsiue ordered the horses to be brought immediately. He smiled and said, "These are the horses I had someone find for you. They are said to be able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Consider this my gift for your riding lessons." Liang Rurong looked at the white horses with surprise and then glanced at Mu Tsiue's horse. She quickly noticed that the two white horses looked very similar, probably from the same bloodline. The riding horse of the Regent King couldn't be inferior. Although Liang Rurong didn't know much about horses, she could see Mu Tsiue's care. She sighed and said, "It's just a trip to the nearby towns. Such fine horses are a bit of a waste." Even so, Liang Rurong couldn't help but the mane of the white horse and even named it. Mu Tsiue saw through her thoughts and simply said, "Get on the horse." Liang Rurong smiled and nodded. She skillfully mounted the horse, grabbed the reins, and said, "From now on, your name will be Bai Shui." As soon as the words were spoken, Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong's horses shot forward like flashes of white lightning, quickly reaching the front of the group. Mu Tsiue had instructed the others to move slowly with the army and supplies, while he took the lead to scout ahead. Just outside the city, this stretch of road was the safest, and Mu Tsiue did not stop Liang Rurong from following. Liang Rurong soon realized her white horse was extraordinary. In the strong wind, she felt happy and kept a safe distance from Mu Tsiue. The town where the bandits were hiding was only 2 miles from the capital. Before she could enjoy riding her horse, they arrived at a small hill near the town. A few days earlier, Mu Tsiue had sent someone to check the area and knew the terrain well. He deliberately brought Liang Rurong to the hill behind it. The shape of the hill was just right to block their view and the horses beneath them. Mu Tsiue dismounted, using the hill's curve to hide. He looked out toward the town, then jumped down. "I'll go in and gather information first. You stay here and watch," he said seriously, ready for battle. Liang Rurong frowned. Though worried about Mu Tsiue, she chose to trust his preparations and skills. "Okay, signal me when you come out," she replied. They agreed on a few common military signals. Mu Tsiue then sneaked toward the town's entrance. For some reason, the town gate was empty. From afar, it looked like an abandoned town. Mu Tsiue remained alert but moved carefully, hiding in the shadows of the buildings. Suddenly, He heard a bird call behind him. He listened carefully but realized it was not a bird. He turned quickly and saw Liang Rurong looking alert. She ran swiftly to his side. "How did you get here?" Mu Xiue asked, surprised and worried. If he was alone and discovered, he could still escape. But with Liang Rurong, he frowned. Liang Rurong sighed and said, "I saw someone nearby. It's a town patrol. They had nowhere else to hide, so they ran to find you." Mu Xiue sighed. He told Liang Rurong to stay close and not to separate from him. This was her first time on such a stealth mission. They first checked around carefully. When they saw no one, they slowly stepped out. "Strange. Where is everyone?" Liang Rurong muttered, then suddenly saw a figure in the distance. She quickly pulled Mu Xiue closer, and they moved carefully to approach. "Who are you?" a shy voice came from behind. Liang Rurong shivered, and Mu Xiue calmly grabbed her arm and turned around. He looked at the rough cloth shirt in front of him and understood. "Are you a local villager?" The pale, thin man nodded and nervously said, "You're outsiders, right? Hurry and leave before they notice." A flicker of doubt crossed Liang Rurong's eyes. The man looked bitter. "Those people, they don't see us as real people." It seemed the man was about to complain, perhaps recalling past hurts. But before he could speak, voices of soldiers came from nearby. Two round-bodied soldiers in official uniforms, holding wooden sticks, ran toward the guards. They looked fierce and scared the man, who trembled. The soldiers struck the ground in front of him with their sticks. Then, without hesitation, they took out shackles and locked him up. "Why are you arresting people without reason?" Liang Rurong stepped forward, trying to stop them. The man with tears in his eyes shook his head silently. One of the guards looked at Liang Rurong's clothes and sneered. "Are you outsiders?" "Humph. This troublemaker was spreading rumors in the town and ruining our lord's reputation. Should we arrest him?" The other guard waved his hand to dismiss them. "Go away. This isn't your business. If you don't want trouble, leave quickly." Mu Xiue suddenly took out a badge from his waist and pressed the metal plate to the two men's faces. "Look carefully. I am an imperial envoy passing through. If I've arrested the wrong person, I have the authority to act first and report later." The two men's faces changed at his words. They muttered something and then stepped back voluntarily. Although they didn't remove the shackles from the man, the two soldiers ran away quickly, clearly frightened. Liang Rurong looked curiously at Mu Xiue. Where did he get that imperial badge? Seeing her curiosity, Mu Xiue smiled. "It was given by the emperor earlier. I was supposed to return it to the capital, but when bandits appeared, His Majesty asked me to bring it here." Liang Rurong nodded and hurried to check on the middle-aged man. As soon as she touched his clothes, she saw that the exposed skin was covered with large and small bruises and purple marks. From the shape, it was clear they weren't caused by a simple bump. This person was definitely beaten recently. Mu Sai also saw the marks on him.
They exchanged a glance.
Liang Rurong put on a gentle expression. "Don't be afraid. Do you know what happened here?" Although Liang Rurong and Mu Sai saved him, the man still looked scared. Liang Rurong asked him twice, and only then did he come out of his panic, gratefully rushing over to them. "My father and mother were taken away," the man stammered, repeating the same words over and over. Before Mu Sai could ask more, distant horse hooves sounded. It was as if they had been startled. The man suddenly shivered, looked around nervously, and tried to hide somewhere no one was around. Liang Rurong repeated her gestures, signaling Mu Sai to step forward and calm the crowd. Mu Sai smiled kindly and said, "I am an official sent by the court. If you have any troubles, please tell us." "Oh? An official sent by the court?" A strange, mocking voice came from nearby. Liang Rurong frowned and turned around. She saw 4 soldiers in armor. They looked at the group with disdain. One stepped forward. "You troublemakers. Do you know what crime it is to impersonate an official?" The others agreed. "Impersonating an official in our town? You're tired of living. Catch him. He's delaying my drinking time." Mu Sai, furious but smiling, stepped in front, blocking Liang Rurong and the villagers. He frowned and said, "I dare anyone to try." The two sides faced off. Meanwhile, inside the government office, the fat county official Lu Zhenjiang was lounging, holding a concubine in one arm, eating fruit fed to him by two women, looking very comfortable. "Sir, the people in town are probably sent by the higher-ups to deal with the bandits. The soldiers have arrived, and a large force isn't far behind." A man with a goat beard, holding a feather fan, dressed like a scholar, looked worried. Lu Zhenjiang lazily glanced at him. "Why rush? I heard they even took the official's badge." The scholar nodded. "Sir, what should we do?" Lu Zhenjiang smiled and called some soldiers. "Treat the impostor with respect, you troublemakers." It turns out he kept the message on his badge tightly sealed. First, he sent some people ahead, while the rest waited in the dungeon. Even if they failed, he could find a reason to believe the innocent were not at fault. The two people who were tricked by Director Lu faced 4 soldiers without showing fear. Mu Tsiue saw that the badge proving his identity was useless and didn't explain further. He was counting in his mind that the reinforcements would arrive soon. However, those few thought Mu Tsiue was nervous and boldly shouted, "You brave fools, come with us to the dungeon." Roan Liangru was trying to think of a way to break the deadlock when she suddenly heard shouting from afar. "They've arrived." Her eyes lit up, and she signaled from a distance. The reinforcements rushing to fight the bandits quickly reached Mu Tsiue's side. The 4 soldiers were so overwhelmed by the powerful aura that they froze in fear, staring blankly at the dust and smoke rolling in the distance.
You.
Before the arrogant soldiers could speak, Mu Tsiue's men stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Regent King." Mu Tsiue nodded calmly. "Regent King. You are the Regent King." The previously arrogant soldiers were now so frightened they looked like they had lost their souls. Their faces turned pale, as if drained of blood, and they stared in terror at everyone in front of them. Mu Tsiue had no intention of frightening these small-time soldiers. With just one sentence, he made them run away in panic. "Bring the officials here," he ordered his men, who were so scared they almost fainted. If the message wasn't intercepted, Director Lu would be in big trouble. "Master, should we chase after them?" His subordinate looked carefully at the fleeing figures. Mu Tsiue shook his head. "No need. We wait here." The village was small, and soon the news reached Director Lu. He was still enjoying a massage when suddenly he jumped up. "Those fools. Who told you to cause trouble for the Imperial envoy?" Director Lu looked heartbroken, as if he hadn't issued the orders himself. The steward cooperated by glancing at the people in front of him and then turned to Director Lu. "Master, we should go and apologize to the Imperial envoy. He is magnanimous and won't blame us." Director Lu looked at the sneaky steward and smiled. "You're right. All of you, prepare the sedan chairs quickly." He pulled along the soldiers who had caused trouble earlier and got into a small carriage. Mayor Lu first sent a few people to find out where Mu Tsiue was. Then he got into a carriage that was parked across the street in an alley. Later, he hurriedly ran ahead. When he reached Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong, Mayor Lu was already out of breath and wore an apologetic smile on his face. What he didn't know was that Mu Tsiue had already sent out some spies, and his little act just now was seen clearly by Mu Tsiue. Mu Tsiue looked at Mayor Lu carefully. As soon as Mayor Lu looked up, he met Mu Tsiue's deep, cold gaze like a dark pond. He couldn't help swallowing nervously, afraid to meet his eyes, but forced himself to smile. "Little official greets the regent." Mayor Lu performed a formal bow he had heard about, but it wasn't very proper. Then he looked worried and said, "Regent, my men are all new recruits this year. They used to be ordinary folks and didn't recognize the prince. They even thought he was a thief trying to hide his identity." Mayor Lu spoke sincerely, and if someone honest had been there, they might have been fooled. However, Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong had already prepared before coming. Moreover, seeing the hardships of the local people, they had long suspected the local officials. Mayor Lu talked for a long time, but saw no reaction from Mu Tsiue. He grew more nervous and looked at Liang Rurong. Just as he wanted to say something, Mu Tsiue stopped him. "Enough. Ignorance is no crime." Mu Tsiue glanced at the soldiers behind Mayor Lu, who were bowing their heads, understanding his cautious thoughts. Mayor Lu didn't understand what Mutsiwa meant, so he deliberately brought some people who had caused trouble to vent his anger. In this matter, he acted innocent and apologized sincerely. Even if the regent scolded him, he would only be seen as being harsh. Liang Rurong thought quickly and guessed his intentions, her face turning serious. Mutsiwa remained calm and pointed at the frightened villagers. "You've caught the wrong person. I will take him away." He paused deliberately and then said, "Do you have any objections?" Mayor Lu quickly waved his hands and smiled, saying, "No objections, no objections." "How could I have objections?" Liang Rurong rolled her eyes and pursed her lips. She saw clearly that Deputy Lu's eyes showed some unwillingness. However, he hid it well and happily handed the person over to Mutsiwa. Mutsiwa ordered his subordinates to take the person away and then turned to accept Deputy Lu's invitation. "Prince, defeating bandits isn't something that can be done overnight. You've traveled a long way and are tired. Why not rest and plan carefully?" He looked very friendly and said, "I've already arranged a feast at the biggest inn in town to host you, Prince." Mutsiwa stared into Deputy Lu's eyes until he saw sweat on his forehead, then slowly nodded. Deputy Lu let out a relieved sigh and hurriedly ran off, shouting, "I will go prepare everything myself." The banquet was scheduled for the evening, a few hours from now. Mutsiwa asked someone to find a place to stay. Most of the soldiers camped around the town. On the surface, Deputy Lu appeared cheerful, but once he returned home, he immediately showed his fierce face. He slammed the table hard. What is this? Can the Regent King really show off in front of me? Humph. The heavens are high, and the Emperor is far away. He can't control me. He had been the town's leader for many years, and this place had long become his territory. He was comfortable in the town, oppressing the common people and gaining a lot of benefits. How could he easily obey Mutsiwa? Even the Regent King wouldn't be able to control him. Lu Deputy was blinded by greed in his mind, thinking only of sabotaging Mutsiwa's plans. He called in his trusted aide. "Contact them and warn those bandits to be alert." Lu Deputy sent someone close to him to notify the bandits not to let Mutsiwa catch them off guard. After doing this, he showed a sinister smile and personally arranged the evening banquet. Mutsiwa first asked his men to prepare some light food. After the rescued people ate their fill, he carefully asked questions. A middle-aged man wiped the oil from his mouth and shyly scratched his head. "My name is Zhao Daong. My parents and my son were taken up the mountain by the bandits." Zhao Daong looked sad, his fists clenched tightly. "I was also captured by them. They made us do hard labor on the mountain. Many tried to escape, but only I succeeded." He angrily said, "Everyone else was killed." Mutsiwa's face changed, and he handed over paper and a pen. "Do you remember the way up the mountain?" Zhao Daong hesitated. He had some memory, but it was dark at the time, so he couldn't quite recall. Liang Rurong comforted him, saying, "No need to rush. Your drawn route can help us catch the bandits. We will definitely rescue your family." Zhao Daong looked at the kind two people in front of him and nodded firmly. Soon, evening arrived. Mayor Zhao almost urgently sent someone to invite Mutsiwa and Liang Rurong to a restaurant. When they arrived at the banquet, Mayor Zhao had already arranged singers and dancers to perform on stage. He greedily watched the women on stage, only realizing after a long time that Mutsiwa and Liang Rurong had arrived. "Your Highness, you're here." Mayor Zhao naturally looked at Liang Rurong beside him and asked with curiosity, "Who is this?" Earlier, when he saw Liang Rurong, Mayor Zhao thought she was a common girl saved by Mutsiwa, so he let her stay for now. He didn't expect Mutsiwa to bring her to the banquet. "We met by chance on the way here." Mutsiwa didn't explain further. His words made Mayor Zhao imagine a big story. He smiled happily and invited the two to sit down, pouring wine and introducing the delicious dishes on the table. "This dish is 8 Suns chicken and this one is Nyx worshipping birds." Mayor Lu pointed at the dish in front of him, saying, "This is spicy stir-fried sparrow tongues, which requires hundreds of sparrows." He only mentioned the beginning, and Mutsiwa and Liang Rurong couldn't listen anymore. All the dishes on the table looked beautiful and probably tasted good. But each one took a lot of time and effort to prepare, wasting many ingredients in the process. All these were the people's resources being plundered by Mayor Lu. Liang Rurong's eyes showed anger. She looked at Mo Tsiue beside her, who had a calm expression, as if he had expected this. After Mayor Lu finished introducing, he saw that the two didn't speak and quickly lost interest. He suddenly waved his hand. "Bring it out." The steward bowed respectfully. Soon, a woman dressed in red gauze and wearing a faint veil stepped out from behind the beaded curtain. She carried a tray with a small pile of items covered by a red cloth, walking gracefully over. Everyone at the table looked over at the same time. Although only one eye was visible, the woman's beautiful eyes and graceful movements made it clear she was a lovely person without showing her face. Mu Tsiue instinctively frowned, while Liang Rurong curled her lips into a cold smile. Mayor Lu didn't notice their unusual reactions and warmly invited the woman to come over. When she approached, Mayor Lu suddenly pulled back the red cloth, revealing a tray of shining jewelry. There were large pearl necklaces, pure gold bracelets, and high-quality jade. Valuable treasures were piled together as if they cost nothing. Beneath these, there were neatly arranged gold ingots, stacked carefully. Following Mayor Lu's signal, the woman stepped forward and kneeled slightly in front of Mu Tsiue. Mayor Lu suppressed his inner pain and smiled, saying, "This is my small gift for meeting the prince for the first time. Please accept it as an apology. Don't refuse." Mu Tsiue looked at his meaningful expression but remained unmoved. He cleared his throat and hinted, "And these women, if the prince doesn't mind, you can take them as servants." His voice was quiet, but everyone at the table heard clearly. Liang Rurong suddenly put down her wine glass, and under Mayor Lu's gaze, she paused. Wang Fuyun, who had been unnoticed, seemed to be bewitched, staring fixedly at the kneeling woman. He didn't want to join the banquet, but was persuaded by Mayor Lu's repeated invitations, so he came. He arrived late, greeted nervously, and then took his seat. Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong remained calm, unaffected by the beauty or wealth before them. But Wang Fuyun, who was not used to wealth, couldn't resist this temptation. "Thank you, Mayor Lu, for your kindness." He seemed to forget Mu Tsiue's identity, eagerly agreeing with a happy face. Mayor Lu saw that Wang Fuyun was just a minor figure, but couldn't help feeling a little proud, casting a slightly smug look at Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong. Mu Tsiue's expression darkened. Wang Fuyun instinctively raised his glass to thank him. Mayor Lu's eyes flashed with disdain, but he smiled and raised his own glass. Just as they clinked glasses and Wang Fuyun was about to drink, his hand suddenly trembled. Turning his head, he saw Liang Rurong coldly pinching the acupoint on his arm. Wang Fuyun was shocked and frightened. What are you trying to do?" Liang Rurong didn't answer, but looked coldly at Mayor Lu. "Maybe you should ask this town mayor what he plans to do." Hearing this, Mayor Lu's expression tightened, and he looked away nervously. "What do you mean by that?" Liang Rurong coldly smiled and said, "There is poison in this wine. It seems Mayor Lu has planned a trap tonight." "What? Poisoned?" Wang Fuyun trembled all over and quickly stood up, pointing at Mayor Lu and shouting, "What are you thinking? You actually wanted to poison me." Mayor Lu's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly stood up, panicked. I don't know how poison could be in this wine." Maybe the young lady saw it wrong. Without saying a word, Liang Rurong pulled out a silver hairpin from her black hair and stirred it in the wine glass a few times. As expected, the silver hairpin's surface immediately turned a faint green and emitted a bitter smell. She raised the hairpin and sneered. Someone added a deadly poison called Crane's Beak Red to this wine. If Vice General Wang had drunk it just now, he would have died painfully from internal bleeding. Hearing this, Wang Fuyun was soaked in cold sweat and sat down trembling. "Who exactly wants to harm me?" Everyone's eyes quickly turned to Mayor Lu, putting him in a difficult position. Although Mayor Lu had little power, he was the emperor's nephew. If he died here, his own life would be in danger too. Thinking of this, Mayor Lu quickly got up and ran to Mu Tsiue, his face pale. "I truly don't know about this." "Please, Your Highness, investigate carefully." Meanwhile, Liang Rurong glanced around and noticed a soldier in the corner acting strangely. It seemed he was hiding something in his sleeve. She exchanged a look with Mu Tsiue and deliberately smiled. Since Mayor Lu doesn't know, then this must be done by someone else. I think the person who dared to poison openly might be inside the camp now. Mu Tsiue understood her meaning and continued. Yes, then we should have Mayor Lu arrest everyone in the camp and question them one by one. We will surely find the culprit. Hearing this, the soldiers and singers inside the tent all became nervous and knelt down, begging for mercy. Please, Your Highness, have mercy. This has nothing to do with us. We're just singers. We don't know anything. In the midst of chaos, the soldier quietly moved outside the tent. He thought he had done everything perfectly and wouldn't be noticed, but in the next moment, two of Mu Tsiue's men stopped him immediately. Where are you going? Liang Rurong asked sharply. The soldier hurriedly covered his stomach, looking pained. I just ate something bad and need to go to the bathroom. Bathroom? I think you're trying to sneak away, Liang Rurong said with a smirk, giving her two men a signal. The two men nodded and immediately grabbed the soldier's shoulders, pushing him forward. After searching him, they found the remaining poison on his body. Mu Tsiue's eyes turned cold as he stared at him. Tell me, who ordered you to poison? The soldier, realizing he was caught, no longer made excuses. He looked up and glared at Mu Tsiue with a cold smile. I won't say a word.
Just kill me, he said.
Mu Tsiue frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before giving the order. Take him away and interrogate him harshly. No matter what, don't let him die. Before he finished speaking, Liang Rurong noticed that Mu Tsiue was clenching his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. Be careful, he might try to harm himself. His subordinate was startled and immediately tried to open his jaw, but it was too late. A dark blood flowed from the soldier's mouth, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, dead. It turned out he was a secret assassin. Seeing that the main culprit was dead, Lu Xinjiang thought he could finally breathe easily. But suddenly, Wang Fuyun rushed out and grabbed his collar. This man is one of your soldiers. Such things happening in your camp means you're fully responsible. Someone arrest him. Lu Xinjiang trembled all over and begged for mercy. I really didn't know. At this moment, Mu Tsiue's men entered the tent and quickly approached him. Reporting to the prince, the villager Wang Er brought back during the day has died.
What?
Weren't you supposed to watch him carefully? Mu Tsiue's expression darkened instantly, showing signs of anger. His subordinate lowered his head. It's all my fault, Your Highness.
Please punish me.
Liang Rurong's eyes shifted as she asked, How did Wang Er die? Strangely, when my subordinates searched Wang Er thoroughly, they found no wounds. Even the army's doctor couldn't explain how he died, they said. A cold breeze swept through Liang Rurong's mind, making her feel uneasy and gloomy, as if something strange was happening. She glanced at Mayor Lu, who was being held by Wang Fuyun, and spoke softly. It seems we should start investigating for Mayor Lu. Mu Tsiue nodded calmly and walked over slowly. Deputy Wang, there's no need to get angry. I believe Mayor Lu doesn't know anything about this. You've been shocked today, so it's best to go home and rest. I will handle this matter. Wang Fuyun, still shaken, wanted to take out his anger on Mayor Lu, but since Mu Tsiue had spoken, he could only follow orders and left angrily. Mayor Lu, who had narrowly escaped danger, raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was so frightened that he had lost most of his spirit. Thank you, Prince, for saving me, he said gratefully.
Mu Tsiue smiled faintly.
I saved your life this time. Shouldn't you at least say thank you? Hearing this, Mayor Lu immediately put on a flattering smile. Rest assured, Your Highness, I'll have people prepare right away. It will be rare treasures, I promise. Mu Tsiue looked at the darkening sky outside. Clouds gathered thickly. Without delay, he took Liang Rurong and returned to the palace. After they left, Mayor Lu's flattering expression turned into a sinister, cunning look. What's this about a regent king? He's just after money. These days, as long as you're willing to spend silver, there's nothing you can't fix. Then he changed into new clothes and, under the cover of the dark night, rode his horse into the deep mountains. Meanwhile, Mutsiwa and Liang Rurong returned to the palace. Seeing her slightly tired face, Mutsiwa asked with concern, "You've traveled a lot today. You must be tired. Go home early and rest." Liang Rurong stretched lazily and joked with a smile, "Yes, watching plays all day is exhausting. I need to rest and regain my strength. Who knows, there might be more exciting shows ahead." After saying that, she leisurely headed back to her room. Mutsiwa didn't go to his own room, but instead went to the study. He waited there alone for the scent of a stick of incense. Soon, Ling Feng returned. Ling Feng, shivering with cold, stepped forward quietly to report. "As expected, Your Highness, after we left, Director Liu went out of the camp alone, seemingly heading into the mountains." A glint appeared in Mu Sai's eyes. "Did you see where he was going?" Ling Feng looked a bit guilty and lowered his head. "It was a dark and windy night. I was worried about alerting others, so I didn't follow closely." Mu Sai simply nodded without blaming him. Director Liu had been stationed here for many years with strong influence, so it was impossible to easily track his movements. He waved his hand to let Ling Feng step back. Then he picked up the secret letter on the table and read it several times before blowing out the candle and falling into a light sleep. The next day, he took Liang Rurong with him to Manhwa Tower. Tang Nanfeng was already waiting for them in a private room, with a pot of high-quality Biluakun tea brewing. As Liang Rurong entered, she immediately felt the fragrant tea aroma, refreshing and pleasant. After sitting down, she looked around and smiled happily. "This place is quiet and elegant, not easy to disturb. It seems young Master Tang put in a lot of effort. That's the order from the Regent King. I must do my best." Tang Nanfeng waved his folding fan gently and pushed open the window. "This private room has a great view. Any movement outside, even the slightest wind or sound, can be noticed immediately." Just then, an old man pushing a cart appeared around the street corner, loaded with various vegetables. He pushed his cart to the entrance of Manhwa Tower, spoke briefly with the shop assistant, who then led him upstairs. The old man quickly approached Mu Sai, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness. After several months apart, I am relieved to see you safe and sound." Mu Sai hurriedly waved his hand to help him up. "No need for formalities, Elder Zheng. I still need your help to pass messages in the future." Looking at Elder Zheng, whose hair was mostly white, Mu Sai felt a bit sad. Elder Zheng was once close to his mother, serving her diligently for over 10 years. After her passing, he left the palace. Later, Mu Sai found him and asked him to secretly gather intelligence from various sources. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my best," Elder Zheng said with firm determination, his eyes showing unwavering resolve. He stepped forward and took out a note from his sleeve, handing it over. "I have already discovered the spies I placed in each village. Mayor Liu has long been colluding with the bandits, recklessly oppressing the local people. The bandits come down from the mountains every half-month to raid the village, kidnapping strong young men. Those taken have never been seen again, and their whereabouts are unknown." Liang Rurong remembered the gold and silver treasures sent by Mayor Liu yesterday, and her anger grew. "I wonder how a small-town mayor could have so much wealth. I never expected he would dare to collude with bandits." Tang Nanfeng frowned in confusion. "But why do they keep kidnapping so many young men into the mountains? It seems there are other secrets hidden in the bandit hideout. We must investigate further." Liang Rurong squinted, already planning her next move. "What good ideas do you have?" Mu Tsiwa asked, tilting his head to look at her. Liang Rurong smiled mysteriously. "Young Master Tang often goes out to deliver goods, right? We can disguise ourselves as nearby villagers and have him take us into the mountains." Hearing this, Tang Nanfeng looked worried. "Is it really safe? Didn't Lord Zheng say that those kidnapped are missing without a trace? How could young Master Tang, who travels all over, be afraid of a few mountain bandits?" Liang Rurong crossed her arms and looked at him provocatively. Tang Nanfeng immediately sat up straight, bravely saying, "With Liang girl with me, I will face any danger. Bandit hideouts, fire, or sword. Nothing can stop us. Watching their playful banter, Mutsiue felt a twinge of jealousy. He cleared his throat loudly to interrupt them, then turned to Lord Zheng. All right, Lord Zheng, you can go back now. Send any news to Wanghua Tower in the future. Yes, the old servant bowed and left. The three of them sat together, discussing how to sneak into the bandit hideout. Mayor Lu arrived at Blackwind Village and found the bandit leader, Scarface. He sternly asked, "Who gave you the order to poison? Do you know you almost ruined my plans?" Scarface ignored him and laughed arrogantly. "I was just giving that so-called prince a warning. Do I need to make such a fuss? You know, Mutsiue may not have much power in the court, but he is still a regent king. If something happens to him in my territory, I can't escape responsibility. If I fall from power, your end will come soon too." Director Lu casually picked up the wine glass on the table and smashed at the ground. Scar-faced man immediately understood the seriousness of the situation and stopped smiling. So, he asked, "What do you suggest we do?" Director Lu, with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth inside the tent. His eyes glowed with a greenish light, making him look more sinister. For now, the only plan is to force them to leave quickly. Since we can't touch the Regent King, we should target that fool Wang Fuyun. Scar-faced man nodded fiercely, his expression grim, and leaned in to discuss a wicked plan. After returning home, Director Lu immediately sent someone to invite Wang Fuyun, claiming there was a new flower house in town with beautiful girls, inviting him to enjoy some fun. Wang Fuyun was timid and cowardly, but he was also very lustful. Without hesitation, he agreed. He followed Director Lu to Shangyun Pavilion, immediately intoxicated by the strong scent of perfume. But before he could even take a sip of tea, a group of people burst in from outside and tied him up tightly. Wang Fuyun was terrified, shouting loudly, "Do you know who I am? Let me go. I don't care who you are. As long as I can make money," the bandit leader said. He stuffed a rag into Wang Fuyun's mouth and threw him into a carriage. Meanwhile, Mutsiue and his companion, who were unaware, had already prepared the goods. He even sent two of his men to pretend to be him and Liang Rurong, staying behind to keep up the disguise. At dawn, the group set out for the mountains. A dozen secret guards lurked around, quietly following. As soon as they entered the mountains, they encountered a group of patrolling bandits. "Stop right there. What are you carrying in the cart?" one bandit shouted. Liang Rurong pretended to be nervous and said, "Sir, we are delivering goods to another city. We got lost by mistake and ended up here." The bandit swaggered forward, lifting the tarpaulin on top of the cart. Inside, shining with gold and jewels, almost blinded him. He waved his hand and commanded, "Take this cart and these two people away."